I'm just trying to figure out how the hell Naruto went from this to this. Yeah, this one's about to get real deep and real crazy. It's a long story, but I know you'll make it till the end, cause it's just that awesome. The very first episode of Shippuden opens with Sakura and Naruto frantically running around what looks like some kind of prison. They have one goal in mind.
What's going
finding
on?
Sasuke. And wouldn't you know it, they do. He's standing right there.
Sasuke. Naruto.
As Sakura is speechless, Naruto asks Sasuke why he didn't kill Naruto.
So I'm gonna be honest. I didn't watch this like. Hold on, let me make sure this is on. Make sure everything's good. Yeah, you should be able to hear me. All right. Okay, I watched bits and pieces of Shippuden. I'm not gonna lie. But I didn't watch it all the way through, so this is kind of like piecing together. So I didn't know this is like how the series started. I didn't know they were after. I know they run into Sasuke like right as it begins. Damn, that's heat. Okay.
The last time that they fought. Sasuke just says he didn't feel like it, but he's going to do it now.
Yeah.
We then catch a glimpse into Naruto's mind, and the Nine-Tails offers him its chakra to fight Sasuke, until Sasuke shows up inside Naruto's mind. Turns out the Sharingan can see much more than any of us really realized. Looking at Sasuke, the Nine-Tails says that he's the spitting image of Madara Uchiha, a name that means nothing to Sasuke or us. Well, at least it means nothing yet. But dear viewers, it is...
We know who Madara Uchiha is. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna get to it. He's gonna glaze him. So I'm gonna glaze him too. He's a glazable character. So yeah, I just had to pop in to say that.
You remember this name.
Another
YouTube Premium coming soon, bro. Hey, I need support.
English muffin.
Tom, which is a nook and which is a cranny?
That's a nook.
I can only handle so many bills, bro.
I mean, they should be teaching you this in school.
Damn,
Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
Damn.
Nissan can't wait to show you how great our new store is looking. As
2 in a row?
Patients, we're continuing our construction reduction event.
But before we get to all that, we need to go back a little bit to the day Naruto returned to the Leaf Village. It started out like any other day. Konohamaru and his team chasing down the same cat that Naruto and his friends chased down at the start of their journey.
I bet when he comes back, he'll have become an awesome shinobi.
We then see Naruto and Jiraiya walking through the village, as Sakura and Konohamaru's team go the opposite way. Nonetheless, when Sakura gets to the Leaf Village entrance, the Jonin there give her the big news. Yeah, Naruto's back. Sakura and Konohamaru and co. then find Naruto standing on a pole, announcing his return to the village. After catching up a bit with Sakura, Konohamaru greets Naruto by using his sexy jutsu. Of course. But Naruto isn't interested in that stuff anymore. He says that he's not a kid, and Konohamaru shouldn't be interested in such juvenile things either.
It's not just the outside that's changed.
Yo, I got that exact fit. I had that coat. I had this fucking coat.
Because Naruto is an even more...
I want to put it on, but the green screen is going to mess up. It's going to look bad. But I wish I could wear it. But shit, I got the shirt. I got the pants on. Damn.
Pervy jutsu up his sleeve. This makes Sakura punch the taste out of his mouth mere minutes after their sweet reunion. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The episode then ends with Tsunade saying that since Naruto has gotten stronger, she wants to test him against an opponent. The next episode opens with Tsunade's office, with Naruto seeing Shikamaru and Temari again.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, this is 7 hours. This is a 7-hour video, and I plan to finish it in one take. So we're doing this. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. This is 7 hours. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Unfortunately, he doesn't remember Temari, which really pisses her off. Naruto thinks one of them is going to be his opponent, but Tsunade says his opponent is outside. So Naruto opens the window and looks, only to find everyone's favorite white-haired sensei, Kakashi, waiting for him.
Kakashi-sensei!
After they're done saying hi, Kakashi says he'll take on Naruto and Sakura together, just like he did the very first time they met, and tells them to meet him at the training grounds later. Meanwhile, Shikamaru tells Naruto he's the only guy left in their class who isn't a Chunin yet. Hell, Neji is a Jonin.
They've already been made Jonin.
Jonin? What are you talking about? Huh?
Then Naruto asks Temari about Gaara, and, well, he's kinda, sorta the Kazekage now. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even surprised. That guy was way OP. Meanwhile, Jiraiya catches up with Kakashi before delivering some bad news. Apparently, the Akatsuki are finally making their move.
So they're
the Akatsuki, not the Akatsuki. I don't know why he says it like that. It's the Akatsuki. That's how they say the show.
Kakashi asks Jiraiya what the Akatsuki are up to. But well, Jiraiya doesn't know about all that. At the same time, over in the Sand Village, Gaara is being briefed on the Akatsuki as well. Speaking of the Akatsuki, we see two members walking through the desert, and they say their target is the One Tail. Yep, Remember that. They make their way to the Sand Village, where they already have a man on the inside who makes getting in super
We know where the
easy.
one tail is,
Meanwhile,
baby.
back in the Leaf, Naruto and Sakura get ready to take on Kakashi. And it's just like last time. They have to get 2 bells off of him. But unlike last time, they're not kids anymore.
I don't care how you do it. Just get these bells away from me.
And Kakashi has to use his Sharingan. Good God. The following episode starts with Naruto trying to get the bells as Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya watch on. Though Naruto's initial attack doesn't work, he manages to trap Kakashi, who's impressed by how much he's improved. Kakashi then says the match is on, before disappearing. What a show-off. Back in the Sand Village, we learn the names of 2 Akatsuki members. The tall one is Deidara, and the short round one is Sasori. They look super menacing. But even worse, they're here for Gaara, who's the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Now, a quick run.
That's right, Gaara's the Jinchuriki. Yeah, I don't know why is he saying like that? It's the Jinchuriki, not the Jinchuriki.
Down on what all that means. Basically, there are 9 different tailed beasts.
I know.
Monsters of legend with an absurd amount of power. Each of these tailed beasts has a different number of tails. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, while Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. This means 2 very important things. 1. There are 7 other Jinchuriki out there with monsters in them, just like Gaara and Naruto. And 2, it looks like the Akatsuki is trying to round up all these tailed beasts. Deidara then uses the mouth on the
100%.
sand, that's disgusting, to make a big bird, and flies over the Sand Village doing reconnaissance.
Gaara of the desert. Let's see what...
Damn, I didn't know like Shippuden started off with this heat. Like, damn, the Akatsuki is making their move.
he can do.
Back in the Leaf, Naruto and Sakura are chasing Kakashi through the forest, and he's getting super nostalgic over the first time that they did this. But he doesn't have time for that, because unlike last time, Naruto and Sakura are absolute badasses now. Naruto is just a straight up better ninja all around, using shadow clones at the right time to put pressure on Kakashi. Sakura, meanwhile, has inherited Tsunade's strength techniques, which means she can literally punch a hole in a mountain if she feels like it.
Sakura, like, people don't give her credit, and I'll say even Sarada, even in Boruto, like Sarada, but like Sakura too, dude, she's strong as fuck. Like, people try to underrate her, and they like, don't get me wrong, she's not like as strong as Naruto and Sasuke, obviously, but she's strong.
Hi, welcome in. I make guests smile every day. Oh yeah, you get a military discount. Thank you for your service. Most of the time they're
Surrounded by Naruto's shadow clones, and with the threat of getting one-shotted by Sakura, Kakashi thinks about his next move. While this is going on, Deidara drops some clay spiders that blow up and take out the security in the Sand Village. He can be completely undetected now. Also, that's his power. He can make clay animals from the mouths on his hands. But those animals aren't just for show. They're bombs. Kinda sick. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura see through
Weird-ass
Kakashi's
ability,
tactics. The same tricks just won't work on them anymore. Back with Deidara again, he may have evaded everybody else, but the one guy who matters has caught on. Now he's standing face to face with the Kazekage, Gaara of the Sand.
That's as far as you go. Ooh.
Stuff is about to go down. The episode opens with Gaara chasing Deidara throughout his city. Sure, Deidara might be a member of the Akatsuki and all, but fighting someone called Gaara of the Sand in a desert, nonetheless, is not the smartest plan.
Cigar, bro, and he's the Kazekage, and he's the tail beast, bro? Nah, don't mess with him.
Tactically, he does have the advantage. This could get messy.
And to think, too, to everyone that's seen Shippuden, like, Gaara, like, so does this mean, like, seeing, like, what Naruto did, could the other tail beasts get to that level, too? Well, I guess Killer Bee kind of, right? He kind of got to that level, but, like, not like that. But so does every tail beast kind of have like a Baryon mode? Do they have, I hope you've seen Boruto. Do they have like a Baryon mode? Do they have like a tail beast mode like Naruto? Like, does every tail beast have one? I'd assume they do. But yeah, I'm just kind of thinking, because like, what would Gaara's look like? You know what I'm saying? What would Killer Bees like look like? You know what I'm saying? What would Killer Bee look like if he went Baryon mode or something? So just thinking about that.
As expected, Gaara unleashes the full fury of the desert on Deidara as Sasori watches on. While this is happening, Sakura and Naruto are double-teaming Kakashi, and they're doing pretty damn well. They're working well in tandem, and though Kakashi is evading their attacks, it's not an easy job. He eventually uses 3 different styles of jutsu to throw them off his tail for a bit. But what else can you expect from a guy called the Copy Ninja?
Yeah.
Back in the sand, Konkuro and other Leaf Shinobi find Gaara going at it with Deidara, who is making it rain explosives on Gaara's sand. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura start thinking about a weakness for Kakashi, and they figure one out.
Well, if you really think he has a weakness, let's hear it.
They're gonna spoil the ending of Kakashi's new book. After all, Jiraiya wrote it, so Naruto knows what happens.
That's
Kakashi
funny.
has to cover his ears and eyes to avoid spoilers, and when he opens them, Naruto and Sakura...
That's kind of funny too. That like Jiraiya, like, because he's an author, so he writes books, and the fact that like people like Kakashi read them, I don't know. It's just funny because they're two characters in the show. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And to me, we see them interact a few times, but we low key don't see Kakashi and Jiraiya interact like as much as you think we would, or as much as they should. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I feel like they don't interact a lot.
have the bells. What teamwork! Back with Gaara,
especially being Naruto's like two masters too. You know what I'm saying?
Deidara in a huge wave of sand. Episode 5 kicks off with Deidara and Gaara both trapped in sand barriers above the ground. Kankuro thinks it's all over, but Deidara manages to slip out of his barrier only to be dragged right back in. Yeah, Gaara's sand is really terrifying. Deidara still manages to get away, but only for a moment, because Gaara's sand is going straight at him.
There isn't a man alive who can escape Gaara's sand.
We get a quick cut back to the Leaf Village, and Tsunade announces the formation of Team Kakashi. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi, who are no longer students and teacher, but comrades. We're then immediately thrown back into the Sand Village, and yet Deidara's not having a good time dodging Gaara's sand. He's finally caught, and Gaara uses the classic sand coffin to tear off his arm. To which Deidara doesn't even flinch.
He's gotten away. He just got lucky. It won't happen again.
He then pulls out another one of his clay bombs, and this looks pretty bad. Almost the entire village is watching now as Gaara continues going after Deidara, and some of the Sand Shinobi wonder if Gaara can handle a threat like this. But Kankuro thinks back to just after the Chunin exams when Gaara first said he understood and appreciated his relationships now, and how he wanted to be the Hokage. The reason for his change? Naruto Uzumaki.
You mean Kazekage, not Hokage, because he's from the Sand Village? Calling you out there, Jar Anime?
One day, Kankuro, I'd like to become something precious to others too. Not just to be viewed as some hideous weapon.
With his new mindset, Gaara could never lose. Unfortunately, though, as the episode ends, Deidara drops a goddamn nuke on the sand before detonating it. The next episode starts with a heartfelt reunion, as Naruto finally returns.
It's kind of fucked up, but bro, like, while the Sand Village is getting nuked, Naruto's over here eating ramen. I mean, I guess, like, that happens in real life, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, stuff happens around the world, and I'm just, like, sitting here, but, like, I get that. That's kind of crazy. That's just kind of crazy to think about.
Ramen after years. What's more, Iruka-sensei shows up as well, but we don't have too much time for emotional stuff. Why? Because we're cutting right back to the sand, where Gaara has used basically all of the sand in the entire village to save them from the massive bomb Deidara just threw. Now in a standoff, Deidara sends another bird bomb at Gaara, who shields himself again, only to see Deidara's clay bugs crawling inside of his shield. Remember when Gaara was busy taking off his arm? Well, Deidara planted bombs inside his sand, and was waiting for the perfect moment to release them.
I planned it that way all along.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
As Tsunade assigns Team Kakashi its first mission, we see the effects of Deidara's bomb on Gaara. He's in bad shape. Still, he uses the last of his power to move the sand he summoned away from the village to avoid destroying it. The Sand Shinobi attack Deidara relentlessly, but there's no catching him. With Gaara done moving the sand away, he passes out, and Deidara grabs him right out of the sky. Mission accomplished. Akatsuki have the one tail. The following episode...
Okay, Deidara, that was nice. That was smooth. I don't think much of you because I know how you go out, but like I was like, okay, I know.
Opens with Deidara's smug smile as he flies away with Gaara. The Sand Shinobi attack from below, but stop when they realize they might hit Gaara. So Kankuro takes a team of men and chases after Deidara.
I was gonna say Kankuro should go after them.
Deidara meets up with Sasori again.
And where's Tamari?
Kankuro and the Sand Shinobi then fall into a paper bomb trap set by Sasori, giving the Akatsuki duo time and space to escape.
Sounds to me like someone just fell for your traps.
That was smooth. That was smooth. I'll give him that. That was cool. That was smooth.
As reinforcements show up, Kankuro emerges from the rubble. He only managed to save 2 of his comrades, and they're both hurt. He hands them over to the other shinobi, before going after Sasori and Deidara. And of course, they try to throw him off their trail, quite literally by leaving false trails behind them. However, Kankuro recognizes the fragments of Gaara's sand that are slowly falling off of him, and he keeps following. As this happens, the sand decides to call in the help of the leaf. Yeah, they can't deal with this shit alone. Just then, Tamari is making her way back to the Sand Village, and she feels that something is off, so she starts rushing back. As Kakashi and his team get ready for their first ever mission, he notices the Sand's messenger bird fly in. Meanwhile, Kankuro catches up with Deidara and Sasori.
Hand over Gaara, now!
He summons his puppets and is ready to get Gaara back, only for Sasori to stop his puppet with one of his own. Forget a puppet show. It's a puppet showdown. The next episode kicks off with the Leaf receiving the Sand's message. No surprise, it's a level 1 emergency. Back with Kankuro, Deidara leaves him and Sasori to duke it out 1v1 while he heads on with Gaara. So Kankuro begins attacking Sasori. Sasori deals with the first few hits all okay, but then gets caught in one of Kankuro's puppets before he gets impaled. It's all over. Or at least that's what it looks like. And if you remember anything from our last Naruto recap, nothing is as it seems. Back with Team Kakashi, Naruto is complaining about getting a super easy mission. What else is new? We then get a quick cut to Kankuro, who realizes the Sasori he trapped was just a sand clone.
It's only a sand clone.
And Team Kakashi is reassigned to go to the sand and find out what the heck is going on. While that's happening, Kankuro can't get a single hit on Sasori. It doesn't matter whether it's kunai or a freaking poison mist attack. Nothing affects him. Plus, he's dodging all of Kankuro's puppets, almost like he knows what they're gonna do. And that's because he does. In fact, all 3 puppets Kankuro is using were created by Sasori. Just who the hell is this guy? Well, Kankuro seems to have heard of him. Sasori of the Red Sand, the legendary puppet master.
The great Sasori of the Red Sand.
Kankuro then realizes that he's been poisoned, and Sasori moves in for the kill. But when Kankuro deflects his attack, Sasori says he'll just let the poison do its work and leaves him in the desert. Yeah, he's gonna be dead in 3 days. Back in the Leaf, Team Kakashi is about to head out on their journey to the Sand Village. When
It's kind of messed up. That's excruciating, right? Like, imagine just being poisoned in the desert and then, like, waiting just to pass away for 3 days straight. That's fucked up. That's messed up, Sasori, that you left him like that. That's messed up.
He warns Naruto against using the Naruto's power before telling Kakashi to keep an eye on him. And with that, Naruto heads off to
Kakashi Jiraiya interaction.
The following episode starts with the Sand Shinobi clearing up the rubble from Sasori's trap, while the higher-ups of the village discuss their next move. Some of them just straight up say that they should choose the next Kazekage, while others say they need to send all their forces after Gaara. Meanwhile, Sasori catches up to Deidara, and we see why the dude wasn't affected by
So they're just gonna leave Gaara like that? Like, just say, fuck Gaara, we need to pick our next leader? Damn.
Kankuro's poison mist. It looks like this body is a puppet.
Shinobi, huh?
So I guess he's hiding inside of the puppet. Meanwhile, Team Kakashi is making their way towards the sand when they run into Tamari. They fill her in on the situation, and now all 4 of them are rushing to the Sand Village.
Alright, they got help.
As this happens, Kankuro is brought in, and he's not in good shape. The poison is really doing a number on him. Back with Team Kakashi and Tamari, Naruto seems to know why the Akatsuki are after him in Gaara, and it pisses him off. He's even more mad because Gaara has had it even rougher than he has, and he didn't deserve to be treated like a monster. Naruto even sheds a tear for him, and Tamari is moved by how much he cares.
Why should his life be so full of misery all the time? Why is it always him?
Back in the sand, Kankuro has gained consciousness, but he's in really bad shape. Still, he manages to tell Baki all about Sasori. Baki immediately leaves to talk to somebody, and that somebody turns out to be Grandma Chiyo and her brother Abizo. Why is Chiyo important? Simple, because Sasori is her grandson. Ooh boy.
Family
Some
time.
good old family drama. Anybody got any
Yeah.
popcorn? Episode 10 opens with Grandma Chiyo and her brother Abizo making their way to Kankuro. Seeing the state that he's in, she knows this is Sasori's work, and immediately starts cooking up an antidote for the poison. She also cooks Baki for asking the Leaf Village for help, but can you really blame the guy? As Naruto and the others make their way to the Sand Village, Kankuro is in bad shape. According to Grandma Chiyo, he has no more than a day left. That is, unless they find a cure. She says the only person that she knows who can cook up an antidote is Tsunade of the Leaf Village. But our dear old Hokage can't come all the way to heal one guy.
She must look after her own village. She can't just drop everything.
Back with the Akatsuki boys, they finally make it to their destination, a hidden passage inside of a mountain. There they meet a mysterious figure who proceeds to summon the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
The ghetto statue. When I learned its name, I was laughing. I was like, the ghetto statue? That's funny. But yeah.
Then the rest of the Akatsuki members are summoned.
The Akatsuki members.
Apparitions, and it looks like they're about to begin some sort of ritual. As Tsunade tells Shizune,
why say it
her
like
assistant
that?
who was with her when she was a gambler and joined her when she became Hokage to send reinforcements after Team Kakashi.
We have to send reinforcements to the Sand Village at once.
The Akatsuki begin their ritual, which is actually a sealing jutsu, which they plan to use to steal the One Tail from Gaara. This is not an easy task. It's going to take 3 whole days and 3 whole nights. Meanwhile, we see the reinforcements Tsunade picked. It's Team Might Guy.
Okay.
Let's go. Back with Team Kakashi, they're waiting out a sandstorm, and Naruto's getting really impatient. Meanwhile, Kankuro's still a mess, and all the Sand Shinobi can do is hope the Leaf Ninjas show up with a poison specialist. What do you know, Naruto and the others make it on time. Sakura immediately starts looking at Kankuro, while Kakashi gets ambushed by Lady Chiyo? What? The next episode kicks off right there, with Chiyo rushing Kakashi. Naruto jumps in with his shadow clones to keep her away from his sensei, and he realizes that this old hag is no joke. Chio, meanwhile, is calling Kakashi the White Fang of the Leaf Village, and says she's gonna avenge the death of her son.
I've waited for this day, White Fang of the Leaf, the day I wreak vengeance on you.
Yo, it's like we're here to help you and you're trying to fight me? Like what? You're trying to take me out, actually.
To my son.
Until Ebizo tells her the White Fang died a long time ago. This is when Kankuro groans in pain, and Sakura gets to work on it.
Who's the White Fang?
She recognizes what kind of poison it is, and that Kankuro doesn't have time. She then immediately asks for the tools for her treatment.
Okay,
yeah,
Sakura?
It's a race against time. We then catch a quick glimpse of Gaara having the one tail torn out of him. Really horrifying stuff. Before we see Sakura's treatment for Kankuro.
That's
it's
bogus.
simple. Using chakra-infused water to manually remove the toxins. It is painful as hell, but it works. Most of the toxin is out of Kankuro's body, and he just needs a small antidote for the small bit left. Outside the operating room, Naruto asks Kakashi who this White Fang guy is, so Kakashi tells him he was Kakashi's father.
He was my father.
Oh, okay.
You're the son of the White Fang?
Yeah.
A little while later, Kakashi and...
So does Kakashi have siblings? Have we ever met his siblings? Because she just said the oldest son of the White Fang. So that means, like, he's the oldest. So he has, like, siblings and stuff. I never realized that or picked up on that.
Naruto received the update about
Unless
Guy
they did
and
on,
his
like, a
team
movie
following
or
them as
something that I missed, or
reinforcements. Then,
filler.
as Kakashi's asking Baki about where the Akatsuki went, Kankuro suddenly wakes up. Turns out, Kankuro managed to rip off a piece of Sasori's mask. With this piece, Kakashi summons good old Pakun and his daring dogs. Kakashi gives them the piece of Sasori's mask and asks them to find him. Later that night, Sakura manages to cook up a cure, and the Leaf Shinobi get ready to turn in. They have to chase the Kazekage down tomorrow. But not before Kankuro, now feeling a lot better, directly asks Naruto to take care of his little brother. And Naruto says of course he will. After all, the future Hokage and Kazekage need to look out for each other.
Save my little brother, will you?
Don't worry, I will.
Well, that's kinda cute. The following episode begins with Pakun sniffing out the Akatsuki hideout, where Gaara is still being tormented. Meanwhile, Grandma Chio opens a secret box to get 2 scrolls. These will be very important in the future. Pakun then tells Kakashi where the hideout is, and they get ready to leave immediately. Kankuro wants to leave too, but Temari stops him, saying she's going to get Gaara back. Except she won't, because she has to patrol the border. Why is this? Well, her leaving would be way too suspicious. Word might get out that the Kazekage is missing, and the Sand's enemies might use the opportunity to attack. But somebody from the Sand is going with Team Kakashi, and that is
they're gonna help.
Chio.
Yeah, they're gonna
With
need help.
that, the Gaara rescue team is set, and they all head out. While all that jazz is going on, Pakun intercepts Guy and his team on their way to the Sand, and tells them their target is the Land of Rivers, so they start heading there. Unfortunately, an Akatsuki member named Zetsu was listening all along. After reporting on them, the leader of the Akatsuki sends Kisame.
I like Zetsu because he's the perfect, like, spy, like, recon, like, just in the silence, and you never see him, like, ever. Like, the other characters never see him, or at least to my knowledge. But, like, yeah, I like him. I like Zetsu. I like his role. Up until the end. I feel like the end, they could have done more with him at the end there. But yeah, I liked his role up until then. Like, he was the perfect, he was cool.
Pay him back for that kick he gave me.
Team
Damn,
Kakashi plus Grandma are also spotted by Zetsu, so the leader of the Akatsuki sends Itachi after them. This looks like trouble. The next episode starts with Kisame looking to get revenge on Guy for that one nasty kick Guy landed on him back when he and Itachi tried snapping Naruto. Unfortunately for Kisame, Guy is a buffoon who has absolutely no recollection of who Kisame is.
That was funny.
Meanwhile, Itachi is staring down at Kakashi and the others when he starts moving. Kakashi tells everybody to not look into Itachi's eyes. He remembers how bad the Tsukuyomi is. Kisame starts attacking Guy and his students as Grandma Chio cooks up a plan to beat the Sharingan, which Kakashi says is useless against the Mangekyo Sharingan Itachi has. Kakashi then tells Itachi he knows quite a bit about his Mangekyo. It uses a lot of chakra, but also affects his eye. Kakashi then asks something that shocks Itachi. How much has his eyesight weakened?
Kakashi, could it be that
he knows?
Why did it shock him? And why does Kakashi know? Well, you're just gonna have to stick around for those answers.
Oh,
Kisame,
yeah.
meanwhile, is still fighting Guy, but Guy can't remember Kisame for the life of him. Anyway, Team Guy is doing pretty damn well against Kisame.
Let's go, Guy. Yeah.
They made an attack, and Guy manages to get Kisame's sword off of him. They all jump in to finish it off, but Kisame's water clones trap Tenten, Lee, and Neji, while his sword actually bites Guy's hand. Back with Naruto, he unleashes a Rasengan on Itachi, only for it to be a shadow clone. And now, even though he didn't look into Itachi's eyes, he's stuck in some kind of genjutsu. What the hell is going on? With Tenten Lee and
yeah, Itachi was like that, bro. He was
locked up,
yeah.
Kisame finally gets his 1v1 with Guy. He also explains how his sword, Samehada, only lets him use it. Seeing the situation,
Let's
Guy
go,
pulls out
Guy.
his own weapon, a pair of regular-ass nunchucks.
Because he's like Tai, he fights with his hands, that's why.
This is going to be interesting.
Meanwhile, Naruto is now surrounded by 4 Itachis. Thinking they're shadow clones, he attacks them. But when they burst into crows, he knows that he's stuck in a genjutsu. Itachi explains he did it using his finger. He doesn't even need his eyes to cast a genjutsu.
Damn.
But Naruto remembers Jiraiya's training on how to break out of a genjutsu, and he immediately puts that knowledge to work. While that's happening, Guy is going at it with Kisame, and he's kinda getting pushed around. Kisame's sword is huge, and his chakra reserve is incredible. He keeps beating on Guy until he sends him down in the water. There, Kisame sends 5 sharks at him, who pile on the pressure. With his students captured and Tenten in particular struggling inside the water prison, Guy has no choice. So, he opens his inner gates.
Open the gate,
The same gates Lee opened against Gaara. Guy's now open against Kisame. Except Lee has just opened 5 of them. Guy just opened 6 with this new power. He splits the water apart like he's Moses before unleashing a whooping on Kisame.
Yo, I'm deceased. He said like he's Moses.
Well, Neji manages
That was
to free himself
hilarious.
and his teammates. That's more like it. The episode ends with Naruto breaking Itachi's genjutsu, and Itachi himself acknowledging how much Naruto has grown. The next episode starts with Naruto breaking out of Itachi's genjutsu, or at least, he thinks he broke out of it. In reality, Itachi's genjutsu is too much for one man to manage.
Naruto. Is that Sasuke? It's been far too long, Naruto.
Let alone somebody who's not good at genjutsu in the first place. Naruto starts seeing Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Gaara all pop out of his own body, and all of them are talking about how disappointed they are in Naruto. Realizing he can't get out of it, he starts asking Kakashi and Sakura to break him out. And wouldn't you know it, Granny, Chio, and Sakura do break him out. Kakashi then starts going at Itachi, and Naruto jumps in with a Rasengan, but Itachi gets out of the way all the same. But then, Kakashi uses Hidden Mist, Earth Style, and Shadow Clone to trick Itachi into using his Tsukuyomi on a Shadow Clone. Let's go, Kakashi! Back with Guy. Having 6 of the 8 gates open is basically lights out for anybody. Guy pounds Kisame until he simply can't move anymore. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Shadow Clone holds Itachi in place long enough for Naruto to unleash his newest technique, the Giant Rasengan. He absolutely destroys Itachi, sending him a long way back.
So we go to Rome. The whole time I think that my boyfriend's going to propose,
and I knew he wasn't. It was basically the most unromantic, romantic trip ever.
I even ended up having to use my...
I'm gonna mute the video when it's like, no pointless ads, bro. Stop. I don't care about the Chase Sapphire. Give me the fucking skip. I could have let this play out because it was Star Wars, but...
Team Kakashi and Team Guy realized the guys they were fighting weren't the real Itachi or Kisame. They were puppets. If that's how strong their fake versions are, how in the world are they going to beat the real dudes?
I didn't realize that. That was actually, that was kind of crazy. But they didn't go down too easy. But I mean, it still took a lot to beat them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was cool. That was cool to see.
With Team Kakashi and Team Guy trying to make sense of what they just saw. How could somebody make perfect copies like that? Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame reveal they only gave 30% of their chakra to the clones.
That was only 30%?
Not even a third of their full power. Oh boy. Granny Chio then realizes her suspicions were correct. The Akatsuki were buying time, because they're extracting the tailed beasts within Gaara. Then she drops a bombshell. Whenever a Jinchuriki has the tailed beast extracted from them, they die. Sakura is now scared for Naruto, but he just says they're running out of time and starts moving. Poor kid.
Don't you get it? Naruto, I'm concerned.
You better hurry.
Back in the sand, the village council is having a meeting. One of the council members says that maybe Gaara being gone is a good thing. After all, he was an unstable monster with the one tail inside of him. Kagero's not having that noise. And almost
I'm not messing with that noise either.
But stops when Baki reminds him that they're in a holy place. The council then talks about how this happened before. The third Kazekage, the strongest in the history of the Sand Village, was also kidnapped. What's more, they never found a body. That detail might be important in the following episodes. Anyway, Gaara is still being drained of Shukaku, and the Akatsuki leader asks Kisame and Itachi about who's coming after them. They fill him in. Back with the good guys, both teams are exhausted after their battles. They've no choice but to take a break. And they can't take on the Akatsuki while they're tired.
Keep in mind, tomorrow we may end up facing the guys who kidnapped Gaara.
While that's happening, That Zetsu fella shows up to dispose of the body used for Kisame's clone, and we see that he has two separate personalities in the same body.
Black
This is going
Zetsu,
to be
white
very
Zetsu.
important much later.
He's black and white like me, baby.
I know it's a lot to remember, but like, I don't know, write it down. It's gonna be worth it. Come on. The following episode starts with both Team Kakashi and Team Guy getting some rest, while Gaara is still having the one tail sucked out of him.
Damn.
Soon, both Guy and Kakashi decide they should start moving, and so they're right back on the Akatsuki's tail. Speaking of the Akatsuki, they're in the final stage of extracting the one tail. As that happens, we get a quick glimpse of the Saiyan shinobi who've been ordered to watch the borders in case of an enemy attack. It sucks, but they've put their trust in Naruto and the others to save Gaara. Meanwhile, both Kakashi and Neji come to a disturbing conclusion. They haven't seen an enemy in a long time, which means the Akatsuki are close to achieving their goal.
They're confident they've delayed us long enough.
Hearing this, Naruto picks up the pace. He's gonna save Gaara no matter what. Granny Chiyo asks Kakashi why Naruto is so fixated on saving Gaara, so Kakashi tells her how Naruto is a Jinchuriki too, and god damn it, Jinchuriki have to look out for each other. Chiyo understands.
Jinchuriki lives matter, baby!
The one tail inside of Gaara. Meanwhile, as the ceiling is about to end, Gaara has a vision of himself. He sees his own lifeless body, lying on the floor. Back in Kankuro's room, a picture of him, Tomari and Gaara drops and breaks. Yeah, Kankuro's a bad feeling about this, but it's not all doom and gloom. Both Team Guy and Team...
It's all doom and gloom, bro. To my close friends that are watching this, bro, doom and gloom. You know who you are?
Kakashi have
you know what you're doing?
The Akatsuki hideout.
You know what you're doing? Doom and gloom.
The next episode starts with Neji trying to look inside the barrier with his Byakugan. He can't make out everything because of the barrier, but the vague outlines he can see are just disturbing. The gang then decides to go inside, but to do this, they need to break the barrier. How are they going to do that? Well, it's not a very hard seal to break, but it does require some coordination, so Team Guy splits up to undo it. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the leader of the Akatsuki tells Deidara and Sasori to deal with the intruders, but to take Naruto alive. Sasori asks Itachi what Naruto is like, and Itachi says he'll be the kid screaming.
He's the one who bursts in and barks first.
Back outside, and after some standard shenanigans from Lee and Guy, the gang spreads out to remove the 4 hidden seals. Inside, Deidara and Sasori get ready for the showdown. Together, Team Guy and Kakashi remove the seals, and Sakura punches the boulder into pieces. But something starts appearing in front of all 4 members of Team Guy. The episode then ends with Granny Chiyo finally seeing Sasori, and Naruto seeing Deidara sitting on Gaara, which sends him over the edge. He's mad. The episode starts with Guy and his team realizing what was appearing in front of them. Copies of themselves. It's a failsafe mechanism of the barrier, and I gotta say, it's pretty damn cool. Team Guy begins fighting their copies, as Naruto's losing his mind over how Deidara is disrespecting Gaara's body. Sasori says he's going to take Gaara's body, since Naruto wants him. But Deidara is just like, nah, I'm gonna deal with Naruto. They then get into an argument about what true art is. Sasori, being the puppet master, says that art is eternal beauty. But Deidara, being the explosion guy, says true art is beauty that exists for a moment and then disappears.
One of us doesn't understand what true art is.
That would be you, my friend.
You lousy rotten!
Yeah, they start having this debate while Naruto and the others are literally just standing there, which is as funny as it is deeply disturbing. Naruto even tries attacking, but Sasori just deflects his shuriken away without even...
Say, why is Naruto not engaging? But yeah, damn, that's kind of disrespectful that he did that. I'm not gonna lie.
Deidara then brings out one of his birds and grabs Gaara's body. Sasori tries stopping him, but Deidara flies away. Naruto chases him, and Kakashi runs after to give him backup. This leaves Granny Chiyo and Sakura against Sasori. Chiyo has a few words with him before attacking. Sasori just says that if she's attacking him, she can join his collection of puppets, and reveals the puppet's true form.
And that's his grandma!
Episode 20 starts with Granny Chiyo explaining that Sasori's real body is inside the puppet they're seeing, and all they have to do is bring him out. Easier said than done. Sasori, meanwhile, shares some disturbing facts about his puppets. He only makes puppets out of the bodies of his victims, and after he's made Chiyo and Sakura as puppets, that'll be 300 puppets in his collection. Yeah, this is art for this guy.
Well, it's about time. I really hate to be kept waiting, don't you?
While Naruto and Kakashi are having a stare down with Deidara, Granny Chiyo tells Sakura the plan. She's going to distract him enough for Sakura to land a blow strong enough to destroy his puppet and bring Sasori out. Sounds good. Only problem is, they actually have to do it. While that's going down, Naruto is still foaming at the mouth, waiting to attack Deidara. Deidara tries provoking Naruto again, and it works. Naruto charges at Deidara, who dodges and sends a bomb at him, which Kakashi stops. Deidara then says the Akatsuki have obtained two-tailed beasts other than Gaara, but no one came to save those Jinchuriki, and he then tells Naruto that he's going to be next. Meanwhile, Granny Chio and Sakura rush Sasori, who begins launching poison needles at them. But this is when he realizes something is up. Sure, Granny Chio knows this puppet and its moves, so she can dodge them perfectly. What he doesn't understand is how Sakura is doing the same. And the answer is simple. Chio was using Sakura as a puppet, controlling her movements. By the time Sasori...
Sick. I didn't realize that. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that happened in that battle. I was gonna say that Sasori was just slow and weak, but no. Damn, that's sick. That's cool. That's
figures
cool.
it out, it's too late. Sakura smashes the puppet into pieces. The real Sasori finally comes out, and Granny Chio asks to see her grandson's face. The following episode kicks off with Tamari and some Sand Shinobi all catching up with Konkuro. They're going after their Kazekage, led by EJIZZLE, Granny Chio's brother. Back with Sasori, and he launches one more attack to confirm his suspicions. Sakura is being controlled by Granny Chio. He laughs before revealing his face, and it leaves Granny Chio shook. Why? Well, he supposedly left the Sand Village 20 years ago, and he was already a puppet master by then, so he's supposed to be fairly old. But the guy looking back at them looks even younger than
20.
me.
It can't be him. They told me Sasori left the hidden sand 20 years ago. He couldn't be that young.
Meanwhile, Deidara starts flying away, forcing Naruto into chasing him. Kakashi follows along, and it looks like this is going to turn into a 2v1. We then cut to the Sand Shinobi. Tamari wants to keep pushing forward, but Konkuro says they have to stop. Their entire team is exhausted. EJIZZLE agrees, and tells them that being rash would lead to another incident like the third Kazekage's disappearance. They need to remain calm. Back with Granny Chio, she still can't comprehend how Sasori looks so young. However, Sasori's not done dropping the bombshells, because the next puppet he brings out absolutely shocks her. For those of you paying close attention, you might have already guessed it. Sasori's next puppet is the third Kazekage.
Sasori, it was you?
Yeah, and what if it was?
He immediately launches an attack, and the difference between the power of his last puppet and this Kazekage is obvious. Granny Chio still manages to get Sakura out of the way of his attacks, but not before he releases a bunch of poison mist. Oh no. Our next episode starts with Naruto chasing Deidara, and Kakashi following him. Deidara launches some bombs at them, but it's not enough to stop them. What's more, Deidara only wanted to lure Naruto out, so Kakashi being there is kind of a problem. While they're busy with that, Team Guy is still having serious problems with their doppelgangers. After all, how do you beat yourself? Meanwhile, Sakura is stuck in the poison mist, holding her breath. Granny Chio...
I mean, Kenpachi did it in Bleach, you know what I'm saying, so...
tries pulling her out, but it's no use.
You can't beat yourself.
Of her too.
Kenpachi does it all the time.
Isn't a quitter. She's too determined to let it all end here. With that, she blows up a smoke bomb, clearing the poison but knocking herself out too. Even Sasori's impressed. This girl's the real deal. Way to go, Sakura. Anyway, Granny Chio wakes Sakura back up and she's okay. Sakura then tells Sasori that since he's a member of the Akatsuki, he has information on Orochimaru, and she's gonna get that no matter what.
I'm going to make sure you tell me everything about Orochimaru. Is that clear?
But Sasori doesn't appreciate her tone, and so he attacks her out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Deidara tries to separate Naruto from Kakashi one last time, but when that fails, he says it's fine, because bro has a trump card up his sleeve. Meanwhile, back with the puppeteers, Granny Chio stops Sasori's two-puppet attack. What kind of puppets, you ask? Well, they're called Mother and Father.
Yeah,
I
remember. He made his parents into his puppets. I was like, dude, it's like, this guy is fucked up. He made his parents into puppets, bruh.
Yeah, this guy made puppets out of his dead parents when he was a kid. How this kind of stuff made it into a kid's show, I will never
It is kind of twisted once you think about it. Like, I didn't think about it.
Kazekage puppet with the two she summoned, and it's an incredible battle. Sasori can't beat her like this, so he pulls out his secret move, the third Kazekage's Kekkeigenkai, the Iron Sand. The following episode opens with Granny Chio explaining why Sasori's human puppets are so dangerous, because he can use that person's jutsu from when they were alive. What's more, Sasori says this is his favorite puppet from his collection. He's bringing out the big guns. Chio tells Sakura to get out, but it's too late. Sasori sends the Iron Sand at both of them, and Chio manages to shield her and Sakura. One problem. The father puppet is out of commission because of the Iron Sand.
As long as I have the third's magnetic power, that puppet is worthless.
With that, Sasori launches another attack, thinking he's got Chio. But when the dust clears, we see Chio block the attack with her arm. How? Well, it's simple. She turned her arm into that of a puppet. Now, since this is Naruto, there's absolutely no chance you're getting away without a flashback of the villain's past. So here's Sasori's story. His mom and dad left on a mission when he was just a baby, and met their end at the hands of Kakashi's father, the White Fang of the Leaf Village. Growing up, Sasori was close with Granny, but he always felt the pain of not having parents. That is, until Chio introduced him to puppetry. With that, he made copies of his parents to give himself comfort, and while it worked at the start, it wasn't enough. Back in the present, Chio and
I could see how that turns out bad, and like how he turns emotionless and like weird, you know what I'm saying? If you're just like making puppets of people, You know, I don't know. I could see that. Sounds like a bad idea from the start. So yeah, maybe she should have waited until he was like more older to show him puppetry. But yeah, I don't know. That just seems that it's just bad. Like that creates you know, I see it. I see it bad.
Sakura are totally cornered. Chio tells Sakura to escape again, but she refuses.
I won't be able to support you like last time.
I'll be all right.
She then tells Chio to control her again, and they face off against Sasori's Kazekage and his OP Kikagenkai. And wouldn't you know it,
His
Sakura
OP
manages to punch
Kikagenkai.
one of his iron sand pillars back. That's
Damn.
right, Sakura. Show him who's boss.
Yeah,
the next
she's
episode
that
starts
bitch,
with Sakura
dude, yeah.
dodging all of Sasori's attacks before she starts punching the Kazekage's projectiles all around the cavern they're in. It slowly starts making holes in the place. Then everything starts to crumble from the inside. Meanwhile, seeing Naruto's impatience, Kakashi realizes he has no choice. He has to use that. While that's happening, Team Guy is still going at it with the clones. What's worse, it doesn't even look like the clones get tired or hurt. Meanwhile, Sakura has managed to bring the entire roof of the Akatsuki hideout down. Her strength is incredible.
Yeah,
Sakura then thinks back to her training with Tsunade, and how she was taught to notice the patterns and behaviors of her enemies. She's been analyzing Sasori for a while now, and she thinks she has his weakness figured out.
His fingers always move just before he attacks.
Unfortunately for her, Sasori uses all of the iron sand at once to send spears at Granny Chio and Sakura. While Chio manages to avoid the impact of the spears, Sakura gets clipped. Being the devious villain that he is, Sasori then brags about the fact that all of his iron sand is soaked in poison. Sakura stumbles before passing out. And Sasori sends the third Kazekage puppet in for the kill, which Sakura absolutely obliterates. Wait, what? Episode 25 opens with the iron sand being gone, and Sasori thinking how the hell Sakura is alive. The answer's simple. She used the same antidote she cooked up for Kankuro. She has 3 minutes of total immunity, and they need to take Sasori down in those 3 minutes. Sasori, meanwhile, deduces that Sakura made the antidote, that she's a student of Lady Tsunade. After Sakura heals Lady Chio, she's exhausted, but she still heals herself. She can't falter now. Meanwhile, Deidara finally manages to get some separation between Kakashi and Naruto with some bug bombs. Naruto, overcome with anger, goes on ahead without Kakashi, who tells him to not do anything stupid. Yeah, right. He goes after Deidara, while Kakashi tries to get Deidara's bomber bugs off his back.
This might be a bit of a sticky situation.
Deidara thinks he's blown Kakashi up, but that was just a shadow clone. The real Kakashi catches up to Naruto immediately. He then explains that Deidara is no joke. After all, he beat Gaara 1v1. What's more, he's a guy who fights at long range, and Naruto doesn't have the tools to fight somebody like that. But Kakashi does. So he tells Naruto his plan, with his favorite puppet out of the picture. Sasori says there's no point in wasting any more human puppets, and unbuttons his jacket to reveal the horrifying truth. The reason he hasn't aged since Chio last saw him is because he's turned himself into a human puppet. Oh my god. As Naruto and Kakashi chase Deidara, Kakashi puts up a hand sign and starts cooking up something. The episode ends with Sasori beginning his attack on Sakura and Chio. This is not looking good. The next episode starts with Sakura and Chio trying to get a hit on Sasori, but no matter what they do, the flamethrowers in his hands are just too much. He switches his flame to high-pressure water and tries to cut through Sakura and Chio. They dodge, but Sasori uses the time to catch Sakura with another poison attack. This does catch her. Sasori then goes after Chio and is about to end her, until Sakura stops him at the very last second. She then pulls the wire his needle was attached to before annihilating him, sending pieces flying everywhere. They did it! After this, we catch a glimpse of Naruto and Kakashi chasing Deidara, and Kakashi still preparing his special attack. He doesn't have as much chakra as Naruto, so he needs some more time. Meanwhile, Sakura is walking towards Granny Chio only to hear a horrifying sound. The sound of Sasori's pieces coming back together. Sakura is shocked, but Chio was expecting it. She pulls out her trump card, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets, the same 10 she used to bring down a whole castle by herself. Sasori says a puppet master's skill is judged by how many puppets they can use at once, and judging by the number, I'd say Chio is pretty okay at this puppetry thing. The only problem is, Sasori pulls out not 10, or 20, 100 puppets. Chio might have brought down a castle with her puppets, but Sasori brought down a whole nation with his.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is...
There?
I was gonna say that.
That's low-key a flex, you know what I'm saying? They're like flexing off. I took down a whole castle. Well, I took down a whole nation. Like, I'm flexing, bro.
Use these to destroy an entire nation.
Granny Chio then tells Sakura to drop out of the fight one last time, but it's not happening. With that, the fight starts, and it's clear that Sasori went for quality over quantity, because Chio's puppets are giving his puppets the business. Still, it is 100 against 11.
Like I said that,
10 puppets plus 1 Sakura. And the sheer number of puppets means that Chio will eventually get cut. However, she gives Sakura a seal to stop Sasori, and uses her puppets to open up a path, Together, they manage to get the seal on Sasori, stopping him from using his chakra. Or so they thought. This guy manages to replace his body in the nick of time, and is about to stab Granny Chio until Sakura jumps in and takes the hit for her. No. The next episode starts at the same grim scene. Sasori sticking a sword through Sakura. She tries playing it off like she's fine, but the sword and the poison are doing a number on her. There's only one antidote left, and both Granny Chio and Sakura are poisoned, so Chio does what she thinks is best, stabs Sakura with the antidote. Sasori can't believe that Chio would...
I mean, realistically, Sakura's gonna live, you know, I'm not trying to be mean, but Sakura's gonna live longer, she's younger, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna take the antidote, live what, maybe 2-3 more years, you know what I'm saying, realistically.
risk her own life for somebody else.
Lady Chio, you okay?
I can't believe these people would choose death to save someone else's life.
But says it doesn't matter. Sakura tries fighting back, but Sasori just steps back before going in for the kill. But suddenly he stops. We see two swords going through the cylinder in his chest. You see, that cylinder is the only human part of Sasori left. This is how he swaps bodies. Granny Chio managed to bring the mother and father puppets just in time to stab that cylinder, stopping him in his tracks. Still, Sakura's injuries are bad. Medical ninjutsu won't save her. So Granny Chio does the only thing she can. She starts giving Sakura her own life force. Chio says the technique is a reanimation jutsu that she created for Sasori. Why? Because it was supposed to breathe life into a puppet, at the cost of one's own life. It's so exclusive that only Chio can do it. Sasori remembers how lonely he was after his parents died, but they don't mean anything to him anymore. Sakura survives. And since she wasn't dead, Chio lives too. Sakura then gets up and smacks Sasori, but it's useless. Puppets don't feel pain.
What do you think human life is? What is family to you?
Then, as a dying act of God knows what, he gives Sakura what she wants. Information on Orochimaru. He tells her to go to the Tenchi Bridge in the Grass Village. One of Orochimaru's subordinates is working as a spy.
Sasori is over here snitching, bro. You're supposed to take that to the grave with you. Well, I guess, I mean, even if that's your, your enemy, bro. You're over here snitching, bro. Come on, Sasori.
And they were supposed to meet there. And those are his last words.
And she wasn't even pressing. That's what I'm saying. She wasn't even pressing you. Like, she didn't even remember that. She was just hitting you in the face, talking crap to you. Like, she wasn't even asking you. She said, yeah, I want information on Orochimaru, but she wasn't pressing you in that moment. Like, you totally just did that. Snitching,
he dies at the same hands he once crafted to feel loved. Granny Chio then drops a bombshell. Sasori could have dodged her last attack. He just didn't. Looks like even the biggest bad guys in the world can't kill their own grandma. The episode then ends with Naruto and Kakashi, and we see what Kakashi was cooking up this whole time.
Mangekyo!
His Mangekyo Sharingan. The following episode sees us finally catch up with Team Guy, and they're still trying to figure out how on earth they're going to beat their clones. Neji uses Byakugan to check on Sakura and Chio, and tells the rest of the team that they've won. But then, they realize that even though Sasori lost, the clones haven't gone away. That means they have to beat their clones. Meanwhile, Sakura returns the favor to Chio and heals her up. But that's not going to stop the poison. Sakura thinks she can make another antidote if they go back to the sand village, but Chio refuses. Why? Because she has something important to do.
My job isn't done yet.
While Kakashi and Naruto keep chasing Deidara, Team Guy is getting their faces punched in by the clones. Guy realizes what the issue is. The clones copy their power levels when they remove the seals, and since they've been fighting for a while, they're tired. Whereas the clones are at the same power level. This is when Lee figures out how to beat them. They just have to get stronger than they were at the moment the clones copied them. He reminds them all their motto, stronger than yesterday. And that's all they needed. Team Guy locks in and finally gets rid of their clones. The next episode picks up with Team Guy watching their clones dissolve away. Guy checks in with his team, and now that everybody is done, they can back up Kakashi, which is exactly what Sakura and Chio are doing too. Although Granny Chio is in really bad shape. We then cut back to Kakashi and Naruto, and Kakashi finally unleashes his Mangekyo Sharingan. Basically, what it does is it takes whoever or whatever Kakashi is looking at and rips it right out of time and space.
It's like kind of what Obito's does too.
Sending it to a pocket dimension. Now, if that sounds OP to you, that's because it is. Kakashi's plan is to send Deidara straight to that pocket dimension, but he misses. It's not all that bad though, because he does manage to take off Deidara's second arm. But he's not done, and says he won't miss again. Kakashi goes for it again, but the distance between him and Deidara plus the strain it put on his eye is just too much.
Yeah,
Deidara
it probably takes a lot of chakra.
I let him.
And I was watching something too that, like, it even hurts Kakashi more than it would like Itachi, Sasuke, or any Uchiha, because he doesn't have it's like his body's not meant to have a Sharingan. Like the strain it puts on you, the chakra it takes, so like it sucks even more for Kakashi. And then he only has one. You know what I'm saying? So it takes a lot. I was reading something like that about Kakashi. So again, that's why he's kind of goated, bro, because he still takes it. It's even worse, and he still takes it, and he's still just fine. Kakashi's goated, bro.
Get away.
Well, good. I shook him off.
Only to fall into Naruto's trap. Naruto jumps in with the Rasengan, and Deidara has no choice but to jump off his bird. Naruto cuts the bird's head off. Gaara is in there, by the way, and well, the bird then drops to the ground. He then checks up on Kakashi while his shadow clones tear open the bird's head to free Gaara. As Team Guy makes their way to Kakashi and Naruto, Neji uses Byakugan to see a sad sight. Naruto discovers it too when he finally sees Gaara's body. The Kazekage is dead. Deidara watches Naruto and Kakashi and decides he'll come back for Naruto some other day, when he has arms again. But Naruto isn't letting him off that easily, and delivers an unholy beating. Unfortunately though, Deidara uses substitution just in time to get away. Seeing this, Naruto's anger boils over, and the worst case scenario is here. The Nine-Tails chakra is coming out. Episode 30 opens with Deidara watching from a hidden position as the Nine-Tails chakra fully forms around Naruto. Kakashi remembers Jiraiya telling him to stop Naruto if the Nine-Tails chakra starts seeping out, and to do it while he only has one tail. Anything more would be a disaster. Guess how many tails he has. Yeah, he is 2. And he's going on a rampage looking for Deidara. That's
right, because this is when they started giving Naruto like more tails and kind of different forms. Like he kind of like unlocked more tails. This is cool.
Naruto's gone completely feral. It's so bad that he even attacks Kakashi. Luckily, Jiraiya gave Kakashi a seal to control Naruto's chakra. So Kakashi slaps that bad boy right on Naruto's head and then immediately calms him down. Sakura and Chio, meanwhile, also catch up, only to find Gaara's lifeless body. As this happens, Deidara decides this is the perfect time to escape, and runs into Team Guy.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh shit, okay.
No. The fight begins, and Deidara is literally fighting with the kunai in his mouth. He puts up a respectable fight, but it's just too much for him. He's getting his butt kicked. He can't manage to retreat, so he does the next best thing. He turns into a bomb and frickin' explodes. How the hell is that your plan B? The explosion is massive, but when the dust settles, everybody's okay. This is because Kakashi used his Mangekyo Sharingan to teleport the explosion away. Unfortunately, this is one too many Mangekyos for the day, and so he collapses.
Yeah, 3,
Afterwards,
bro.
Sakura confirms that Gaara is dead.
3
Everybody
times?
looks on in sadness. Naruto just breaks down into tears.
Why is it always Gaara? If he dies like this...
He can't believe how bad Gaara has had it since he was born, and he blames it on the people who put the tailed beast in Gaara. His tears move Chio, so she does what she planned to do all along. She uses the reanimation jutsu to bring Gaara back to life, sacrificing her.
Okay, I didn't know Gaara actually was gone. I didn't know they actually. I mean, they extracted the Jin Chargers from him. I didn't know they actually killed him. And then I knew she passed away. I know she ends up passing away or getting killed. But I didn't think it was to save Gaara. I thought she was gonna save Sakura or something like that. Or I thought she died fighting Sasori. Okay,
the following episode opens with the Saiyan Shinobi rushing to get to Gaara, as Granny Geo is trying to resurrect him. Naruto's confused at first, but Sakura tells him Granny Geo is bringing Gaara back, leaving out the part where she's gonna kick the bucket. There's one small problem with this. She's feeling the effects of the poison and is standing at death's door herself. Hearing that, Naruto offers up his own chakra, and Granny Geo takes it. She then tells Naruto that he's a special kid who has a way with words, and tells Sakura she'll surpass Tsunade someday. This is good to hear. At the end, she asks Naruto to help Gaara.
Please, look after Gaara.
After all, they're the only ones who understand each other's pain. Gaara then has a vision of himself, and it's about to start spiraling, until Naruto snaps him out of it. He's alive. And what's more, about half the Sand Village showed up to save him. They might have been late, but it's the thought that counts. Seeing Gaara alive, the Sand Shinobi damn near throw a party. People are singing, dancing, heck, some of them are even crying. All because of the love and admiration they had for their Lord Kazekage. Kankuro and Temari show up as well, super worried, and it all seems like it's worked out for the best. Naruto thinks Granny Chio is taking a nap to recover from the big jutsu that she just used, but Kankuro gives him the truth bomb. She's gone. She's not coming back, which shakes Naruto to the core. Temari then says the same thing Granny Chio did. Naruto has the ability to change people. He changed Gaara. He changed Granny Chio. The episode then ends with everybody offering a silent prayer for Granny Chio. Damn. The next episode opens with the ground rumbling, and wait, that's Deidara? How the heck is this scumbag even alive? As it turns out, the Deidara that we saw explode was not the real one. It was an exploding clone. I gotta say, that's impressive. He then sets off in search of his arm and the Akatsuki ring on it. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan only got rid of his elbow, so his hand should be out there somewhere. Meanwhile, Zetsu is looking at all of Sasori's dead puppets.
Yo, I'm in the desert looking for my hand right now. That just, I don't know, it just sounds kind of funny to me.
Looking for Sasori's ring. The ring is
for his
found,
hand.
but not by Zetsu. It's found by Toby, a laid-back goofball who really wants to be in the Akatsuki. I don't know who that guy is, but he's pretty funny.
You know who he is. Stop fronting.
This your bag, sir?
Won't give it away.
We know who he is.
Let's go.
Wait a minute, Mr. Zetsu, please. It's right here, somewhere.
Sometime later, the entire Sand Village is standing at the entrance as Baki rushes his way to the front. There, they see Gaara, Naruto, and everybody else walking back safe and sound and give them a hero's welcome. Well, almost everybody's safe and sound. The entire village falls into a silent prayer for Granny Chio. She may have not cared about the village in her lifetime, but she saved its future in her death.
Yeah,
what a lady.
and
Afterwards,
Sakura.
Teams Guy and Kakashi, as well as Gaara and his siblings, visit Granny Chio's grave to pay their respects. Before leaving, Gaara and Naruto share a heartwarming handshake, and then the Leaf Shinobi head off. Guy gets tired of carrying Kakashi side by side, so he throws him on his back and gives him the world's fastest, most brutal piggyback ride imaginable. Lee sees it as training and offers the same deal to Neji, who refuses.
Lee sees it as training.
Lee and Guy are so funny. Anyway,
Yeah.
we then cut to Zetsu and Toby, who find Deidara's arm and think he's done for, until Deidara pops out from behind a tree. Toby makes one too many jokes about Deidara, so he strangles Toby with his legs. And the episode then ends with a mysterious man in bandages telling a guy named Sai that he'll be part of Team Kakashi moving forward. Some shady stuff is happening, and I don't like it. The following episode starts with a normal morning in the Leaf Village. Akamaru scaring off some dogs that were bullying cats, Choji wolfing down some breakfast, and Shikamaru questioning the point of life after getting up a minute before his alarm. He is so real for that.
Some mornings are such a drag.
However, it isn't a normal morning, because just then, Guy runs through the gates with Kakashi halfway dead on his back. Lee follows him, and we see that everybody has made it back home safe, except for Kakashi, who looks even worse than he was before because of Guy's brutal piggyback ride. So they take him to the hospital. Tsunade shows up and praises them all on a job well done. Sakura then tells her what Sasori said about having a spy in Orochimaru's camp. One small problem. They have 6 days left until Sasori's planned rendezvous with his spy, and Kakashi's gonna be out for more than a week. So Tsunade says Team Kakashi just needs to find a new member for the time being. Shizune tries saying Naruto shouldn't go on a mission, but that yellow-haired beast was listening in on the conversation, and he's going on the mission.
To go from going on a mission, bro, S-rank mission, fuck you talking about.
No matter what. But for that, he needs a team member. Naruto immediately heads out to recruit somebody, and runs into Shino, who he doesn't recognize. Well, not immediately anyway. This
Like I said probably in the last Naruto, they nerfed the fuck out of Shino. They could have used him a lot more better. In Shippuden, I mean, I guess maybe in Shippuden, I don't know, I don't see him in Shippuden, but in Boruto they could use him more. I just feel like overall they could have used him more. He could have been really OP, and they kind of just, threw him to the side.
hurt Shino's feelings, especially when Naruto recognizes Kiba and Hinata instantly. To be fair to Naruto, neither of those two cover their faces, so, Speaking of Hinata, she's super nervous to see Naruto after all these years and literally faints when he says hi. Talk about being smitten. Naruto's out of luck, though. Team Kurenai is going on a mission right now, so they can't help him out. So after making Hinata pass out again, Naruto heads to ask Shikamaru for help, only to face more bad luck, because Shikamaru's hosting the Chunin exams and Tsunade would kill him if he even thought about backing out. That's when good old Choji shows up and says he'll help Naruto out, but they don't have time to catch up, because they get attacked by tigers made of ink? Choji stops them, and then they find out the one sending them is Sai, the guy we saw at the end of the last episode. After that whole mess, the next episode kicks off with Shizune still trying to convince Lady Tsunade to stop Naruto from going to see Sasori's spy. She's got a point. Team Kakashi can't be Team Kakashi when Kakashi himself is in the hospital.
With no Kakashi.
Understands the concern, and that's why she has 2 substitutes lined up. One for Sasuke, and one for Kakashi. Unfortunately, it seems like Sasuke's substitute wants to end Naruto before they go on a single mission together, because he's sending huge ink lions at him. Back with Tsunade and the village elders come to see her about Naruto. Basically, they wanted to cage Naruto in and limit his exposure so as to prevent any contact with the Akatsuki. Tsunade gives them a big fat no.
So long as Naruto remains in one place, the leaf is in danger.
And says that is a useless exercise. Just look at Gaara. The Akatsuki came after him inside of the same village. Naruto being
Yeah, that's true. They were just gonna come after him and get in anyway. I mean, Bro, for being such a great village, the Hidden Leaf Village has poor security, bro. Like I feel like people slip in way too easy.
On the move
You
is
know,
safer
I don't
for
know. I
him
just expect
and
more
the
from,
village.
from like a village
Tsunade
like that.
guarantees Naruto won't fail, and also that she'll protect the village with her life if she has to. The elders agree, but on one condition. They get to pick the 2 substitute members of Team Kakashi. Tsunade agrees, and so the elders bring in the same bandaged man from 2 episodes ago. His name is Danzo, and he's the leader of a part of the Anbu Black Ops called the Foundation. Basically, the soldiers of the Foundation are trained to be emotionless killing machines that obey all of Danzo's orders perfectly, and Sai is one of those machines. Back with Sai, and after a little scuffle with Naruto, he disappears, saying Naruto will find out who he is in due time. Okay. Danzo isn't here to provide both missing team members to Team Kakashi, though. Just the one for Sasuke. He suggests Tsunade should have an Anbu Black Ops man fill in for Kakashi, which is exactly what she's going to do. But now, she doesn't feel like it because this makes her question Danzo's motives even more. But she has to go through with it.
Does this mean they think one person is enough to keep tabs on Naruto?
She summons Kakashi's replacement, Yamato. Tsunade makes sure to let Yamato know that the 3rd member is going to come from Danzo's foundation and to keep a close eye on him. The episode then ends with Naruto and Sakura coming face to face with their new teammate and leader. Except Naruto already has beef with his new teammate.
I fuck with it. Because I remember when low-key when they first introduced Sai, I think a lot of people didn't like him, or they were just like, they're calling him like a discount Sasuke, if I'm not mistaken. Like when they first introduced Sai, he's getting a lot of hate, but I think he's pretty badass, pretty cool. So,
ooh boy,
I'm fucking with it. I like it.
Out for him. The following episode opens with Sai and Naruto squaring off, but Yamato stops them. Sai then says the only reason he was fighting Naruto was to see how strong he was, and says he realizes Naruto's weak. Sakura stops Naruto from hitting Sai and tells him to be nicer. So he calls her ugly. And now Yamato is stopping Sakura from hitting Sai. Nice little coordination. Meanwhile, Jiraiya drops in to visit Kakashi, and he's got some important stuff to discuss. After
Jiraiya
a
Kakashi interaction,
some team bonding, he briefs his team on the mission, getting information on Orochimaru in hopes to assassinate him and get back Sasuke. Yamato tells them to meet at the main gate in an hour. Naruto absolutely hates Sai and gets super defensive about Sasuke when Sakura mentions Sai is kinda like him.
That guy is nothing like Sasuke! Sasuke's way cooler than he is!
Which is just adorable. Meanwhile, Sai is packing his things when he gets ambushed by his captain, who's just checking if he had his guard up. He then gives him a folder detailing his secret mission from Lord Danzo. Also, pay attention to that little book Sai has. It's important. Meanwhile, Tsunade is waiting outside the hospital for Yamato, and when he gets there, they go into Kakashi's room to see him and Jiraiya. There, Jiraiya and Kakashi brief him on the situation with Naruto and the Nine-Tails chakra leaking out of him.
The Nine-Tails cloak? My god.
Yamato's really worried, and asks Jiraiya how many tails he's seen Naruto sprout, so Jiraiya takes off his shirt while telling a story. According to Jiraiya, he's been close to death 2 times. Once, Tsunade caught him being a pervert at a hot spring, and she beat him within an inch of his life. Let's go, Tsunade. And then he says the second was when he was off training with Naruto, and Naruto manifested 4 of the 9 tails. Later, Sakura fills Tsunade in on their new team dynamics. As Tsunade, she tells her to keep an eye on Sai. That's when Danzo comes in, calls the 3rd Hokage a loser.
Damn, and I want... calls the 3rd Hokage a loser? What? But no, I was gonna say that... Because Jiraiya's pretty strong, bro. He's a legendary Sannin, so the fact that Naruto did that shit to him, that's kind of crazy, bro. And that deep of a scar wound, that must have been crazy when it happened, bro.
And leaves. Now, that's a real hater. Anyway, the time has finally come for the new look Team Kakashi, or should I say Team Yamato, to head out on their mission. Episode 36 opens with Naruto and Sai getting into an argument. Naruto says Sai can't replace Sasuke.
Looks like Sasuke,
and
yeah.
Sai says he's no interest in replacing a traitor. This almost makes them fight again, but Yamato and Sakura manage to stop them. Sakura even apologizes on Naruto's behalf, before she punches his face into next season. She basically tells him to keep Sasuke's name out of his mouth, and Sai agrees. Sai then says Sakura's fake smile was really good. Totally tricked him.
It would appear...
But Naruto's the one that brought up Sasuke. Why is Sai getting hit for it? That's messed up.
I've just learned another use for a fake smile. I'll remember that.
Anyway, the squabble continues between them, so Yamato uses jutsu to pull out a wood prison and says he'll throw them all in it if they don't start getting along. One small problem with this, wood style is supposed to be the ninjutsu exclusive to the 1st Hokage. So why can Yamato do it? Just who the heck is this guy? Well, you're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. Team Yamato then makes it to a hotel, where they all go to a hot spring. But Naruto makes a fuss on his side, which really embarrasses Sakura on the ladies' side. Naruto then is about to do some Jiraiya-style perverted stuff, but Yamato stops him by saying Sakura might kill him just like Tsunade almost killed Jiraiya. While Sai and Naruto stay in the hot spring, Yamato goes inside and starts investigating Sai. Later, Yamato treats the team to a huge meal straight out of his pocket, too. Sakura and Naruto are immediately a part of his fan club. Sai, too, I guess, but I don't trust him. The next morning, Sakura wakes up to see Sai making his way towards the woods nearby. What is he up to? The following episode opens with Sakura noticing Sai's suspicious movements. Naruto wakes up and also notices Sai is gone, so he rushes to tell Captain Yamato, who already knows, as Sakura finds out that bro's just painting. Apparently, he's a big painter. He's painted tens of thousands of pictures. Here's the weird part, he never names them. Why? Because he's never felt anything. As the team gets ready to leave, Sakura sees Sai's small book. When asked, Sai says it belongs to his brother.
It's just I haven't finished it yet. It belongs to my older brother.
He doesn't want to share it since it's not complete. Anyway, as they leave the hotel, Naruto is still sick of Sai, until Yamato scares the living daylights out of them. Still, while they're not a perfect team by any means, they're certainly getting along better than they were yesterday. That's saying something. The next day, they're making their way to the Tenchi Bridge when Yamato suddenly takes them off the main path.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. Together for 16.
He does this because, for all they know, this whole bridge thing could just be a trap set by the Akatsuki to capture Naruto. They spend all day taking a safer, more hidden route, and when it's time to camp at night, Yamato uses jutsu to make a whole damn house for them to stay in. He then has Sakura debrief him on every single detail about Sasori, and they cook up their plans. Plan A. Capture the spy alive without hurting him too much. Plan B. Beat his ass and take him along with them anyway.
This spy is likely to be strong and quite accomplished.
Maybe, but so are we.
Just one problem. They're operating in pairs of two, and Yamato decides Naruto and Sai will be one of those pairs. Well, I'm sure that's gonna work out perfectly. The next episode kicks off with Naruto about to complain about working with Sai, but Yamato's glare immediately shuts him up. As nice as Yamato is, he can be really terrifying.
It looks
the next
creepy,
day,
yeah.
The spy makes his way across the bridge, as Sai and Naruto watch from a hiding spot. At least, that's what we're led to believe. In reality, it's just a training exercise set up by Yamato to test their skills. And to absolutely nobody's surprise, Sai and Naruto's coordination is horrendous. Naruto flies in solo and fails miserably.
Yeah, bro,
Sai
they know chemistry. They haven't worked together. This is like their first time being together, bro.
then
Like,
ties up
on a
Naruto to keep
mission.
him out of it, and goes after the spy, aka Captain Yamato himself. This works too. He captures Captain Yamato.
You caught me fair and square. Good job, Sai. He's better than I thought.
Hate him all you want, this kid's very good.
Yeah, he's on the
Yamato's
black.
super
Yeah,
impressed
on
with
the Black
Sai,
Ops.
and remembers Tsunade's words of caution about him. Meanwhile, Naruto gets mad at him for tying him up and says Sai doesn't know what the word comrade means. In response, Sai tears into him about how he calls Sasuke, an objective traitor, a comrade, but not Sai. Everybody accepts Naruto to go absolutely nuclear, but he just says that he's going to do anything to bring back Sasuke, even if it means working with Sai. Sai asks Sakura why Naruto is so protective of Sasuke, and she says it's because they're like brothers. She then says Sai should understand he is a brother. But not only does Sai deny having any feelings to begin with, he drops another bombshell. His brother's already dead. With that, Team Yamato moves forward, and this time for real, makes it to the Tenchi Bridge. The next episode starts with Sai's mice doing some reconnaissance and confirming that there's no ambush waiting for them on the bridge. Then Yamato disguises himself as Sasori in both appearance and voice and heads out.
We're starting the operation now.
You nailed it! That's exactly what he sounds like!
The other three watch from a hiding spot as Yamato makes his way over the bridge, and the spy finally shows up. He removes his hood to show us who he really is, and it's Kabuto? So he was double-crossing Orochimaru the entire time? Kabuto says he doesn't have much time. So Yamato asks him about Sasuke and Orochimaru's hideouts. He says, while the hideouts keep changing, right now both Orochimaru and Sasuke are at an island north of the bridge, which they plan to leave in 3 days. While this is happening, Kabuto senses that they're being watched. But it's just a rabbit. Or at least, he just saw the rabbit. Because perched up in the trees listening in is none other than Orochimaru. Oh no. He starts making his way to the bridge, as Kabuto asks Yamato for the item that he promised. Realizing he can't stall any longer, Yamato brings out a kunai to attack Kabuto, but stops when Orochimaru suddenly appears behind Kabuto. Kabuto jumps to his side, saying his kunai saved him from Orochimaru, and Yamato thinks his cover is intact, until Kabuto attacks him. Turns out Kabuto was playing double agent for Orochimaru all along. To make matters worse, he knows who Yamato is. Yamato gives his team the signal, and they jump on the bridge. It's a stare down.
And it looks like the Ninetales tagged along. Well, we might as well have a little fun together.
And Orochimaru ends the episode by telling Naruto he's going to find out something very important. If Sasuke is still stronger than him. The look in Naruto's eyes says it all. the Ninetales is bubbling to the surface. Episode 40 kicks off with the same stare down, and the Ninetales chakra starts bubbling out of Naruto. Orochimaru and Kabuto both tear into him about how Sasuke came to them himself, and that Naruto should just give up.
Just the cool aura, the look, you know what I'm saying?
Orochimaru
They're just
then says
standing
if
there, the
Naruto
wind's...
wants any info about Sasuke,
I didn't mean to do that, but the wind's like blowing. It's like blowing their hair, bro. Like, it's just, it's so cool.
So Naruto obliges and sends him flying about a kilometer back.
Damn.
Yeesh. We then flash back to Jiraiya explaining the Ninetales chakra coming out of Naruto. According to him, during the appearance of the first three tails, Naruto still had consciousness, but the fourth tail turned him into a bloodthirsty monster. What's more, the chakra actively hurts and heals him at the same time, shortening his life. That's why they chose Yamato. His wood style.
Bruh.
I signed up for T-Satellite to give me peace of mind as a mom. My family and I...
Jutsu is the power to contain the Ninetales. As the flashback ends, Orochimaru makes his way back to the bridge, and Naruto gets ready to attack again. Orochimaru is back on the bridge, and he's impressed with Naruto's strength. This is when Orochimaru explains how he knows Yamato. Basically, he was trying to clone the first Hokage back in the day, and experimented on 16 different boys to see if he could accomplish it. His experiments were found out, so he had to flee, thinking that all of them died in the process. But Yamato survived. This is why he has the first Hokage's jutsu. Orochimaru is really impressed now, and says he should have Naruto fight Sasuke as a test.
Maybe we could put his growth to the test by pitting him against Naruto here.
This makes Naruto see red, quite literally, as the Ninetales chakra starts rushing out of him. The episode then ends with him having grown 3 tails. This can't be good. The following episode opens with a bang. Literally. Kabuto tries attacking Naruto, but he sends him flying to Sakura with just his chakra, knocking her out cold. Unfortunately, that explosion also caused the bridge to collapse. While Naruto chases Orochimaru, Sakura is about to fall to her death.
She got knocked out cold. She hit her head. Like, I mean, Kabuto hit her, and then she fell straight out, like her head bounced almost on the wood. Damn.
Yamato does his best to keep the bridge up, and Sai draws up a big bird and hops on it. Yamato thinks Sai is going to catch Sakura, but he flies right past her, leaving her to fall to her doom. What? Yamato manages to catch her.
Damn, Sai?
Sai is clearly not on their side. Meanwhile, Naruto manages to tear off one of Orochimaru's arms, but he just forms a new body that comes out of the old one's mouth. Ew. Before telling Naruto he's not even in the same league as Sasuke. This is the last straw, because Naruto's fourth tail finally emerges. We are in some serious trouble now. Naruto then has a vision of Sasuke running away. He chases after him, but he can't reach him. He realizes he's not strong enough to bring Sasuke back.
That's why I gotta do whatever it takes to become stronger.
And decides he needs to do whatever it takes to save his friend. He gives in to the Ninetales chakra and turns into the monster Jiraiya was telling Yamato about. Speaking of Yamato, he's with Sakura, who just woke up. In the distance, Kabuto heals himself as well. Yamato then makes a wood clone and sends it after Naruto and Orochimaru. Here, the extent of Naruto's power is becoming clear. He's leveling an entire forest just with his chakra. Yamato's wood clone and Sai watch from a distance, as we get our first real glimpse of Naruto's Four Tails form. It's straight out of a horror movie. The next episode opens with Naruto and Orochimaru having a standoff, with Sai and Yamato's clone watching from a distance. Orochimaru then sends a bajillion snakes at Naruto, and all of them have swords in their mouths. But Naruto blows them away with one swipe of his hand. That one swipe alone is so catastrophic, it sends a massive shockwave that travels miles away.
This is
Sakura
real
is
power.
shocked at Naruto's power, but Yamato says she shouldn't worry. This was the exact reason he was made their leader. Back with Naruto and Orochimaru, the fight is epic. Naruto's sheer power keeps destroying Orochimaru, but he keeps making new bodies and even reattaches himself when Naruto splits him in half. While this is happening, Kabuto makes his way to Sakura and Yamato and deduces that the only reason they could have known about this meetup was if Sasori had told them about it himself. Sakura confirms this, and Kabuto is pleased that he's dead.
That's wonderful news.
Meanwhile, Naruto suddenly releases balls of chakra. He then brings them all together and compresses them into one ball and swallows it. Why does he do this? To perform the ultimate attack of the Tailed Beast. The Tailed Beast Bomb. Recognizing danger coming his way, Orochimaru summons the Triple Rashomon, a defensive barrier consisting of 3 massive walls. It's Orochimaru's ultimate defense technique, but the Tailed Beast Bomb blows it away like there are 3 pieces of tissue paper. It looks like Orochimaru is down for the count. But remember this, folks. Orochimaru is never down for the count. His head pops out of the ground in front of Naruto.
So Orochimaru's like he's unkillable. That's crazy.
And impales him with a sword. Sending him flying back to where Yamato and Sakura are. The episode then ends with Sakura watching in horror as Naruto is turned into an unrecognizable monster. Our next episode picks up right back into the action with Orochimaru's sword sticking through Naruto. Meanwhile, Yamato wonders what the heck Sai is up to. Orochimaru then realizes he's got a problem. Turns out, his sword didn't pierce Naruto's skin at
Oh.
all, and he just swats it aside. This is an issue for Naruto. It looks like Naruto is...
That's funny. That's hilarious. This is funny. That was funny.
Kabuto calls it like this. This isn't a battle between ninjas. It's a battle between monsters. Sakura watches with tears in her eyes as the sweet boy that she once knew is turned into a complete monster. She decides she's not going to watch this any longer and tries to talk some sense into Naruto, who immediately attacks her.
I was going to say no.
Meanwhile, Sai watches on as Orochimaru creates a new body. He decides that this is his chance and moves in. Meanwhile, Sakura gets hit by Naruto and is only saved by Yamato capturing Naruto. While Yamato's focused on Naruto, Kabuto moves towards Sakura and heals her? Well, Kabuto's realized they have a common enemy in the Akatsuki, so he hopes that by saving Sakura, they'll kill at least one more of the Akatsuki members.
I'm hoping you can get rid of at least one more Akatsuki member for us.
With that, Kabuto retreats. Naruto also breaks free from the wood, but Yamato pulls his trump card, a wood-style sealing jutsu that stopped the Nine-Tails chakra from flowing into Naruto.
Damn!
This works. And as the chakra goes away, we see Naruto's skin has been completely burned. God damn! Back with Orochimaru,
he's cooked!
And Sai approaches him with a message from Danzo. Before he can relay it, Orochimaru throws a dagger at him. As soon as the next episode starts, we see that the dagger hit Sai, but that was just a clone. The real one was hiding underground. When he comes out, Orochimaru asks him what the message is. Back with Team Yamato, Naruto is being healed by Sakura. Sakura then hates herself for not being able to help Naruto more, but Yamato says the fact that she cares about him is what matters most. Just then, Naruto wakes up, which makes Sakura cry. What's more, he has zero memory of what just happened.
Huh? Sakura, what's wrong?
Bro, what?
Are you crying?
You were cooked.
Then Sakura realizes Sai is missing and asks Yamato where he is. Well, Sakura, funny you should ask, he's out there striking a deal with freaking Orochimaru. Kabuto attacks him from behind, thinking he's some kind of threat. But then Orochimaru sees the file Sai brought. Inside, there's a message from Danzo to him. As soon as Orochimaru sees it, he tells Kabuto to leave Sai. Then the three of them leave together. Meanwhile, Yamato's clone saw the whole thing. When Naruto asks why he was out cold, Sakura straight up lies and says Orochimaru knocked him out. That definitely won't come back to bite her in the future. Yamato then explains that Sai left with Orochimaru, while Sakura gives a theory on why he might have gone. The guy Sai works for, Danzo, always hated the third Hokage, and he hates Tsunade as well. For this reason, Sakura thinks that he might be conspiring with Orochimaru to destroy the Leaf Village. Episode 45 kicks off with Sakura and Yamato explaining why Danzo wants to help Orochimaru attack the Leaf. Also, Danzo could become Hokage instead of Tsunade. As it stands, Tsunade embodies the teachings of the third Hokage. Danzo, being the third Hokage's biggest hater, just can't let it
Yo, they got him. He is a villain, but damn, bro.
slide.
Look
That's
at him.
what they think Sai's top secret mission is. As Sai escapes with Orochimaru and Kabuto, Kabuto realizes somebody is following them.
I do believe this situation calls for a corpse. Am I right, Kabuto?
Meanwhile, Naruto is ready to chase Orochimaru again until he just collapses. All that damage and exertion finally caught up with him. Sakura says they need to rest for a bit.
But technically, since he was healed, he should be fine, right? He shouldn't have passed out because he was healed, right? I thought Sakura healed him, no?
Yamato says resting is not an option. They have to leave Naruto behind. Sakura says Kakashi would never say that, and Yamato agrees. He's not like Kakashi. And Naruto and Sakura aren't kids that need protecting. If they don't go after Orochimaru now, they're never going to catch him. Naruto gets back up, and they start chasing Orochimaru. On their way there, Yamato sees what can only be Sai hanging from his neck. But Naruto and Sakura don't see it, because they both take turns being completely exhausted and almost passing out. When Sakura nearly hurts herself, Yamato says that they can take a break now since Sakura is their only medical ninja. Yamato then also sends a wood clone to inspect the hanging Sai, but the clone sees it's a fake body, a trap set by Orochimaru. As Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sai make their escape, Yamato tells Naruto the truth. He's the one who hurt Sakura. The next episode starts with Naruto coming to the realization that he caused all the destruction that he just witnessed. He remembers the last time he went berserk and woke up to see Jiraiya gravely injured. He realizes that this was the same. Yamato then says Naruto doesn't even need the Nine-Tails power. He's strong enough to save Sasuke and protect Sakura on his own. Back with the bad guys, and they're stopping by the river for Kabuto to...
Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Naruto needs that Nine-Tails, Yamato. Don't hype him up too much now.
And talk about some villain stuff with Orochimaru. Sai realizes he lost his brother's book, and we see Sakura pull it out of her bag and start reading it. Now we're talking. A little while later, Yamato and Naruto are strategizing when Sakura asks them to come and take a look at the book. Long story short, there are two sides of it. Sai's side and his brother's side. Both sides of the book see the boys facing off against different enemies.
I mean, it seems like it's about the two boys on the front and back cover. Each of them has his own story.
And both the boys slowly make their way to the center of the book. However, when they see the center page, Naruto's confused, because when they get to the page where Sai's brother should be, it's empty, and Sai's face is also empty. Meanwhile, the bad guys have finally made it to Orochimaru's hideout. Yamato's wood clone was following them the whole time, and Team Yamato now is the location of Orochimaru's hideout. Meanwhile, Sai makes it inside with Orochimaru and Kabuto, where he sees none other than Sasuke Uchiha staring back at him. About time. The following episode sees Team Yamato making their way to Orochimaru's hideout, as Orochimaru introduces Sai and Sasuke to each other. This may come as a surprise. Not really, but Sasuke doesn't want to be friends with Sai. Sasuke tells him to get lost, puts him in a genjutsu, and then leaves. Orochimaru leaves too, as Kabuto takes a look at the folder that Sai gave them.
And leaves.
I want a bingo book made out of its contents.
Right.
It's helpful, all right. It's a list of every single Anbu Black Ops member under the Hokage, with all their information and everything. Meanwhile, Team Yamato has made it to the hideout and is
So
about
Donzo's giving like information out, like paperwork. Damn, Donzo to the
to make their
ops.
way in. But
That's
before
crazy.
they do, Yamato
The
gives
enemies.
Naruto and Sakura wood pills to swallow. They'll allow Yamato to track their position so that they don't get separated. We then catch a glimpse of the inside, where Kabuto tells Sai that there is no one else in the entire hideout there. It's just him, Orochimaru, and Sasuke. I find that hard to believe, but whatever. Back outside, Team Yamato finally makes their move. Yamato drills a tunnel in the ground, and they begin making their way towards the hideout. Inside, Kabuto takes Sai to his room. It's dark, depressing. There's nothing to do, and Kabuto locks him inside. This isn't a room, it's a prison. Once Kabuto leaves, Sai immediately starts looking around the room before pulling out 2 scrolls. He's up to something. Team Yamato, meanwhile, has infiltrated the base, and they're on the way to Sai. Speaking of Sai, he's summoning a book? Okay. Little dum-dum Kabuto then realizes he forgot the list that Sai gave them in Sai's room, so he goes back to get it, while Team Yamato is also on their way to that room. As Sai is going through the book that he summoned, the door behind him clicks open. Who is it? Episode 48 kicks off with Team Yamato finding Sai, and Yamato demands an explanation. So Sai, as the kids would say, spills the tea. He admits to conspiring with Orochimaru on Danzo's behalf to destroy the village. But this is not all. He was also ordered to gain intel on Orochimaru, so after the leaf has been destroyed, Danzo could defeat him as well. Naruto and Sakura can't believe that he'd do something like this. But Sai doesn't see it that way. He's just a tool for Lord Danzo's use. He was under order.
I'm just following orders. Yeah, I'm an obedient bot. Just following orders.
I don't even exist. So no matter what you say or do, it's meaningless.
What?
Haku and Zabuza flashback, anybody? Okay. What's more, Sai isn't even his real name. He was just given that name for the mission. But Sakura asks him if he's really that emotionless. Why does he care about his damn book so much? Yamato thinks he figured out the message of the book. You see, the training over at the Foundation is a lot like the one Zabuza got in the Hidden Mist. In order to pass, you gotta stabby your own friends. Yamato believes Sai killed his own brother, but Sai says this is not true. He says that his brother wasn't a blood relative, but rather a very close friend. Sai was painting the book for him, but then his brother passed away due to an illness. Why didn't he finish the book? Because he can't remember what he was gonna draw anymore. Meanwhile, Kabuto makes it back to Sai's room only to find Sai is gone. Thank God. Outside, Yamato locks up Sai in wood before getting ready to go in after Sasuke. That's when Sai tells them he met Sasuke, and says the only way to get to him is through Orochimaru. He asks Naruto why he'd do something so reckless, risk his own life for someone who abandoned him and doesn't respect him. Naruto's answer is simple. Because Sasuke is his best friend. Sasuke accepted him more than anybody else, and they have a special bond. It doesn't matter if it kills him. Naruto's gonna get Sasuke back. The next episode is about to start with Yamato pulling out a clone to look over Sai while they go back inside. But before he can, they get ambushed by Kabuto. Kabuto tells Naruto what he's doing is pointless. People change. Sasuke's no longer the friend Naruto remembers him as. Naruto then attacks with his shadow clones and Rasengan. But Kabuto just dances his way through his and Team Yamato's attacks like it's nothing.
I get that Kabuto was like, he's Orochimaru's like, right-hand man, but he was kind of OP, like, he was OP for no reason. He was just like a medical ninja. What was special about him? He was just like a medical ninja, like a ninja, that's it. I mean, maybe Orochimaru I don't know, did Orochimaru give him some ninja serum to make him better? Like, he's just, like, he's not that special to me until the end, until he, did that weird fake sage mode, whatever you want to call that. But, he was just, up until then, he was just regular. Like, I don't know, he didn't seem like shit to me, I don't know.
Freeze Sai, expecting to make it a 3v2.
Well, it doesn't look like you betrayed us, Sai. So I still trust you.
Only for Sai to hold him down. Turns out, Naruto's words about his bond with Sasuke moved him. Since Kabuto said people can change, Sai wants to change too. With this, Yamato ties Kabuto
Sai.
up. After Yamato summons a wood clone to keep an eye on Kabuto, Sai explains that he wants to understand more about his own bond with his brother by seeing Naruto and Sasuke's bond. But Kabuto just laughs, saying, they don't know the real Sasuke. He then tells them Sasuke is probably inside one of the rooms in the hideout, but even he doesn't know the exact one. He tells them going after Sasuke is certain death, but Team Yamato heads in anyway. Inside, Yamato splits them into two groups, Sai and Naruto in one, Sakura and himself in the other. They split up and begin checking every single room for Sasuke. When I say every single room, I mean every single damn room. Fueled by the memories of the past, and by the chance of seeing their friend again, Naruto and Sakura are moving like madmen, just looking and looking through all the rooms. Sasuke is in one of them, and the episode ends with him waking up. At the start of the next episode, we see Kabuto trying to talk his way out of his restraints with Yamato's clone, but it's not happening. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sai are going through every room that they can. But Naruto is completely exhausted and just passes out. Sai helps him up, carrying him forward. I think Sasuke might be a little jealous. At the same time, Sakura and Yamato are going through the hideout, and Sakura is getting frustrated. Back with Naruto, he finally wakes up to see Sai sitting next to him. Sai then says Naruto is just like his older brother, loudmouth and impatient, but kind, and someone who always put his best in everything that he did. With that, he finally remembers what he wanted to draw as the final picture in his book, him and his brother holding hands. Aw, that's sweet. Their wholesome moment is interrupted by none other than Orochimaru. Naruto tells Sai to go find Sasuke. He's gonna take on Orochimaru. He does, but without the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto can't compete. He looks like he's toast. But Yamato and Sakura show up to give him backup. Still, this is not looking good. Sai, meanwhile, sends his rats out to find Sasuke. Back with Orochimaru, he says he's gonna leave Naruto alive for now. Like Kabuto said, he hopes they can kill a couple more Akatsuki members. He then disappears, and Team Yamato is relieved. Sakura then sees the book Sai made for his brother, and sees that he finished it. However, Yamato finds something much more disturbing. Remember that book that Sai summoned? Well, it was his bingo book. A list of his targets. And by targets, I mean assassination. This guy's taken down a lot of people, but it's not the old targets that are an issue. It's the current one. The next name on Sai's hit list is Sasuke Uchiha.
We saw that Sai couldn't even... I mean, we saw that already. No, Sai, don't even try that. Sasuke would stomp you. He will.
And while they're saying this, Sai has finally found Sasuke's room. The following episode opens with Team Yamato finally figuring out Sai's plan. Turns out, being Orochimaru's ally was just a front to gain his trust. In reality, as much as Danzo hated the third Hokage, and even though he can't stand Tsunade, he still loves the village, and will go to any lengths to protect it. To that end, he sent Sai to kill Sasuke to prevent Orochimaru from having the most powerful vessel that he's ever had, thereby eliminating a threat to the Leaf's safety.
Yeah, right?
Kinda like when Gakuganji sent the Kyoto Jujutsu High Gang to kill Yuji Itadori. If you know what I'm talking about, you've probably seen our JJK video too, huh?
Hey, bro, stop
We cut to
Stop
Sasuke and Sai. Sasuke asks him what he wants, and Sai tells Sasuke his mission is to kill him.
When I first started out, I did so with the sole intention of ending your life.
But while that is his mission, that's not what he's here to do. No, he's here to take Sasuke back to the Leaf Village, and his change of heart was all thanks to Naruto. But Sasuke isn't impressed. He just blows up his room. Sai survives, and hearing the explosion, the whole gang rushes towards it. Sakura gets there first and is about to pummel Sai until she hears Sasuke's voice, and is shocked. Naruto gets there and looks up in awe. The guy he's been looking for the last 3 years is finally standing in front of him. The scene we started with in the first episode is finally here. Sai pulls out his blade, and Sakura and Naruto think that he's here to kill Sasuke. But he says he's done following Danzo's orders. He's gonna think for himself from now on. Right now, what he wants to do is help Sakura and Naruto save the bond they have with Sasuke. Sai says that even though he doesn't fully understand it, Sasuke surely does. And Sasuke agrees. He does understand those bonds. This is why he cut them off. Because there's only space for one bond in Sasuke's life. His bond with Itachi. This is a bond of pure hatred. Whoa. The following episode starts with Sasuke explaining why he went to the dark side. Having too many bonds makes you weak. They were killing his ambition, wasting his potential, and stopping him from getting revenge on Itachi. But Naruto's not buying this. If all that is true, Sasuke should have killed him the last time they fought. Sasuke says he could have, but he decided to leave Naruto alive.
He could have, damn, that's disrespectful.
His whim is now telling him to finish Naruto off for good, so he gets right next to Naruto with blinding speed, and he pulls out his sword. Sasuke tries to stab Naruto, but Sai grabs his hand, stopping him in his tracks.
Okay, Sai, I see you.
Sasuke then shows just how much stronger he's gotten and runs the Chidori throughout his entire body, sending Sai and Naruto flying back. Sakura sees this and decides she won't be dead weight anymore. She charges at Sasuke, who runs at her with his sword. Seeing this, Yamato jumps in to try and block his sword, but Sasuke's now running Chidori through the sword. It's unblockable. Yamato gets impaled. That means his wood clone disappears, which frees up Kabuto. This looks bad, and it gets even worse. Naruto's eyes have turned red. Inside his head, Naruto is standing face to face with the Nine-Tails, who tells him to take his power again, but Naruto refuses. This is when the Nine-Tails' eyes open up in shock. Why? Because Sasuke is there. Inside Naruto's mind. Naruto can't believe it, and asks how. But the answer is obvious. It's his Sharingan. Standing in front of the Nine-Tails, Sasuke's impressed Naruto could hide something like this within him. The Nine-Tails...
But still, like Naruto, you're not going to do anything? You're just going to let Sasuke just be there? You're not going to fight him? You're not going to, like, try
he's the
to?
spitting image of Madara Uchiha, who was one of, if not, the most legendary ninjas of all time. Again, remember that name, folks.
Madara!
Very important. But Sasuke doesn't care about any comparison, and suppresses the Nine-Tails chakra. Before he goes, the Nine-Tails gives Sasuke a word of warning. He tells Sasuke to not kill Naruto. He'll regret it if he does. Back in the real world, Yamato manages to get Sasuke's sword out of him and tries to trap him. But Sasuke just cuts his way out. Just like that. They're back to square one. Except everybody in Team Yamato is...
Because honestly, I don't think Sasuke at this point could handle, like, a full-on Nine-Tails, like, I don't know. I don't think Sasuke could do it. He has Sharingan, but he doesn't have Mangekyo. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe he could control the Nine-Tails. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think he could have.
Retired. And
I don't think Sasuke could have taken, like, full Nine-Tails at this state.
The next episode starts with Naruto trying to tell Sasuke that Orochimaru is just using him. But Sasuke knows that. He just doesn't care. As long as he gets his revenge on Itachi, he doesn't care what happens to anybody.
He wants the power.
He's done with them, and starts weaving hand signs for a jutsu, until Orochimaru stops him. Kabuto shows up too, and says getting rid of Team Yamato isn't a smart move right now. Sasuke stops, and Orochimaru says it's time for them to leave. Just like that. After 3 hard years of searching, Sasuke is gone again. Naruto drops to his knees, and Sakura's crying too.
We have to be strong, you and me together.
But Sai reassures them. They have 6 months until Orochimaru takes Sasuke's body, and 3 people looking for him are better than 2. Looks like Sai is here to stay. Total wholesome vibes. Later, Team Yamato makes it back to the Leaf Village, and they debrief Lady Tsunade, while Jiraiya debriefs Kakashi on the whole mission.
Kakashi-Jiraiya interaction?
And he's going to do whatever it takes to get his friend back. So Tsunade tells them to be on standby. Meanwhile, Yamato explains Danzo's ulterior motives, and how he even shared a list of Anbu Black Ops members to gain Orochimaru's trust, just like that. Tsunade realizes she has a big problem on her hands. Meanwhile, Sai meets up with Danzo, who says this is the first time Sai has failed a mission.
I don't think you've ever failed a special mission before. It's rather unlike you.
Still, Sai does something unexpected. He asks Danzo to let him stay with Team Yamato for a while, as well as keep the name Sai. Danzo agrees, since Tsunade asked for the same thing, but reminds Sai to never have any emotions or bonds. They all lead to hatred. Sai knows that may be true, but he wants to try anyway.
Sai,
Later,
don't have emotions.
To start a new painting when he hears Naruto call him. They've got their next mission. Sai leaves the room, but with a smile on his face. Sai has finally found some purpose.
Some friends!
The next episode opens with Sai in the library reading a book on how to make better friends. Aw, alright, I love him a little. When Sakura sees him there and says he should come with her and Naruto to see Kakashi in the hospital. Sai tags along, but before they go, he asks Naruto and Sakura if he can just call them by their first names, before saying he wants to give them nicknames. This is very cute. Sakura says, you just give a person a nickname based on their personality. So Sai thinks about it really hard and gives her the nickname Ugly. Naruto tries to stop her, but he and Sai both get socked in the face. Sai still has a lot to learn, but at least he means well. Later, they meet Kakashi, and Sakura introduces Sai to him. Naruto then says that Sasuke has gotten way too strong. He can't beat him, so Kakashi says Naruto just needs to get stronger, and Kakashi knows just how, by creating a jutsu even more powerful than the Rasengan.
A brand new jutsu.
I'll say, okay, Kakashi, I didn't know you were cut up like this, bruh. Okay, I see you. Hitting the gym, bruh. You're sick, but you've been hitting the gym. I see you, bruh.
Been more powerful than the Rasengan.
It usually take a lot of time, but Kakashi has a plan to make it happen much faster. Just then, Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino walk in. Shikamaru and Choji remember Sai from their fight and are immediately ready to throw down, whereas Ino is seeing him for the first time and she just kind of thinks he's cute. Guess she has a type. Luckily, Naruto and Sakura explain Sai's whole thing with Danzo and the switch-up he had, so they're all chill now. Asuma then tells everyone to go get some food while he talks to Kakashi, so they all leave except Shikamaru, who ditches them to come back and get an update on the Akatsuki. Asuma says things are starting to happen outside the village, and Shikamaru asks if Naruto would be okay if the Akatsuki came after him. Kakashi straight up says no, that is, not yet.
No.
Back with Naruto and the others in his search for nicknames, Sai almost calls Choji a fatso, but Naruto stops him in the nick of time. Meanwhile, remembering Sakura's anger earlier, he realizes he needs to say the opposite.
Yo, Sai's Sai's like not nice, bro. He just roasts people.
What he thinks to Ino. So he calls her pretty lady, which works great for
That's
Ino.
good.
He finally
For
got a
Sai.
nickname right. Unfortunately, Sakura can't believe he didn't call Ino ugly too and proceeds to beat his ass. Poor guy just can't win. Episode 55 opens with Kakashi finally getting discharged from the hospital. But Naruto was so impatient for his training to start that he was staying in the bed next to Kakashi. Sakura wakes him up. And with that, his training is about to start. Now, to make a long, complicated story short, here's what his training is going to look like. Naruto needs to learn to change chakra in form and in nature to learn this new technique. Now, his Rasengan is a technique that changes his chakra's form, so he knows how to do that already. However, he needs to learn how to change its form as well.
Then I change the nature of it so it's like an electrical current.
To do this, he needs to know what kind of chakra type he has. The 5 basic types are Earth, Fire, Water, Wind, and Lightning. After taking a litmus paper test, Naruto finds out his chakra is Wind, so he has to infuse Wind-style chakra into his Rasengan. Normally, this would take years, but Kakashi has a workaround: Naruto's shadow clones. You see, whenever a person makes a shadow clone, they retain all the memories and experiences that shadow clones had. So if Naruto trained with 1 shadow clone, his training would take half the time. With 3, it would be a third. And since Naruto is the king of shadow clones, he can speed up his training like other people can only dream of, as a security measure. Yamato is there just in case Naruto uses too much chakra, and the Nine-Tails chakra starts seeping out. With this, Kakashi gives Naruto his...
I also want to shout out like Jar Enemy for like including this in the story, because it shows you how he learns the new moves. It shows you that he grinds, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? It shows you that he grinds to learn a new move and stuff like that, and it shows like the hard work he puts in behind the scenes. And I'm pretty sure this is like a filler, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure this was like a filler episode probably. Well, not a filler, but I'm saying it wasn't as important. And they in reality they didn't need to put this in there, but they still did. I'm glad that they did put that in there. Just goes, you know, that the hard work.
First training exercise: cutting a leaf in half using only his chakra.
Yeah.
So Naruto brings out his clones, takes all the leaves off of a tree, and gets to work. Man, I love training arcs. The next episode opens with Naruto and his clones hard at work training, and they're making progress. They almost have the leaf cut in half. But Naruto isn't satisfied, so he asks Kakashi if there's anybody else with Wind-style chakra that he can ask for tips. Just so happens that there is. Shikamaru's teacher, Asuma-sensei. So Naruto sends a clone to Asuma and asks for help. He agrees, but only if Naruto agrees to pay the bill for the next team meal. Considering they have Choji on their team, Naruto better get ready for some serious debt. Jokes aside, Asuma teaches Naruto's clones the trick. It's all about keeping the chakra steady and sharp. Naruto's clone asks why chakra nature matters, so Asuma shows him. Both he and Naruto clone throw a knife into a tree, and while Naruto's clone's knife gets stuck in the tree, Asuma's knife bursts right through it and sticks into a rock. What's more, Asuma was holding back. That's how useful chakra nature is. Naruto's clone then thanks Asuma and returns back to the original. With the new trick, Naruto starts pushing himself really hard, and Kakashi says it's time to collect all his experience and try again.
Lock your clone's cumulative experiences into your memory bank. Now break the jutsu and reflect on the exercise.
So Naruto calls back the shadow clones and goes for it, and he almost has the leaf cut in half. He says he can do it, but then almost passes out. Kakashi catches him, saying the only downside of training like this is that he's gonna feel the mental fatigue of all of his clones too. Naruto says he doesn't have time to rest around.
Yeah,
so he brings
that's
out
a
the clones
lot,
again
though.
and keeps going until he splits the leaf in half. He's buzzed, and he says he's ready for the next step in his training before passing out. Kakashi catches him again, and this time, Naruto actually does have to rest. There's a whole filler arc after this, but Shippuden is long enough without any fillers, so we're going to do exactly what we did with the OG Naruto series and just stick to the main story, okay?
Okay,
That focus
that's fine.
on the main story brings us all the way to episode 72, where we see Asuma standing at the grave of the third Hokage. In a flashback, we see Asuma arguing with
Okay, to correct myself, I'm glad they put the training arc in there, because it was cool that he learned a new move, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, skip the filler, I guess. But it was cool that they put the training arc in there. I like that. Because they didn't have to put that. They could have skipped the training arc, you know what I'm saying?
Hokage after
Although
the
it's part of the
mission, and we
story, but
also
it's not
find out he's
that's
the third
important.
Hokage's son. I did not see that coming. This also makes him Konohamaru's uncle, if anybody was wondering. After the flashback ends, Asuma says he realizes he was wrong back then. That not only was he an excellent Hokage, he was a pretty cool dad too. Meanwhile, we see Naruto and Sai in the hospital, recovering from the injuries they got in that filler arc that I mentioned. Sakura is looking after them, and Kakashi comes just in time to see Sakura
Did they ever go into detail about like Asuma's brothers or sisters or whatever siblings he has? Because he's not Konohamaru's dad, so that means he has to have siblings. You know what I'm saying, to make that still work. You know, for Konohamaru to be his grandson, to be third Hokage grandson, and Asuma's like nephew, I guess, in a sense. I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, about his like siblings. Does Asuma have any
having
siblings?
a meltdown over Naruto being an idiot. Pretty Pretty standard Team Kakashi stuff. Tsunade, meanwhile, is thinking about a report Kakashi gave her on a two-man team sent by the Akatsuki who have been attacking areas around the Leaf Village, and it's only a matter of time before they get there. Who is this two-man team? Well, they're called Kakuzu and Hidan. And right now, they're going face-to-face with the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Metatabi.
What kind of Jinchuriki is this? She's completely turned herself over to the tailed beast.
Meanwhile, Asuma comes to talk to Kakashi in the hospital. He wants to talk about something, but unfortunately he can't because Kurenai shows up and takes Asuma away. I guess it's important to mention at this point that Asuma and Kurenai are dating. While that's happening,
I saw that coming.
He needs to get back to training, but Kakashi says he needs to focus on getting rest. That is his training. We then cut back to Kakuzu and Hidan, who have defeated the Jinchuriki. Oh no. What's more, they don't seem like they had a hard time with it either. Hidan clearly was doing some kind of sick ritual, and it clearly worked. With their job done here, Kakuzu pulls out his map for their final target, the Leaf Village. Naruto Uzumaki. The following episode kicks off with Zetsu showing up to collect the Two Tails, and tells Kakuzu and Hidan to head on to the Leaf. Hidan complains about their mission taking too much time because of Kakuzu's side quests. But Kakuzu shuts his phone down.
That's funny.
Side quests are so the Akatsuki can have money. Kakuzu is in charge of the organization's finances. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that right. Even the most vile and evil villains in the entire world aren't safe from the clutches of capitalism.
That's funny. No, bro, 'cause that's not realistic. I mean, because they're kind of moral criminals, because don't criminals just take what they want, you know what I'm saying, steal it? Why do they got what do they got to pay for? I'm confused. That's hilarious. I see it's like it's an organization, but it's like a criminal organization. And we're going to get into it later, but you know, they go to war. Like different nations pay the Akatsuki to go to war for their nation in certain wars. So they are like a criminal organization in a sense, but I'm just saying, like, don't you usually like just take what you want? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Are the Akatsuki soft? Soft to me, bro, so far, from what I've seen.
We then cut to Naruto, and we see he's mastered splitting Leaf in half with just his chakra, before passing out immediately, just as the Akatsuki pair make their way to the Leaf Village. Then, Naruto wakes up, and Kakashi tells him the second phase of his training, cutting a waterfall in half.
Press your hands to the water, and cut the flow by slamming it with wind chakra.
I feel like Kakashi has just kind of skipped a few steps between a leaf and a waterfall, but that's just me. As for Naruto, he immediately gets his shadow clones out and begins trying to cut the waterfall, as Sai and Sakura watch him from a distance. While this is happening, Kakuzu and Hidan make it to their next side quest. A monk named Chiriku, who's got a 30 million Ryu bounty on his head. Ryu is the official currency in the Naruto world.
Yeah.
They attack him.
Got hella Ryu on
Naruto.
Naruto.
Is no pushover. He immediately puts both of the Akatsuki members on their asses. Hidan gets mad and tells Kakuzu to stay out of it. He's going to deal with it. But when the dust settles, we again see Hidan lying on the ground, impaled in some sort of ritual. He soon gets up, completely unfazed. We then see the monk is dead. I don't know what Hidan's jutsu is, but it's something sinister for sure. Back with Naruto, he wants to use more shadow clones to train faster. Kakashi
We're gonna
says
see
it's
it
not
later.
Necessary. He's already going at a very good speed. But we all know Naruto by now. He's not satisfied one bit. So Kakashi tells Yamato to make both the waterfall and the branch Naruto's standing on bigger. Yamato does it. And Naruto's already insane training is now in overdrive. Episode 74 opens with Naruto being mad that Kakashi won't let him train day and night. But it's not Naruto's the issue. Yamato spends all day keeping the Nine-Tails chakra in check, and that brother is finished. Meanwhile, we see Kakuzu and Hidan carrying the monk that they just killed. And they notice something. The thing he wears around his waist looks exactly like the thing Asuma wears. More on that later. Sakura drops some food pills for Naruto, and Sai visits to look over his training as well. Although the food pills totally suck, it's the thought that counts.
Sakura! What did you put in these things? They're inedible!
And Naruto keeps training as Sakura keeps leaving him food pills. Meanwhile, one of the monks under Chiriku runs to Tsunade and tells her about the Akatsuki's attack. Tsunade decides she won't let him get out of there alive, so she calls for the 20 new platoons that she just assembled. There, when she's debriefing them, Asuma asks about Chiriku and what happened to him. Turns out, Asuma and Chiriku used to be part of a group called the Guardian Shinobi 12, a group tasked with protecting the King of the Land of Fire. In case you missed it, the Land of Fire is where the Leaf Village is located. Tsunade tells him the Akatsuki got him, and he's beyond shocked. Tsunade then says they need to stop them at any cost, and sends them out. And so, Asuma leads a team of Shikamaru and 2 other Jonin, and they head to the site of the attack to investigate.
Shikamaru? Oh, yeah!
Naruto gets up in the middle of the night. Unable to rest, with Sasuke still out there somewhere, he starts training. He keeps going at it all night and all morning until he does it. He splits the waterfall in half. Kakashi says he can finally begin working on his own original jutsu,
And one thing I like, I wasn't gonna say this, but I'm going to. One thing I like about anime is like even like some of the side characters, if they're not too nerfed, they can be pretty strong. You know what I'm saying? Like Asuma, Shikamaru, like they're kind of side. Well, not Shikamaru. Like Asuma though, like he's kind of a side character in a sense, but he's still like pretty strong and can hold his own. You know what I'm saying? Like they still they empower their side characters. Even though they're side characters, they still power them up, and I like that. I like that a lot.
But that's gonna have to wait. Because right now,
instead of just being like
Naruto needs
shitty
some
sides,
food
you know what I'm
and a
saying?
nap.
Like
The next episode starts with Leaf Shinobi patrolling the Land of Fire and looking for the Akatsuki all over the place. But other than 2 old men who refuse to retire from being shinobi, they're not having much luck. Every team Tsunade sent comes back with the same message. No sight of the Akatsuki. But there's one team that hasn't been reported back yet, Team Asuma. Of course, they make it to the temple where the Akatsuki killed Chiriku and figure out that the Akatsuki are going to exchange his body for the bounty on his head.
30 million Rio? So that means the enemy is carrying his body along with them.
But before they can head out, the leading monk there asks them to wait so he can make a prayer for them. They oblige, and Asuma remembers all the good times that he had with his friend. He then promises to bring the body back and take Akatsuki down. After all, the bounty on his head is 5 million more than Chiriku. While the whole village is looking for them, the Akatsuki...
I didn't know like they were walking around with bounty. I guess it makes sense, you know, because if they got enemies and stuff that put bounties on their head. But damn, Asuma's a 5 million bounty on his head.
boys are chugging through some part of
I
the
didn't know
woods,
that.
constantly
Okay.
arguing about whether they should collect money or just focus on finding Naruto. If you need any more evidence that they don't like each other, Kakuzu almost starts fighting Hidan, but chooses to stop because they have a job to do. Although,
He went to go hit him?
does keep saying he's going to kill Hidan, so you never really know. Back in the Leaf, and Kakashi shows Naruto something interesting. Kakashi makes a Rasengan in his hand.
Oh,
Is
shit.
there anything that Kakashi's
Kakashi's
can't
cool.
do? We get an explanation for this Rasengan in the next episode, but not before Naruto is a total meltdown about how Kakashi can just casually use his most powerful jutsu. Kakashi then explains to Naruto that although he can make the Rasengan, he can't infuse his lightning-style chakra in it. If he could, he wouldn't have developed the Chidori. In fact, the guy who created the Rasengan, the 4th Hokage himself, wasn't able to add his chakra nature to the Rasengan, but Kakashi believes that Naruto could.
I truly believe that you are the only shinobi who can serve.
And like we saw, I mean, it was powerful as fuck. But like when we saw the Rasengan and the Chidori like collide, so at the end of Naruto when like the lightning blade and the Rasengan collided, all that like black shit. Is that what Kakashi, if he could manipulate his energy and produce a Rasengan and like a lightning blade in his hand, would he have that weird shit that comes like when the Chidori and Rasengan collide, or like what would it look like? Would it be a whole different move, or would it be like that black shit? You know what I'm saying? Would it like send you to some other shit? I don't know. I'm just thinking about that. I don't know. Yeah. I just wonder.
Surpass the 4th Hokage.
He thinks Naruto can surpass the 4th Hokage. Damn, he means it. With that motivation in tow, Naruto starts the training to develop his new Rasengan. Meanwhile, Tsunade finally gets word from Team Asuma about the Akatsuki heading to a bounty collection office. The team Choji and Nino are on also gets this information, and they head over there too. Back with Naruto, he's having a really hard time with the new jutsu. Learning the Rasengan and controlling his chakra nature was hard enough on their own individually, but doing them together is a nightmare. Still, Naruto is not giving up, and so he summons about 100 more shadow clones so he can keep going.
Jeez.
Meanwhile, the Akatsuki make it to the collection office and hand over Chiriku's body. Hidan hates it though, so he goes and waits outside. The guy at the collection office says Kakuzu should ditch Hidan. The guy isn't interested in money. Kakuzu agrees, but says there's a good reason Hidan is his partner. Every other partner he's had before this, Kakuzu has ended up killing. But Hidan is the one guy who Kakuzu can't kill, even if he wants to. The hell does that mean? Back in the Leaf.
So I think he's
Naruto trains
immortal or
so
something
hard,
like
the Nine-Tails
that.
chakra keeps spilling out as he tries to make his new jutsu. Seeing this, Yamato stops him, and then says there's no way this can be the answer. But Kakashi says this is the only way. and
This
whether
is the
Yamato likes it
answer.
or not. The development of Naruto's jutsu depends entirely on him being able to hold back the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, Team Asuma has made it to the collection office, and they're about to go face-to-face with the Akatsuki duo. The following episode opens up with us following 4 different teams from the Leaf, including the one with Ino and Choji. They hit up 4 different collection offices. They don't find the Akatsuki there, but they all decide that the Akatsuki might just show up there. So they all prepare ambushes, hoping to catch them off guard. Unfortunately for them, the Akatsuki boys are at the 5th collection office, and Team Asuma has found them. Of course. They ambush Hidan, who was sitting outside, and it works perfectly. Asuma startles him. Shikamaru freezes him with shadow possession, and the other 2 stab him in vital organs. It all goes perfectly, but Hidan is still alive. Not just that, but his reaction makes you think he got bit by a little mosquito or just stubbed on his toe. Turns out, Kakuzu wasn't joking when he said he couldn't kill Hidan. Hidan is quite literally immortal. As soon as the squad figures this out, Kakuzu attacks Shikamaru from behind.
Just stay out of this, all right? I want these 3 for my ritual. You can have them after.
He manages to dodge, but Hidan escapes. He then uses his own blood to make that little ritual circle we always see him do after battles, and he tells Kakuzu to stay out of this. Asuma thinks about it, and decides the best case scenario is for them to take the Akatsuki head on. With that, Asuma begins fighting Hidan one-on-one, and the fight is epic. Even a blind guy could tell that these are top-level shinobi. Shikamaru is backing up Asuma with his shadow sewing jutsu, making Hidan have to worry about 2 things at once, but Hidan is handling it just fine. And yeah, Kakuzu's actually staying out of the fight, so our heroes here just focus on Hidan. During the fight, Hidan throws his scythe at Asuma, and while Asuma blocks, Hidan manages to cut his cheek just a bit to get some of Asuma's blood. With that, Hidan licks the blood, before standing on the ritual circle that he made. The episode then ends with Asuma blowing Hidan up. That just had to do some damage, come on. Episode 78 opens up with us seeing the explosion
That's a cool way to open the episode.
Damage to Asuma. His hand is burned, while Hidan's appearance has completely changed. He almost looks like a skeleton. This, coupled with his scythe, and Hidan's purpose is clear. He's the Grim Reaper. Good God. Asuma stares him down and charges at him, so Hidan takes a big spike and impales his own leg with it? That's not even the strangest part. The strange part is that Asuma's leg gets injured. Turns out, Hidan's jutsu is this insane curse. If he gets your blood, he can connect his body with yours, and then any damage done to him will happen to you. What sucks about this is that he's immortal. So
and
he's gonna come out unbothered while you're gonna be dead.
Hurts, huh?
This is how we got the Jinchuriki. It's how we got Shiriku. And it's how he plans to get Asuma. But just before Hidan stabs himself in the heart to end Asuma, Shikamaru stops him with his shadow possession jutsu. He saves Asuma for the time being, but it's clear he can't hold him for that long.
For the time being.
He thinks of a plan. Using that big noggin of his, Shikamaru realizes that Hidan needs an opponent's blood to start the ritual, that the ritual will only work if Hidan is standing inside of that ritual circle that he drew. So Shikamaru slowly moves backwards, dragging Hidan out of the circle. When he's fully out, Asuma throws a shuriken at his ear to confirm that the curse is broken, and when they're sure about it, Shikamaru impales Hidan with his shadows, holding him in place. Hidan, realizing that he's in a rough spot, asks Kakuzu for help, but Kakuzu just says he should have kept his guard up, as Asuma slices off his head. Damn, dude. The following episode opens up with that sliced head hitting the ground, and Team Asuma now shifting their attention to Kakuzu until they hear that same annoying voice. It's Hidan. Even though Asuma cut his head clean off, he's still alive. What? He asks Kakuzu to put his head back on his body, and Kakuzu does pick his head up, but not before he calls him an idiot a bunch of times. Kakuzu then absolutely wallops Asuma before sewing Hidan's head on with some kind of jutsu. So our gang's opponents here are a guy with insane physical strength and speed whose jutsu they still don't know, and an immortal guy? Oh, great. Kakuzu attacks the other 2 members of the team, and it looks like he's going to destroy them in seconds, until he falls right into their trap.
What a surprise.
That's it, Izumo.
They go to attack him, but that's when we see Kakuzu's jutsu. He can detach parts of his body and use them at insane distances, with a strange thread-like substance connecting them. He uses them
also, I used to use him in Ninja Storm. He was really annoying. If you know how to use him, you could bring people in, you could fight people from a distance. He used to be annoying in Naruto Ninja Storm if you really know how to use him. He was a good character. He was a sleeper character, you know what I'm saying? Because not a lot of people knew how to use him, but I know how to use him. He was good back in the day.
Grab a hold of the 2 attacking him,
Maybe they use him next
in
playthrough.
control of his battle. Meanwhile, Hidan makes it back to Asuma, who tries attacking. Hidan sidesteps and attacks right back. Asuma dodges, and the scythe hits Hidan, who is standing inside his ritual circle. For some reason, Asuma falls to his knees, and he starts bleeding out. Seeing this, Shikamaru runs towards his sensei, trying to save him. Shikamaru runs towards Asuma, desperately trying to get there in time as Hidan pulls out his big spike. The shinobi world is cruel, and in a cruel world, the good guys don't always win. And so, before Shikamaru can make it to Asuma, Hidan impales his own heart. Asuma stops moving, then falls to the ground as Shikamaru screams. Episode 80 opens with a shot of the 3rd Hokage's grave, and Kurenai watering her plants. The 2 most important people in the world to Asuma, who is slumped over and isn't moving at all. Shikamaru tries charging at Hidan, but he's out of chakra, so Kakuzu just chucks one of the guys he's strangling at Shikamaru. It looks like it's just a matter of time before these guys are cooked, but that's when we see a bunch of crows. Turns out these crows are a distraction for Choji and Ino's team to rescue their fellow shinobi. They manage to get Asuma and Shikamaru out of there, but Kakuzu follows them. Yet he wants the bounty on Asuma's head.
I'm not giving up my bounty.
Is that right?
Hidan is getting ready to take some more lives too, but then they begin talking to somebody. That somebody turns out to be the leader of the Akatsuki, who calls them back to seal the two tails. This is also the first glance we get of him in his hideout. Can't even see his face, but I can tell this guy's pretty sweet. Anyway, with a single call from Dear Leader, Kakuzu and Hidan leave, saying they're going to be back to finish the job. Shikamaru tells Ino to heal Asuma, but Asuma stops him. He says it's pointless. He knows that he's done for. Ino checks his vitals and sees that he's been hurt in 4 vital spots. She can't do anything to save him. Asuma then asks his students to come close. He has some final words for them. He tells Ino to take care of Choji and Shikamaru, to never lose to Sakura, in romance or as a ninja. He tells Choji he's one of the kindest people alive. That's why he's stronger than anybody. And finally, he tells Shikamaru he's the smartest shinobi he knows. He could become Hokage if he wanted to, but he's too lazy to do it. Damn. Asuma then whispers something in Shikamaru's ear. Quick bit of context. Asuma and Shikamaru used to play shogi, also known as Japanese chess, all the time. Asuma used to say Shikamaru was like one of the knights on the board, while he himself was a sacrificial pawn. But that's not the important part. The important part is figuring out who the king is. When Asuma asked him back in the day, Shikamaru said the king has to be the Hokage. Asuma said that's what he used to think too, and that Shikamaru will find out when the time is right.
Do you know which one the king is?
Huh?
You'll know the answer when the time comes.
So now, in his dying breaths, he tells Shikamaru who the king is, but we don't get to hear it just yet. With that, Asuma takes his last breath, and all of his students break into tears. It even starts raining. It's almost as if the land of fire itself is crying. The next episode sees us cut back to the Leaf Village, and Naruto's still hard at work training. But even with 200 shadow clones, he just can't figure out how to do it. He can either do the Rasengan or he can infuse his chakra style. Doing both seems impossible. As Naruto puts it, it's like looking right and left at the same time. But Kakashi shows him how he can do that by summoning a shadow clone. And that gives Naruto the answer. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki are busy sealing the two tails, and Hidan is super pissed about this. Not only do we have to spend all that time collecting money with Kakuzu, but now he's stuck here for 3 days. He doesn't even know why he's doing it. So the leader of the Akatsuki explains their goals. Their plan is 3 steps. Step 1, get enough money to make an army that will fight the wars of smaller villages, slowly capturing the war market. Step 2, use the tailed beast to manufacture wars, big and small, until they have total control of the war economy. So much so, that even big villages like the Leaf in the Sand have to contract their services.
That's what I was gonna say. So they go to war. They go to war for contracts. They're kind of an organization, which is kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? And the nations are investing in them to go to war for them. It's kind of crazy that you're teaming up with the enemy, but then you're calling the enemy bad. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. But yeah, this is crazy in itself, the organization. But I'm pretty sure this shit happens in real life too. You know, something to think about.
Step 3, take over the world. There you have it, folks. The biggest villain organization in Naruto is just a bunch of capitalists with superpowers. While this is happening, Shikamaru and the other members of Team Asuma tell Tsunade what's happening. She tells them to inform everybody of the funeral and plans on breaking the news to Kurenai herself. But Shikamaru says that he'll do it. He has a message from Asuma for her. Back with Naruto, and then we see his fix for the jutsu. He used to summon a shadow clone to help him form the Rasengan because he couldn't do it on his own. So now, he summons 2 shadow clones, one to form the Rasengan, and the other to help infuse his chakra style. It's a simple but genius method, and Kakashi is very proud.
There aren't words to express
simple
how
and smart.
I feel.
Oh, for crying out loud, what are those 2 doing?
He starts teasing Naruto, but their shenanigans are cut short when they get the news. Asuma is dead. Episode 82 opens on a somber note. Shikamaru telling Kurenai of Asuma's death, and her just breaking down in tears. Later, everybody's attending his funeral, and it's a sad sight to see. Well, everybody except Shikamaru. He spends his day alone, thinking. That night, his dad calls him inside to play a game of shogi, and asks him what he's going to do next. To which Shikamaru just gets frustrated, and asks what his dad wants him to do. Shikamaru's dad then just says that he wants him to let it all out. His frustration, his anger, his sadness. Without this, he'll never be able to avenge Asuma. When he leaves, Shikamaru just starts crying. He cries for a while. Honestly, it's one of the hardest scenes I've ever had to watch. He really loved his teacher.
R.I.P.
After he's done crying, Shikamaru does what he does best. He picks up the shogi pieces and starts strategizing on how to beat Hidan and Kakuzu. The next day, Shikamaru goes and grabs Choji and Ino from their homes. Together, all 3 visit Asuma's grave. They put down some flowers, pay their respects, and ask him to look over them, because they're about to do something wild. Later that night, with Asuma's lighter in hand, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino are about to leave the village when Tsunade stops them. She says going off like this is rash and stupid. She's not allowing it. But that's when Kakashi shows up, saying that he's going to join them. They were going to go anyway.
Kakashi?
It's better if Kakashi's there to supervise them. Tsunade hesitantly agrees, and Team Asuma, now led by Kakashi, are ready to avenge Asuma. Let's freaking go. The following
get that get back,
Shikamaru
yeah!
adjusting his plan according to Kakashi being there, and then he explains it to everybody. Meanwhile, Sakura tells Naruto that Kakashi and Team Asuma just left to fight the Akatsuki, and they're supposed to go in support. However, they can only do that if Naruto perfects his new jutsu in 24 hours. Otherwise, Tsunade is sending another team, so Naruto wolfs down Sakura's awful food pills and gets back to training. Meanwhile, Shikamaru hands Kakashi something and tells him to use it when the time is right. With that, they head out to look for Hidan and Kakuzu. Back with the Akatsuki, the Two-Tails has been sealed and there are just 4-tailed beasts left for the Akatsuki to grab. Kakuzu and Hidan are about to head out to the leaf, but not before Deidara warns them about Naruto. Hidan isn't having this. He's not worried at all. Meanwhile, Team Asuma is looking for a way to locate them, and they come up with something brilliant. Ino mind-controlling a bird. With that, she spots the two Akatsuki boys, so Team Asuma heads out to attack. Hidan and Kakuzu are waiting, when they sense Shikamaru's shadow creeping behind them.
Hidan.
I know.
They immediately move out of the way, only to run into 2 paper bombs. After surviving this, they dodge the next set of paper bombs easily, except those weren't really paper bombs. They were Asuma's blades, which Shikamaru infused with his own chakra. That means that as soon as they hit Kakuzu and Hidan's shadows, Shadow Possession is activated. Shikamaru then uses his own Shadow Possession to take control of Hidan's body to attack Kakuzu. Kakuzu looks like he's done for, but then his arm bursts out of the ground, saving him. Still, Shikamaru keeps attacking with Hidan, and backs Kakuzu into a tree. There, Choji launches a sneak attack from above, crushing Kakuzu. Oh my god, they're really gonna beat them. Episode 84 opens with Yamato marveling at the strength of Naruto's new jutsu. It's almost complete. Yamato then explains that Naruto's new jutsu would be weaker against Sake's fire-style jutsu, but superior to his Chidori. That's just how chakra types work. Naruto thinks he's just about ready, but Yamato says that there's one thing he needs to try. Meanwhile, Team Asuma realizes they are, in fact, not out of the woods yet. Not even close, actually. Kakuzu's unscathed, and says physical attacks just won't work. That statement sounds cool, but looks pretty stupid a second later, because Kakashi sneaks up on him without him sensing at all, and nails Kakuzu with a Chidori. Kakuzu then drops to the ground, and Kakashi gets ready to attack Hidan next, until he gets roundhouse kicked through like 7 trees by Kakuzu. Kakuzu then takes off his robe to reveal 4 masks on his back. Ugh. Kakashi's Chidori managed to crack one of them, but they all start moving and coming out of Kakuzu's body like demented Pokemon. Shikamaru's Shadow Possession also runs out, which means Hidan is free too. Suddenly, Team Asuma has their backs against the wall. Out of the 4 masks, the one Kakashi pierced drops dead. Seeing this, Hidan and Kakuzu then go on the offensive and target Kakashi. Oh boy. Hidan puts on the pressure by attacking Kakashi up front, while Kakuzu using Hidan's immortality to unleash a wind attack that hits both Hidan and Kakashi. This means Kakashi can't dodge it, and it won't affect Hidan anyway. Kakuzu then launches a lightning attack on Choji and Shikamaru. Kakashi makes it back in time to save them, but he's shocked. Kakuzu can somehow use all different types of chakra style, which should be impossible. Speaking of which, the episode ends with him throwing a huge fire attack at Team Asuma. It's looking real bad for the good guys. The next episode opens with Team Asuma dodging the huge fire attack, but Hidan is on Kakashi immediately. Shikamaru deduces that Kakuzu has 5 total hearts. Now, Kakashi killed one of the monsters, meaning he has 4 left. To kill him, they need to get rid of all of his hearts. Kakuzu confirms this, and then says he got these hearts from different shinobi that he killed. That's how he uses different kinds of chakra style. Oh, and he plans to replace the heart that he lost with one of theirs. Yikes. They begin fighting, and the good guys look outclassed. Kakashi fights Hidan head-on, and while the other 3 take on Kakuzu, all while their mask monsters keep attacking them out of nowhere, Kakashi gets pushed down. And Kakuzu grabs Choji and Ino and starts choking them out, as Hidan slashes Kakashi. It seems that all is lost. But the Leaf Ninjas don't go down that easy. The Kakashi Hidan slashed was a shadow clone, and the real one helps Shikamaru get Choji and Ino away from Kakuzu. Shikamaru then says he'll lead Hidan away from the group, while they handle Kakuzu. And then, through some classic Shikamaru mind games, he gets Hidan under Shadow Possession again, makes him drop his spear, and then runs away. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Kakuzu go at it. It's close, but Kakuzu has the edge, and he says it's because of the fact that he has so much more battle experience than them.
The gap between our respective battle experience is vast.
After all, his first opponent from the Leaf Village was the first Hokage. What? Kakashi asks him if he's immortal, and he says there's no such thing in the world, but by replacing his hearts every few years, he manages to stay alive by stealing the life of others. And even here I thought Hidan was bad. This guy's on another level. Meanwhile, Shikamaru surrounds Hidan with paper bombs. One problem. His Shadow Possession runs out. Hidan attacks with his spear and cuts Shikamaru's face. He then licks the blood and begins his little black magic grandma ritual. Meanwhile, Kakuzu merges 2 of his monsters to launch a super attack and tells Kakashi he's going to steal his heart after he's done with him. The episode then ends with Hidan stabbing himself in the stomach. Is this the end for Shikamaru? The following episode opens with Kakuzu using his super monster to go after Kakashi. He looks like he got a hit in, but Kakashi uses substitution jutsu to launch a surprise attack. The sheer numbers game is against him. Kakashi gets pinned down by Kakuzu while evading the attacks from his mask, and Kakuzu is about to steal his heart in the least romantic way possible. Sorry. Meanwhile, we see Hidan stabbing himself and Shikamaru falling over. It looks like he's done for, until we see Kakuzu holding the place on his body where Hidan stabbed himself. Meanwhile, Hidan gets jumped on, then put in a shadow possession by Shikamaru. The heck is going on? Well, this is all part of Shikamaru's plan. To make a long story short, Kakashi stole some of Kakuzu's blood when he hit him with the Chidori. The blood on Hidan's spear wasn't Shikamaru's, it was his own partner's blood. With that, Kakuzu is dead, and Kakashi is saved from having his heart ripped out. Damn. Wow. Ino says she'll heal him.
Cool. That was smart. That was awesome. That was cool.
Here, let me treat you with medical ninjutsu.
It'll have to wait.
But they don't have time for that, because while Kakuzu is down, his masks are still attacking. That is, until one of his monsters goes back inside him, and suddenly Kakuzu is alive again. Oh, man. What's more, he's turned into a monster.
Yeah.
This is... And he's used way too much chakra. He can't stop Hidan from moving. So the Grim Reaper makes his way to Shikamaru and prepares to impale him. Back with Kakuzu, he holds the rest of Team Asuma and Kakashi in place and launches a massive fire attack at them. They have no hope of dodging it. But they don't have to, because that's when Team Yamato shows up, saving them. And that means Naruto is finally here. With Team Yamato showing up, the battle is now in the good guys' favor. Kakashi sends Sai and Sakura to back up Shikamaru, while Naruto says he'll take on Kakuzu himself. But it looks like Shikamaru doesn't need help, because he was only pretending to be out of chakra. He traps Hidan again, and covers him in paper bombs, before showing him a massive hole he dug underneath. He then sees a vision of Asuma-sensei.
You did well here, Shikamaru.
Thanks.
Before using Asuma's lighter to blow Hidan to smithereens. Way to go, Shikamaru. Back with Naruto, and he gets the laydown.
This may be the last ad you ever see. Because with the free ad block extension from
on Kakuzu from Kakashi. He sends a couple of shadow clones at him to test his attacks out, but then starts building up his new jutsu. As Kakashi sees it, he remembers the first time he saw Naruto use it, back when it was incomplete. Even then, it was so powerful that it left Kakashi on his knees, and when he looked at Naruto, he saw a vision of the fourth Hokage. With that, we
couldn't believe his eyes.
Naruto worked on so hard. The wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Episode 88 kicks off with Kakuzu seeing the Rasen Shuriken, and he instantly knows that if it hits him, he's done. Naruto sends his shadow clones at Kakuzu to distract him, and they create an opening for the Rasen Shuriken, which fails at the last second. Oh no! Yamato says that while Naruto's new jutsu is awesome, it only lasts for a few seconds. It needs to be done at point-blank range. Kakashi says that they should slow down. It's a 5v1 in their favor, so they don't need to rush. But Naruto says he needs to do this himself. He won't get stronger unless he can handle this.
If I can't work my way to the other side, I'll just be a kid forever.
Kakashi agrees. Meanwhile, Shikamaru is standing over the hole that he dug in the ground, where Hidan is right now. He's alive, sure, but his entire body has been dismembered. With that, Shikamaru blows another paper bomb to send rubble into the hole, burying Hidan to rot away forever. He then finds Asuma's lighter somehow. It didn't blow up. He gets on his knees and cries a bit, and I don't blame him. Sakura and Sai show up to see him making his way out of the forest. Together, they then head back to the battlefield. Back with Naruto, and he goes for his Rasen Shuriken again. Kakuzu switches to long-range attacks and goes directly for the OG Naruto, ignoring his clones. Naruto doesn't have time to react with the Rasen Shuriken in his hand, and Kakuzu takes him out. But that wasn't Naruto. That was a shadow clone. The real Naruto uses this opening to hit Kakuzu with the Rasen Shuriken for real this time, and it's glorious. It sends him flying back, causes a huge explosion, and launches about 1 million individual small attacks that cut through Kakuzu like a shredder. Kakashi and the others can't believe their eyes. They look back at Naruto in pure awe, and he just gives them a thumbs up. That was absolute cinema. I'm freaking out. I got chills. I think I'm crying. The next episode kicks off with everybody still in shock over Naruto's new jutsu. Choji and Ino then see Naruto on the ground and immediately help him up and start healing him. Kakashi looks at Naruto and knows it finally happened. His student has surpassed him. He then sees Kakuzu still alive, but barely, so he lights up a Chidori and finishes him off. Back in the Leaf, Tsunade congratulates everybody and gives them some days off. However, she has a concern. Naruto's injuries don't look normal. After the meeting with Tsunade, Shikamaru meets Kurenai at Asuma's grave. They have a heart-to-heart about how much they miss Asuma, and we learn Kurenai is pregnant. Shikamaru says Asuma was a cool teacher that changed his life, so it's his turn to be the cool teacher that'll change the life of Asuma's kid when it's born.
That makes sense, because I was wondering in Boruto, she kind of like took a, well, probably in the rest of the series, Shippuden too, but I was like, in Boruto, she kind of took like a major role. She was older then, but I was like, damn, why didn't they do more with her? I forgot, okay. Well, I never knew she got pregnant. That's cool to know. Okay.
Baby arrives. It'll be my turn as guardian and teacher. Guess I've got some growing up to do, huh?
Later, back at home, Shikamaru is playing shogi with his dad. and the discussion about who the king represents comes up. Shikamaru used to think it was the Hokage, but after today, the answer is clear. The king is the children of the village who will pave the way for the future. As Sakura heals up Naruto at the hospital, Tsunade gets the coroner's report on Kakuzu's body, and summons Kakashi and Yamato. We then cut to Sasuke, who's hard at work himself, training for his inevitable battle with Itachi. Kabuto tells Orochimaru about Kakuzu and Hidan being taken out, and he's very happy about this. He then tells Kabuto to go get some women named Guren, who attacks him as soon as he approaches because that's her idea of fun. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Sakura are in the hospital, Tsunade explains how Naruto's new jutsu works to Yamato and Kakashi. Basically, it cuts up the chakra network of anybody it hits, taking away the ability to perform any jutsu. One problem with this, it has the same effect on Naruto. If Naruto keeps using this jutsu, he'll lose the ability to perform any jutsu at all. Tsunade tells Yamato and Kakashi to ban Naruto from using the technique that he worked so hard to form. Man, not a ton worth mentioning happens in episode 90. Kakashi tells Naruto's jutsu is too destructive to use regularly, but Naruto already figured that out.
I know my limits better than anyone else. I'm gonna be Hokage someday, right?
He meets with Jiraiya, who tells Naruto he just needs to train harder so that he can learn other jutsu that are both effective and also don't destroy his arm. Naruto is actually pretty happy about this. The kid sure has matured. Wow. The episode also sets up a filler arc, but like I said before, we do not have time for that. And frankly, I don't have the patience. The first episode after the filler arc opens with Orochimaru and Kabuto reflecting on the journey that they've had with Sasuke. The kid who was scared to death of Orochimaru in the Chunin exams has turned into an outstanding asset now. It's only a matter of time before Orochimaru takes over Sasuke's body. He needs it too. His own body's deteriorating at a crazy speed. Unfortunately for Orochimaru, a lightning blade comes flying through the door, and he barely manages to block it. The door is then sliced open, and we see Sasuke standing there, attacking Orochimaru. As it turns out, Sasuke is not a huge fan of giving up his body. He wants one thing: revenge. He needed power for this, and now he's got it. Now that Orochimaru is weaker than him, Sasuke doesn't need him anymore.
Orochimaru, I'm stronger than you now. So at this point, I don't see a reason to just hand over my body.
So he's ready to take Orochimaru out and move on to Itachi. But Orochimaru is one of the Sannin. Even in his state, he's not going down without a fight. He turns into a snake. Sasuke activates his curse mark, and the battle is on. The next episode picks up with Sasuke and Orochimaru still going at it. We then cut to a montage of moments from Orochimaru's life. Believe it or not, he wasn't always a monster. He lost his parents as a kid, and throughout his life saw human beings die pointless deaths over and over again. After seeing both Tsunade's brother and her lover die in the heat of battle, Orochimaru decided that human life was too fragile, and so he began researching ways to extend it. That obsession slowly took him over, until he was willing to do
like an evil scientist, right, yeah.
anything to get what he wanted.
Right, mad evil
we then
scientist.
see that when he was part of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru tried taking Itachi's body, but he failed. This is what put him on the path to Sasuke. His desire for the Sharingan. However, it looks like that desire will be his end, because he's been chopped up by Sasuke, until we realize that that's what he wanted all along, because this is what he needed to start the ritual. With the ritual underway, they're both now inside a space created by Orochimaru. He begins the process of taking over Sasuke's body, as Kabuto makes his way back to Orochimaru's room, but when he gets there, he finds Sasuke standing over Orochimaru's body. He asks him which one is he, so Sasuke shows him using the Sharingan. Just as Orochimaru was about to complete the hostile takeover of Sasuke, he fought back with pure will and reversed the jutsu. So now Sasuke is the one who's absorbed Orochimaru and all of his jutsu and powers.
Try all the jutsu you wish, but my eyes.
The episode ends with Sasuke walking away,
The
and
Sharingan!
Kabuto looking at him in shock. His whole world has just been destroyed. I'm gonna take a break now and go celebrate the fact that Orochimaru is finally gone.
You sure?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
After Orochimaru kicks the bucket, Sasuke begins his journey towards defeating Itachi. But for that, he needs a team. First, he frees a dude named Suigetsu, who isn't a big fan.
I was wondering, I was like, when did Sasuke, because I know Sasuke gets like his Taka team or whatever you want to call it, or Hebi, whatever it was, the Taka or Hebi, I can't think it was the Taka. But I was like, where does he get them and how? Okay, this makes sense.
And working under Sasuke. However, he makes him a deal. If Sasuke helps him find Zabuza's sword, he'll work with him. Sasuke agrees.
You tell me where the blade is, and once I get my hands on it, I'll agree to join your team.
And they then head on over to the Great Naruto Bridge. They head straight to Zabuza's grave, where Team Kakashi left the sword, but it's not there anymore. So Sasuke and Suigetsu ask some questions at a restaurant. Rough a thug up and get a name. Daikoku Tenzin. He's a corrupt politician who doubles as the head of a huge gang of mercenaries, and lives in a super guarded house. nobody could ever infiltrate that place. Anyway, Sasuke infiltrates that place, but instead of getting the sword, it tells Tenzin an army is coming tomorrow, so he better be prepared. Tenzin sends his men to the front gate the next morning to greet Sasuke and Suigetsu. Sasuke bails because he wants to see Suigetsu fight, and Suigetsu, well, turns out he's a pretty impressive guy. He kicks the asses of every single guard all by himself and makes it inside the palace. There, one of Tenzin's men sneak attacks Suigetsu with Zabuza's sword and cuts him in half. But that's not going to work on Suigetsu. The guy's jutsu is basically being made of water, so he just reattaches his body again. He then gets Zabuza's sword and makes the whole building collapse as he and Sasuke make an exit. They then go after the next member of their team, a girl named Karine. The next episode opens with Sasuke and Suigetsu making their way to the prison where Karine is staying. Why is she staying at this prison? Because Orochimaru tasks her with looking over all the prisoners. Once they get there, Sasuke and Suigetsu come face to face with her almost immediately. Sasuke extends his offer to her, leave the dump that she's living in and join his team. Karine refuses. She's loyal to Orochimaru, and she also hates Suigetsu. But Sasuke isn't easily deterred, and asks again, while also telling Suigetsu to free all the prisoners there. Suigetsu, even though he hates being ordered around, gets up and goes to free all the prisoners, under one condition, that every single one of them will spread the word about Sasuke, a man who will bring peace to the world. I find this pretty hard to believe, but whatever. As Suigetsu leaves the room, Karine locks it and completely switches up.
Look, Sasuke, if you need me and if you want me to, then I'll go ahead and follow you.
Turns out she's been infatuated with Sasuke since the first time they met. Why? Well, the whole reason Sasuke wants Karine on his team is her incredible ability to sense chakra. And the reason Karine likes Sasuke so much is because she loves his chakra. That might sound weird. And that's because it is. Still, she agrees to join them, and together they head off to recruit Sasuke's final target, Jugo. The next episode starts with Karine giving Suigetsu a lecture on Orochimaru's northern hideout. It's where Orochimaru keeps his most dangerous subjects, the ones he uses human experimentation on. This is where Jugo is. So what makes Jugo so special? Well, we all know what the curse mark does. But do any of you know where it comes from? It's not a jutsu. Orochimaru uses a specific enzyme to simulate the curse mark in a person. And guess where that enzyme comes from? It comes from Jugo. Calling him the father of the curse mark wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sasuke and his team then make it to the hideout, where they're ambushed by a bunch of guys.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that about Jugo. I didn't know he was like that strong, I guess, or that like important. Okay.
It's all bearing that curse mark. But Sasuke and Suigetsu take them out with ease before making their way inside. While looking for Jugo, Karine sends Suigetsu the wrong way. Petty as hell and very hilarious. Before she takes Sasuke to free Jugo. Unfortunately, the whole reason Jugo's locked up is because he's an unhinged killing machine. You see, Jugo is kind of insane. He has this huge urge to kill, like, all the time, and he can't suppress it. So as soon as Jugo lays eyes on him, he immediately attacks Sasuke. We then get a quick cut back to the Leaf where Naruto and Sakura are informed about Sasuke killing Orochimaru. Naruto's happy. He thinks that this means Sasuke will come back to the village.
But bad.
That must mean Sasuke's coming back to the Hidden Leaf Village, right?
But we all know that that's not happening.
Nah.
Meanwhile, back at the prison, Sasuke blocks Jugo's attack. He then says he's no interest in fighting Jugo. He's just here to talk. Episode 118 starts with Sasuke trying to convince Jugo to come with him and leave the prison. But Jugo just laughs at him in return. There's no chance he could leave the prison anymore. Not without him. We then find out through flashbacks that the person he's talking about was Kimimaro, one of Orochimaru's men who died in the battle to retrieve Sasuke. He fought Gaara and Lee, in case you were wondering. Kimimaro was the one who found him, told him to come to Orochimaru, and the one who used to act as his cage over the years. By cage, I mean that in a literal and emotional sense. Kimimaro stopped Jugo physically, but also calmed him down. Suigetsu then shows up and clashes his sword with Jugo's hand. Sasuke keeps telling them both to calm down, but they're still going at it. So he gets in between them, wrapping them up in snakes, and threatens to kill them.
Stop it, both of you.
No, don't stop. Kill each other.
Sasuke displaying that new power.
Down, and Jugo's curse mark deactivates. His bloodlust goes away with it too, and he locks himself up again. He says he can't leave the place without Kimimaro. That is, until Sasuke says Kimimaro died for his sake. Hearing this, Jugo decides to come along. He wants to see just how great the ninja that Kimimaro sacrificed himself for really is. With that, Sasuke's team Hebi is born.
Hebi, that's what it was, Hebi.
Back at the Leaf, Naruto realizes what Sasuke's up to and says their best shot at getting him is going after Itachi. Okay, things are getting pretty intense. The next two episodes focus on something a little different. Kakashi's backstory. We see his days as a younger shinobi.
This is important to the story too.
When he was part of a team with two other youngins just like him, Rin Nohara and Obito Uchiha.
Obito!
And their teacher, Minato Namikaze, otherwise known as the 4th Hokage. Now, even though he was young, this is Kakashi. So he became a Jonin at the age of 12, which is just insane. Anyway, we see the team dynamic is a lot like Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi is the talented one like Sasuke, Obito is the knucklehead like Naruto who likes the girl, and Rin is the sweet medical ninja who has a thing for the talented guy. Anyways, Minato and Rin both gave Kakashi a gift for becoming a Jonin, but Obito didn't get him anything.
What I don't understand is how a guy like you gets to become a Jonin.
They squabble a little bit, and there's clearly no love lost between the two. They then focus on their mission to stop an ambush from enemies on the border. The plan is simple. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin will flank the enemy and destroy the bridge that they plan to travel over, while Minato will face them head-on. How many soldiers will he be facing head-on, you ask? Well, I'm glad that you asked. 1,000. Minato plans to take on 1,000 ninjas by himself. I guess that's why they made him Hokage. Yep. They're making their way through a forest when Kakashi senses enemies and stops them. Minato says that there are about 20 of them, 19 of which are shadow clones. Kakashi decides he'll attack the guy head-on even when Minato warns him against doing this. This was also the first time that he used the Chidori. Unfortunately, it failed, and Minato had to save him from being killed. The enemy makes some distance, but it's too late for him. Minato already tagged him with his flying Raijin. It's a teleportation jutsu that lets Minato travel to anyone or anything that is tagged in an instant. It's so fast that he drops his bag, teleports, and literally has a kunai to the enemy's neck before he hits the ground.
Solid.
The enemy knows who he is. The yellow flash of the Leaf Village. With this, Minato takes him out. Later, he rips into Kakashi for charging in with an untested jutsu and no plan. He then rips into Obito for getting cold feet on the battlefield. Then Minato reminds them of the most important thing about being a shinobi.
Yeah, Obito, why are you freezing up, bro, in the middle of battle? What the fuck? Leave my man Kakashi out there.
The one thing that's important above all else is teamwork.
Later that night, Obito has a talk with Minato. He says he knows teamwork is important, but that Kakashi keeps criticizing him all the time. Obito's already the black sheep of the Uchiha clan, having not awakened his Sharingan yet, and he knows he can't compete with Kakashi. But he feels like Kakashi is too much of a stickler for the rules. Minato agrees. Kakashi cares about the rules way too much, but then he explains why Kakashi does this. Kakashi's father, Sakumo Hatake, aka the White Fang of the Leaf, was an incredible ninja. Even the greatest shinobi of the village feared him. Kakashi grew up with that genius over him, so naturally he turned out to be one himself. However, this is where all the good stuff ends. You see, Sakumo was once on a mission, and he had to make a choice. Complete the mission or save his comrades. Though the rules say that first and foremost a shinobi is to complete the mission, Sakumo saved his comrades' lives instead. This led to Sakumo being publicly ridiculed and blamed for the failure of the mission. Even the very comrades he saved turned on him. It got so bad that he couldn't take it anymore, and one day he ended his own life. This is why Kakashi is the way he is about rules, because not following rules took away the most important person in his life. After hearing this, Obito realizes that he's been harsh on Kakashi. The next day, they get ready to split up, and Obito calls Kakashi captain.
Backstory, that's crazy. R.I.P.
Since he's ready to work with them now. But that goes down the drain almost immediately when they get ambushed and Rin gets captured. Obito says they need to go after her, but Kakashi says the mission comes first. Obito gets into a huge fight with him, asking if Kakashi truly feels that way. Kakashi says that he does, but you can see in his eyes that he doesn't really mean it. Obito says he's going after Rin, before delivering one of the hardest lines in all of fiction. He first says he thinks Kakashi's dad was a true hero, before saying, "Those who don't follow the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are even worse than scum." With this, they both go their separate ways. The second part of Kakashi's backstory unfolds in episode 120. Minato is fighting enemies on the front line and tells his comrades to leave all the fighting to him. They just have to throw the kunai with his flying Raijin on them. Meanwhile, Obito finds out that the bad guys are interrogating Rin, so he gets ready to infiltrate their location. Unfortunately, though, he's super clumsy and makes a noise, so the enemy uses camouflage jutsu to ambush him. Blood spills in the air, but it's not Obito's. Kakashi arrived the next...
At the best part?
Make a time to save him from the enemy. Still, the bad guy isn't a pushover. He immediately camouflages himself again. He then attacks Kakashi out of nowhere, slashing his left eye, leaving Kakashi with just one eye. Obito then finally decides to stop being a scaredy cat and manages to stab the enemy with a kunai while he was camouflaged. He did it, because he finally awoke his Sharingan. With one guy down, they go inside to get the other and save Rin. Kakashi and Obito work as a team. It's a beautiful sight to see. They managed to free Rin, but before they...
But just imagine what it could have been, you know what I'm saying, had Obito stayed in the Hidden Leaf. It would have been crazy. Like, his Sharingan would have been crazy. His powers would have been crazy. I mean, Kakashi wouldn't have been as powerful. It still would have been cool to see them, you know, working together as a team, though.
They can get out. The guy they just fought brings the roof down on them. As the kids are making a run for it, Kakashi falls down and is about to be crushed by a boulder. But Obito saves him at the last second. When the dust clears, Kakashi and Rin see a horrific sight. Obito has been absolutely crushed by the falling rocks. Only the left side of his body is free, and he's dying fast. Kakashi starts blaming himself for this. If he had just gone with Obito from the start, this wouldn't have happened. But Obito tells him not to worry. Then as a parting gift, Obito gives Kakashi his left Sharingan. With that, Obito will always be a part of Kakashi, seeing the future for him.
I'm giving you my Sharingan.
With his Sharingan, Kakashi perfects the Chidori, and takes out the asshat who killed his friend. Soon, enemy reinforcements show up, and Kakashi gets ready to take on all of them. He then wakes up to see both he and Rin made it out safely, all thanks to Minato being a badass. Minato heard what happened, and he apologized for not getting there sooner. And that, my friends, is the story of how Kakashi Hatake became Kakashi of the Sharingan. Since that day, while Kakashi still cares about the rules, he cares about his comrades way more. The following episode sees us back to the main story, and we see Kisame knocking out the 4-tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki then get the 3-tails as well, which means only the 8 and 9 remain. After Kisame gets back to Itachi, they're summoned by their dear leader, who tells them and everybody else that Sasuke ended Orochimaru. Zetsu then adds that he's built a team too, and we find out that Kisame even knows Suigetsu. They're from the same village. The leader tells Kisame and Itachi to stay on their toes. Sasuke is definitely coming for them. With this, the meeting ends, and Itachi and Kisame start moving the 4-tails back to their base so that they can seal it. Back in the Leaf, they're trying to figure out how to get to Sasuke. The fastest route would be to go after Itachi, but they don't know where he is. The second fastest would be to capture any Akatsuki member and interrogate them. But that's easier said than done. Kakashi says they will go out, but they need to build a proper team first. Meanwhile, Sasuke and his team, also known as Hebi, make it to one of the Uchiha family's old hideouts. There, they meet some cat ninjas, as well as their leader and Granny Cat. They get weapons and medical tools from her, and she says she never thought it would come to Itachi and Sasuke fighting like this. Sasuke just pays her and thanks her for everything. Meanwhile, Jiraiya treats Naruto to a bowl of ramen as they discuss the upcoming mission.
I said, I don't care. I'm here for war. I'm here for weaponry. Let's go. I don't care.
On the other hand, the Akatsuki get done sealing the tailed beast that they acquired, and Deidara announces that he's going after Sasuke? Apparently, Deidara wanted to kill Orochimaru, so he wants revenge on Sasuke for stealing his kill. Whatever, dude. While that's happening, Hebi is dripped out and finally ready to hunt down Itachi. The episode then ends with the Leaf assembling Team Kakashi and Hinata's team led by Yamato to find Itachi. The next episode opens with Kakashi explaining their plan and assigning 2 of his summoned dogs to every person, except for Naruto. Since he's the Jinchuriki, he gets Hinata and Yamato as extra protection. They're going to search for 5 kilometers and report back if they don't find anything. With the plan down, they set out. Meanwhile, Hebi is doing the same thing Naruto and his friends are doing, looking for Itachi. Sasuke sends each person out to look individually, even though Karin would much rather stay with him. What is it with these girls and Sasuke?
I get to stay all alone with you, isn't that right?
No, just hurry up and head out.
Anyway, the dogs with Sakura take her to the village, where they sent Sasuke's scent. But it's not Sasuke. It's Karin passing through the village at the same time. The two walk right by each other, clueless about the other person. I smell a fight already. While this is happening, both Naruto and Sasuke are being
2 side pieces fighting over Sasuke, huh?
Followed. Turns out, Kabuto was following Naruto, but he's not here for a fight. On the contrary, he's here to help. Back with Sasuke, and it was the goofball Akatsuki Tobi following him. Deidara uses Tobi's distraction to pelt Sasuke with a bomb from above, looking to take out Itachi.
Saint-Pierre Brioche is sacred, so please, treat it with respect.
No. Itachi's brother in one fell swoop. Back with Naruto. Kabuto gives them a book. Inside is all the information Orochimaru gathered about the Akatsuki. He gives it as a thanks for helping them out with the Akatsuki and also for helping him discover himself. When Naruto asks what that means, we see Kabuto's face and witness true horror. He's grafted what little was left of Orochimaru onto his body. Slowly but surely, that part of Orochimaru is taking him over. And the worst part? He loves it. Ugh. Naruto tries attacking him, and Yamato almost grabs him, but he uses substitution jutsu to get away. He then says that they'll fight again one day. But before that,
I'm kind of glad this is what they still gave Kabuto a meaning or a purpose. They still gave him, and later on they came back and I like that. I like what they did with Kabuto because, like I said, he was just until now he was just a regular medical ninja to me. So
that Kabuto is going to kill Sasuke for what he did to Orochimaru. The episode then ends with Deidara and Tobi, who see Sasuke is untouched by the explosion. This fight is going to be a good one. Episode 123 opens with Sasuke charging at Deidara and Tobi. Deidara jumps back, but Sasuke cuts Tobi in half, except he's totally unarmed. He's making jokes the whole time too, teasing Deidara and just being an over-the-top buffoon. The dynamic between him and Deidara is one of the funniest in the whole show. Anyway, Deidara starts out with his normal C1 bombs, but they're nothing to Sasuke, so he ups the ante with C2 puppets that multiply when Sasuke cuts them, before blowing all of them together. But when Sasuke dodges that and the follow-up attack, Deidara brings out the big guns, his C2 Dragon. He has Toby plant explosives underground as landmines and attacks Sasuke from above, forcing him to step onto landmines. Sasuke only survives because of his curse mark. Yeah, he's in trouble. But this is the Sasuke who killed freaking Orochimaru. He's not going down that easy. Using his sword as a stepping stone, he cuts open Deidara's dragon before impaling him with 2 huge shuriken, sending him right onto his own landmines. Sasuke makes it out of the explosion pretty unharmed, and deactivates his curse mark. Meanwhile, Toby thinks Deidara is a goner.
You did die a death by bombing after all! Deidara, you fool!
But Deidara manages to make it out the last second. Deidara then sees Sasuke and his eyes remind him of when he first met Itachi. We then see that moment. Deidara was approached by Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori to join the Akatsuki. Itachi challenged him to a 1v1. If Deidara lost, he'd work for the Akatsuki. Deidara agrees and throws an explosion at him, before trapping him with the clay centipede. He's about to blow Itachi to high heavens, until Itachi undoes his genjutsu and Deidara realizes he was about to blow himself to high heavens. Since that day, Deidara has despised Itachi and his wretched Sharingan, now faced with the possibility of losing to another.
Yo, you got people like that. Itachi fucks him up so bad that he gives him like PTSD from it. So then like whenever they see it, it's just like it just irritates them or aggravates them, bro. That's hilarious. That's funny.
After Itachi and Kakashi, Deidara loses his mind and sends in his ultimate weapon, a giant clone of himself made out of C4. That can't be good. The following episode opens, and Sasuke's face says it all. This bomb is a problem. He immediately starts running away from the giant Deidara bomb, and Deidara detonates it. But nothing happens. That is, until every living thing in the region starts evaporating into nothingness. Sasuke looks on in horror as his arm starts disintegrating too, and he turns to dust. What the heck was that? Toby promptly explains. Deidara's C4 bombs, unlike his other bombs, release a cloud of mini explosions. Those explosives are breathed in by living things, and then the bombs detonate from inside of them at a molecular level. Deidara is super happy that he's won, but he hasn't, because Sasuke used his genjutsu to make Deidara think that he killed him. Sasuke then shoves a Chidori through his chest and asks where Itachi is.
That's cold. This is cold. This is cold. That's cold right there. Damn, Sasuke. Ah! That's
Deidara
crazy.
just smiles before bursting out of his bird and grabbing Sasuke's leg. Turns out, the Deidara that Sasuke hit was a clone. Deidara expected the genjutsu, so he's been training his left eye to counter it ever since he was beaten by Itachi. With this, he traps Sasuke inside another C4 bomb. Sasuke manages to cut his way out, but the explosives are already inside of him, so Deidara detonates them for real this time. Deidara falls to the ground, thinking that he's finally won, until Sasuke punches him in the face from behind. How is he still alive? Well, remember that chart that we showed you about which chakra types are weak against which? Well, Deidara's bombs are basically Earth-style, and Sasuke's Chidori is lightning. So Sasuke hit himself with the Chidori, disarming all the bombs inside of him. There's a downside to this, though. He's almost totally out of chakra.
Right.
So Deidara decides that if he's going out, he's taking this cocky brat with him. He takes off his shirt to reveal a third mouth on his chest. He fills it up with detonating clay to perform his ultimate jutsu, turning himself into a nuke.
Imagine being able to
No way, Dato's gonna... Nah, he's gonna crash out that bad, bro?
Base 44.
Nah.
That'll destroy everything in a 10-kilometer radius.
Nah.
Not just Sasuke and Toby, but everything and everybody in that radius is about to get blown to hell. Sasuke can't move because of his chakra level. And with that, Deidara explodes, leveling everything. There's just no way that Sasuke survived. The episode opens with both the members of Hebi, as well as the Leaf Shinobi seeing the explosion
crazy.
and immediately rushing. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki get informed of the deaths of Deidara, Toby, and Sasuke. Itachi doesn't flinch. While other members are bummed they lost Deidara, Kisame misses Toby. He was the one guy uplifting the mood in their depressing organization. We then cut to Suigetsu, who uses a summoning scroll to summon King Manda, the big purple snake that Orochimaru used in OG Naruto. Manda is in bad shape, and we see why. As Sasuke stumbles out of his mouth, Sasuke summoned Manda and then used his genjutsu to trick the snake to hide Sasuke in his mouth. Even though they got caught by the blast, Sasuke survived. Manda, however, was not so lucky.
That must have been a lot on Sasuke, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, to summon that at the last second and then put it under your genjutsu, he must be pretty beat. He must be beat.
He dies on the spot. That was one hell of an explosion if it took out something as fearsome as Manda.
Yeah.
Just then, Jugo and Karin show up. Karin asks how Sasuke beat Orochimaru if he can barely handle one member of the Akatsuki, and Sasuke gives it to her straight. Orochimaru was already super weak. If he wasn't, Sasuke would have lost. Meanwhile, Kisame asks Itachi how he feels about Sasuke being dead, and Itachi says he doesn't feel anything. because he knows Sasuke's not dead. Not even gonna ask how he knows that. This guy is just super scary. We then see Naruto and his friends making
No, it's that Sharingan. That's that feeling, that connection. What are you talking about? That's that Sharingan. Yeah.
Side of the explosion. The dogs determine Sasuke was here, while Kakashi figures out he faked his death to escape. But he's not getting away that easily, because Kiba has picked up his scent.
A nose sharper than a ninja hound's. Impressive.
He knows where Sasuke is. After all this, we cut to the leader of the Akatsuki.
Pain!
And we finally see his full face and learn his name. Pain. Yeah, that's it. That's his name. He's talking to somebody who's shrouded in the shadows. That person tells him Sasuke's ready to take on Itachi. That he'll eventually surpass him. He then tells Pain to capture Naruto. That failure is not an option. Looks like the leader of the Akatsuki answers to somebody too.
Yeah.
But who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is Pain? Well, we're just gonna have to wait to find out. Meanwhile, Sasuke is being bandaged up by Jugo in a hotel nearby. Sasuke asks if his team found any info on Itachi. Karin got none, and while Suigetsu and Jugo got something, it wasn't very concrete. Karin and Suigetsu then start squabbling, and the noise makes Jugo's murderous desire come out. But Sasuke calms him down with his Sharingan and immediately calms him down. Sasuke passes out after this, and Jugo lays him down to rest. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others are hot-footing it to Sasuke's location. They're finally closing in on him. But the episode is not over yet, because we cut back to Pain and his teammate Konan, and they're still talking to the figure in the shadows. He warns them about Naruto and how dangerous he is. But Konan is unfazed.
Still
Pain
talking.
has never lost a battle. The man in the shadows laughs and agrees before setting out to leave. But before he goes, he turns around to reveal his face. It's Toby, the goofball who just died? And it's not just that. His voice has completely changed too.
Yeah, he has Pain answering to him. Fuck you talking about? That's Toby. Yeah.
This is his true identity.
Sharingan.
Madara Uchiha. What the hell is going on? The episode opens with Jiraiya bursting into Tsunade's office. He's found out the location of the Akatsuki leader. He tells Tsunade about it over a bottle of beer. Okay. Meanwhile, Karin is out getting supplies for the team when he senses the Leaf Shinobi coming for them. So Team Hebi then makes a break for it. To distract Naruto and the others, Karin tears up Sasuke's old clothes and has Jugo's birds take them to different locations to throw off the dogs and Kiba. Kiba senses Sasuke's scent going different ways, so Naruto summons a bunch of shadow clones to cover every inch of ground. He's going through the forest, and he sees a pair of Sharingan eyes staring at him from behind a tree. It's not Sasuke, it's Itachi. Bro is emitting stalker vibes for real. He's in here to capture Naruto. He just wants to talk. Itachi asks Naruto why he's so obsessed with Sasuke, and Naruto says it's because, unlike Itachi, he actually loves Sasuke. Ooh. Naruto
Which isn't true.
Attacks, but it's useless.
We know the
He's already
truth.
under Itachi's genjutsu.
I just want to talk.
Meanwhile, Jiraiya is explaining how the leader of the Akatsuki is in the Hidden Rain village. He says he's going to go after him alone. Tsunade says that's insanity, but Jiraiya says it's his duty as a Sannin. Tsunade then apologizes to Jiraiya. He always gets the short end of the stick. He was supposed to be the Hokage after the third.
This your bag, sir?
What gave it away?
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I filed a claim for my car with the Geico.
He was supposed to save Orochimaru, but Jiraiya just laughs it off.
I was gonna say, I forgot why. Why didn't Jiraiya take over Hokage? I think. I mean, I still like what they did with the show, but they could still brought in Tsunade another way and like had Jiraiya be the Hokage. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. I always wondered that. Why didn't he take over? Did he not want
Says
to?
it's their duty to look.
They might have said it in the last Naruto, but I kind of forgot.
The younger generation. That's what makes old people so
Let me know in
cool.
the comments.
Is Jiraiya a pervert? Yeah. But is he also the most lovable man? Yeah. Back with Naruto.
Yeah.
And we clearly missed something between him and Itachi because Itachi just leaves. Although I'm sure that we'll find out about that later. After that, we go back to Tsunade, who is throwing up because she drank too much. That's embarrassing. Later, they're sitting on a bench, and Tsunade asks Jiraiya to come back alive. She can't lose him too. Jiraiya then laughs and jokes about Tsunade always rejecting him, before saying men need to be able to handle and even laugh off rejection. Makes them strong. They then talk about Naruto becoming Hokage one day, as well as his mom and his dad. And although they don't say it out loud, it's clear from their dialogue that Naruto's the son of the 4th Hokage. We're gonna have confirmation on this later, but do we really need it? I mean,
No.
look at that yellow hair.
All right,
With that,
we know it.
Jiraiya sets off to find and beat Pain, as Tsunade watches him walk off and cries. You know, we've seen a bunch of backstories in Naruto, but you know what backstory we haven't seen yet? Jiraiya's. It's exactly where episode 127 opens.
Okay.
When he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were just genin, Jiraiya failed the same bell test that Naruto failed with Kakashi. Afterwards, his sensei, Sarutobi, the eventual 3rd Hokage, realizes that he's unmotivated. So he summons his Monkey King to show Jiraiya that if he trains hard, he can do cool stuff like this. So Jiraiya works hard. But his goal isn't something noble. He just wants to impress Tsunade and all the other ladies.
I just have to become the ultimate ninja and then
Young Jiraiya, what do you expect?
He's been a perv forever, I guess.
No.
So one day he decides to use the summoning jutsu without signing a contract with any animal. Sarutobi tries to stop him, but it's too late. Jiraiya is gone. He gets teleported to Mount Myoboku, the land of the toads. There, he sees a much younger Gamabunta facing off with a snake that I think is Manda, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, Jiraiya launches that snake into the sun, which impresses Gamabunta. Gamabunta then tells his sensei, Fukasaku, that a human child is here. Turns out, Fukasaku has been expecting him. Why was he expecting Jiraiya? Well, because the great Lord Elder Toad once delivered a prophecy about a human child that will stumble onto Mount Miyaboku, and that the Elder Toad will then give him another prophecy. Predicting a sequel to your prediction is crazy, but that's just how these toads roll. Anyway, Jiraiya starts training in the leaf as well as with the toads in the way of the sage, because it is his destiny. The training is hard, and Jiraiya improves slowly but surely. He also finally signs a contract with the toads as well. Then one day, Gamabunta calls Jiraiya. He tells him that the Great Lord Elder is finally ready to deliver the prophecy. The prophecy states that Jiraiya will have a student who will become an outstanding ninja, and that ninja will either bring peace to the world or destroy it. That choice depends upon Jiraiya, and how he molds his student. Jiraiya asks him what he has to do, and the toad says the prophecy saw him traveling the world writing books, and since none of his prophecies have ever been false, Jiraiya sets out into the world to find his student and take on his destiny of being an OP sensei. Now, unfortunately, that was easier said than done, as Jiraiya traveled all over the world. War broke out among the lands. He met
That's right, because he had more students than Naruto. I thought they were talking about Naruto. No, he's talking about his other
kinds of people, gamblers down on their luck, religious men leaving everything in God's hands, mercenaries taking advantage of the war. But no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find somebody worthy of being a student that could change the world. Then the war escalated, and he had to go back to the Leaf. This is when he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru joined the Third Great Ninja War, and it's in this war that they earn the nickname, the Legendary Sannin. The following episode opens in the aftermath of a devastating battle. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are all beaten and bruised, standing in front of a man called Hanzo of the Salamander.
It's weird seeing Orochimaru as a good guy for, like, once. This is a rare sight in Naruto. Like, I just want to... It's funny.
It looks like Hanzo is winning the fight, but he decides to spare them since he thinks the Leaf will win the war. He dubs them the Legendary Sannin and asks them their names in return. Later, they're recovering from their injuries when they come across three children, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Yes, I know you've heard the name Konan before, but just wait for it.
Oh, yeah.
These kids are orphans who lost their parents in the war, so Jiraiya gives them some food. They then start following the Sannin, and Konan gives Tsunade an origami flower as a thank you gift. Yahiko then asks the Sannin to teach them ninjutsu so that they can be strong. Orochimaru wants to kill them, because of course he does. But Jiraiya decides to stay with the kids until they can defend themselves.
I'm gonna stay here and look after these three for a while.
What?
During his time with them, we see that Nagato is a rather sensitive boy who cries easily, while Yahiko hides his sadness with anger. Later, Jiraiya can't figure out what to write about, when Konan bursts into the room, telling him that Yahiko and Nagato are in trouble. When Jiraiya gets there, he sees an injured Yahiko and a dead Chunin from another village. Konan says Nagato did it, but Jiraiya thinks it should be impossible for a kid to beat a Chunin. That is, until he sees the pattern of his eyes. There's no question about it. Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, the most powerful visual Kekkei in history, even more powerful than the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths, the rumored father of all ninjutsu, possessed the Rinnegan. Seeing this, Jiraiya realizes Nagato is the revolutionary student of prophecy, and so he decides to teach the three kids. He also teaches Nagato the meaning of being hurt, and how understanding pain is what makes us human. He stays with them for 3 years, teaching and taking care of them, and even writing a book, The Tales of a Gutsy Ninja. He stays until the three are strong enough to take out one of his shadow clones all by themselves, and then he finally leaves, thinking that the kids can take care of themselves now. Even after all that time, the war still raged on, until one day Jiraiya gets a message from a frog and breaks down in tears. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato all died. He's a mess. But Tsunade consoles him. He decides that he's still in the middle of his journey. Meanwhile, another one of his students, Minato Namikaze, eventually helped the Leaf win the war. Sometime later, Minato is reading Jiraiya's book and he loves it. Jiraiya isn't sure.
Jiraiya had a lot of good students. He had Pain, Nagato, Konan, Minato, Naruto. Dude,
Minato says the main
goated.
character in the book is fearless and never gives up, just like Jiraiya. He then asks Jiraiya if it's okay for him to name his soon-to-be-born child after the main character in the book. Jiraiya is stunned. After all, it's a name he came up with while eating ramen. But that's when Minato's wife, Kushina, shows up and says that she agrees with Minato. Naruto would be a lovely name for their son. Boom.
I think it's a wonderful name.
Like I said, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Confirmed. The next episode ends the flashbacks and brings us right back to the present, as Jiraiya infiltrates the Rain Village using a frog. That's just as gross as it is cool. However, the infiltration was a little too easy. That's because Pain is controlling the rain in the village. With it, he can sense what everybody is doing. And sensing Jiraiya's chakra, he knows somebody powerful has entered his land. Jiraiya goes around covertly trying to gain information about the land. He finds out that Hanzo of the Salamander is long gone, and Pain punishes anybody who even speaks about him. This is insane news because according to the intel that everybody on the outside has, Hanzo is still alive, and even rules part of the land. So Jiraiya traps 2 rain shinobi inside a frog disguised as a bard to interrogate them. Again, it's disgusting, but it's also kinda cool. Pain stops the rain, and tells Konan to use her jutsu to find the intruder. Meanwhile, inside the stomach of the frog, Jiraiya begins interrogating the rain shinobi by tickling them. Wow. Never seen that one before. He tickles one until he's crying in laughter, but he doesn't give in. So Jiraiya turns him into a frog, and the other guy immediately folds and reveals Pain's location. Jiraiya then asks him about Hanzo, and learns the truth. Pain defeated Hanzo, the guy who beat all 3 of the legendary Sannin, by himself. He then murdered Hanzo's wife, children, his friends and relatives, and anybody who was loyal to him, with
to crash out. Okay.
He took control of the Rain Village and now rules with an iron fist. What's more, no one has ever seen him. All of his communication is done through Lady Angel, who we can safely assume is Konan. The shinobi then mentions that Pain is not just a ruler, he's a god, and the people of the rain worship him accordingly. After that, the episode ends with Pain laying down in one of 6 capsules, as another one opens. And that body says it's time to hunt the intruder. Just who and what is this guy? Episode 130 opens with Jiraiya leaving the rain shinobi inside the frog, before heading out to find Pain. But before he does this, he has some preparations to make. First, Jiraiya brings out the key for the seal that is locking up the Nine Tails inside Naruto, in case anything happens to him. He wants the frog to return the key to Naruto. The frog thinks that he's insane. Who the hell would leave the keys to a safe right next to it? But Jiraiya explains that when Minato died, he split the Nine Tails chakra into 2 parts. Minato then sealed one part within himself, the other inside Naruto. Minato never did anything without good reason. Jiraiya believes that he wanted Naruto to have the key. What's more, Jiraiya believes that the Nine Tails attacking the village all those years ago wasn't a natural disaster. He thinks that somebody did it. The frog laughs. Nobody can control the Nine Tails.
So that's conspiracy, bro. That's not like, that wasn't like, they didn't tell the village, hey, the village was attacked. They played it off as like, oh, it's you know, it was a natural disaster or something. Dang, okay. That's kind of sketchy.
But Jiraiya says there was one man who could, Madara Uchiha, to which the frog laughs. Madara was alive at the time of the first Hokage, and it's well known that the first Hokage defeated him in battle. The frog says there's no way Madara could still be alive, but the following shot of Toby with his Sharingan visible from the hole in his mask says otherwise. Ooh, there is a lot going on, and it's going to take some time to unpack. Jiraiya disguises himself as one of the rain ninjas that he captured and gets ready to invade Pain's tower. What he doesn't know is that Konan is watching him from the shadows.
He's already on you.
Konan tells Pain, whose appearance is completely different, that the intruder is Jiraiya, and Pain calls him Jiraiya-sensei.
Jiraiya isn't on our side.
Oh yeah, he remembers.
Isn't that correct?
Probably.
Then we must kill him.
He then says they have to kill him. There's no choice in the matter. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sneaks in but is immediately smothered by Konan's papers. It was a ruse. Jiraiya was actually controlling the Rain Ninja's body, not imitating his appearance. And he blows fire at Konan to send her back. He then says he's surprised to see her here, and asks why they're doing this. Konan just says it's none of his business, before growing the paper wings that gave her the name Lady Angel. But of course, she's no match for Jiraiya, and gets captured. Konan asks if he wishes he'd killed them back when Orochimaru said so, and he says he doesn't regret his decision one bit. He's disappointed that she would attack her sensei without even greeting him. Konan says Jiraiya has no idea what they went through, and he realizes that Pain is either Nagato or Yahiko. The other one must have died. He's furious that they're part of the Akatsuki, committing such evil crimes, and so again he asks why. This is when Pain shows up and says it's the decision that he's made. Jiraiya sees Pain and instantly knows it's Nagato. He asks about Yahiko, and Pain says he died a long time ago. After this, they throw some attacks at each other. Jiraiya asks why Nagato is doing this, so he explains there was too much death and destruction in his land. This put Nagato through immense amounts of pain, which he says made him mature. According to him, pain is the best teacher, through all the pain that he suffered. Nagato says he's evolved from a human into a god. Wow, I bet this guy must be really fun at parties. He then says he's collecting the tailed beast to eventually create a forbidden jutsu that works like a nuke. He says he's going to give this power to every nation, and they will use it on each other. Tens, if not hundreds, of millions will die, and the world that rises from the ashes will be one of peace and understanding. Jiraiya calls him delusional, and he calls Jiraiya simple-minded. Pain then brings his next summon. So Jiraiya summons his Battletoad, a badass frog named Gamaken, who keeps calling himself Graceless. Pain versus Jiraiya is officially underway. Pain kicks off the fight by hiding in his summon's mouth, which then turns invisible. Jiraiya, meanwhile, is cooking up something special, but he needs to keep his hands together for this, so it's all on Gamaken for now. Jiraiya uses his feet to send out a barrier to find Pain's location. Seeing this, Pain switches up strategies and summons a three-headed dog to the fight. Gamaken makes short work of it, until the heads start splitting and 1 becomes 3 and 4 and 5. No matter how many times the dog is split, it keeps multiplying. Jiraiya and Gamaken try to get some space, but the dogs find them all the same.
Cool.
Gamaken then gets bitten a lot, so Jiraiya gives up on the jutsu he was cooking and takes the dogs into a frog's stomach, where he crushes them. Pain thinks Jiraiya is gone.
That was cool.
But it's just a ruse. The real Jiraiya is still cooking up the jutsu, and Gamaken attacks Pain from behind. The guys you just saw with the dogs? Yeah, shadow clones. Pain then summons a bird that can shoot explosives out of its mouth. With some shadow clones, Jiraiya manages to trick and fry that turkey, only for Pain to use another summon. This time, a very angry bull. Gamaken takes it down. But that was the last of his energy. He's totally spent, so Jiraiya sends him back. And the follow-up bull that Pain summons charges right into Jiraiya, making a big hole in the wall.
My name is Cecilia. I'm a mom of 2 girls, a psychologist, and I choose to transform my PBC.
But then the bull flies right back out of the hole and disappears. Jiraiya comes running out of the hole, with Fukusaku and his wife Shima attached to his shoulders.
He went through all of that just so he could summon those 2 toads? No.
He's activated Sage Mode. The only reason it took so long is he can't go into Sage Mode himself. He needs Shima and Fukusaku. The toes on his shoulders aren't just there for show. They immediately find and get rid of Pain's invisible summon. So Pain summons 2 other bodies that have the same eyes and same hair color as him. I guess there are 3 Pains. Anyway,
there's
this
more.
battle is just getting started.
Yeah.
The next episode kicks off with Shima and Fukusaku having an argument. Couples love to show off, don't they? Anyway, one of the Pains tries using that opening to attack, but gets absolutely leveled. Jiraiya then goes on the offensive, seeing the different abilities that each of the Pains possesses. One specializes in summons. One can absorb any and all kinds of jutsu. It's important, however, to remember that all of them only have one unique jutsu. But something feels off. No matter what Jiraiya does, he can't get a hit in on any of the Pains. It's like they have eyes in the back of their heads. That's when Fukusaku realizes what's happening. Because all the Pains share the same eyes, aka the Rinnegan, they can all see what the other person is seeing instantly. This means that while Jiraiya is attacking one of the Pain's blind spots, the other can just see him and help the one that's being attacked to avoid the attack. Jiraiya and the Toads then realize that they need to come up with a plan, so they retreat for the time being. As they make their way, Jiraiya and the Toads realize that Jiraiya can't go one-on-one with 3 Rinnegan users at the same time. What's more, any ninjutsu they use will be swallowed up, and taijutsu versus 3 ninjas of that level is a death sentence.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
This leaves genjutsu, which Jiraiya sucks at, so all hope is lost. Until Fukusaku says he and Shima have a devastating genjutsu. Only problem is, it needs some time to cook up. But, since it's an auditory genjutsu, Pain will know where they are as soon as they start it. Still, there's no other option, and Fukusaku and Shima start humming the rhythm for the genjutsu. The Pains hear this, and immediately rush to Jiraiya's location. But by now he's figured out each of their abilities, and manages to distract the other 2 enough to get a one-on-one with the first Pain that showed up.
Okay.
And that's all the time Shima and Fukusaku need. The Pains are trapped in a genjutsu. Pain, or Nagato, depending on what you want to call him, says he didn't expect a genjutsu from Jiraiya. Jiraiya then says Nagato was an incredible student. If only he had channeled his pain into something good, he could have changed the world. But as the person who taught him ninjutsu, it's Jiraiya's duty to end his reign of terror.
Damn.
With that, Jiraiya stabs them with a big-ass sword, and the battle is over. He defeated his student. At least, that's what he's thinking as he walks off. Before he's ambushed by another Pain. He wasn't prepared for this, and takes a brutal hit flying through a wall and losing his left arm. This is when we see the truth behind Pain. There aren't just 3 of them, there are 6.
The 6 paths of pain in attendance.
And Pain is the name that defines all of them together, as the 6 stand before Jiraiya. The leader, Gravity Pain as I like to call him, delivers the hardest intro line for any group in anime history. In attendance, the 6 paths of pain. Jiraiya is shook. How did the guys they just killed come back to life? And how are there 6 different Rinnegan users? Duh. I'm not ready for this one, folks, but we gotta push through. The next episode opens with Jiraiya realizing that one of the Pains looks exactly like Yahiko. Jiraiya was sure Nagato was Pain, but none of the Pains don't look anything like him. It looks just like Yahiko. He asks, which one is he? But he just gets one cold-blooded word as a response. Pain. They then start beating on Jiraiya. And if you thought 3 Pains was bad, 6 is basically unbeatable.
Can't
Jiraiya
take it,
goes
yeah.
underwater and uses barrier
Even in a Sage mode, he can't. 6,
trap
bro?
and kill one of them. But even that Pain manages to injure him badly, and Jiraiya is stumped. He's lost an arm. He's losing blood. He's almost out of chakra. And he doesn't know how Pain is doing any of this. Until he has a hunch. He tells Shima and Fukusaku to leave. they should save themselves. When they refuse, Jiraiya says someone needs to inform the Leaf, and Fukasaku says Shima will do that. He's going to stick with Jiraiya. Jiraiya then makes his way out of the water and gets a good look at the faces of all the pains. His hunch was right. The faces and bodies belong to ninjas that he's faced before in his life. He's figured out who Pain is. But before he can tell it to Fukasaku, one of the Pains jumps out of the water and grabs him, crushing his throat. They all then jump together and stab Jiraiya with huge metal rods.
Manga, because it's crazy. Like, I read the manga and like seeing it in like the anime, I was like, damn, this happened. At the time I was reading, I was like, damn, this happens to Jiraiya. Like, yeah, I knew he was done after this. I was like, it's over.
Starts fading, and he closes his eyes. But as he goes, he sees a vision of his life, and now he's basically failed at everything he tried. Rejected by Tsunade, couldn't stop Orochimaru, couldn't save his teacher in the 3rd Hokage, or his student in the 4th. But then he remembers something that he said once. The life of a ninja isn't determined by how he lived, but by how he died. So he gets back up on sheer willpower. Carves a code onto Pain's back. Pain sees this and attacks, hoping to get the frog, but Fukasaku gets away. Jiraiya, meanwhile, descends into the water. Thinking about the end of his life and how his last chapter will be remembered now, he smiles. As Jiraiya puts it himself,
R.I.P. Jiraiya!
But glorious indeed. And with that, the tale of Jiraiya
R.I.P. Jiraiya!
To an end. But just before he goes out, he thinks up the name for his sequel, The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki.
What should I name the sequel? The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki.
It's one of the saddest, most impactful deaths in anime.
Because he felt it.
Rest in peace, Jiraiya Sensei.
Naruto felt
the episode
it.
Following Jiraiya's death.
Where we left off.
Death opens with Pain appreciating Jiraiya as a great ninja, and as his teacher. He then says the reason they won is because of their secret, which Jiraiya uncovered just before he died. Zetsu then comes out of the ground, saying Pain needs to go and capture the Nine Tails immediately. But Pain refuses. Before that, he's going to see another battle. Stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, Naruto and his teammates are still chasing down all of Sasuke's sons.
Wait, oh, Pain's gonna go watch them their fight?
But come up empty-handed. Still, he's not giving up, and makes even more shadow clones to hunt him down. Speaking of Sasuke, he suddenly runs into Itachi. After a little back and forth, Sasuke impales
I was gonna say, yeah. And then reading the manga too, so I read the manga about this too. It's kind of cool to see in the anime. And then, their face off, gotta get that fly. But then when they face off, like their initial meeting, it was cool too.
With his lightning blade.
It was cool.
A clone that turns into crows. Before it's done, the clone tells Sasuke to come to the Uchiha hideout alone, and he'll give Sasuke a shot at vengeance. Okay. Meanwhile, Madara sets atop a statue of Madara Uchiha, thinking about how Sasuke and Itachi's battle will turn out. Sasuke and his team are making his way through the forest when Karin senses Naruto's shadow clones. She says they should change paths, but Sasuke just keeps going forward, taking out one of Naruto's shadow clones as well. Unfortunately for Sasuke, that lets Naruto and his teammates know
where he's at, right?
That's what you're thinking about right
When
now?
his clones are gone.
Oh, like you don't think about
You having sex with the girls? No.
where he is, and the chase is on. Hebe eventually makes it out of the forest, where they're stopped by Kisame. He says only Sasuke is allowed beyond this point. The rest of them have to stay back. If they refuse, Kisame will just kill them. Sasuke goes on ahead, despite Karin's protests. Meanwhile, Suigetsu asks Kisame if he remembers him, and says they should have a sparring session to kill the time. As this happens, Naruto and the Leaf Ninjas are rushing towards Sasuke.
Because they got swords. I think Suigetsu has Zabuza swords, and then Kiyosame has like a legendary sword too, so that's why it was kind of cool.
When they get stopped by Toby, he's being his usual goofball self, cracking jokes and making a fool. Naruto tries hitting him with a Rasengan, and well, it phases right through him. What?
I'm pretty good, don't you think?
Yeah, that was cool.
Kakashi
And then,
starts
so seeing that ability too, seeing that like, we've seen ninjutsu, we've seen genjutsu, but this is not genjutsu. This is like his ability. This is his, this is his ninjutsu, but it's like we've never seen anything like it. You know what I'm saying? Because like it warps space time basically. That's what it comes to. But like seeing it in the show for the first time, in the manga too, it's like, damn, what is that guy? How do they stop him? How do you stop him if you can't touch him?
Offensive, but no matter how they attack him, they can't hit him. It's like he's more of an illusion than a person.
Right,
While he's acting like a comedian, Kakashi and Yamato realize this guy is not a joke at all. And while Kisame dukes it out with Suigetsu, the episode ends with Sasuke making his way towards Itachi in total rage mode. The first half of the next episode is entirely flashbacks to things that we've already seen before. Itachi and Sasuke when they were younger. Itachi's frustration with his clan slowly bubbling to the surface. Their father's expectations of Itachi and his eventual massacre of the Uchiha clan. All as Sasuke makes his way to Itachi. When he finally gets there, Itachi wastes no time in getting the battle started. Itachi seems to have the edge at first, until Sasuke tricks him into jumping right into his sword. But this is Itachi. You can be sure that the first thing he did was cast a genjutsu.
Yeah.
Sure enough, Itachi isn't looking where he was. And then he actually gets stabbed by Sasuke's sword. Sasuke was expecting the genjutsu, and used one of his own to sneak up on Itachi. He then asked Itachi a very important question. Back when Itachi left Sasuke alive all those years ago, he mentioned that if Sasuke gets the Mangekyo Sharingan, he'll be the third person to have it. Sasuke realizes that even Itachi couldn't have murdered all the elite Uchiha by himself, and that the other person with the Mangekyo...
Also, I have another question too, because this is kind of confusing, because Itachi says that this is the third person, right? But that's not true. That's not true, because Madara is the first, right? He unlocked the Mangekyo. We got Shizui also unlocked the Mangekyo. And then of course Itachi and Sasuke. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of threw me off when he said that, because Shizui also has Mangekyo. He gave Itachi his Mangekyo, if I'm not confused. But where I was going with that was, I also don't believe that in all the clan's time that there was only those 4 that awakened the Mangekyo. I mean, I feel like somewhere in the story they've mentioned more people having like Mangekyo Sharingan rather than just those 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. And then I paused the video, right, just to break down Itachi's logic and what he said about them only being 3, when clearly from the story we know there's 4.
Mangekyo must have helped. Itachi confirms his theory, before giving him the name, Madara Uchiha. He was the one who discovered the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was the one who summoned the Nine-Tailed Fox and attacked the Leaf Village all those years ago.
Yeah.
And he was the one who created the Akatsuki and operated it from the shadows. Oh my god. The next episode opens. And what do you know? Sasuke stabbing Itachi was a genjutsu too. Zetsu watches on from the outside, and Sasuke and Itachi are just standing still. They're quite literally playing mind games. Itachi starts telling Sasuke about the Mangekyo, how it's far superior to the regular Sharingan, but also about its curse. The more a person uses it, the more they lose their eyesight. Itachi then asks Sasuke if he knows the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan.
That's what I was gonna say, and then the brothers too. That's untrue, because then Madara had a brother. That's what I'm saying. Madara had a brother too that also awakened the Mangekyo. So Itachi's logic is kind of, I don't know, what he just said doesn't make sense, because that's Shizui, Madara, Itachi, Sasuke, and then Madara's brother. That's 5 users just right there. That's not true. That's not true about Sasuke only being the third person to awaken it, when clearly we just saw Madara and his brother.
He says controlling the Nine Tails. Itachi agrees. Yes, that is one of the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but there's another. Sasuke asks what the secret is, and we also get to see Itachi's POV. The guy is almost completely blind, so Itachi shows him a story about Madara Uchiha and his younger brother. They were incredible ninjas from a young age, and possessed awesome power. But it wasn't enough, so they both killed those nearest and dearest to them and obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. With that, Madara became the leader of the clan. However, excessive use of his Mangekyo meant Madara started losing his eyesight, until he was completely blind, so he did the only thing that he could to survive. He stole his brother's eyes. Not only did he gain his sight back, but also inherited the power of his brother's eyes.
Yeah.
That's Itachi's plan.
Sasuke, you are the one who will become my new light.
During weekends, we do
YouTube
like a
Premium
grill.
coming soon, man.
You know, you have bragging rights in the hood.
You have my spare eye.
He wants Sasuke's eyes so he can surpass Madara and take his place atop the Uchiha hierarchy. That's why he didn't kill Sasuke all those years ago. He wanted him to develop his Sharingan first. That
which
is
makes
an
sense
old-school
for
evil
plot
villain right there. With that, the fight begins. After chucking a bunch of shuriken at each other, they clash blades, but Itachi's shadow clone jumps in to ambush Sasuke, so he brings out a snake to protect him, before launching a Chidori-powered shuriken that cuts the shadow clone wide open. Unfortunately, Sasuke gets tricked by Itachi's crows, and he smacks him into a wall. He then asks Sasuke to forgive him as he puts his fingers around Sasuke's eye. The next episode opens with Itachi's fingers around Sasuke's eye, and he mercilessly plucks it out. Sasuke tries to use the curse mark to fight back, but a clone of Itachi grabs him from behind. He's about to pull Sasuke's second eye out, when Sasuke grows out snakes on his back, which scream. As it turns out, this scream breaks Itachi's ultimate genjutsu, the Tsukuyomi. We then see Sasuke still has both eyes, and is standing across from Itachi. Sasuke falls to his knees, and Zetsu, who's been secretly watching this whole time, thinks it's over. That is, until Itachi falls to his knees too. Sasuke breaking his Tsukuyomi took a lot out of Itachi too. Bro is growing at an insane pace. Itachi, however, is not about to be outdone by his younger brother. He begins cooking up his Amaterasu. According to Zetsu, Itachi's left eye possesses the most superior genjutsu.
It's crazy how, like, when Itachi first used it, like, Amaterasu was a big deal, but now it's just like a casual jutsu that Sasuke does. You know what I'm saying? We see it left and right. But it was like when it first, it was like, this is a big deal.
His right eye possesses a superior ninjutsu. That's what the Amaterasu is. With genjutsu being done, the brothers start fighting. They're fighting for real this time. However, something is off with Itachi. He gets hit by a move he easily could have dodged. The effects of the Tsukuyomi from earlier are really getting to him. He's on the back foot. Sasuke uses the opportunity to pile on the pressure with a fireball and a Chidori, sending the fight outside. Itachi hits back with a fireball jutsu, and after that, both brothers fire their fireballs at the same time. Sasuke's fireball is overpowering Itachi's, but Itachi was focused on a different kind of fire. His Amaterasu is complete, and he unleashes it. Now, I want you kind folks to cast your minds back to OG Naruto, when Itachi and Kisame came after Naruto. Jiraiya ended up saving Naruto and Sasuke, trapping Kisame and Itachi in the belly of a frog. However, when Jiraiya reached them, he saw that they had escaped, and there was a weird black fire where they had escaped from.
Right.
Well, that black fire is Amaterasu, a fire that burns and burns until it eliminates its target and cannot be extinguished, except by Itachi. With his Amaterasu, Itachi burns away Sasuke's fireball. Yeah, the Amaterasu can even burn fire. Sasuke starts
it burns other flames.
As Itachi keeps tracking Sasuke with his right eye. Eventually, he catches Sasuke, and Sasuke starts burning up. Itachi stops the burning to take Sasuke's eyes, but Sasuke already used that Orochimaru-style substitution to hatch a new body out of his old one. Ew. In case you forgot, he absorbed Orochimaru, so, he did do that.
Yeah.
With that, Sasuke activates his curse mark and starts shooting a bunch of fireballs up at Itachi. Itachi dodges away from them. However, is feeling the effects of using the Mangekyo Sharingan too much. Zetsu sees both of them and says they're both basically out of chakra. But as it starts raining, Sasuke says he has one more jutsu up his sleeve. He came here prepared to kill Itachi. Episode 138 opens with us realizing that the fireballs Sasuke just let out weren't meant to hit Itachi. His plan was to make it start raining.
Yeah.
With that, Sasuke...
That was cool too, like using the actual weather phenomena, like using science to actually like make it, you heat it up and then you make it storm and then you can use your jutsu.
Plays his trump card. He harnesses the lightning in the sky, controls it, and launches it in an attack that's impossible to dodge. After all, it comes at the speed of light. Itachi and Zetsu are both shocked, as the lightning takes the shape of a dragon before crashing down on Itachi. When the dust settles, Itachi isn't moving. Sasuke drops to his knees, exhausted but relieved. It's finally over. Or is it? As Sasuke finds out, it's actually not over at all, because Itachi gets up and says Sasuke's gotten stronger. That attack could have killed him. He then shows Sasuke how he survived. After gaining Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, he unlocked a third jutsu, the Susanoo. It's a large spirit that gets summoned above him, and it is as cool as it is terrifying. Seeing this monstrosity walk towards him, Sasuke activates his curse mark in a desperate attempt to gain more power, but all he gets is Orochimaru's chakra, which he was suppressing to the surface. This chakra bursts out of Sasuke in the shape of Orochimaru's 8th serpent jutsu, and Itachi's Susanoo takes it on, chopping off 7 of the 8 heads. Then the 8th head opens to reveal Orochimaru alive and well. Unfortunately for him, Itachi's Susanoo possesses the Tatsuka blade, also known as the Sword of Sealing.
Yeah.
It traps whoever it pierces in a genjutsu for all of
But it doesn't matter because we know, Orochimaru's still alive within Kabuto. But that's crazy. That's crazy to think. Let's step back, right? Orochimaru was still alive within Kabuto and Sasuke at the same time. So think about it. He had multiple times to come back alive until Itachi essentially freed Sasuke of Orochimaru. That's what this scene was. Essentially, was Itachi sealing away Orochimaru and taking that away from Sasuke. So Orochimaru couldn't take over his body or come back in any way, shape, or possible. But that's still kind of crazy on Orochimaru's part to have so many backup plans to come back to life, dude, even after death. Amazing. Smart on his end.
He traps Orochimaru, but not before a small white snake escapes off his body and slithers off. I feel like we haven't seen the last of that bastard.
Nope.
Back with Itachi. He's about to go after Sasuke, but suddenly drops to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Sasuke takes it as an opportunity to attack, but the Susanoo is back up before he can do anything. Sasuke tries and tries, but the Susanoo is impenetrable.
Yeah.
Itachi makes his way towards Sasuke slowly, menacingly. Sasuke can't do anything about it. But when Itachi...
YouTube Premium coming soon, bro. Bro, 2 ads in a row.
That meets your needs now. For when things...
Itachi gets up close to Sasuke. He says something that we don't get to hear. And then instead of taking his eye, he taps Sasuke's forehead like he used to when Sasuke was a child, and just like that, the Susanoo disappears, and Itachi Uchiha drops dead. The entire purpose of Sasuke's life has been to get revenge on Itachi.
Now what?
Been all he has thought of since he was a kid, and now he's done it. He looks over at Itachi's lifeless body, before smiling and passing out. Oh, and that little snake that got away? The episode ends with Itachi's Amaterasu falling on it and burning it down. The following episode sees us cut
so they made sure he didn't survive at all, okay.
Back to Naruto and everybody else still taking on Tobi, and having no idea why their perfectly timed attacks are completely missing. They realize that the attacks are passing through him, so it must have been some kind of jutsu that he's doing. To get to the bottom of this, Shino senses bugs at Tobi, completely smothering him in them. The bugs sense chakra. and with Hinata watching on with her Byakugan, they're going to figure out his jutsu. Except, he just disappears. Toby isn't teleporting either. If he was, the bugs would have gone with him. He's quite literally removing himself from one place and popping up in another. Sakura then says that if he can do that, he can probably remove individual parts of his body as well. That's why it looked like Naruto went right through him. Just as they're getting ready to try this theory out, Zetsu shows up with an announcement that shocks everybody to their core. Itachi Uchiha is dead. Sasuke won. Toby acts shocked, before dropping the act. His voice changes too, it's much deeper and more sinister.
We're just going to have to finish this some other time.
He says this is going exactly as he predicted, and says he'll...
them too, like realizing like, okay, he has a whole other side to him. He's just fucking with us like this. He like, I don't know. When I saw this, I was like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? As I'm reading it and seeing it, I'm like, okay, yeah, this guy's not, no.
He'll play with the leaf ninjas another time.
Yeah.
Right now he has some business to attend to, and then he just disappears into thin air, which might be the coolest exit I've ever seen.
That was cool.
But before he leaves, Kakashi sees the Sharingan from inside his mask and wonders who the hell this guy must be. But we already know. I was doubting it at first, but there's no other explanation. This guy is Madara Uchiha. Naruto and the others rush to where Sasuke found Itachi, but they're too late. Zetsu and Madara got there before them. By the time Naruto makes it, Sasuke's already gone. Meanwhile, Zetsu tells Sasuke's team to head over to where Madara is taking Sasuke. He then asks Kisame what he's going to do, now that his partner's dead. Kisame says he'll go spread his wings for a bit, even if they were both evil sandbags. You can see Kisame cared for Itachi. After that, Sasuke wakes up in a place he doesn't recognize, with a voice he doesn't recognize speaking from the shadows. It's Madara, and he says he has something important to tell Sasuke. It's about Itachi, but when Sasuke looks into Madara's Sharingan, his own eye transforms into the shape of Itachi's Sharingan and blasts Madara with Amaterasu. It looks like he's down, but Madara Uchiha does not fall so easily. He's unscathed, and then says that Itachi must have planted that Amaterasu.
That was smart too on Itachi's end to kind of keep, Obito or Madara, what are you going to call him at this point? Madara. We'll call him Madara at this point. To keep Madara away from Sasuke. That was smart to implant the Mangekyo Sharingan to do the Amaterasu. But I think Obito's move is he moves through space-time, so I don't even think the flames I don't think they'll keep up with him.
When Sasuke asks why, Madara says that it's simple, to protect him. Why the hell would Itachi protect Sasuke after spending an hour trying to kill him?
And then this too. And then seeing this whole thing, I'll play through it. But this was a big mindfuck here.
Itachi didn't want the truth about him to get out.
The truth.
Because of that, only 4 people besides Itachi knew what he was doing. Those 4 people were the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and the 2 advisors of the Hokage, Hamura and Koharu. Since the 3rd died, only those 3 know it now. And they will never tell the world. Sasuke starts hyperventilating as he remembers both his good and bad memories with Itachi. What is this masked maniac saying? How could the man Sasuke hated his whole life? The man who killed his family and clan, the man who took everything from Sasuke.
Yeah.
How could this man be protecting him?
What are you trying to
He did it for the village.
Sasuke then wakes up to find himself tied up. And Madara says he simply did this to stop Sasuke from running off. He might not have any proof to show Sasuke what he's saying is true, but Sasuke will hear him out. In order to tell this story, he needs to go back to before the Leaf Village was founded. Back in those days, the entire world was stuck in battle, with individual clans being hired by different nations to fight on their behalf. Among this clan, there were 2 who stood above all the others, the Uchiha and the Senju. Also, Madara says he didn't kill his younger brother to get the perfect Mangekyo Sharingan. His brother sacrificed his eyes so that Madara could protect the Uchiha clan. Anyway, Madara was destined to fight the leader.
And just gonna pause it here just yet, but it's kind of interesting, right? When you talk to different people, you kind of get a different perspective of a story. You know what I'm saying? Itachi said that Madara took out his own brother, but then Madara is gonna come and say that his brother sacrificed himself. Those are 2 different stories, and it's like, who do you believe? Because you weren't there, you have no proof. And it's just interesting. History too.
The Senju clan in battle one day, and so he faced the man named Hashirama Senju, who Madara says he respected more than anybody else. Madara fought many battles with Hashirama, and both the ninjas became legendary in the process. Both clans clashed over and over again, with seemingly no end in sight. Except, there was an end in sight. Tired of the war, fighting in death, the Senju clan sent over an offer for a truce. Madara was against it, but he was the only one in his clan. Everybody else wanted peace.
As their leader, I had no choice but to go along with their wish.
Yeah, Madara, why you choosing to crash out instead of choosing peace, bro? You over here going to war with the Senjus? Damn. Chill out,
and so
bro.
Madara agreed to the truce. The truce between the clans eventually led to an agreement with the Land of Fire, and that's how the village hidden in the leaves was born. Slowly but surely, all the other nations adopted this one nation, one village policy, and there was peace, for a while at least. Because after that came the matter of who would become Hokage.
I want to check something really quick. Alright, where am I? Yeah, we're on record, alright.
Everybody in the village, including the members of the Uchiha clan, thought it should be Hashirama Senju. Not a single one of them backed Madara, and so Madara left, swearing war on the village and its people.
Damn!
But he would return. With the Nine Tails under his control, and unleash havoc on the Leaf Village. That's when Hashirama and Madara had their final battle, in the place that would come to be known as the Final Valley.
Yeah,
As Madara, despite having the Nine Tails lost to Hashirama, everybody, including Hashirama, thought he was dead, but he survived. After this battle, the Uchiha were never trusted again. They were treated like the Senju's dogs. Then, when the Nine Tails attacked the village a second time, Madara says the Uchiha were blamed, even though they had nothing to do with it. After that, they were under constant surveillance by Anbu forces, and were shunned to the outskirts of the village. Eventually, resentment kept building in the Uchiha clan, until they had had enough. Under Sasuke and Itachi's father, the Uchiha clan planned a coup to overthrow the Hokage, so the Leaf Village sent a double agent to infiltrate them. And that agent was none other than Itachi Uchiha. The look on Sasuke.
So, I don't know. Would you let me know in the comments about this, man? Like Sasuke, like if you were Itachi, would you do that? Would you betray like your own family / clan for for the village? Like, could you do that? And then could you take out your own clan too, like your own family, your own clan? Like, could you take them out for the sake of the village? Like, could you choose the village over your clan, / people? Now Itachi had a reason, like he had a better reason that I don't think the show went into it. Or at least I don't think this went into it, but he had a better reasoning. Like there was more background. Like I know there was like drama within his clan. He didn't like his clan. There was an instance where he got blamed for a murder or something like that, or something happened and they blamed him. And he was saying this is like what's wrong with the clan. You guys are too quick to be violent. Or you guys are too quick to blame or something like that. There was more internal going on. I get that. But still, that's kind of crazy to me. That's still kind of crazy to do. I understand. You stopped a war, you stopped a whole, I guess you stopped a whole coup, you stopped a whole war, but you still betrayed, your clan, your family in the process. I'm not dogging him. I understand from his perspective, and then on top of that, if he already has that revolutionary mindset where he's like, okay, this is not it, you guys are wrong, you guys are doing things wrong, you guys are operating, it's not hard to see, what I'm saying, how he could do that to his clan. But yeah, it's just crazy, man. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about that.
Sasuke's face says it all. How is this even possible? The next episode starts with Madara still explaining Itachi's actions. Now, Itachi and Sasuke's father was under the impression that Itachi was feeding the Uchiha clan information about the Leaf Village, when it was actually the opposite. You see, Itachi was 4 years old when the Third Great Ninja War happened. Seeing all this death and destruction at a young age made him hate war, and he spent his whole life trying to avoid it. As such, he saw that the Uchiha clan's coup of the Leaf could trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War, and he couldn't bear it. Seeing his willingness for peace, the village used Itachi by giving him the ultimate mission: slaughter his own clan and keep the peace, becoming a rogue ninja in the process, and then living the rest of his life on the run. Imagine what he must have gone through, what he must have felt.
And then it's sad, right? Because the Hidden Leaf, then they take no blame for it, and it's fucked up because this happens in real life. But like, yeah, he has to live this life as a mass murderer. You know what I'm saying? As this and that, and people think that, but they don't know behind the scenes what really happened and the reason behind it, and the fact that high-ranking, the Hokage, Danzo, and then their two like high-ranking members of the village knew that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole inside job for real. It's crazy.
He couldn't do it on his own. He reached out to Madara, who agreed to help him. Madara got to take revenge on the clan that turned their backs on him, and Itachi carried out his mission flawlessly. Well, almost flawlessly. You see, Itachi was supposed to kill every man, woman, and child of the Uchiha clan, but there was one person Itachi couldn't bring himself to kill, and Sasuke's eyes open in shock as he realizes that person was him.
But he couldn't kill his little brother.
Before Itachi left, he made the third Hokage promise to protect Sasuke. Then before leaving, he threatened Danzo. If Danzo ever hurt Sasuke, Itachi would expose the truth to everybody.
Yeah.
But Sasuke cuts him off. He's a hard time believing any of this. After all, Itachi tried to kill him multiple times. But Madara's like, dude, be serious. If he wanted to kill you, he would have just killed you.
And then it was kind of heartbreaking, too, to think that, like, granted, Sasuke was maybe getting in trouble, but Sasuke, you don't have the Mangekyo, so you need the Mangekyo to beat someone with a Mangekyo. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have that. So, and then, like, for me, it was kind of not really heartbreaking because I knew it. Itachi held back, you know what I'm saying? We all knew Itachi at this point in the show, at this point in the time, show, manga, anime, whatever. Itachi was stronger than Sasuke, you know what I'm saying? Now, nowadays it's different, but, like, still, at this time, Itachi was stronger. So yeah, it was like, yeah, I was like, for at the time reading, I'm like, Sasuke, did you low-key not know? You know what I'm saying? He was holding back. You know what I'm saying? At the end there, he just walked towards you. He didn't hit you like he hit Orochimaru, you know what I'm saying, with his sword. He didn't try to seal you away. Like, he could have hurt you so many times. Well, the Amaterasu, like, I don't know how he wasn't getting with the Amaterasu, but...
Sasuke asks why Itachi fought him near death in their battle, and Madara says even Sasuke should know the answer. Itachi did that so he could both remove Orochimaru in the curse mark from Sasuke's body.
Right.
He then had Sasuke think he was the one who killed Itachi, so he'd awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Everything Itachi ever did was for two reasons: the safety of the Leaf Village and the safety of his brother. But when it came down to choosing between the two, Itachi picked Sasuke. To him, Sasuke was the most precious thing in the world. He lived a life of hate, lies, and deception. Also that Sasuke would have lived a life filled with love and peace. After hearing the truth, Sasuke is standing on the edge of the ocean, and he recalls all his precious memories with Itachi. He remembers how much Itachi cared for him, how kind and gentle he was, how he would always poke Sasuke's forehead when he couldn't spend time with him. He then remembers Itachi's final moments. He wasn't taking his eye out. He was poking his head, just like the good old days. In his final moments, he said, "I'm sorry, Sasuke. This is it." And when he died...
Yeah.
Brock's candy corn really gives me that fall feeling.
Itachi was smiling, knowing he'd done all he could for his younger brother. Realizing that he spent his entire life hating the person who loved him the most, Sasuke cries. It's a moment that made even the toughest of Naruto fans drop to their knees. But then...
It was a huge mindfuck. It was tough, and it was sad, too. Also, because Itachi, Itachi was always that badass character, bro. You didn't want... I mean, he's gone now, you know what I'm saying? You have to accept the fact that Itachi's gone. He's deceased, you know what I'm saying? R.I.P. Itachi.
Sasuke opens his eyes, and the pain of what he just learned has taken effect. His Mangekyo Sharingan is awake. Sasuke tells his team they are no longer Hebi. Their name is Taka, which means hawk, and they have one goal: destroying the village that made Itachi suffer all this pain. At this point, can't really blame him. The following episode,
can you blame him?
And company refusing to give up on finding
But
Sasuke.
see, and I'm gonna take a moment here too. Again, but that's what happens, right? When you do negative things. So Itachi, he had to slaughter his clan, blah, blah. He had to hide things. You know what I'm saying? Well, no. Back up. Whatever happened with Madara and Hashirama, it's a whole thing. You know, the whole system of repression happened. You know what I'm saying? Then it led to Itachi, you know, their clan staging a coup. Itachi had to stop it. You know what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say is negativity leads to further negativity if it's not dealt with in the right way. So now you see where it's heading. You know what I'm saying? So Itachi, you know, Sasuke finally got what he wanted. Turns out Itachi, you know, the whole thing was a lie. And now he's going to destroy the village, you know, all because has someone dealt with that negativity all the way down the line in the beginning, you know, when the oppression started, the Uchiha and all that, this would never be happening, and everything would have been fine, you know what I'm saying? The Uchihas would have still been alive as a clan, you know what I'm saying? But things got escalated to both sides, and no one could see the peaceful way to stop it, I guess. But I'm just yapping.
And desperately tracing his scent, but the rain is pouring hard, and Sasuke's scent soon disappears. Realizing they can't do anything about this, they head back to the Leaf Village, and Naruto's absolutely shattered. Meanwhile, Madara asks Sasuke why he's staring at the moon. They're ready to head out, and Sasuke says it's helping him remember things his subconscious had buried. We then see the moment Itachi left Sasuke alive, and just before Itachi left and Sasuke passed out, Sasuke saw Itachi crying. He knows Madara is telling the truth, and he knows what he has to do now. Meanwhile, Madara finds Kisame and reveals his true identity. Kisame isn't as shocked as you would think he'd be. He even calls Madara the former Misukage, which is the Hokage equivalent of the village hidden in the mist. The only thing I learned from that line is that Madara has been around for a very long time, and he's been busy. Later, Taka meets up with Kisame and Madara. Sasuke says they'll destroy the Leaf Village, but to do this, they need to take out the elders first. Kisame says this won't be easy, and that Taka aren't strong enough to beat them right now. That's when Suigetsu says he wants to fight Kisame again. He wants Kisame's sword. He jumps in and swings at him, but Madara slaps the sword with his bare hands. Sasuke tells Suigetsu he can't beat Kisame, but he should do as he likes. Suigetsu then backs off, with Kisame smiling the whole time. Madara then says Taka will work with the Akatsuki. In return, they'll give them one of the tailed beasts. Currently, the Akatsuki is 6 tailed beasts, leaving 3.
Taka and the Akatsuki will split up to hunt the last 3. That is our immediate goal.
Taka will collect the 8 tails, while the Akatsuki hunt the rest, including Naruto Uzumaki. After the meeting, Madara catches up with Zetsu and tells him the meeting went well. He's won over Sasuke. Zetsu says he never imagined them losing so many Akatsuki members, but Madara says none of those losses were in vain. They all led to something important happening. And with Itachi finally gone, they can attack the Leaf Village without any worry. Meanwhile,
interesting story too was, and I've been seeing like fan theories, let me know in the comments what you guys think about this. Was Madara scared to attack the Leaf Village because Itachi? Like, what would have happened? You know what I'm saying? What would have happened in that situation had Madara just said, all right, Akatsuki, we're attacking the Leaf Village? What would Itachi have done? You know what I'm saying? Would he have defended the village, or would he have Well, no, he probably would have defended the village, but I'm just saying, like, how would that fight, how would that have gone? You know what I'm saying? Would Itachi have beaten Madara or no? Like this Madara, this Obito / Madara is what I'm saying. I don't think so, but we'll see. Let me know in the comments what you guys think. We would have seen.
Sasuke and Taka head over to the village hidden in the clouds, and they interrogate a ninja for the location of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The ninja refuses to speak at first, but Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan is way too OP. His genjutsu immediately makes the poor guy spill the beans, and Taka travels deep within the mountains to find him. We then see the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and he's rapping. Yeah, he's rapping.
Killer B!
His name is Killer B, and
What's
he
up?
raps. He comes outside to see Taka waiting for him. Suigetsu charges in first, but B just stops his sword with his hands and tosses him aside. Jugo goes in next, but B takes him down in one hit. So Sasuke says that
that's a grown-ass man.
He approaches B and says he doesn't know what the Akatsuki are up to, but he's going to be the one using them, not the other way around. With that, the stage is set for the next battle, and it's going to be a doozy. The episode opens with B using Suigetsu's sword to find Sasuke. Sasuke manages to pin the sword down and land a clean kick on B's face, and B takes out a notebook and starts writing a cool rhyme he just came up with. Sasuke gives Suigetsu his sword back, and B thanks Sasuke for helping him come up with that rap. As a reward, he's gonna fight him for real. So B pulls out not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 8 swords. Yeah, I forgot to mention the Eight Tails Jinchuriki fights with 8 swords.
Yeah.
And those aren't just for show.
He's certified.
Sasuke tries to keep up. The sheer number of attacks B is throwing at him is just too much for even a Sharingan to follow. He gets knocked back, so he comes up with a new plan. Use his lightning blade. One problem with this. B also uses lightning style. So Sasuke gets sliced up and thrown back. B then goes in for the killing blow, and Sasuke's life is barely saved by Suigetsu throwing his sword between him and B. Jugo then manages to get a big hit on B, which gives them some breathing room. Sasuke, meanwhile, is seriously hurt. So Karine has him bite her hand to get some chakra and heal up. She's visibly enjoying it too. Definitely not a kid.
And then she has bite marks all over her.
Suigetsu and Jugo team up with him to take down Killer B. They all attack at once, and Suigetsu manages to trap B for Sasuke to land a huge Chidori on both of them. But it does more damage to Suigetsu than B, who escapes for the time being. Realizing this isn't an easy fight, B brings out his tailed beast chakra and launches himself at Sasuke. Sasuke dodges, so B goes straight for his teammates. They survive the hit, but B isn't done and goes straight at Sasuke again. Sasuke manages to use his Mangekyo Sharingan in time to put B in a Genjutsu, which incapacitates him. But when Sasuke turns around, B hits him with a clothesline so nasty it literally tears his chest and neck open. You see,
when they introduced B and the Raikage, I was like, yeah, those are some bad. I like those. Those are some badasses. I like them.
Genjutsu is pretty useful for normal people, but for a Jinchuriki in perfect sync with his tailed beast, it's useless. That's what B is, a perfect Jinchuriki, and he proves it by bringing out the Eight Tails in its original form. Yeah, Taka is in big trouble.
Eight Tails will make you pee your pants, you little ants!
While Jugo heals Sasuke, Taka gets to see the Eight Tails in all of its glory. In Octopus monstrosity, Sasuke's healed up, but it came at a price. Jugo is turned into a child, and Taka tries to make a run for it. The Eight Tails comes after them, but Suigetsu turns into a water monster to buy his teammates some time. The Eight Tails launches a tailed beast bomb at them, and Suigetsu just tanks it, barely surviving. Seeing his teammates and how they were willing to give their lives for him, Sasuke decides to pull out all the stops, and uses Amaterasu on the Eight Tails. It starts flailing around like a monster, and hits Karine. Some of the Amaterasu gets on her, but Sasuke manages to extinguish it with his Sharingan. He then removes the black flames from Killer B, who's out cold. It wasn't easy, but Taka's mission was successful. They captured the Eight Tails. Meanwhile, the shinobi of the Hidden Cloud say B's older brother is not going to be happy about this. And who is his older brother? Oh, no one special. Just the...
Today I may not see anyone
the hidden sound. You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out soon. Saucy's gonna find out soon.
That will be a
sign.
yeah.
Raikage of the Hidden
Cloud. Oh yeah.
Taka's just opened Pandora's box, and they're not gonna like what comes out of it.
Oh no.
One filler arc later, we're at episode 152, and Naruto's thinking about his interaction with Itachi. We finally find out what Itachi said to Naruto when he put him in that Genjutsu. He basically wanted to know what Naruto would do if Sasuke ever attacked the Elite Village. Naruto said he'd stop Sasuke without killing him, and Itachi calls him naive. But Naruto says he always keeps his word. That's his ninja way. Itachi then smiles and stuffs a crow down Naruto's throat. He said he was sharing some of his power with Naruto, but surely there were better ways to do this. Anyway, Naruto's in his bed, just hoping that Sasuke is okay. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Taka drop off Killer B with Madara. Madara asks Sasuke what he's going to do next, and his response is simple. Destroy the Elite Village. We then learn that Sasuke doesn't want to kill the elders. He just wants to burn the Elite Village to the ground. According to him, the elders and everybody living a happy life at the expense of Itachi are guilty, and he wants to make them pay. We then cut to the Raikage getting told Killer B was taken, and to nobody's surprise, he's pissed. Meanwhile, back with Naruto, Kakashi tells him Tsunade has summoned him. When he goes there, he sees a bunch of toads, including Fukasaku, as well as Sakura and Sai. There, Fukusaku breaks the news to Naruto. Jiraiya is dead. Naruto can't believe this, so Fukusaku explains everything about Pain.
Yeah, hey Sasuke, there's gonna be no village to destroy because Pain's gonna run through that bitch first. Sorry, bro. I forgot about that.
The Rinnegan. There being 6 of them, and the code Jiraiya wrote on his back. But all this is lost on Naruto. He's overcome with grief. He blames Tsunade, saying that if Jiraiya was the Hokage, he'd never put her in a situation like this, before leaving her office. As Naruto leaves the Hokage's building, Fukusaku shares more. Not only did Jiraiya capture a hidden rain ninja for them to interrogate, but he also managed to seal the body of the one Pain he managed to kill. Tsunade says a ninja's corpse is full of information. She's sure that if they can decipher his code and analyze the body, they'll find a way to defeat Pain. Naruto, meanwhile, is just walking around the village, remembering all the good times that he had with Jiraiya. The training, the jokes, the pervertedness, and it brings a smile to his face. He then runs into Iruka-sensei, who says they should catch up over some ramen. But for the first time in his life, Naruto says no, and he just walks past Iruka-sensei. Later that night, he goes to a convenience store and gets a double popsicle, the same kind Jiraiya used to share with him. He doesn't eat it, he just sits there and he cries. That's when Iruka-sensei shows up and says he heard what happened. Naruto says he wanted Jiraiya to be there when he becomes Hokage. He still wants Jiraiya to look over him, but Iruka says something Naruto...
It's also kind of cool and like heartwarming to have Iruka-sensei there, because Iruka was like his first sensei, I think. I think Iruka-sensei was like his first... If we go back to the Naruto video, yeah, first sensei, man. It's kind of heartwarming to have him, have him come back full circle, have him in Shippuden, have your old sensei, still kind of guiding you through life. Your OG original sensei, man. I like that.
Naruto didn't know. Jiraiya was super proud of him. In fact, he bragged about how good of a student Naruto was.
No matter where he is, I know that he wouldn't be happy to see you this upset and sad.
And had full belief in him becoming Hokage. He said that though Jiraiya is not with them anymore, he'll always be looking over Naruto. He wouldn't like seeing this depressed version of him at all. He then breaks the popsicle in half and gives one to Naruto. Naruto smiles. Oh, alright, moving on. The next day, Shikamaru goes to check if the code people have figured out Jiraiya's message, but they have no luck. The problem is the code isn't in any pattern the Leaf knows. Jiraiya made it up himself, so unless they know the key, they can't decipher it. Shikamaru asks Tsunade and Kakashi if they know anything about this code, but they don't, so he goes to Naruto. But seeing Naruto still depressed, Shikamaru takes him to the hospital. There, they meet Kurenai-sensei, who's pregnant with Asuma's kid. Shikamaru says he's going to be that kid's teacher. He then tells Naruto that Asuma and Jiraiya were amazing teachers, and it's their duty to follow in their footsteps. Soon, they'll be the ones treating the...
Hold on, and I just noticed, is the kid in Boruto? Because I watched Boruto, I swear I didn't see the kid, but I saw Shikamaru because he's like the Hokage's assistant. But in Boruto, I swear I don't see the Asuma's kid at all. Because they're hyping it up like to make sure he's actually gonna have a part in it. But in Boruto, no, I don't see the kid at all.
If they want to make their teachers proud, they don't have the time to sulk or be sad. They have a job to do.
We can't stay brats forever.
That's true.
Not if we want.
And Naruto and Shikamaru kind of bond because they lost their senseis to the Akatsuki. You know what I'm saying?
Want to become cool shinobi.
Asuma and
the type of
Jiraiya.
shinobi that Asuma and Jiraiya both were.
Yeah.
With this, Naruto is snapped right out of his slump, and he's ready to help. Man, Shikamaru is the best. He never lets you down. The following episode starts with Tsunade handing over the hidden rain ninja Jiraiya captured to Ibiki for interrogation. In case you forgot, he's the guy who took Naruto's written Chunin exam, and he also happens to be an interrogation expert. You can bet he's not going to be tickling him like Jiraiya did. Meanwhile, Shizune starts the autopsy on the dead Pain, while Shikamaru is asking Naruto about the code. Because Naruto knows Jiraiya's handwriting well, he discovers one of the numbers isn't a number at all, but a code. They realize the code is hidden in one of Jiraiya's books, and Kakashi pops in with the book they need.
Yeah.
They use the code to get the following message. The real one's not among them. They don't understand what that means.
I was recommended to Rasmussen by a former student. She said she loved the culture. It was a family atmosphere.
So they decide to tell Fukusaku. He fought Pain, so he might know what it's all about. Unfortunately, that message is too vague for him to understand. Still, he didn't just come here for the message. Fukusaku wants Naruto to undergo the same sage training Jiraiya did.
Also, I kind of blinked on this when they were showing it, but they have one of those, they have like Pain laid out on the table. Can't they technically take and implant his Rinnegan into like Naruto or anyone? Couldn't they do that? Could they not take his Rinnegan and implant it to one of them? You know what I'm saying? Level the playing field and give and give Naruto like some visual prowess? No? No? Am I stretching? No? Let me know.
Since Pain beat Jiraiya, there's currently nobody in the village who could beat him. But if Naruto takes that training, he just might be able to. Naruto agrees, and so does Tsunade. And just like that, he's off to Mount Myoboku, following in the footsteps of his sensei and his father. But more on that way later. Meanwhile, Naruto makes it to Mount Myoboku. After forcing himself to eat some pretty disgusting food, Naruto's ready for his training. Naruto will be learning Sage Jutsu. While ninjutsu uses your own internal chakra, Sage Jutsu uses the chakra that exists outside of oneself, taking it from the world. Fukasaku then demonstrates by lifting a statue 100 times his size with one hand. This is the power of Sage Jutsu. To be able to learn it, Naruto needs to become one with nature. And to do that, Gamakichi, who's grown a lot, says he has to die. What? Turns out Gamakichi was exaggerating. Naruto doesn't have to die, however the only way to become one with nature and learn to use Sage Jutsu is to sit perfectly still. It sounds simple, but it really isn't. To start, Naruto needs the special toad oil of Mount Myoboku to sense and use nature energy.
Toad oil.
Plus, Naruto needs to be careful to not take in too much natural chakra. If he does, he'll turn into a frog statue. That's what the statues in Mount Myoboku are. Failed toad sages. But we all know Naruto, he's up for the challenge.
I'll do it. My ninja way is the same as pervy sages.
We then see Pain and Konan meeting Madara. They've captured the Six Tails themselves, and with Sasuke getting Killer Bee, only the Nine Tails is left. With that, Pain tells Konan to make the preparations. They're heading to the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Naruto suggests that he uses shadow clones to speed up his training. Fukasaku agrees, but only allows 4. This is because if a shadow clone turns into a frog, Naruto will turn into one too. Luckily, he has a baton that beats nature's energy out of whoever it hits, so Naruto isn't in too much danger. Cue the training montage, and Naruto is finally able to see nature energy. One quick food break later, and he uses nature energy to pick up one of the statues. Gamakichi says that he's learning faster than Jiraiya did, and Fukasaku agrees. This kid is something else. As Madara brings Killer Bee in to have his Jinchuriki extracted, Naruto enters the next step of his training, using nature energy without using the oil. But before that, Fukasaku gives Naruto a gift. The first ever book Jiraiya wrote. It's called Tales of a Gutsy Ninja, and it's the book that made Minato give Naruto his name. As Naruto reads the book, he cries. He remembers Jiraiya says he's going to trust Naruto with finding peace in the world, and he smiles. The episode then ends with the Akatsuki extracting the 8 tails from Bee, only to find out that it isn't Bee at all, but one of the 8 tails substituted as...
Yeah, I remember this like the biggest troll. I was like, damn.
Uh-oh. Sasuke messed up.
Yeah.
Next episode opens with Naruto training without the help of the toad oil. Unfortunately, it is a bit harder than he thought it would be. Fukasaku says that Naruto isn't sitting completely still. This is the only way to achieve Sage Jutsu, so Fukasaku decides that what he needs is an incentive to stay still. And there's nothing that motivates you quite like not falling to your death. Naruto knows the training is tough, but also knows he doesn't have a lot of time, so he brings out his shadow clones. Using his shadow clones, Naruto keeps going at the training, doing his best to stay still, failing over and over and over again until he finally does it. He's gathered enough natural energy to enter Sage mode. That's something even Jiraiya couldn't do without the help of Fukasaku and Shima. So he's officially surpassed his teacher, but his training isn't done yet. Now he needs to learn how to use his Sage power. Meanwhile, Suigetsu is mad at his team for leaving his sword, the one that belonged to Zabuza, behind. They then ask Sasuke about getting a tailed beast bomb from Madara. Sasuke says he doesn't know about all that, but he does know that he now has the power to destroy the leaf. But as with all power, it comes at a cost. And as Sasuke knocks over a glass of water, we know the cost of the Mangekyo Sharingan. One's eyesight. Outside, a spy from the hidden cloud has...
But that quick, though, see, this thing is like, you gotta think, Itachi had his, his Mangekyo through the span of all of Naruto, and then part of Shippuden, too, you know what I'm saying? The thing with Sasuke is I feel like he started losing his sight too quick, and it's like there's no way he was overusing it that much to where, cause he just awoken it, he just awoken. There's no reason he should be being blind already. That's one thing I had a problem with, was he started going blind way too quick.
Trail Taka and try sending back a message to their location, only to get stopped by Sasuke and Jugo. Back with Naruto, and he's training so hard that Fukasaku is the one who needs the break.
No, not yet.
It's not you. I'm the one that can't go on.
But when Fukasaku falls asleep, Naruto gets up and leaves. What is he up to? Back in the hidden cloud, the Raikage is blowing a fuse. He decides to let the Leaf know he'll take care of Sasuke himself, and summons a 5 Kage summit.
Yeah,
a meeting between the leaders.
So this is when shit really got crazy. The 5 Kage summit. That's when shit really got crazy.
He's not going to let Sasuke and the Akatsuki get away with this. Back with Naruto, it turns out he was practicing something. Whatever it was, it worked. Meanwhile, the Raikage gives his best ninjas, Omoi, Karui, and Samui, the task of finding and rescuing Bee. Turns out they were B students, and they'll do anything to save their sensei. The episode then ends with Naruto still training hard. The following episode opens with a peaceful day at the Leaf Village. The birds are chirping, the kids are playing, and everything is perfect. So naturally, it's time for Pain to attack the village.
Yeah.
He mercilessly kills all the guards out on patrol duty, before setting his sights on the village. Also, it looks like the Pain that looks like Yahiko has some kind of gravity power inside the leaf. They're still hard at work figuring out how to beat Pain. Shizune is working on the autopsy and figures the black rods impaled in the bodies of the Pains might have something to do with it. So she's investigating that. Ino's dad, meanwhile, is diving deep into the mind of the Hidden Rain ninja and sees that it's full of genjutsu blocks to stop him from revealing the truth. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Sakura are still trying to figure out what Jiraiya's message, "the real one's not among them," even means. We then take a quick cut to Sugasaku explaining the risks of Sage Energy. First of all, Naruto can't stay in Sage mode longer than 5 minutes, so once he uses it, he needs to finish his battles quickly. Secondly, you have to be still to go into Sage mode, so Naruto can't do it during a fight, unless he has Fukasaku attached to his shoulder, just like Jiraiya did. Meanwhile, the 6 Paths of Pain and Konan assemble outside the Leaf Village. They throw the Pain that summons stuff inside the village, and all the security thinks there's just one intruder. But then summoning Pain summons the other Pains and Konan inside the village, and they begin wrecking stuff and asking where Naruto is, though they're not having any luck with the latter. While that's happening, Shizune realizes that the rods in the Pains are chakra receptors, and says she has to get this info to Tsunade. Meanwhile, the Pains attack all over the village, and the Leaf Ninja start to react. Sakura jumps in at the last second to save a family from a giant centipede, and we see Aruka as well as the other ninjas mobilizing. Back in Tsunade's office, she gives out the order: ring the alarm bell, and recall Naruto. The following episode starts with the attack on the Leaf still underway. We then cut to the scumbag Danzo telling the advisors of the Hokage that Tsunade bringing back Naruto from Mount Meiboku is a bad thing. Shizune is still analyzing the rods, while Pain keeps up the assault on the village. As this happens, Shikamaru saves Kurenai from a big-ass centipede and escorts her to safety.
From a big-ass
Sakura sees how many people are getting injured and worse, and decides to head to the hospital. With Shizune still doing the autopsy, there's no one to take charge there, so Sakura decides to do it herself. It's what Tsunade would do, and Sakura is her student after all.
Yeah.
As Tsunade tells a frog to recall Naruto, the two advisors step in the room and say she shouldn't do this. Pain is here for the 9 tails, and calling Naruto back would be handing Pain what he wants on a silver platter. But Tsunade is so done with the counselor's bullshit that she literally picks them up by their collars, throws them on their asses, and calls them a bunch of cowards.
She's the Hokage, yeah. That's what I'm saying. She's the Hokage. It's what she says, bro.
Chosen some weapon she needs to hide. He's a ninja who'd give his life to protect the village. That's what they need right now. To trust the next generation, just as the last generation trusted them.
Right.
Do as you please.
The council
Eventually, old heads, you gotta pass the torch. You've gotta have trust. You've gotta stop being so scared, bro. You've got to.
Counselors say she can do what she likes, and leaves, as Shizune arrives and tells Tsunade about the chakra receptors. She tells the frog to update Naruto on the chakra receptors, and heads out to protect the village. But before the frog can teleport Mount Meiboku, it's killed by Danzo. He's disgusted that the counselors gave in to Tsunade, and he's gonna keep the 9 tails away from Pain no matter what it takes. Such a piece of shit. Tsunade summons her slug and tells it to split up and heal every single injured person in the village. She's gonna save the village by any means necessary. Meanwhile, Pain and Konan are still torturing Leaf Ninjas, trying to get a clue on Naruto's whereabouts. But no matter what they do, no one is giving them any answers. Gravity Pain eventually ends up in front of Aruka-sensei and asks him where Naruto is. Aruka is the last person who'd give up that info, so Pain decides to shove a metal rod in his face until Kakashi stops it. Thank God, Aruka gets away. And this sets the stage for Kakashi versus Pain.
Yeah.
Boy. The episode starts with Kakashi taking on Gravity Pain. After a small back and forth where Kakashi gets stabbed by one of Pain's rods, he goes in for a Chidori, which Pain counters by using his gravity powers to just shove Kakashi backwards.
Okay.
In the distance, Choji's dad, Choji, and other ninja see Kakashi's battle and decide to head there. Meanwhile, Kakashi is trying to figure out Gravity Pain's powers when Machine Pain shows up and launches missiles out of his hand at Kakashi. He dodges and shows up behind him to land a Chidori, but Machine Pain is able to dodge because Gravity Pain is looking at him. If you remember, Jiraiya discovered that they share the same vision, so whatever one path of Pain sees, the other one can see too.
That's OP.
Kakashi
okay, that's okay. That's already okay. Pain himself, like this Pain right here is all like the Gravity Pain. He's already OP as fuck, bro. But then like he has help. That's crazy. That's the crazier part.
Huge sword, and Kakashi tries to save himself, but the pull is just too hard. Kakashi flies on Pain's blade, or at least the lightning clone Kakashi made does. The real Kakashi was hiding until he got a better understanding of Pain's powers. That's when reinforcements show up in Choji, his dad, and some other ninjas. Choji and his dad crush Machine Pain, and then everybody launches an all-out assault on Gravity Pain. It doesn't work, but Kakashi realizes there's a limit to his power. What he means by that is Gravity Pain can either push or pull objects, creating his own gravity. However, there is some downtime when he has to switch between pushing and pulling. It's not a lot, but it's all they got. Using that downtime, Kakashi plans a sneak attack with Choji and his dad. Kakashi attacks first. Choji and his dad attack next to make Gravity Pain think they were supposed to be the real attack, but then they trap him in chains, leaving Kakashi open to strike him down. The plan is brilliant.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Limu, where's the golf cart?
And it would have worked if Machine Pain didn't jump in front of Gravity Pain at the last second. There's an explosion, and in the aftermath, Choji and his dad are out cold, while Kakashi is trapped in the rubble. Pain takes out a singular nail and launches it at Kakashi's head, which snaps back and then stops moving. Gravity Pain heads off, and Choji wakes up to find his dad dead. He starts crying, but hears a voice tell him there's no time.
That's right, because Pain, he murked a lot of people. Like, he took them out. They weren't knocked out. They were gone. Like, they were on to the next life, bro. Like, yeah, Pain was doing it to people.
It's Kakashi. He managed to get rid of the nail Pain sent at him using Mangekyo Sharingan. He's still alive. He tells Choji to report what they've learned about Pain to Tsunade. Every detail is important.
If you can still move, you must report Pain's abilities to Lady Tsunade.
But Machine Pain is still alive. Hearing this, he fires a missile at Choji, who does his best to run away, realizing that it's the end. Kakashi uses his Mangekyo Sharingan one last time to get rid of the missile, but unfortunately, since this was the very last of his chakra, he closes his eyes. He sees his students, the people he's entrusting the future to, and apologizes to Obito. This is as far as he goes. But then he sees Obito, Rin, and the 4th Hokage and says he'll be joining them soon. Before that,
this doesn't make, I mean, maybe this is like an illusion, but that kind of didn't make sense because Obito, we find out he's still alive.
He's another person to meet, his father. Kakashi sits down and his father asks him if he'll tell him his story. Kakashi says he will, but it's a long one. His dad smiles. He says he's got all the time in the world. Meanwhile, Choji reports what he learned about Gravity Pain to Tsunade. There's a 5-second gap between his attacks. Tsunade tells him to go back to the battlefield and take his dad to the hospital.
See, that's another thing too. Like, without Naruto, bro, I don't know if anyone in the village could beat Pain. Maybe Tsunade? I don't know. No, because Jiraiya failed too. But I don't know who's the strongest out of them three. Let me know in the comments. Who's the strongest out of the three? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Are they all equal? Does the show ever address that? Who's the strongest out of the three signing? Because besides Naruto, at this point, the only person I see that has a fighting chance against Pain is Tsunade in the village.
Through the slugs, she knows that he's alive, but when Choji asks about Kakashi, Tsunade says nothing. The episode then ends with a shot of the legendary Copy Ninja and his motionless body stuck in the ground. Kakashi went out protecting his comrades, and he's my freaking hero. The episode opens with Tsunade sending her chakra out into the slugs, desperately trying to minimize the casualties. Meanwhile, Danzo is cooped up underground with his underlings. They ask if they should help, but he says no. Anybody who dies here today is a necessary sacrifice for him to become Hokage. Danzo is the worst human who's ever lived.
He's a piece of shit.
I refuse to change my opinion.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Ino's dad makes a breakthrough with the Hidden Rain Ninja. Inside his memories, he sees the ninja transporting a dead body to Pain's tower. He peeked at the body out of curiosity, and it's a woman. A woman who looks suspiciously like summoning Pain as she cooks up her next summon. As Shizune tries to figure out the connection between the rods and what Ino's dad discovered, summoning Pain has brought that despicable dog Jiraiya was fighting out, and the Anbu are not having a good time handling that thing. Back at Mount Miyoboku, Fukasaku tries merging with Naruto but quickly realizes this isn't going to happen. Why? Because the 9 tails inside Naruto won't allow it. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Summoning Pain uses the Rhino Summon to break down the walls where Shizune, Ino's dad, and his team are. Ino's dad confirms that Summoning Pain is the dead woman she saw in the Hidden Rain Ninja's memory. Yeah, one problem with that, she's supposed to be dead. What's more, Jiraiya killed the Pain that could use summons. That's who they did the autopsy on. Super confused, Shizune tells Ino's dad they need to fall back and figure out the truth behind Pain. They can't beat these freaks without it. So they retreat, with Ibiki and the Anbu stepping in to face Summoning Pain. As Shizune and the others leave, one of the other paths is watching them from a distance. Meanwhile, the Anbu takes another crack at Clifford the big demonic dog, and they manage to trap him this time. Ibiki manages to seal the Rhino Summon before trapping Summoning Pain in a torture chamber. He tries to squeeze answers out of her, but when she doesn't even flinch, he touches her face, and it's cold, like a dead corpse. Summoning Pain breaks out and summons the bird summon inside Ibiki. If not for Tsunade's slug, he would have died instantly. Meanwhile, Summoning Pain pulls out all the stops. Lobster, bird, dogs, rhino, ox, and even the
Crazy, dude. Pain is doing shit. Pain is doing,
chameleon
dude.
from when she fought Jiraiya.
Yo. This is crazy. This is crazy. YouTube premium coming soon, bro.
This is bad. The next episode kicks off with the Paths of Pain still wreaking havoc on the village. Konohamaru and his friends decide they need to escort any survivors to safety, and they split up. As Konohamaru helps an old lady escape from under some rubble, he thinks what kind of monster could do this to an entire village. Meanwhile, Naruto decides that he's going to learn how to use natural energy while moving, which Fukasaku says is completely impossible. But this is Naruto Uzumaki. He eats impossible for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and he doesn't leave scraps. Back with Konohamaru, he gets the old lady to safety before heading out again. He then sees two Chunin fighting King of Hell Pain. I'll call him Ko Pain for short. Now, Ko Pain can literally summon the King of Hell, who can tell if you're lying or not. If you're not, it's fine. But if you are, the King of Hell rips your tongue out, killing you. Ko Pain asks the two Chunin where Naruto is, and they both say they don't know. So the King of Hell grabs their tongues and steals one while sparing the others. Watching this, Konohamaru tries to make a run for it, but he makes a noise that Ko Pain notices.
So that means other people know like Naruto's whereabouts. Okay.
He's making his way to Konohamaru, but he's stopped by a familiar figure. Ebisu Sensei is here, and he's gonna take Pain.
Hey!
Ebisu knows he has no shot of beating Pain. All he wants to do is buy Konohamaru some time. As he takes on Ko Pain, he gets his ass handed to him, and it's really hard to watch. Ko Pain then asks him if Naruto's in the village or not. Ebisu remembers what a brat Naruto used to be, how he's matured into a ninja everybody in the village depends on. He smiles and says Naruto's a comrade. He won't be giving him up to anybody. Ko Pain is about to end Ebisu when a couple of kunai hit him out of nowhere. It's Konohamaru? He says. He's not going to let his sensei die and just run away. After all, he's going to be Hokage one day. Ko Pain comes at him, and Konohamaru barely dodges all of his attacks. Unfortunately, he gets caught, and Ko comes out to kill him. Except, you can't really pull the soul out of a shadow clone, which Ko Pain realizes as soon as he turns and sees Konohamaru blasting him with the Rasengan.
What? When did he learn?
Naruto taught it to him, and he's put it to good use. Damn. Back with Naruto. He's still...
I'm only happy because Konohamaru has like a decent role in Boruto. And yeah, he hits that Rasengan a lot. They love hitting that damn Rasengan, so it was kind of wholesome to see him there.
While moving. But Fukasaku says it's impossible. As he puts it, it's like looking left and right at the same time. And when he hears that, Naruto just smiles. He knows how to do that. The episode opens with Absorption Pain, the one that absorbs ninjutsu, trying to gather the body of the Pain Jiraiya killed. However, he's stopped by Kiba and his family. Konan is also facing a real opponent, Shino and his family.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Team Guy is out on a mission when they see all the birds moving away from the direction of the village. They know that something is wrong. Suddenly, Gravity Pain flies in on Tsunade and the ninjas with her. He says he wants to talk. As Kiba and Ino's family continue their fights against Absorption Pain and Konan, Tsunade remembers Gravity Pain's face. He's Yahiko. He tells her to hand Naruto over. Hiding him is pointless now that they have the other tailed beasts. Tsunade obviously says no, so Gravity Pain gets mad. He says the Leaf Village doesn't have anybody that can protect Naruto, but Tsunade just smiles. Naruto doesn't need protection. While they're talking, Shizune and the others finally crack the code behind Pain. Since Jiraiya killed the summoning Pain, but a new one showed up, it means Pain can infinitely resurrect using new bodies.
Yeah.
What's more, the chakra transmitters means there's a chance that all 6 paths of Pain are being controlled by somebody else. The final piece of proof is Jiraiya's message. The real one's not among them. Ino says that if somebody's controlling the paths of Pain, they have to be close. The real Pain is hiding somewhere in the leaf, but before they can get any of this to Tsunade, Soul Pain jumps in and takes Shizune hostage. He can do 2 things, read minds and steal souls. He reads Shizune's mind, and finds out Naruto is at Mount Miyaboku, so he says they don't need to waste time here anymore. All around the village, the paths of Pain start pulling back. Gravity Pain starts floating up, saying this world must feel, contemplate, and accept pain, and he's gonna help them with that. On Mount Miyaboku, Naruto and Fukasaku are told that the messenger frog just died. Fearing the worst, they prepare to head over to the Leaf Village.
Naruto boy, I have a really bad feeling.
Meanwhile, Soul Pain steals Shizune's soul before he and the rest of the paths are summoned outside the village by someone.
They were. Dude,
Mo Pain says
they were fucking shit up, dude. Man.
He's going to use that jutsu.
They were crashing out.
Tsunade and her ninjas try to get to Pain. Konan is also trying to stop him from doing what he's about to do. He says it'll shorten his life, but Pain doesn't care. He removes the power from the other paths and gathers them all inside Gravity Pain before he acts. He says he will never forget Yahiko's pain. As the Leaf Village looks on in horror, Gravity Pain unleashes Almighty Push, a gravity jutsu that absolutely destroys the Leaf Village, turning it into a crater. The only reason anybody survived is because Tsunade's slugs wrapped around the people of the village, saving them from the impact of the jutsu. As she comes out from her slug, Sakura sees the devastation Pain has caused. She cries and screams out for Naruto to save them. It's at that exact moment Naruto shows up with the same music as when he showed up on the bridge against Zabuza and Haku all those years ago. He's not alone. He's got Gamakichi, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahira along with him, and he's here to kick some Akatsuki ass. Let's freaking go. Episode 163 opens with Naruto realizing he's standing in the Leaf Village, and he can't believe it. Shima shows up saying Pain was the one who did this, and Naruto's pissed off. We then see how everybody survived thanks to Tsunade's slugs. That's some major Hokage level stuff.
That is, yeah. She's Hokage for a reason.
Gravity Pain brings the rest of the paths. Ko Pain even fixes up Machine Pain, and they all head out to face Naruto. But Tsunade jumps in front of him. She's furious with Pain, and plans to fight her as Hokage. Machine Pain flies in to attack, but Naruto destroys him in an instant. He has Gamakichi take Tsunade to a safe place, while he deals with Pain. But before he starts, he asks a question. Now that he has nature energy, he can sense the chakra of everybody in the village. He asks if Kakashi is on a mission away from the village, and Tsunade's silence speaks 1,000 words. Poor Naruto. He's lost 2 teachers he loved in such a short time. Pain tried to take Iruka too. Bro is full on after Naruto.
He's trying to take on Naruto Sensei, yeah.
Will come later. Now is the time to fight. Naruto charges in, as summoning Pain sends her animals at him. But having friends is really helpful. The frogs help take care of the summons while Naruto charges on. Absorption Pain is first, and Naruto uses Frog Kumite, a technique where you can use natural energy to hit your opponent, to take him out. Gravity Pain then tells him Jiraiya was his sensei too, which makes them sibling disciples. But Naruto's not having his nonsense, and he cooks up Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. I thought he was never supposed to use that again. The next episode opens with Naruto throwing the Rasen Shuriken at the paths of Pain. Soul Pain gets caught in it, while Summoning Pain tries catching Naruto off guard with the bird, but misses. Meanwhile, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahira are having a rough time with the summons, so Shima creates a smokescreen for Gamabunta, who traps Summoning Pain inside his mouth. She's no chance in a 1v1 against him, and just like that, the summons are gone. But Naruto's Sage Mode runs out, and Gravity Pain starts piling on the pressure. Luckily, Naruto has a backup plan. He left 2 Shadow Clones on Mount Miyaboku, who are waiting in Sage Mode. When he runs out, Fukasaku summons the Shadow Clone, Naruto releases the jutsu, and he's back in Sage Mode. Gravity Pain is stunned.
That's a smart strategy. Good way using your clones, and then good way using your frogs, your Sage Mode. Naruto, people don't like give him credit, but Naruto's kind of smart, bro. I know people think he's like, I know he like says dumb stuff and he does dumb stuff, but people don't give Naruto credit for how smart he is and how like witty he is, using his jutsu the way he does.
But he doesn't have the time to think, because Naruto immediately sends another Rasen Shuriken at him, but Absorption Pain gets in the way and swallows that bad boy up. Naruto realizes that Ko Pain is the one who brought him back, and cooks up a plan to get him next.
The first thing we have to do is get rid of that guy in the back.
He throws a smoke bomb and sends another Rasen Shuriken at Absorption Pain. But every Naruto fan in the world knew that wasn't a Rasen Shuriken. That was Naruto.
Yeah, because he did that before.
He grabs Absorption Pain and brings him down, opening Gravity Pain for a real Rasen Shuriken. Although Gravity Pain's powers return in time to stop it, even that was part of Naruto's plan, because he takes 2 Rasengan and falls right on top of Ko Pain's head. Just like that, Naruto's taken out 4 of the 6 paths of Pain, but with Gravity Pain getting his powers back, Naruto now needs to do what Kakashi did. Use his 5-second downtime between attacks to hit him. And seeing him push the summoned frogs around tells me it's going to be easier said than done.
Yeah,
Episode
that's
165
crazy.
opens with Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahira being defeated. It's just Absorption and Gravity versus Naruto. Meanwhile, Fukasaku and Shima, aka Shima and Fukasaku Toad, tell Naruto they'll cook up the same genjutsu they used against Pain last time. But Naruto has to keep him busy until then. Gravity Pain praises Naruto, saying nobody's ever pushed him this far. He then pulls Naruto in, and Absorption Pain grabs a hold of him, stealing all of his natural energy and pulling him out of Sage Mode. So Naruto, being stuck in one place, takes in some more nature energy, and gives it to Absorption Pain. That turns him into a frog statue, and Naruto
because it was
breaks
too
free.
much?
However, Gravity Pain knows
No, I got him like that.
about the genjutsu, so he pulls Fukasaku in to kill him. Naruto dives in to save Fukasaku, but can't reach him in time. The Toad Sage gets impaled, and Shima just starts crying. Naruto then gets pulled in by Gravity Pain, who shoves a rod through his hands, trapping him in place. This does not look good. Meanwhile, Shikamaru meets up with Ino and her dad, as well as an Anbu member and the girl who helped decipher Jiraiya's code. Together, they realize that
The
if the
girl
theory
who
about
helped
Pain
Jiraiya,
controlling the
yo,
past from a different location
doesn't even know her
is true,
name.
then it must be at a place with high altitude. After all, the rumors in the Rain Village said you could find Pain in the highest tower, so they head out in search of the real Pain. Back with Naruto, and Gravity Pain tries to have a conversation about peace and justice with him. Naruto isn't interested.
Create peace? Justice? Are you kidding?
Pain killed 2 of his teachers, destroyed his village, and killed countless friends. He has no right to talk about peace and justice. Pain says Naruto's right about this. But then Pain asks Naruto about his village, his family, and his friends that died at the hands of the Leaf Village and their war. He says that they may be on different sides, but they're the same. 2 students looking for the peace that Master Jiraiya wanted to bring to this world. Pain then says the only way to do this is by his method, by giving humanity a weapon so powerful that its use would immediately bring about peace.
That's kind of interesting because even like, so when I saw like Pain, I always thought him and Naruto even like look similar to the hair, like the hairstyle and everything. And it's kind of interesting seeing like they're 2 disciples fighting, but I don't know. That's kind of interesting, right? To see like same master, but 2 different disciples interpreted the same message differently. You know what I'm saying? And now you're seeing their wills kind of come full force and full fledged. That was kind of interesting to me. I don't know. And then him saying, you know, him telling Naruto that like my way is the only way. I don't know about that. I don't know. The whole it was just cool to think
the
about.
The episode ends with us getting a glance of the real Pain as Konan takes care of him. It's exactly who Jiraiya thought it was. Nagato. Pain has now impaled Naruto all over his body. He missed all the vital spots, but Naruto can't move. Pain is about to take Naruto and leave when Hinata jumps in. She's gonna take on Pain. Naruto tells her to stop. She's no match for him. But Hinata says she's here because she wants to be. She wants to be by Naruto's side. She loves him.
I love you. I always will.
That's some time to confess your love, but who am I to judge? Hinata breaks off one of the rods, keeping Naruto in place, so Pain's gravity pushes her back. She starts fighting him, trying to break off as many rods as she can to free Naruto, but she can't even touch Pain. He sends her flying in the air and she crashes down hard, but Hinata refuses to give up. She keeps going. Naruto begs her to stop, but she won't. Pain asks her why she's still going even though she knows she'll die, and Hinata says, because it's her ninja way. Pain slams her down and stabs her with a rod. Naruto has spent years working on how to control and suppress his Nine-Tails chakra, but the moment he sees Hinata's blood, all that goes straight to hell. The Nine-Tails chakra immediately starts pouring out of him. Pain better be ready for what comes next. The next episode opens with Naruto being completely engulfed by the Nine-Tails chakra. Just like last time, there are 4 tails out and he immediately attacks Pain. The barrage of attacks is truly insane. Naruto attacks from underground and from above, hammering Pain into the ground using a huge rock. But Pain is unfazed. Dead bodies being controlled don't feel any pain. As Pain emerges from the ground, Naruto's form starts changing. A skeleton resembling a fox comes over him, and then it happens. He grows 2 more tails. This is as much chakra as Naruto has ever let the 9 tails release, and it's terrifying. Pain says Naruto's rage is justified, but that his pain is still far greater than Naruto's. With that, the fight is back on. They both go at each other, trading blows that would wipe out entire armies if they weren't aimed at each other. Naruto has the full power of 6 of the 9 tails, and Gravity Pain is the full power of the 6 paths. They keep going back and forth, and it's a dogfight. Then Naruto's necklace, the one he got from Tsunade, starts glowing in an attempt to seal the 9 tails, but he just rips it off and breaks it. He then goes after Pain and goes right through his almighty push, grabbing him by the head and tossing him like a sack of potatoes. Naruto then charges up a tailed beast bomb, but Pain manages to block it by tearing off half a mountain and chucking it on Naruto. Yamato, meanwhile, is on a mission to capture Kabuto with...
It was crazy. That fight was insane, dude. Just seeing all this shit that was going on, and man...
Sai and Anko. When he gets a sign on his hand, it tells him Naruto's seal has weakened, and 6 of the 9 tails have sprouted. He immediately rushes back to the leaf. This is bad news. Back in the fight, Naruto escapes from the rocks and chases Pain, who makes his way away from the Leaf Village, closer to Nagato's body. When he's close enough, Nagato releases another one of his trump cards, Planetary Devastation. In this jutsu, he sends out a center of gravity so strong that it pulls all the surrounding things into it. Literal mountains begging to break. Naruto tries to fight his way out of it.
Again, this was a big deal at first, but then, well, we saw Madara use that. No. Did we? I think we saw Madara use it, and then, like, I know Sasuke uses it too. This is kind of a big deal, like the jutsu itself when we first saw Pain do it. And now it even still is, but now it's kind of like less of a big deal. But it still is like a pretty big like jutsu to do.
But he gets sucked into the meteor and is crushed. Legend has it, this is the same jutsu the Sage of 6 Paths used to create the moon. And seeing what Pain just did, I believe it. Inside the meteor, Naruto's having a vision, and he doesn't know what to do. So the 9 tail offers him a solution. give control to him and let him destroy everything that hurts. And Naruto, so helpless, so consumed by fear and anger, is about to. In the real world, Naruto bursts out of the meteor, almost completely turned into the nine-tailed beast. As Yamato rushes back, the sign on his hand says 8. He's flabbergasted. What the hell is happening in the leaf? Naruto then goes up to tear the seal off the Nine-Tails gate, and Yamato's hand says 9. It's over. At least that's what it looks like, because somebody stops Naruto just before he opens the seal and throws him back. That person then helps him up, and we see who it is. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And as Naruto's about to find out, his dad. God damn, this arc is so good.
That was a good arc, yeah.
Opens with Minato saying he wrote it into the seal that he would appear if 8 of the Nine Tails ever came out. But he hoped it would never come to this. But he says it's not all bad. He gets to see Naruto as a young man after all. Naruto is shocked. How does the 4th Hokage know his name? So he tells Naruto the truth. He's Naruto's father. The Nine Tails keeps bugging them. So Minato takes them to a quieter place.
That's kind of shady too, to like, for the village, I guess, to kind of hide that. I guess like I know why, because the Nine Tails attacked the village and all that stuff. But kind of to hide that, bro, like to hide your own, like to hide the son and like not tell the son, like not tell Naruto, hey, you're the son of the 4th Hokage. That was always kind of crazy to me. I'm like, damn, that's kind of sketchy, foul.
Naruto is smiling at first, then he punches Minato. Damn. He then goes on a rant, asking why the hell he'd seal the Nine Tails inside Naruto, telling him how hard his life has been because of this. Minato apologizes. He never wanted this for Naruto, but the reason he sealed half the Nine Tails inside Naruto is because he believed Naruto could control it. Naruto asks him if he knows the answer to bring the peace Jiraiya always talked about. Minato says he doesn't. That's something Naruto has to figure out.
You must find that answer for yourself, because even I don't know it.
Naruto says he can't. He's not smart. He's not an outstanding ninja. But Minato just smiles, and he says he can. Minato believes in him. With that, Minato's chakra starts fading. He fixes the seal for the last time, and says Naruto can rebuild the leaf. He's counting on him. Outside, Pain is preparing to deal with the Nine Tails, but it just vanishes. From the smoke, we see Naruto emerge, already in Sage mode. He drops down, and says he wants to talk to the real Pain. But when Pain refuses, Naruto says he'll track him down by himself. So he breaks the rod off Pain's hand and stabs himself with it, using his nature energy to track the location. Now all he has to do is finish off the last path, using 2 Rasen Shuriken and an absurd amount of shadow clones he was hiding. He's able to avoid Pain's gravity attacks and leaps in with a Rasengan during his downtime to finish him off. The next episode opens with Sakura healing Hinata.
I didn't know what they were saying when they put Pain down. I thought it was the tail piece. Okay.
She loves Naruto. Lee and Guy want to go help Naruto, but Tsunade's slugs stop them. They'd only get in Naruto's way. Back with Naruto, and he smacks Gravity Pain with the Rasengan, finally defeating him. The 6 paths of Pain are officially down. Nagato is next. Meanwhile, Hinata wakes up. Thank God she's alive.
Yeah.
Tsunade's slug tells everybody that Naruto beat the 6th path and is going to meet the real one. Neji really thinks they should follow Naruto, but the slug stops them. Naruto wants to do this alone. Naruto says the same to Shikamaru and Ino's dads. He's gonna talk to Pain alone. Ino's dad loses his mind. There's no talking to this monster. He destroyed the Leaf Village and killed so many people, he deserves to die. But Shikamaru's dad stops him for one reason. Shikamaru believes in Naruto, and he says they should put their faith in him too. Naruto heads over to talk to Nagato, and finds him strung up to machines, full of the black rods the 6 paths of Pain used. Konan steps in front of him to defend him, but Naruto just wants to talk. Nagato's argument is simple. Naruto doesn't have an answer for peace, and he does. So Naruto should sacrifice himself for the peace of the world. Nagato says the peace Jiraiya talked about is nothing more than a fairy tale. The real world doesn't work like that. He then shoots Naruto with a rod, which Naruto doesn't dodge, even though he wants to kill Nagato more than anything in the world. He wants to hear Nagato and Konan's story. Then he'll decide what he wants.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Maybe where's the
YouTube
golf cart?
Premium coming soon, bro.
There it is.
Bro, I gotta watch this whole damn thing.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This may be the last ad you ever see.
I hope so.
Because with the free ad block extension from
to do.
I need to hear your stories. Then I'll give you my final response.
Nagato agrees. He'll tell Naruto the story of his pain. Episode 172 kicks off with Nagato telling Naruto about the 2 moments that caused him the most pain. The first was the murder of his parents. When he was a child, during the war that the Leaf started, 2 Leaf ninjas broke into their home. They mistook his parents for enemy ninjas when they were just civilians. When they were killed, this pain awoke Nagato's Rinnegan, and he ended up killing those ninjas. With no food left and no one to look after him, Nagato left his home. He kept traveling, and even befriended a dog along the way. but no matter how long he traveled and how many doors he knocked on, no one would spare him any food. He kept walking until he just collapsed and thought he was going to die, until someone saved him by giving him a loaf of bread to eat. That someone was Conan, and this was the start of their friendship. Conan took Nagato
like
and his
3
dog,
orphans?
who he named Chibi, to meet Yaiko. They were war orphans too, and together the three did whatever they had to do to survive. They stole food whichever way they could. No one was going to look after them if they didn't. Then one day, on their way home, they got caught in the middle of the Sanin's fight with Hanzo. Chibi died in the explosion, and they had to run away. But when they got home, Yaiko said he'd had enough of this world. He was going to become strong and change it. This left a lasting impression on Nagato, who decided that he's going to do the same. To do this, they made a plan. They tracked down the Sanin and learned ninjutsu from them. So the three set out, but it wasn't an easy journey. Along the way, they avoided traps and battles, but eventually got caught in the middle of another fight. Nagato's Rinnegan protected them from an explosion, but it still sent them falling into the water below. When Yaiko woke up, Nagato and Conan told him they did it. They found the Sanin. That's when Nagato first met Jiraiya. We know the story from there. Jiraiya took in the kids, and after he discovered Nagato had the Rinnegan, he started teaching them ninjutsu. 3 years later, when he felt they had learned enough to defend themselves, Jiraiya left for the Leaf Village again. But before he left, he told Nagato about the Sage of Six Paths. Long ago, he created ninjutsu and brought peace to the world in a time of war. Since Nagato possessed the same eyes as the Sage, Jiraiya believed he was the reincarnation of him, destined to bring the world to peace. After Jiraiya left, Yaiko made an organization of ninjas that dealt with issues through peace. They became super popular, and soon were invited by Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. He wanted them to help negotiate a peace treaty to end the war, and they agreed. But it was all just a ruse. In reality, Hanzo had teamed up with Danzo to ambush them, and Danzo wanted to overthrow the Hokage to take the seat for himself. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna take a break here to hate on Danzo again.
Yeah.
Screw that guy. Anyway, Hanzo then kidnapped Conan.
No, fuck
and gave
Danzo,
Nagato
bro.
an ultimatum. Kill Yaiko or Conan dies. Nagato picks up the kunai Hanzo gave him, but before he can even make a decision, Yaiko runs into the kunai and stabs himself. In his dying moments, Yaiko is smiling. He says Conan and Nagato need to survive, because Nagato has the power to change the world.
He has the Rinnegan, that's true.
Of this world.
Hanzo, being the piece of shit that he is, still orders his soldiers to kill Nagato, but Nagato goes feral. He repels their attacks and then saves Conan. He then summons something absolutely horrific, the ghetto statue. If it looks familiar, it's because it is.
Same one, yeah.
It's what the Akatsuki have been sealing the tailed beasts inside of. We then see where the chakra rods came from. Yeah, from inside the ghetto statue. Using it, Nagato wiped out Hanzo's forces and took down Hanzo himself, though he did use a teleportation jutsu just before he was hit, so I'm not so sure about that. Anyway, that was Nagato's second pain, losing the friend who was his entire world. The next episode opens with Nagato saying those moments are what made him what he is. Jiraiya-sensei's ideal peace can never exist. Only the peace Nagato has seen can exist, so Naruto gives him his answer. He won't kill Nagato and Conan. In return, they should put their belief in him to find peace in the world. Nagato refuses, until Naruto says, "If there is peace in the world, I'm going to seize it." Nagato stops. He remembers that line. He's the one who said it. Naruto reveals that that line is from Jiraiya's first book, the one he hoped to change the world with. Jiraiya said that one of his students inspired the main character in that book. That student was Nagato. And since the name of the character was Naruto, he says Nagato...
I'm sure that hit home, you know what I'm saying? That moment probably hit for Nagato. Damn, he put my quote in the book, you know? Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Needs to believe in him to do exactly what Nagato said all those years back. He needs to believe Naruto will seize peace, no matter what. Nagato asks Naruto how he can be so sure that he'll never change. And Naruto says he's felt pain too. But if he lets that pain change him, he won't be the Naruto his teacher believed he can be.
If the hero in this book were to change who he is, then it would become a whole different story.
He can't write novels like Jiraiya did, so he has to paint the sequel with his life. Naruto's words are incredible, and Nagato shares this sentiment. He says that while he could never truly believe in Jiraiya or himself, he's going to believe in Naruto. He performs the art of Gedo Rin rebirth. By sacrificing himself, he's bringing those who perished during his attack back to life. Once again, Naruto's kindness and determination has changed a person. You may make fun of the talk no jutsu,
the talk no jutsu, yeah,
but it's what makes Naruto so awesome and so lovable. You know what? I bet it works in real life too. The next episode opens with Kakashi still talking to his father, and he says he understands why his dad abandoned the mission to save his comrades. Not only that, but Kakashi's proud of him for it. That's when a green beam hits Kakashi out of nowhere. We then see everybody who died in the attack start to come back to life, including Fukasaku. Meanwhile, as Kakashi's soul is being brought back to the world, his dad thanks Kakashi for forgiving him. he can finally pass on peacefully. Kakashi then wakes up. He's alive too. Nagato, however, is now on the brink of death. He tells Naruto he's going to face war, death, and destruction in the future. And yet, he puts his belief in Naruto to be able to overcome everything he faces so that he can bring peace to the world. Konan wraps up Yahiko and Nagato's bodies, ready to leave. But before she does, she gives Naruto a bouquet of flowers. Since he's inherited Yahiko and Nagato's dream, she
Yo, paper flowers? I mean, thank you. Is that a thing in Japan? Do you give like paper flowers? I'm not trying to be, is that a thing in Japan, or is that just them being funny?
trusts him to see it through. Naruto takes those flowers to the forest and makes a memorial for Jiraiya, leaving the flowers there. He starts making his way back, but is exhausted beyond reason and almost collapses. But like always, Kakashi is there to cushion his fall. He carries him back to the leaf where the entire village was waiting for him and starts cheering for him. As everybody rushes in to greet him, Sakura comes over and smacks him for being so reckless. But then she hugs him and cries. Aruka-sensei remembers his conversation with the third Hokage about Naruto from the first season. He cries tears of joy as Naruto is celebrated by the whole village. That young boy that everybody hated and feared has turned into the village's savior. And the smile on Naruto's face is enough to melt a rock. Man, this is such a good arc. One big serving of fillers later, we're back to the main story with episode 197. Sai and Anko are still tracking Kabuto when 3-leaf ninjas show up and tell them what happened in the village. What's more, Tsunade is in a coma, so Danzo has taken over as the 6th Hokage and has requested Sai to immediately come back to the village. After years of scheming and plotting, the rat bastard finally got his wish. Meanwhile, we see B's students, Omoi, Karui, and Samui, making their way to the Leaf Village. But when they get there, they see that it's been destroyed. They have a message for Lady Tsunade from the Raikage, but you can't read it. That's when Danzo walks in announcing himself as the 6th Hokage. He says he'll read the letter. He finds out it's about Sasuke and what he did to Bee, and the look in his eyes means trouble. Later, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura are walking when Kiba catches up to them to tell them the bad news. Not only is Danzo Hokage now, but he's declared Sasuke a rogue ninja and is given the all-clear on hunting him down. Naruto and Sakura want to confront him, but Kakashi says that's exactly what Danzo wants, an excuse to throw Naruto in jail and keep him there. While this is happening, Danzo tells Sai to keep an eye on Naruto and inform him about his movements. But when he's leaving that meeting, he runs into Sakura and Naruto, who demand to know what Danzo's up to. But Sai can't tell them. Not because he doesn't want to, but because he literally can't. Danzo placed a curse mark on his tongue,
yeah, he put a curse mark on his mouth,
and the whole freaking foundation that stops them from ever speaking about him. That's some proper dictator vibes. When Sakura asks Sai about Sasuke, she immediately has a sword put in her face by Karui. She heard Sakura mention Sasuke and wants information. Naruto pushes her back, and they have a bit of a scuffle. Sakura asks them why they care, so they tell them about Killer Bee being abducted. Sakura and Naruto learn from them that Sasuke is working with the Akatsuki, and they're absolutely destroyed. Knowing the pain of losing his mentor, Naruto tells them he's a Jinchuriki too, that the Akatsuki never kill their Jinchuriki immediately. There's a chance Bee is still alive, and Naruto will help them find him. Speaking of Sasuke, he and his team Taka run into Madara, who tells them they didn't actually retrieve Killer Bee and failed their mission, but Sasuke doesn't care. He says Taka is done with the Akatsuki and attacks Madara, but just like everybody else who tries, he just phases right through him. Zetsu shows up and tells them about Pain destroying the Leaf Village. He also tells them Danzo's the new Hokage, something Sasuke obviously is not a fan of. Madara tells them about the 5 Kage Summit that's happening soon, and says he has a new mission for them. The next episode opens with Madara using some mind games. He tells Sasuke that not only did Naruto beat Pain all by himself, he's stronger than Sasuke. Sasuke laughs it off, but Taka agrees to head to 5 Kage Summit. Zetsu lets his clone guide them, but Sasuke says he's not trusting Madara just yet. Meanwhile, Madara is talking to the real Zetsu. He says Pain's death is an inconvenience, and he mentions having a backup plan. He then says they're done playing it safe. They're going to start preparing for Project Tsukinome. You'll find out what that is in a while. While that's happening, back at the village...
because at this point, they've lost a lot of their members. What? Deidara, Sasori, Hidan, Kakuzu, whatever his name is, Itachi, Pain. Yeah, they lost a lot of their members at this point in the story, bro.
Rui and Omoi are asking Naruto questions about Sasuke, but Naruto refuses to sell out Sasuke even if he's a rogue ninja. Naruto says if they kill Sasuke, someone from the Leaf will come after them, and then the cycle of hatred will start over all over again. Karui thinks that that's insane, but Naruto says Karui can beat him up instead, so she does a lot. And from the shadows, Sai watches on. Even after a bit of time passes, Karui is still wailing on Naruto mercilessly. While that happens, Danzo tells 2 of his top-ranking subordinates that they need to accompany him to the 5 Kage Summit. They are known as Fu and Torune, the latter of which is Shino's adoptive brother. Danzo also tells Torune to have his subordinates keep an eye on Naruto. The Ninetales cannot leave Leaf Village. Screw you, Danzo. Back with Naruto. Kurui has beaten him black and blue, but he still won't give up Sasuke. She's about to hit him again when Sai stops her punch. He's done with Naruto suffering because of Sasuke. He's certainly not going to see any more of this. Omoi then stops Kurui, saying there's nothing more that they can learn from Naruto. Their leader, Samui, then shows up and tells them they're heading out to keep looking for B. Naruto wants to join them, and he also has something he wants to say to the Raikage, but Samui turns him down on both fronts. As Sai bandages him up, Naruto tells Yamato and Kakashi he wants to meet the Raikage and convince him to forgive Sasuke. Yamato says that he's insane. He doesn't even have the necklace anymore, so the seal could break at any time. Naruto then tells them about meeting the fourth Hokage, and how he told Naruto that the Ninetales attack all those years ago wasn't a natural disaster. A man in a mask did it. Kakashi realizes it's the Akatsuki member with the orange mask. Since he has the Sharingan, he can control the Ninetales, and that means he's Madara Uchiha. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Kakashi tells Sai to report this to the Hokage before asking Naruto what the fourth said to him. As Kakashi puts it, fathers always have something they want to say to their sons. Naruto smiles and says the fourth said that he believed in him. Kakashi smiles and says they're going to meet the Raikage. Good old...
Because that's Kakashi's master too, though, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of cool. What did my master say? What did my sensei say?
The next episode opens with us seeing the rest of the Kages prepare to leave for the summit. Gaara leaves with Tamari and Konkuro, as per usual. He's going to be the youngest Kage there. We then see the Tsuchikage from the Hidden Rocks, and Mizukage from the Hidden Mist, who we've never seen before. The Tsuchikage is a stubborn old man with an ego 10 times his own size, and the Mizukage was my childhood crush. Come on, can you blame me? Anyway, they're all accompanied by their 2 guards. It's no different from the Raikage. He heads out with Darui and Shi, and the 5 Kages are on their way. One of them is the Hokage Danzo, who senses an ambush on his way to the summit, but he tells Toroni and Fu to stay out of it. He wants to handle it himself. With that, he removes the bandages on his right eye to reveal a Sharingan. What do you mean Danzo is a Sharingan? He used it to absolutely destroy both the attackers and my mood. Meanwhile, Naruto is preparing to leave to see the Raikage, when Konohamaru shows up to challenge him. All while, Kakashi drops by Sai and asks him to not tell Danzo about him leaving the village. Sai asks Kakashi if he trusts him, and Kakashi says that he does. He believes in all the members of Team Yamato, which makes Sai smile. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konohamaru are having a battle of sexy jutsu. Can somebody teach these guys some manners, please? And 2 Anbu members are spying on Naruto. Kakashi knocks them out with genjutsu, but it's clear the Foundation is losing faith in Sai. Naruto then praises Konohamaru for taking down one of the paths of pain, before saying he'll teach him the giant Rasengan next time. From the bushes, Kakashi smiles. This little knucklehead is all grown up. As Team Samui leaves the leaf, Yamato plants some of his tracking seeds on them. Kakashi, Naruto, and Yamato then begin trailing them. Meanwhile, the Mizukage is resting at an inn with her guards. Nothing important here, just wanted to mention she's funny because she takes offense to anything that reminds her of the fact that she's not married and threatens to kill one of her subordinates whenever it happens. Back to some serious stuff, Taka are making their way to the summit and so are the Kage. While Taka looks for the safest route to the summit, Team Samui meets up with the Raikage, who instantly notices that they've been tailed. So Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato come out, and Naruto says they need to talk. Episode 200 opens with Kakashi asking the Raikage to hear Naruto out. The Raikage agrees, so Naruto begs him to forgive Sasuke. He tells him about the cycle of hatred, that he doesn't want their villages to destroy each other. The boy literally gets on his knees and begs.
That's a true fair point, though. In a sense, again, like I was saying earlier, the cycle of hatred and how it came a long way and how it's just going to continue if they keep doing the same thing. I kind of see where Naruto's coming from, but then again, from the Raikage's perspective, it's like Sasuke literally tried to take and kill my brother. Like, no, fuck that.
The Raikage, but he's not having it. According to the Raikage, the ninja world does not work on the basis of concessions, on the basis of strength. He tells Naruto that they will hunt Sasuke down, and if he really believes in peace, he can stop the cycle of hatred after that. The Raikage
we're gonna hunt your
leaves,
friend down.
and Naruto's just crying his eyes out. Meanwhile, Sasuke spies on Danzo as he makes his way to the summit. Speaking of the summit, with a man named Mifune as the moderator, it's officially underway. The meeting starts with a political talk, with the Tsuchikage taking shots at Gaara in between. They're talking about the Akatsuki, and how they've all absolutely sucked at dealing with them. But the Raikage has had enough and slams his fist through the table. Everybody's bodyguards jump in ready to fight, but Mifune restores order. The Raikage then says that he doesn't trust anybody here. In fact, he only called the meeting to see who was trustworthy. They then discuss the Akatsuki's real plan, to use the tailed beast to gain a monopoly on war, so they can become the only mercenaries to fight wars in a world that has forgotten all about it. They want to be rich forever. After confessing some truly incredible things, like the fact that the 4th Mizukage was being controlled by the Akatsuki, and the fact that the Tsuchikage employed them once as well, Danzo tells them that the leader of the Akatsuki is probably
Yeah, I was gonna say they used the Akatsuki for war, and then even so even the fourth Mitsukage, I think Yagura was his name. He was being controlled by the Akatsuki through genjutsu, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Madara Uchiha. An update he got from Sai. Hearing Madara's name, everybody goes into panic mode. So Mifune suggests an allied shinobi force to fight the Akatsuki. The 5 Kage agree, so he picks a leader. And since the Leaf is the only village with a Jinchuriki right now, he picks Danzo to lead the allied forces. Man, I hope he stubs his toe on the way out. While Sasuke and Taka are looking for the perfect opportunity to attack the summit, the Zetsu clone with them just disappears. Outside, Madara tells Zetsu to do it. Okay. Meanwhile, as Naruto lies down to rest, Sai tells Sakura what Naruto has been up to. From getting his face caved in by Karui, to going after the Raikage, to beg him to forgive Sasuke. All that because of a promise he made to Sakura years ago. To bring Sasuke back
to the village,
Sai says that because of that promise, Naruto has suffered what no one should have to. He then says that even to somebody like him, who sucks at reading emotions, it's obvious that Naruto loves Sakura. He then adds that Naruto's promise to Sakura is no different than the curse mark the Foundation put on him. Damn, Sai, that was a lot. Meanwhile, Ino is having a breakdown over the fact that Sasuke is officially a criminal. And everybody's consoling her. Everybody except Shikamaru, who goes to Sakura and gives it to her straight. They have to take out Sasuke themselves. If the Hidden Cloud does it, it'll start a war. But if they take care of it themselves, they can save countless innocent people, whether Sakura likes it or not. Shikamaru is going through with this, but Sakura actually agrees. What's more, she says she'll convince Naruto to go along with the plan too. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that that's not gonna happen. Back at the summit, the
Plus, I don't know if Shikamaru could take Sasuke, bro.
Kage doesn't trust Danzo to be the leader of the allied forces. Shocking, I know. The Raikage thinks it should be him, but Mifune says he's too passionate and emotional to be trusted. Moreover, Gaara is too young, the Tsuchikage is too old, and the Mizukage can't be trusted since the last one was being controlled by the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, the Mizukage's guard has a bad feeling about Danzo, so he decides to take a look using the secret Byakugan in his right eye. By using it, he sees the secret in Danzo's right eye. Not only does he have a Sharingan, it belongs to Shizui Uchiha, Itachi's best friend who died years ago. What's more, Shizui's genjutsu was the most formidable in history. He immediately confronts Danzo, demanding he show his right eye. The guard admits his own right eye is a spoil of war. He knows Danzo is using his genjutsu to manipulate Mifune into picking him as the leader of the allied forces. As that happens, Zetsu's clone shows up in the room and announces that Sasuke is at the summit. But before he can do anything else, the Raikage is at his throat, demanding to know where Sasuke is. The episode then ends with Naruto in his hotel room, thinking about Sasuke, wondering why he's doing all of this, when Madara shows up in his window, saying he wants to talk. The next episode opens, and Naruto's not really in a talking mood. He tries hitting Madara with a Rasengan, but he gets out of the way. Madara is then captured by Yamato, with Kakashi having a Chidori ready on standby. But Madara isn't here to take Naruto. Not yet. He wants to talk about Sasuke. And to do this, Madara has to tell them about Itachi. Meanwhile, the Raikage kills Zetsu's clone and heads out into the building to look for Sasuke, as Take is now being chased by the guards. Sasuke does not appreciate this, and starts chopping them up. Karin realizes that Sasuke's chakra is different. It's darker than before, and it scares her. Meanwhile, Darui, she, and the Raikage break through the floor. They finally found Sasuke. Sasuke rushes in, and the fight is on. Darui can use both water and lightning style, while the Raikage is so damn strong, he might not even need any jutsu at all. As the fight goes on, the Raikage breaks Suigetsu's sword, R.I.P. Zabuza, and Jugo decides he has to take out Chi before he senses Karin's location. Back in the summit room, everybody rips into Danzo for being a manipulating, lying piece of shit, which he deserves.
Which he's a piece of shit.
He tries justifying his actions, but nobody's buying it. Just like that, he's lost all credibility. With that out of the way, Gaara says there needs to be trust among the Kage and the people in order to establish peace. He doesn't see it happening another way. But the Tsuchikage makes fun of him, saying he and Danzo can answer any questions he has since he's a kid. To which Gaara does ask them a question. Why did you forsake yourselves?
When did all of you forsake yourselves?
What?
Ooh. With that.
When did you guys become so fucking corrupt? Hiring the Akatsuki for war, you know what I'm saying? Doing all this other stuff. Pulling, Danzo, pulling string, all you guys are evil. When did you, and you guys are the leaders. I'm saying, you guys are the leaders of the nations, and you guys are like this. Just imagine what real life is like, though. That's what I'm saying. Imagine like what real life leaders are like.
Too, along with Konkoro and Temari. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter, Kurosuchi, who I'm just gonna call Kuro, also heads out to see the guy who took down Deidara. Taruni and Fu want to join too, but Mifune say that they don't have the goodwill to do that, so Danzo orders them to stand down. Back in the fight, Jugo activates his curse mark and takes on the Raikage, only to immediately get bodied.
Yeah, that's
Suigetsu tries
crazy.
taking out Shi, but Darui stops him.
And hold on, you know, Jugo is not weak. Like, he's not, no, like, he's not weak. Raikage just put him down. The Raikage just put his ass down. Don't disregard Jugo.
Well, the Raikage turns his focus back to Sasuke, but Jugo isn't done just yet. Launches a huge explosion at the Raikage. The explosion provides enough of a distraction for Sasuke to use his genjutsu on Shi, putting him to sleep. With Shi down, Karin can now focus on finding Danzo. Meanwhile, after finally pummeling Jugo, the Raikage comes face to face with Sasuke. Here we go. The following episode opens with Sasuke fighting the Raikage, as Madara finishes telling the truth about Itachi to Yamato, Kakashi, and Naruto. They don't believe it, but Madara says it's the truth, whether they like it or not. He then says Sasuke didn't choose to follow in Itachi's footsteps and save the village. He chose to take revenge and destroy it. Madara then explains this phenomenon by telling them a story about the Sage of Six Paths and his two sons. The elder son inherited his eyes and believed peace came from strength. The younger, however, inherited the sage's body and energy, and he thought peace came from love. When it came time to choose a successor, the sage picked the younger brother. The older could not handle this decision and challenged his younger brother to a fight, but the fight didn't end with them. Generation after generation, the two brothers' descendants would battle it out. The elder brother's lineage came to be known as Uchiha, while the younger's came to be known as Senju.
Hashirama.
Madara says when he and Hashirama Senju fought, it was destined to happen. Madara then says that even though he's only met Naruto twice, he can see the Senju's will of fire in him. That's why Sasuke chose to be on his side, because it is their destiny to clash. Talk about a lore dump, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sasuke hits the Raikage with a Chidori, which does literally nothing. The Raikage power bombs him, and everybody thinks Sasuke's dead. Except he's not, because his Susanoo comes out just in time to save him. Unlike Itachi, Sasuke's Susanoo is purple in color. It's menacing. He then activates Amaterasu and sends it at the Raikage. But that dude is speed rivaling Minato, the fastest ninja ever. He dodges the Amaterasu.
That was crazy. He literally moved out of the way of the Amaterasu. He moved. I couldn't see. How did he see that? That's what I'm saying. Like, how did he see it coming? That's crazy.
And charges at Sasuke, who covers his Susanoo with a barrier of Amaterasu to stop the Raikage. But the Raikage is a crackhead, and he smacks Sasuke anyway, sacrificing his left arm. He goes in for a kick, but is stopped by some sand. Gaara is here, and he was stopping the Raikage from hurting himself more. He then pleads with Sasuke, trying to get him to see the error of his ways. But Sasuke is too far gone. Gaara knows it. He was just trying for Naruto's sake. With that, he brings the sand out of his gourd as Sasuke brings out his Mangekyo Sharingan. Back with Madara. He tells Naruto he's going to use Sasuke against him, that he has no shot at changing him like he did Nagato. Kakashi then asks what Madara's goal is, but Madara says it's pointless to say now. He'll tell them at a more appropriate time. With that, he vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, as the Raikage gets his arm healed, everybody else attacks Sasuke. But when the dust clears, we see Sasuke's Susanoo come out in its true form, and it's terrifying. Even Karin says Sasuke's chakra has completely changed. The next episode opens with us seeing Killer B. He's alive and well. After tricking Taka and Sasuke, he's stayed hidden to recover from his injuries, but he doesn't want to stick around in the village. He's had to stay there since he was a kid because he was a Jinchuriki, so he decides it's time to go on an adventure, even when the Eight Tails tells him that his brother is probably on a rampage right now. Meanwhile, Kakashi tells Naruto that they can't believe Madara's story until they cross-check it with the village elders. Until then, they have to keep it a secret. While that's happening, Sasuke uses his Susanoo to break the pillars of the room, bringing the roof down on everybody. He then saves Karin from falling and forces her to take him to Danzo. After they leave, the Raikage and Gaara escape from under the rubble and go after him. Suigetsu and Jugo also survive, but they're in bad shape. Jugo takes the life force from one of the dead guards to heal up, and he also returns to his original age as well. Sasuke then makes it to the summit room and stares down Danzo. Mifune then clashes swords with Sasuke while Danzo escapes. The guard goes after Danzo, and Sasuke tries to follow, but is stopped by the Mizukage's lava-style jutsu, which blocks the exit. With Chojuro in support, the Mizukage attacks Sasuke, sending him into the next room. Oh, by the way, Chojuro is one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, just like Zabuza and Kisame. His sword is pretty cool. Anyway, she traps Sasuke and immediately releases an acid mist that starts melting his Susanoo. It looks like Sasuke's cornered, but that's when Zetsu's hidden jutsu is activated. It covers everybody but Sasuke and Karin in white mush, buying Sasuke some time to breathe. But it's not enough, because the Tsuchikage breaks free and decides he's putting an end to this. He traps Sasuke in his atomic dismantling jutsu, which does exactly what it sounds like it does. It tears a person apart at a molecular level. That is terrifying. He's about to get Karin next, when the Raikage and Gaara get back. The Raikage is mad at the Tsuchikage for killing Sasuke. He wanted to do this himself. That's when a voice says the Raikage still has a chance. It's Madara, with Sasuke slumped over his shoulder. He announces himself to the Kage.
Sasuke couldn't do it. Sasuke couldn't do it. That's the main. So again, I kind of seen the ending of Shippuden. So that's the main difference between like the actual real Madara to me and like the Sasuke, like Sasuke right now is at this time people were trying to compare, you know, Sasuke to Madara, but like Madara took the 5 Kage, you know what I'm saying? I can't. So yeah, maybe even now, actually no, now Sasuke probably could, but no, like here he was strong, but he wasn't.
Before saying he wants to talk to them about his
He wasn't there yet.
plan, Project Tsukinome. Episode 205 kicks off with Sakura, Kiba,
I
Lee,
didn't mean
and
to skip
Sai
that,
heading
hold
off to
on.
talk to his younger brother to a fight. But the fight, he says that the Uchiha have a tablet underneath their settlement in the Leaf, which was written by the Sage of Six Paths. He says that it contains secrets of different Hanzo, and Sasuke tries to follow but is stopped by the Mizukage's lava-style jutsu, which blocks the exit. With Chojuro in support, the Mizukage attacks Sasuke, sending him into the next room. Acid mist that starts melting his Susanoo. It looks like Sasuke's cornered, but that's when Zetsu's hidden jutsu is activated. It covers everybody but Sasuke and Karin in white mush, buying Sasuke some time to breathe. But exactly what it sounds like it does. It
There you
tears
go.
a
Trying to
person
find where
apart
we're at,
on
my
a
bad.
molecular level. That is terrifying. He's about to get Karin next when the Raikage and Gaara get back. The Raikage is mad at the Tsuchikage for killing Sasuke. He wanted to do this himself. That's when a voice says the Raikage still has a chance. It's Madara. With Sasuke slumped over his
There we
shoulder,
go.
he announces himself to the Kage before saying he wants to talk to them about his plan, Project Tsukinome. Episode 205 kicks off with Sakura, Kiba, Lee, and Sai heading off to talk to Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, he realizes that the only thing he can do now is ask Sasuke to stop himself. Back at the summit, Madara starts explaining his plan. He says that the Uchiha have a tablet underneath their settlement in the Leaf, which was written by the Sage of Six Paths. He says that it contains secrets of different levels that can only be read if you have the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Rinnegan in that order. He then tells them how the Sage of Six Paths brought peace to the world by fighting the Ten Tails. He then became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki himself, sealing away all that power. But when the time of his death came near, the sage knew that the Ten Tails would break free and destroy the world. So he split up the Ten Tails' power into 9 parts, which then went on to become the 9-tailed beast that we know today. He then sealed the Ten Tails' empty body and threw it into the sky. That's how the moon was created. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So Madara's plan is simple. He wants to collect all the tailed beasts to revive the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki himself. He's still weak from his battle with Hashirama, but this will bring him back to his prime and even take him beyond it. Then he'll cast a Genjutsu using the moon called Infinite Tsukiyomi.
It's crazy, and it's crazy. He said he's still weak from his back. Bro, he does not look weak. He has this ability where people phase through him. He has like a technique. He's not weak. That's crazy. That's crazy. Me calling him weak at this point.
With it, he'll send the whole world into a Genjutsu in which everybody will live perfect lives. And with that will come the end of all wars and eternal peace. That is Project Tsukinome.
A fucked up way of peace,
is what you
but
call an evil plan. Jeez.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, the Kage reject his plan. As they put it, his plan would give only the illusion of peace. Nothing would be real.
That is true. That is true. I guess that is a sense too, because like I always thought that like this plan wasn't bad to me, but then they made a good point right there. That's the illusion of peace. That's not real, actual like wholesome peace. When you think of like world peace, that's not it. That's like the illusion of, oh, let's just go to sleep and ignore, reality, I guess. I never thought of it like that.
Says they
Bruh.
should just hand over B and Naruto. Then the Raikage realizes that B wasn't captured by the Akatsuki and is probably out having a good time right now, which makes him super mad. Anyway, the Kage refused his offer, so Madara declares the start of the 4th Great Ninja War and leaves. The Kage immediately discuss the best plan of action and come to a conclusion. They'll find and hide B and Naruto while forming the allied shinobi force to fight against Madara. The episode then ends with Sakura and her team catching up with Naruto. The next episode opens with Killer B learning how to sing.
Shinobi being so stealthy.
Oh, good. This guy is as unserious as they come. Unfortunately, the singing lesson is cut short when Kisame shows up. He's here to get the real Killer Bee this time. Back at the summit, Mifune says the Raikage should lead the allied forces, and everybody else agrees. With that, the allied forces officially formed.
It's the best leader.
Get ready. We then cut to Naruto and Sakura, and everybody's absolutely shocked. Why? Because Sakura just confessed her love for Naruto. She says she doesn't care about Sasuke anymore. After all, well, he kept growing more.
Oh wow, that's kind of interesting because like Naruto wanted Sakura, but we see how in Naruto how things ended up.
Becoming more evil, Naruto was always
Also,
there to
Sakura, don't try to play that, bro. It's too late now. That was years ago. Don't try to play that now.
No matter how Sasuke
Too
broke
late.
her heart,
Get off my
Naruto
mans.
always helped her pick up the pieces. She says Naruto should stop going after Sasuke. They should be together now. But Naruto knows Sakura well, and he knows she's lying. He then says it's not just about the promise. He wants to bring Sasuke back personally. Sakura gets mad, so she leaves with Sai, Kiba, and Lee. She then tells Kiba to start tracking Sasuke. She plans to kill him herself. Oh.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, as the Kage are
Totally.
rushing back to their villages to begin preparing for the war, Kisame's fighting B and the guy he was learning how to sing from. But during the fight, Bee learns that Kisame's sword, Samihada, absorbs chakra, and has taken quite a liking to Bee's chakra. So we see Samihada in its true form for the first time, and it has teeth. Maybe evil as hell, but I cannot lie, that is a cool sword. The episode opens with Ao chasing Danzo and his subordinates, so they leave a trap for him. Meanwhile, Bee sees Kisame and Samihada in full action. Not only does Samihada eat up Bee's chakra, it grows in size too. This is gonna be a problem. Bee then goes into a semi-tailed beast version of himself, the kind Naruto usually goes into, except he's in complete control. Kisame knows even Samihada can't consume all that chakra, and he gets walloped. Bee destroys his entire chest, and he should be dead. But then we see Samihada feeding Kisame the chakra it just stole. The stronger Kisame's opponent, the stronger he becomes. What's more, he never runs out of stamina or gets tired. That's how he earned the name, the Tailless-Tailed Beast. He then floods the entire area with water. Inside this water dome, Kisame merges with Samihada to turn into a shark-like monstrosity and starts chasing after Bee. Bee manages to save the seeing teacher and his raccoon, but gets caught by Kisame in the process, who drains him dry of his chakra. He releases the water dome and is about to cut Bee's legs off so he can carry him away, when Samihada stops him. Turns out, he likes Bee's chakra way too much and betrays Kisame. But Kisame just kicks Samihada aside and tries to cut Bee's legs off with his own sword. But Samihada bought Bee the time that he needed. The Raikage has found them. He knocks Kisame back, while Samihada feeds Bee his chakra back. Then both brothers charge in with a double clothesline, tearing Kisame's head off before he can do anything. You'd think they'd be celebrating. But the Raikage just punches Bee's face in for running off like that. Big brothers, am I right? The next episode opens with Jugo and Suigetsu trying to blend in with the guards at the summit, and immediately getting captured. Meanwhile, Sai left a clone with Naruto that tells him the truth. All his friends at the Leaf have decided to get rid of Sasuke, including Sakura. Naruto can't believe it. After all, Sakura loves Sasuke. How could she accept this? But Sai says she agreed to kill Sasuke not in spite of her love for him, but because of it. She can't stand to see him grow more and more evil. With this realization, Naruto's hope of returning Team Kakashi to its former glory is all but destroyed, and he's devastated. But there's no time for emotions, because Gaara shows up with Konkuro and Temari to inform them about what just happened at the Kage Summit. Meanwhile, Danzo's escape is stopped by Madara, who says they haven't met since the Uchiha incident. So this bastard knew Madara was alive? Aw man, I hope he dies soon. I can't stand this guy. Danzo frees up his right arm and says he's going to undo the seal on it, and asks Fu and Taruni to buy him some time until he does. They try, but even the best of the Foundation have absolutely nothing on a weakened Madara Uchiha. They manage to make him cut off his own hand, but that's about it. He just phases through their attacks before teleporting them away. Back with Naruto, Gaara and the others explain what happened at the summit, and lay the plan on them. Since Danzo is the devil incarnate and Tsunade is still in a coma, Kakashi will become Hokage of the Leaf. Then, the allied forces will come together and fight Madara and the Akatsuki. Gaara tells Naruto he met Sasuke, that there's no going back for him. If they face him on the battlefield, Gaara will show him no mercy. Naruto obviously doesn't like that one bit, but Gaara pleads with him. He says he considered Naruto a true friend, that Naruto needs to figure out what he can do as a friend for Sasuke right now. Yamato tries to console Naruto, but Kakashi stops him. He needs to figure this one out himself. Speaking of Sasuke, Karin is done healing him, and Madara brings him out to face Danzo. Danzo finally undoes the seal, and we see what was under the bandages. Multiple Sharingans embedded in his arm. What? The episode opens with Sasuke and Karin being disgusted at Danzo's arm. Sasuke asks how he got those, but decides he doesn't care. He's gonna kill Danzo anyway. Danzo attacks, but Sasuke's Susanoo stops him and begins crushing him in its hand. Meanwhile, Kakashi comes up with a plan. Yamato will take Naruto back to the Leaf, while he'll chase down Sakura and stop her before she gets herself killed. But Naruto's too overwhelmed with all the emotion that he's feeling right now and passes out from a panic attack. Back with Sasuke, he asks Danzo if it's true that the elders told Itachi to murder the Uchiha. He confirms it, saying peace is kept from the shadows, and that Sasuke would never understand something like this. Sasuke just crushes Danzo in Susanoo's hand, telling him to keep Itachi's name out of his mouth. But then, Danzo attacks him from behind. Sasuke crushes Danzo again, but he's still alive, standing on a pillar. Sasuke then uses Amaterasu on him and burns him to the ground, and yet still. Danzo is standing in a different place, alive and well. Karin confirms that this is neither the work of clones nor genjutsu. Danzo is just dying and showing up again. But Karin notices that every time Danzo dies, one of the Sharingan on his arm closes. Something fishy is going on. Danzo then corners Sasuke and almost throws him off the bridge, but Sasuke saves himself by summoning a hawk. That's new, when he'd get that. Anyway, Sasuke decides to switch up his approach, and Danzo turns around to find Itachi Uchiha staring back at him. Hold on a minute, what is going on? Episode 210 starts with the revelation that Itachi showing up was just a genjutsu. What's worse is Danzo knew that, and he broke free from it instantly. Meanwhile, Sasuke stops moving just short of stabbing Danzo. The sly bastard manages to put a curse mark on him earlier, and now it's been activated. He takes Sasuke's sword, calls him Itachi's biggest failure, and is about to slice his head off, but Sasuke brings Susanoo out, blocking the shot and breaking the curse mark. His Susanoo then evolves into its true form. That's awesome. Evil, but awesome.
Awesome, yeah, it's cool as fuck.
As Sasuke's Susanoo fires an arrow at him. When the dust settles, we see Sasuke's arrow was blocked by a tree that came out of Danzo's body. Madara realizes what's going on.
Hashirama
Danzo
cells.
had Orochimaru plant cells of the first Hokage inside Danzo so he could control all those Sharingan using Hashirama's wood-style jutsu. What's more, he's using a technique forbidden even amongst the Uchiha, Izanagi. In Izanagi, one can cheat death by sacrificing a Sharingan. That's why one of the eyes on his arm closes every time he dies and comes back. Sasuke starts coughing up blood. He's overused his Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Danzo sees this as the perfect opportunity to attack and goes in. Sasuke keeps killing him, and he keeps coming back, an eye on his arm closing every time. Danzo then summons Baku, an elephant-like monster that sucks in everything in its path, with the Susanoo incapacitated. Danzo moves in to end Sasuke, but Sasuke uses a fireball jutsu to take out Baku and trunks back to block Danzo. What's more, he's figured out Danzo's technique, and is trying to make him exhaust his Sharingan supply. With that, the two jump in with their chakra blades, and the episode then ends with them stabbing each other. Good lord, this is intense. The next episode opens with both Sasuke and Danzo's blade going through each other, as Karin watches in shock. Danzo has one eye left on his arm and says that he won. That is, until he starts coughing up blood. Turns out, Danzo's already out of Sharingans. But Sasuke used Genjutsu to make him think that he had one more left. Now, Danzo is mortally wounded, and he can't cheat his way out of it. The first Hokage's cells begin taking over Danzo because he's super weak, so he has to chop his right arm off. He then takes Karin hostage as a last resort, hoping to make it out of there alive. But Sasuke just stabs Danzo right through Karin with a smile on his face. Oh my god, that's so evil. He is evil now. Karin drops down and passes out, while Danzo tries to make an escape, but Madara blocks him off, saying he'll be taking Shizui's eye. We then get a flashback on Danzo's backstory. First off, he was the third Hokage's brother, which is just shocking. Secondly, he was always...
Danzo was a Hokage's brother, bro, but that makes sense as to why they were so close-knit, why they kept things under wraps. Okay, wow.
Danzo with his brother, trying to one-up him. Then on a mission with the second Hokage, they were cornered, and somebody had to sacrifice themselves in order to allow the others to survive. Danzo wanted to volunteer, but he was too scared. His brother volunteered instead, but it was just a test. In reality, the second Hokage was always going to sacrifice himself. He just needed to confirm who to leave in his place. With that, he named Hiruzen the
Yo, so Danzo got mad because he didn't get the spot? Yo.
Hokage, while Danzo was left behind in his shadow again. Still, even though he was bitter, Danzo loved the village. That's why he ran the Foundation, to protect the village from the shadows, and do the things that his brother couldn't. As his dying act, he sacrifices his life to try and seal both Madara and Sasuke. The episode ends with a scene from Danzo and Hiruzen's childhood. Just two boys not knowing what the future holds. Nice try, but nothing could make me feel bad for Danzo. He sucks.
Yeah.
The next episode starts with Sakura and the other.
And it's kind of crazy, bro, the two separate paths they took. Like, you got one that was a great Hokage and everything, and then what, Danzo was lead Anbu, or he worked for or he was like a top of Anbu, but you see how shady and sketchy he ended up being. You know what I'm saying? Granted, the third Hokage was shady too, for knowing what was going on with Itachi. But you know what? Third Hokage was, I don't know, that was the only bad thing for me. But Danzo, he did a list of shitty things, bro. Fuck Danzo.
Others making their way to Sasuke, but when she finds out Sasuke's exact location, she tries to make the others pass out so she can deal with Sasuke herself. Sai stops her and says he's gonna stop all of them. He promised Kakashi, Lee, and Kiba go at him, and their diversion opens up a window for Sakura to throw her sleep bombs, knocking them all out. The clone of Sai next to Kakashi vanishes too. This can't be good. Back with Sasuke and Madara, they manage to evade Danzo's sealing jutsu, and now he's dead for real. Madara says he'll be taking Shizui's eye and tells Sasuke to rest up. He's used his Mangekyo way too much. He then tells Sasuke to get rid of Karin, if he has no use for her. She knows too much about them. He then takes Danzo and vanishes. Sasuke heads over to Karin and is about to finish her off when Sakura shows up and says she wants to defect from the Leaf Village with him? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna buy that.
Yeah, I don't know
Sakura
about that.
really sucks at lying. In the following episode, Naruto wakes up from a nightmare about Sasuke, and Yamato tells him to rest it off. But Naruto can't sleep, and knows he needs to go after Sakura. Yamato tries to stop him, so he tricks him using a shadow clone and goes after Sakura and Sasuke. On the way, he remembers everything the pursuit of Sasuke has put him through, and after reflecting on it all, he thinks he finally knows what he can do for Sasuke as his best friend. The next episode starts with Sakura saying she'll do whatever Sasuke wants, as long as he takes her with him. Sasuke says he wants to destroy the leaf, and Sakura says she'll do it. So as a loyalty test, Sasuke asks her to kill Karin. If she does this, She can take her place in Taka. Sakura walks over, but she can't bring herself to do it. But Sasuke already knew this, and charges up at Chidori to stab her in the back, which is stopped by Kakashi.
Yeah!
Kakashi says Sasuke has truly fallen, and tells Sakura to stand down. Kakashi says it's his failure as a sensei that led to this, and facing Sasuke is his responsibility. He tells Sakura to
I don't know if Kakashi can handle him, though.
She knows a lot about the Akatsuki and Madara, so she's useful. He then brings out his Sharingan, and says he knows what the third Hokage must have felt like facing Orochimaru. Fighting a student you truly love is a pain few could ever know. And Sasuke replies saying he'll send Kakashi right where the third Hokage ended up. Jeez, Sasuke, what the hell? Sakura cries as she hears Karin. And Sasuke sends her first attack at her. Kakashi blocks it, and their back and forth sends him to the water below. Sasuke says the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha, and Kakashi has no right to wield it. Before saying he'll show him the true power of the Sharingan, he brings out his Susanoo and launches an arrow at Kakashi. Kakashi sends it away with his own Mangekyo, but it was very close. Sasuke is impressed that a non-Uchiha could even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi begs him to see reason one last time. But Sasuke says that the peace and happiness of the leaf was all built on Itachi's suffering, and he's going to make everybody in the village pay. He brings out the Susanoo's true form, but it suddenly goes away. He hasn't recovered from his fight with Danzo, and he starts losing his vision. Sakura takes this opportunity to ambush him.
Okay, I take back what I said earlier. I guess Sasuke was kind of overusing his eyes. He used it to fight the 5 Kage, and then after that he used it to fight Danzo, and then after that he's using it to fight Kakashi. Okay, he is using it a bit much.
She's
he is using it a lot.
Shot at killing him, but even though she thought she was ready, Sakura can't bring herself to do it. Sasuke recovers and is about to kill her. Kakashi just used his Mangekyo, so he's weakened, and Sakura's about to get sliced up, until Naruto jumps in and saves her. When in doubt, always bet on Naruto saving the day. Hell yeah. Episode 215.
It's called Naruto for a reason.
Sakura and Kakashi immediately going at Sasuke. They trade blows and land back on the water. For the first time in years, Team Kakashi is reunited, and it's under the worst possible circumstances. Naruto can't believe that Sasuke would actually try to kill Sakura, but the smile on Sasuke's face says it all. He doesn't care. Naruto then talks to Sasuke and says they know the truth about Itachi. Naruto says he understands what Sasuke is feeling and wants to stop him from being consumed by vengeance, but it's too late. Sasuke already killed Danzo, and the whole Leaf Village is next. Kakashi tells Naruto to take Sakura and leave, and we then get a quick cut to Karin, who decides she's done caring for Sasuke. Finally, somebody's not giving this guy a free pass. Anyway, Kakashi tells Naruto to stay back. He's gonna deal with Sasuke. But Naruto uses their shadow clones to hold Kakashi back, as the Chidori and the Rasengan collide again. Their chakras connect. And in that split second, Naruto and Sasuke have a conversation. Naruto says he understood Sasuke's pain, and how he was so jealous of Sasuke being so good that he made him his rival. Ever since then,
To the beach!
he's been Naruto's goal. The next episode starts with Madara realizing Danzo destroyed Shizui's Sharingan before he died. But as you can see in the background, Madara has a lot of Sharingan on his hands. The hell is this guy planning? Anyway, Naruto and Sasuke's attacks end, and they're both sent back. Madara and Zetsu show up to bail out an exhausted Sasuke, but Naruto wants to say something to him before he leaves. He says that since they're both high-level ninjas now, they can read each other's thoughts just by exchanging blows. Then, he tells Sasuke what he really feels. If the two of them ever fought, they'd both end up dead. Sasuke says he's going to destroy the leaf and doesn't plan on changing, so Naruto says he'll become the object of Sasuke's hatred, and they'll both die together. Like true lovers. Okay, he didn't say a lover's part. I did.
Sus, and that was a little weird. When Naruto started getting, I was like, okay, calm down, Naruto. Stop being fake deep, okay? Just say you're going to stop him. You don't got to be this fake deep stuff, bro.
Right, Sasuke then asks why Naruto can't let him go, and he gives the same answer to that question that he always does. Because Sasuke's his friend. Sasuke smiles and says he's just gonna have to kill Naruto. Kakashi tries to pull a sneaky and uses Mangekyo Sharingan on Madara. But Madara just tells him to stop. It's not gonna work. With that, the bad guys leave, but Naruto's still smiling. Also, it might not have worked, but you could have tried, Kakashi. Like, damn, who trusts what a villain says? As they make it back to their hideout, Sasuke asks Madara to transplant Itachi's eyes in him so he can have the perfect Mangekyo Sharingan.
Well, I mean, no, because then Madara just would have countered his, Kakashi's with his Sharingan.
It'll also help him see because he's blind as a bat right now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sakura, Naruto, and Kakashi get ready to head back to the Leaf, and they take Karin with them, who's just depressed. Hey, I'd be sad too if my man crush literally tried to kill me like that. The next episode opens with Naruto asking who Karin is.
It's okay, Karen. You can bond with Sakura now. You the two side pieces can bond together, bro.
So catches up to him and rips him a new one for not only sneaking out on him, but also for digging a hole in the hotel. He has to repair that now. Finally, it's nice to get a good laugh in while this serious stuff is happening. Speaking of the serious stuff, the village elders are starting to get worried about Danzo. So is the Foundation, who decide to chase after Sai since he might know something. We then cut to the hidden cloud where the Raikage and B make it back. B's students are super happy, but there's no time to rest. They have to start preparing for the war. B brought Samihara back from the war, and his students ask him about it. What they don't know is that Kisame is hiding inside Samihara. Turns out just before he ended the water bubble, Kisame swapped places with the clone of Zetsu and hid himself inside Samihara. Now he's just waiting for the right time to capture B. That's some serious espionage right there. On their way back, Naruto and the others make a detour to wake up all the teammates Sakura knocked out before she went to kill Sasuke. But Naruto is exhausted, so he just falls asleep next to them. We then find out the curse mark on Sai's tongue is gone. That could only happen if Danzo died. Well, that's one way to find out the dictator controlling your life died. Anyway, they're all then heading back home, and Naruto seems to be back to his old self. He's not sad about Sasuke anymore. He finally has clarity on what he needs to do. That's when some Anbu drop by. Sai informs them of Danzo's death, as well as Kakashi being the next Hokage. That is finally some good news. Nothing really happens in episode 218, just a recap of the previous arc, and the village is setting up for the war, as Naruto and the others make it back home. The next episode opens with the village sculptor about to start carving Danzo's face into the village mountain, but he's stopped by his son. Danzo's not Hokage anymore because he kinda sorta died. The village sculptor gets really mad and says, fine, who's the Hokage then?
Plus, Danzo doesn't deserve a fucking spot on the Great Wall.
Meanwhile,
No, hell
as
no.
Kakashi hands Karin over to Ibiki for interrogation, Ibiki says the Leaf needs somebody to fix the chain of command, and Kakashi knows. While that's happening, Naruto is telling all of his friends about his fight with Sasuke, and they're all horrified. How could the Sasuke they know stoop so low? But Naruto then says they shouldn't fight him. They can't. Naruto's the only one who can beat Sasuke. He doesn't give them a full explanation, it's more of a trust me bro scenario. And his
Trust
friends
me,
are not
bro.
happy with this. Meanwhile,
Trust.
Kakashi meets up with the village elders who say they're recommending him for a Hokage. He says he's ready, and when they try to give him some advice, he just kinda waves it off. I do the same, screw those old dinosaurs. The higher-ups in JJK were pretty annoying too. You did watch that video, right? We worked really hard on it. Anyway, Kakashi...
Hey, bro, second time. Stop promoting. Stop promoting that.
Slowly
Stop.
but surely rebuilding, and looks at the fourth Hokage's face on the mountain. He's about to follow in the footsteps of his teacher. That's when Guy shows up and after a very enthusiastic checkup of Kakashi, says they're gonna have a race. Kakashi says this isn't the time for a race, and Guy says that's exactly why they should have one. Kakashi agrees, and just like that, they're raced from the gate of the village to the top of the Hokage's faces.
This is definitely filler.
The race begins, and it's one of the funniest and most ridiculous, yet kind of wholesome and heartwarming moments in all of Naruto. Kakashi and Guy truly let loose, tossing utensils at each other mid-air, going under and above different obstacles, and laughing and talking trash the whole time. Lee is standing at the finish line, and he sees that Kakashi just edged out Guy in the end. Guy then gives Kakashi some flowers. He says he knows they won't have time to be rivals after Kakashi becomes Hokage, so he wanted to test him one last time. But Kakashi says Guy will always be his rival, and he appreciates him always being there. He says some more stuff, but Guy and Lee are already crying, so they don't really hear it. This is when the village sculptor shows up and drags Kakashi away to get his face details for the statue. Wait, do we finally get to see Kakashi's face?
Yeah,
The
it's
sculptor
Hokage now.
takes Kakashi's face measurements before asking him to take off his mask for the mold. He probably does it too, but we don't really get to see it. But as Kakashi stands in front of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire to be...
Yeah, I was gonna say, plus I think Kakashi took off his mask in Naruto, I think, in the original Naruto, I think he took, if not, he took it off in Shippuden. I know he took it off sometime.
Formally anointed, Guy bursts into the room and says he has some urgent news. Lady Tsunade is finally woken up. This sends everybody in a flurry. And
Okay.
Kakashi asks if he can just go home. Ready to be Hokage
Can
one
I go
moment,
home?
immediately giving up the next.
Yo!
Kakashi is so real. The episode then ends with the village sculptor being stopped by his son, and he throws another tantrum. I needed this downtime of an episode, to be honest. The next episode starts with the toad that has the key to Naruto's seal asking Fukasaku and the Great Lord Elder if she should do what Jiraiya said, store himself inside Naruto. The Great Lord Elder tells him to bring Naruto to Mount Miyoboku so that he can give a reading on the boy. Meanwhile, Sasuke wakes up from his surgery and he can already feel the power of Itachi's eyes kicking in. Later, Naruto is at the freshly rebuilt Ichiraku Ramen when Sakura shows up and tells him Lady Tsunade is awake. Super happy, the chef announces that ramen is on him, so Naruto gets ready to dig in, only to be reverse summoned to Mount Miyoboku and get a mouthful of worms instead. Ugh, that's disgusting. He then goes to the Great Lord Elder who gives him a prophecy. He will meet an octopus that will help him. Then he'll fight a boy whose power lies in his eyes but Naruto stops him. He knows the rest. After their fight, both he and Sasuke will die. The Great Lord Elder then tells the toad with the Nine Tails seal key to return to Naruto. Except Naruto isn't sure about this. The next episode opens with some ninjas being killed by white snakes, and we see who it is. Kabuto, who's turned completely reptilian.
Yeah.
Well, that's disturbing. Back on Mount Miyoboku, and Naruto doesn't know if he wants to keep the key to the Nine-Tailed Seal to himself. The Seal Toad then explains that it's impossible to take the Nine-Tails chakra without taking its will. That's why Naruto turns into a monster every time he uses it. Naruto is scared to even think about using the Nine-Tails energy, but he remembers what his dad said to him. He sealed half the Nine Tails inside Naruto because he believed that he would one day control it. Knowing he'll need the Nine Tails to beat Sasuke, Naruto decides to take the key after all. He's gonna learn to control this damn fox. We then cut to Kabuto, and he's found Madara's hideout. Madara goes in to attack, but Kabuto summons a bunch of coffins, all of them containing the dead members of the Akatsuki. Realizing Kabuto has become the third person in history, after Orochimaru and the second Hokage, to learn reanimation jutsu, Madara asks what Kabuto wants. Kabuto says he's willing to help Madara in the war, and he has the tools for it, as Madara can clearly see. In exchange, he wants Sasuke Uchiha. He's crucial to seeing out Orochimaru's vision. Madara asks what will happen if he refuses, and Kabuto summons another coffin. We don't get to see who's inside, but when Madara sees who it is, he can't believe his eyes. He immediately agrees to hand over Sasuke, but only after they've won the war. Kabuto agrees, and they've got an alliance. Meanwhile, Anko and her team finally make out Kabuto's location, and they discover Madara's hideout in the process. The next episode opens with the Leaf Village strategizing how to approach the war. The Cloud Village is doing the same, but there's a problem with this. Kizame is still hiding in Semihata, so he now knows all about them and their strategies. He calls B an idiot, and seeing as he's writing raps during preparation for the most important war in history, I can't say that he's wrong. While that is happening, Tsunade is telling everybody to stay vigilant and keep an eye on Naruto, until she immediately gets a report that Naruto just vanished from Ichiraku Ramen, which sends everybody into a state of panic. But Naruto is fine. He was just getting his prophecy from Mount Miyaboku. With that done, Fukasaku sends him back, and he ends up right back at Ichiraku Ramen, where something incredible happens. Two fellow ninjas ask him for his autograph. The chef at Ichiraku just smiles. The little brat who loved ramen has come a very long way. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a chance to enjoy the ramen, because Sakura shows up and whisks him away to Lady Tsunade and the others. There, he tells them about his prophecy. Everybody is just as confused as he is. Later, the five Kage gather for a meeting in the Cloud Village, and Tsunade is informed about their decision to hide B and Naruto during the war. After all, the Akatsuki is after them. They need to be protected. Tsunade doesn't agree, but gets outvoted, so she decides to give in. The Raikage says he is the perfect spot for them, a hidden island in the hidden cloud where the Raikage trained B. After the meeting, Tsunade asks the Raikage to let B train Naruto. B is a perfect Jinchuriki, which means he's in complete sync with his tailed beast, and Tsunade wants Naruto to learn how to do this. The Raikage agrees. They need Naruto to control the Nine Tails. Back at the hidden cloud, B is getting ready to perform a concert, until the Raikage breaks in, beats his ass, and takes him to go to the island. Wow, that guy has no chill. I kinda like him. The next episode opens with Naruto, Guy, and Yamato making their way to the island the Raikage spoke of. We then see Tsunade saying that she knows Naruto will want to join the war when he hears about it. So she told him this was an S-rank mission, which it honestly kind of is. Anyway, Naruto is looking for an octopus, when they suddenly see tentacles coming out of the water. Naruto thinks this must be the octopus that's gonna help him, but it's actually a giant squid that's attacking the ship. The octopus isn't far though, as Killer Bee shows up in full-tailed beast form and smacks the squid back into the water. He then introduces himself to Naruto, who's in awe of how calmly he controlled his tailed beast. After they settle in at the island, Naruto goes and asks B to train him, but B denies. Naruto asks why, and B says that he's here on vacation. Why would he throw that away to train Naruto? Naruto realizes this guy isn't normal, so he tries convincing him by rapping.
You're not thick, you're just so sick, yeah!
It's working at first, but Naruto accidentally makes fun of B, so he resorts to
I never saw that. That was funny.
his default sex.
Bruh. Pause it one time as an ad. Come on.
Downy gives your sheets a delicate, fresh scent that breathes life into your laundry.
Sexy jutsu. Fortunately, this doesn't work on B at all. Who slams the door shut in his face. Well, that plan sucked. So Naruto goes and complains to the guy overseeing their stay, Motoi. Motoi gets mad at Naruto for complaining about B, but after Naruto explains the situation, he eases up. He then asks if B greeted Naruto, to which Naruto says yes. So he says he'll take Naruto to B's training spot, and Yamato joins them, just in case the Nine Tails ever acts up. Motoi takes them to the Waterfall of Truth, where Naruto sits down to meditate. There, he comes face to face with his strongest opponent yet, himself. Or rather, the part of him that is filled with hatred for the people of the Leaf Village. He says Naruto hates people like the ninjas who asked for his autograph. After all, they only started respecting him after he became strong. This hatred inside Naruto is what the Nine Tails is attached to, and it's finally come out to confront him. Hate Naruto calls our Naruto a fake, and that the hatred and anger he has inside him is the real version of Naruto. In other words, Hate Naruto says he's the real one. Naruto, as you can imagine, disagrees and they start fighting. But the problem is, they're completely evenly matched. Whether it's Shadow Clones or the Rasengan, it's a stalemate. Naruto wakes up and tells Yamato and Motoi. And Motoi tells him that this is the first step in controlling the Nine Tails. If he can't defeat his hatred, he's never going to be able to do it. In the following episode, Naruto asks Motoi to help him get tips from Killer B. But while Motoi respects B and thinks of him as a hero, he doesn't speak with him. Why? Because Motoi tried to kill him when they were younger. You see, they used to be friends as kids, but then the previous Jinchuriki lost control of the Eight Tails and Motoi's dad died in the process of sealing it. When B became the Jinchuriki, Motoi hated him for it, and he tried killing him. But he failed and he ran away. Slowly but surely, B won over both Motoi and the Hidden Cloud Village, a lot like Naruto did. But while Motoi now admires him, he's never spoken to B since he tried killing him. The shame is just too much. Hearing this, Naruto says he needs to take a moment to gather his thoughts. Wow, that was a lot. As Naruto takes some time to himself, Yamato and Motoi come looking for him. That's when the squid reappears and grabs Motoi. Naruto and Yamato are about to attack it when B shows up and smacks the squid down again. Squid Zero, Octopus. While that's happening, Naruto says he needs to get back to training, but Kakashi says he needs to focus on getting rest. That is his training. We then cut back to Kakuzu. So he says he'll take Naruto to B's training spot, and Yamato joins them, just in case the Nine Tails ever acts up. Motoi takes... When B became the Jinchuriki, Motoi hated him for it, and he tried killing him. When B became the Jinchuriki, Motoi hated him for it, and he tried killing him. But he failed and he ran away to take a moment to gather his thoughts.
There.
Wow, that was a lot. As Naruto takes some time to himself, Yamato and Motoi come looking for him. That's when the squid reappears and grabs Motoi. Naruto and Yamato are about to attack it when B shows up and smacks the squid down again. Squid Zero, Octopus 2. Afterwards, Motoi asks B why he saved his life. Motoi literally tried to kill him. But B says the only thing he remembers are all the great times he and Motoi had as kids, as he calls it, best friends forever. Aw, this brings Motoi to tears, and the two fist bump. Ending the episode, it's a short but powerful reminder of just how easily this show can hit you right in the feels. In episode 245, B, Yamato, Naruto, and Motoi.
That's what I'm saying with anime, bro. Like that. So the outside perspective of anime, bro. Like there's a lot. There's a lot to be learned in anime. It depends how woke and how deep you want to get with it, depending on which anime you're watching. But it's more than just fight scenes and cartoons, bro, and animated people. It's actual life lessons and morality to be taught, to be learned in anime. You just have to be smart enough, woke enough, or I guess just emotional enough to feel it, to actually feel the emotion and feel the effect it has on you, bro. Anime, like I don't know, it's more than what, the average person from outside who judges it, it's more than what they think it is, you know what I'm saying? But they don't know that until you actually sit down and watch it.
They are making their way back to the Waterfall of Truth. What's more, Naruto and B are actually getting along, and B tells Naruto he'll pass the waterfall this time. So Naruto sits down at the waterfall and comes face to face with his hate once again. But Naruto says he's done fighting, and shows him something. The autograph he plans giving anybody who asks him for one. Hate Naruto is seething. How can Naruto trust the villagers after all they've put him through?
Hate Naruto.
And Naruto says he's right. Before he can believe in the villagers, he needs to believe in himself. That is, the version of himself the Leaf believes in. Hate Naruto charges at him, asking what he plans to do with him, and Naruto hugs him. He thanks Hate Naruto for bringing him this far, and he says now he can just go back to being Naruto. After all, they're the same. With that, Naruto has conquered his hate. And B takes him to the other side of the waterfall. It's time for him to fight the Nine Tails. Yamato and Naruto follow B, passing by a bunch of headless statues. He takes them into a special room where there's a dragon's mouth. B says Naruto needs to put his head in there and face the Nine Tails. But if he has even an ounce of hatred left in him, the statue will bite his head off. That's what the headless statues outside are. Failed Jinchuriki. Yamato says that it's too dangerous. But Naruto says he needs to do this. So he puts his head inside before screaming. Yamato yanks him out to see that his head is gone. Yamato goes into a triple negative panic mode only to see that it's a prank by Naruto and B. There is a switch inside the dragon and he flipped it. Even when he's the strongest ninja in the Leaf, Naruto is still a prankster at heart. After all that, the switch opens a door to a gorgeous room, where B gives Naruto the plan, the real one this time. Naruto's gonna undo his own seal and fight the Nine Tails for its chakra. If he wins, he gets to keep that chakra forever. But if he loses, he'll die. And they'll have to seal the Nine Tails inside the room until they can find another Jinchuriki. With that, Naruto goes into his mind and undoes the seal. The Nine Tails can see he conquered his hatred, but he doesn't care, and attacks as soon as the seal is undone. B tries to help, but he doesn't have too much power inside Naruto's head. Still, B manages to save Naruto from a tailed beast bomb, which lets him charge up a giant Rasengan and jump the Nine Tails with it. Unfortunately, the next episode starts...
I remember playing the game and having to fight the Nine Tails. It was crazy, because I'm like, damn, Naruto is really fighting the Nine Tails, like, by himself, just using his chakra type shit, like...
with the Nine Tails,
which is crazy. That's crazy, bro.
With his tails.
That's some first Hokage shit.
On him, and he manages to land a Rasen Shuriken.
Well, he's only fighting half of the Nine Tails, I guess, technically.
Nine Tails is occupied. Naruto tries stealing its chakra, but it's not going to be that easy. The Nine Tails gets back up and starts transferring its hate to Naruto. The hatred starts taking over Naruto, and one of his eyes even changes to the same color as Hate Naruto. But then, he opens his eyes to see that he's in a different place. There's a woman with red hair standing in front of him. It's his mom. Naruto immediately hugs her, and his hate disappears. She says they can catch up, but they need to hold the Nine Tails down first. So chains shoot out of Naruto's body and tie the Nine Tails down. Now they can talk. Naruto compliments his mom's red hair, and she says his dad loved it too. He asks them how they fell in love, so she tells him. They were classmates, and they both wanted to be Hokage, but Kushina was from outside the village, so all the kids made fun of her hair color. Naruto thinks that she'd say Minato saved her from the bullies, but no, Kushina kicked their asses herself. But no matter what she did, the kids would never stop looking at her as an outsider. That's why she wanted to become Hokage, so that everybody would accept her. Man, Naruto's just like his mom.
That's where he gets it.
Kushina came home to find Hidden Cloud ninjas waiting at her home. You see, the clan Kushina is from is the Uzumaki clan. Now, that's how Naruto got his last name, and the Uzumaki clan has a special kind of chakra. The Hidden Cloud wanted that chakra and sent ninjas to kidnap her. While she was being taken away from the leaf, she tore off strands of her hair to mark her path, but didn't expect anybody to follow. She was an outsider after all, why would someone come looking? But somebody did. Somebody did save her. It was Minato. He stopped her from falling, swept her off her feet, and carried her back to the village. He said he instantly recognized her hair, because he thought it was beautiful. This is how she fell for Naruto, smiling like an idiot, just happy to be able to see his mom and hear this story. But catch-up time is over. Now, they need to take control of the Nine Tails. The next episode opens with Bee and Yamato watching Naruto from the outside, and he's stuck halfway to becoming taken over by the Nine Tails chakra. Yamato wants to do something, but Bee says they have to put their faith in him. This is a battle he needs to fight alone. Of course, we know he's not alone, because Kushina helps him get rid of the Nine Tails' hatred, before chaining him down. Naruto brings out a bunch of shadow clones and launches an army of giant Rasengans before following it up with a Rasen Shuriken. It sends the Nine Tails flying back, and Naruto rips out a lot of its chakra. This gives him a new form. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
The Nine Tails.
When that form first dropped, bro, I was like, no, this shit is crazy. And then like when it first dropped, he could only do it for like a few minutes or however long. But then eventually, like he could hold it. I was like, yeah,
Isn't as impressed as I am though. So it just charges up a huge-tailed beast bomb, but Naruto just seals him away. With that done, Kushina says she has to go and be with Minato now, but not before telling Naruto the truth about what happened 16 years ago on the night the Nine Tails attacked. For starters, she was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki before him. What? She tells him how the Uzumakis had incredible chakra, and also specialized in
so they could hold the beast.
In fact, the jutsu that seals the Nine Tails inside Naruto is one of her mother's jutsus Minato learned. You see, when Madara first attacked with the Nine Tails and was defeated, it was sealed inside Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife. And when her life was coming to an end, Kushina was...
Wait. See, but no, that doesn't make sense because the first Hokage's wife was Mito Uzumaki. But the thing is, first Hokage and Madara, I know on my lore, they fought the Uzumaki clan. They took out the head of the Uzumaki clan for some reason. That's why I'm kind of like tripping. But I guess I don't know. Maybe there's something I missed to where the first Hokage and maybe later on he got with one of the Uzumaki clan members. I don't know. I was just kind of like cringing at that because I know I've seen like clips and videos of Madara and Hashirama attacking like the head of Uzumaki clan.
Brought to the leaf to become the second.
So it's just interesting he married that clan. That clan.
How could they use her like this? But Kushina says Lady Mito taught her the secret to living a happy life, even as a Jinchuriki. The answer is simple: fill yourself with love. This brings Naruto to tears, and then he asks her what exactly happened 16 years ago. She says that the masked man, who we know as Madara Uchiha, used the exact moment her seal would be the weakest to gain control of the Nine Tails. Naruto asks what that moment was, so she tells him, childbirth. That is real low, man. We then cut to Kushina giving birth, while Minato tries to keep the Nine Tails from breaking out. Kushina was giving birth in a top-secret location with only Minato, the third Hokage's wife, and one...
hold on, so now I'm listening... See, now I'm kind of missing, but I'm listening. Okay, so Hashirama and Mito are Tsunade's grandparents. That's kind of weird. I never knew that. That's kind of weird to think about. I never knew that they're actually related to Uzumakis. I didn't know that. They don't. At least they didn't discuss that like in the beginning of the show. We're going over it now, but I didn't watch all this all the way through in depth. Or maybe it slipped out of my mind. But yeah, I didn't know all this.
To be inside. This was to avoid anybody even trying to get the Nine Tails. But Madara...
Same old phone?
Bruh.
Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
This idea that men have the power, it's only an idea.
always finds a way, and the episode ends with us hearing Naruto take his first breaths into the world. As we see, Minato and Kushina meet Naruto for the first time. The celebration is cut short by Madara, who takes Naruto hostage. He chucks Naruto in the air and even puts paper bombs on his blanket, but Minato manages to save him with his flying Raijin and takes him back home. Madara, meanwhile, manages to take Kushina away. He then places the Nine Tails under his genjutsu and pulls it out of Kushina. But Kushina isn't a normal Jinchuriki. She doesn't die when the Nine Tails is pulled out of her. Madara says he's gonna kill her and destroy the leaf next. But at the last second, Minato arrives and takes her back home. There, he places her next to Naruto before putting on his Hokage cloak. Man, he is so cool. Naruto is the best mom and dad. And so, on a random peaceful night, Madara Uchiha unleashed the most unspeakable evil on the Hidden Leaf Village, setting the Nine Tails loose on a rampage.
Imagine just chilling, bro, and all of a sudden you see the Nine Tails Jinchuriki just wreaking havoc in your fucking village, like at nighttime, like...
The third Hokage and every available ninja begin doing what they can to evacuate the villagers while fighting off the beast. That's when Minato shows up and teleports a tailed beast bomb away.
That's crazy.
Madara tries sneak attacking him from behind, but it doesn't work. Minato moves the fight away from the leaf, trusting the third to handle the Nine Tails. Madara puts on cuffs with chains on them, and his technique is pretty smart. He and Minato attack each other. Minato passes through him, gets caught in the chain, and Madara teleports him to God knows where. But Minato uses this to his advantage. He knows that while Madara phases through his attacks, Madara has to solidify himself when he attacks. So just before they're about to collide, he sends a flying Raijin at Madara. It phases through, but the moment he solidifies himself to attack Minato, he teleports above him.
Yeah, that was raw. It was quick.
Madara's hurt.
And you gotta think, that got past his Sharingan too. Like you know, he had Sharingan, he didn't see it coming, like Minato. That was nice. That was nice.
Minato uses this opportunity to remove his genjutsu from the Nine Tails. He took Madara on 1v1 and whooped his ass. Minato was unreal. The next episode opens with the ninja and the leaf doing as much as they can to hold back the Nine Tails. And the third Hokage summons Monkey King Emma and pushes the Nine Tails outside the village, buying them some time. Meanwhile, Madara accepts his defeat at the hands of Minato, but he doesn't sound bothered. He says he'll have the Nine Tails one day. According to him, he's going to rule the world, and there are plenty of ways to go about doing this. Minato then heads over to the Nine Tails with Gamabunta and manages to teleport him away. He brings Naruto and Kushina there too, and tells her his plan. He's sealing half the Nine Tails chakra inside of himself, and the other half inside of Naruto. He tells Kushina he'll store his chakra inside Naruto so she can help him tame the Nine Tails when the time comes. Kushina says it's not fair. Why should their family have to sacrifice their lives? Why should Naruto bear such a burden for the village?
By himself, yeah.
Says it's their duty.
Because he's gonna lose both parents, bro. Like, yeah, think about it. And he's just a baby. Just a baby, bro.
He is ninja. Besides, he just feels like Naruto will grow up to be the child of prophecy Jiraiya told them about. With that, he uses the Reaper Death Seal, the same one the third Hokage eventually used on Orochimaru, and seals half the Nine Tails chakra inside of him. He then begins the process of sealing the Nine Tails inside Naruto, but that's when the Nine Tails attacks his son. Oh no. Minato and Kushina jumped in the way of the Nine Tails attack, just barely saving Naruto. With the Nine Tails stopped, Minato starts the sealing process, but before he completes it, Minato gives Kushina a chance to say her final words to Naruto. So, she says a lot. To not be picky about food, to shower regularly, to be respectful to his seniors, to do his best at ninjutsu and in school, to avoid alcohol and overspending and bad girls. She wants to say more, but they have no more time. With that, Minato completes the seal, starting Naruto on the path that brought him here today. Kushina's time is up, but before she goes, she hugs Naruto. She thanks him for being her and Minato's son, and says she loves him before she disappears. Naruto cries through the whole thing.
I mean,
and so
it is still wholesome that he got to meet his parents, you know, as an adult, and he's actually going to take that and remember it, you know what I'm saying? And then, of course, in the Ninja War, we actually get to see him and Minato fight side by side later on, but we didn't know that. So, at this point in the show, we didn't know that, though, but it was still cool and wholesome to see that, you know, see it all come together, man.
Why? Episode 250 opens with Naruto meditating
and to see him meet his parents.
Watch on.
Finally.
And then he just smiles. He opens his eyes and tells them he did it. He took the Nine Tails chakra. He doesn't go into detail about his mom just yet, and instead shows them his new form when he uses the Nine Tails chakra. Again, very cool. But when he activates his new form, he senses a sinister presence. And when Yamato asks Naruto where it's coming from, he points to Samihara. Realizing he's been made, Kisame gets off B's back and makes a run for it. Naruto is much faster than before in this form and almost stops him, but he's also much stronger, and he misjudges his strength and fails. So B chases after him instead. Meanwhile, Guy came to the waterfall to see Naruto train, but ends up seeing Kisame there instead and kicks him into a wall. Kisame separates from Samihara, which goes right back to B like a loyal dog. Weird, but kinda cute. Kisame is super weakened now until he gets an idea. He goes underwater and tricks B, using Samihara to drain his chakra. With B down, Guy has to face him. but Kisame was here for espionage and plans on making an escape. He tries flying off in a shark jutsu, so Guy opens the 6th inner chakra gate and makes B throw him after Kisame. Speaking of Kisame, he puts all the information he learned on a scroll and into the mouth of a shark so he can send it back to Madara. But when Guy shows up to stop him, Kisame tries distracting him by sending out a bunch of sharks that all look the same. Then he charges up a special attack, a jutsu that eats up the chakra of his opponent's ninjutsu and attacks them with double force. But Guy doesn't use any ninjutsu. He only uses taijutsu. In other words, Kisame can't absorb his power. And his sharks get absolutely blasted as Guy unlocks his 7th
true.
The next episode opens with Naruto and the others bracing for impact as Guy's attack sends shockwaves across the entire island. We cut back to Guy and he's standing over Kisame. For the 3rd time in a row, Guy has beaten Kisame. What an absolute Chad. Anyway.
Yeah, bro, Kisame, you went 0-3, bro? You went 0-3? Bruh, and you call yourself an Akatsuki member?
They bring Kisame back to the island, and Yamato traps him in his wood-style jutsu. The other Leaf Ninja with them attempts to go through his mind to find useful energy. There, we see how Kisame used to be a member of the Cypher Corps of the Hidden Mist. But one day, a mission went really bad, and he had to kill all of his comrades on the mission to avoid their code getting into enemy hands. That's rough. But when he found out his own commander was behind the whole thing, he killed him and stole his sword. That's how he got his hands on Samihada. That's when he was approached by the Mizukage at the time. Or rather, by the man controlling the Mizukage, Madara Uchiha.
Right.
He convinced Kisame to work for him, in exchange for helping Kisame find his purpose in the world. The memory is then about to show Madara taking off his mask, but Kisame bites off his own tongue to wake up and stop them from seeing Madara's face. He then breaks free of the wood style and traps himself in a water prison. He then thinks back to the time Itachi told him something that always stuck with him. A shinobi isn't measured by how they lived, but how they died, and he chooses to go out in a blaze of glory, summoning a shark to eat him instead of giving up info to the enemy. With him gone, Guy opens the scroll Kisame was sending to Madara, but it was a trap. Guy and the others get trapped inside water prisons, and a shark snags the scroll and takes it to Madara. God damn it.
Oh, it got away!
Pretty clever. The following episode starts with Madara heading out, and Kabuto asks him where he's going, so he tells him, the Hidden Rain Village. There, Konan is remembering the good times with Nagato, Yahiko, and
because he has to go get the Renegon.
Jiraiya-sensei. When she senses Madara show up, Madara asks for Nagato's corpse. He's here for Nagato's Rinnegan, but Konan refuses. She says the Akatsuki was created by Yahiko, and the Rinnegan belongs to Nagato. He has no right over either. But Madara just laughs, before revealing the truth. Not only was he the one who convinced Yahiko to make the Akatsuki, but he gave Nagato the Rinnegan himself. He's just here to collect his property. He then asks Konan why they betrayed him, and she says it's because they believed in Naruto's idea of peace. Konan then attacks with a bunch of regular papers, but she's got some paper bombs hidden in them. She blows them up, and Madara is hurt. He survives though, even if his mask is a bit chipped and he lost an arm. That's when Konan splits the sea like she's Moses and reveals the entire
like
pad is
she's
filled with paper
Moses.
bombs, ready to blow Madara straight to hell. Homegirl was ready for him to come and try her. The next episode opens with Madara trying to teleport his way out of the paper bombs, but he fails. Konan has figured out how to defeat him. Every time he teleports something else away, he has to be solid himself. And every time he teleports himself away, it takes him longer than teleporting something else. With that, Konan has him fall into, and I swear I'm not making this up, 600 billion paper bombs. She detonates them all, and the explosions keep on going for 10 straight minutes. Yeesh. When the explosions are done, Konan falls to her knees. She's finally...
Imagine 10 minutes of, like, you don't realize that, bro. Like, 10 minutes of explosions, and this guy's like,
killed Madara Uchiha. Unfortunately, that's a feeling many people have had before. None of them have been correct. And so Madara stabs her from behind. She asks how he survived, and the answer is simple. He used Izanagi, the same thing Danzo was using to sacrifice his left Sharingan in order to survive the explosion. Konan still tries to fight back, but it's pointless. Madara holds her up by the...
Yeah, he had. I mean, she gave everything she could, but yeah, she just wasn't on his level in terms of...
And uses Genjutsu to get the location of Nagato's corpse. Madara then heads over to where Nagato and Yahiko's corpses are and transports Nagato away, saying his red Uzumaki hair has turned white for overexertion. Oh, so he was from the same clan as Naruto? Later, he puts the Rinnegan in his right eye and even has a new mask. Kisame's intel makes its way to him too, and he's ready to capture the Ninetales. I know that he's evil incarnate, but Madara's mask is...
I mean, yeah, but it damn near took all your members, bro. Like, there's no Akatsuki left. Like, yeah, it took everyone, but yeah, I mean, it's wartime.
The next episode starts with Naruto and the others dealing with the aftermath of Kisame's attack. Guy is totally cooked. That's the price of using the inner gates. Motoi sends a report to the Raikage as we learn that the island they're on really isn't an island at all. It's a giant turtle, and they are inside. With their location discovered, they decide to have the turtle move away to avoid the Akatsuki attacking again. Now, Yamato and the others know Naruto's gonna start asking questions about the war soon, especially with Kisame showing up like that. So they tell Naruto about his S-rank mission, which is gathering strong animals to help in the war. I don't know what's funnier. The fact that Tsunade thought this would trick him, or the fact that it actually does trick him. Back with Kabuto and Madara, Kabuto asks Madara to help him go to where Bee and Naruto are. He says it'll help them build trust, which is hilarious. He also says he wants to get his hands on Captain Yamato, which is just a terrifying idea to think of. Madara then shows Kabuto how he expects to fight back against the 80,000 soldiers in the allied shinobi force. Using the power from the seven-tailed beasts he's sealed in the Geto statue, as well as the cells of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, he's built up an army of 100,000 Zetsu to act as his manpower. That's gonna be a problem for the good guys, isn't it? After being informed of Kisame's attack, the 5 Kage discuss what their next move should be. While they agree that they need to send reinforcements, sending too many would be too risky. The enemy might catch on to their location. So the Tsuchikage says he'll go along with his granddaughter and his other ninja. While that's happening, Kabuto brings Deidara back with his reanimation jutsu, but is kind enough to let him keep his personality. As Naruto is still busy with animals on the island, Kabuto and Deidara get to the coordinates Kisame shared. They don't find an island, but they do find the Tsuchikage flying into them. Unfortunately, those are just clay clones, and Deidara proceeds to blow them up in the Tsuchikage's face. The following episode starts with Naruto dealing with some animal shenanigans as the battle rages on elsewhere. Speaking of the battle, Tsuchikage Inoki easily survives the blast, and his granddaughter is surprised to see Deidara still alive. He was from their village, and she knew him very well. But Inoki tells her it's just Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu. Deidara is still dead, but a reanimated
No, don't be fooled. He's still dead. That's just a corpse, bro. That is kind of like an interesting, that they knew each other. They're from the same village. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Akatsuki is
Akatsuki, yeah, the Akatsuki member, yeah.
As a huge snake jumps out of the water and bites the island turtle's tail. They've found Naruto's hiding spot. Kabuto reveals that he used King Manda's cells to create a Manda 2.0. This one's bigger, faster, stronger, and smarter. With Manda 2.0 and a squid bomb from Deidara, they managed to flip Turtle Island over, stopping it from moving. Back with Naruto, Yamato, and the others, they can all sense that something is going on outside, but they have to keep Naruto distracted. He just can't know the war is starting. Meanwhile, Kabuto drops off Deidara's bird to find Naruto, while Deidara takes on the Tsuchikage and his subordinates. The Tsuchikage decides to take Deidara away from the island so he can use his full power on the rogue ninja. Meanwhile, Kabuto tries getting inside the turtle, but stops when the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, Kuro, attacks him. After giving Naruto the slip, Yamato, Omoi, and the mind-reading ninja come outside to fight Kabuto. Kuro captures him, and the mind reader goes in for an interrogation. But this is all a ruse. Kabuto opens his mouth to send a copy of himself as a snake out of it. The snake gobbles up Kabuto, and goes inside Manda 2.0's mouth, which then disappears. Deidara also gets snagged out of the sky by a coffin. Yamato has been captured. Kabuto takes Yamato to Madara, saying that he can use him to strengthen the Zetsus. Madara tells him to hurry up. His left eye is itching for battle, as we see the Rinnegan staring into the camera. That is terrifying. There's a lot
Sharingan and Rinnegan
in the next episode. Inoki is literally carrying the island turtle with one hand as he flies it to the Hidden Cloud village. Meanwhile, Naruto says he's done with his mission, and he's going back to the Leaf to wait for Sasuke. Speaking of Sasuke, he's still recovering from his surgery inside Madara's hideout. Anko and her team are scouting said hideout, and the guy with the Byakugan on her team discovers the 100,000 Zetsu Madara has been creating. Wow! Meanwhile, Bee manages to stall Naruto by teaching him how to properly control his Nine-Tails chakra. As Inoki puts the island down, Madara and Kabuto agree to interrogate Yamato and get intel on the allied shinobi forces before they use him to juice up the Zetsus. Meanwhile, Anko sends the 5 Kage the location of Madara's hideout, and they immediately plan on an ambush. The allied shinobi force is finally brought together, and divided into teams according to their skill. Long-range fighters, close-range fighters, sensory ninjas, medical ninjas, etc. They have custom headbands too, symbolizing the union between former enemies united against a greater evil. Kinda cute, pretty cool. There are 5 companies of the allied shinobi force, all under a different captain. Darui is commanding the first. Kitsuchi of the Hidden Stone, Inoki's son, is commanding the second. Kakashi leads the third, and Mifune leads the fifth. The fourth, meanwhile, is led by the commander-in-chief of all battle units, the Kazekage himself, Gaara of the Sand. The ninja world is ready to fight back against Project Tsukinomi. The episode then ends with Kabuto bringing forward his reanimation summons, and his bag goes much deeper than the former Akatsuki. He also has the former Jinchuriki, as well as the last 5 Kage. But it doesn't end there. Ninjas like Haku, Zabuza, Neji's dad, Asuma, and even goddamn Hanzo are at his disposal too. He's been busy. That, coupled with the Yamato buff Zetsus, means the Akatsuki are ready to take over the world. This is gonna be one hell of a battle. The following episode opens with Anko and her team marching on as Kabuto sends out his reanimated army. Anko sends her team to report their findings while she stays back. The reanimated ninjas all realize they're being used against their wills, and they don't like it one bit. Madara sends the Zetsu out as well, but makes them travel underground. They'd cause too much of a ruckus if they were on land. With that, Madara heads out, while Kabuto says he has to handle something. That something is Anko, who he ambushes. Anko puts up a fight, but Kabuto poisons her and she passes out. And while that's happening, Deidara and Sasori are hunting down Anko's teammates. Meanwhile, the allied shinobi force isn't going as smoothly as we thought. The shinobi from different villages start bickering, blaming each other for the bad situations in their villages. It's clear that they don't trust each other, and why would they? After all, they were essentially enemies just a few days ago. But that's when Gaara steps forward and tells them to stop. He says he too was once consumed with hatred and anger, until one leaf ninja saved him. Even though Gaara was his enemy, he called Gaara his friend, because they shared the same pain. He says that every single ninja here shares the pain of being hurt by the Akatsuki. He says there are no more villages. There are only ninja. And he says if anybody can't forgive the Sand Village, they can have his head after the war is over. But right now, they need to come together and save everything and everybody they love. Gaara's speech is...
Gaara, man, being so inspirational, bruh. Literally, inspiring the whole, like, what is this, 90, 80,000 people? Like, he's just inspiring them, bro.
...is legendary, and immediately brings the soldiers together. With that, the allied shinobi force heads out together, ready to fight for their world. The next episode kicks off with Deidara and Sasori still going after Anko's teammates. They try their best, but can't avoid Deidara's bombs, and get taken out one by one, so one of them manages to send a scroll with everything they've learned back to the village before they all get blown to pieces. Meanwhile, Kankuro sets up his team, while Darui and Gaara lead their companies. Unfortunately, Sasori uses one of Anko's team members as a puppet to lure out one of Kankuro's team members, and it works. Their ambush is on, and Kankuro's team is about to be blown up, but they manage to survive thanks to the Stone Ninja's technique. That's when Sai sees something horrific. His big brother Shin has also been reanimated. Kabuto is one sick bastard. The fighting begins, but Kankuro's team isn't on the back foot. In fact, they're actually winning. Amoe slices off Sasori's chakra threads, and Kankuro pulls him to the ground, as the Stone Ninja sends the ground back up. But no amount of damage will exterminate these things. Reanimated ninjas can only be defeated by sealing them. Kankuro then tells Sasori he hasn't forgotten their matchup, and says he has something special planned for his revenge. With that, Kankuro pulls out a puppet of Sasori. That is something I did not see coming. The next episode opens with Sasori using Sai's brother Shin as his puppet, and he takes on Kankuro's puppet of himself. They exchange some blows, but Omoe jumps in for a distraction, and Kankuro tries to seal Shin as Deidara detonates the clay bomb.
Well, so I was gonna pause. I'll say, how's he reanimated? How's Sasori reanimated if Kankuro has his puppet? But you can get puppets made to look like reanimations. That's not the actual body. Or same thing. Or maybe Madara got Sasori made as a puppet, or Kabuto did, whoever. Yeah, Kabuto did probably,
Shin,
or something.
But Deidara's plan fails, and both he and Sasori get locked inside Kankuro's puppets. Deidara tries blowing himself up like he did against Sasuke, but Omoe stabs him with his sword and uses lightning-style chakra to neutralize his explosion. Meanwhile, Sai takes on Shin, and we see their story in a flashback. They grew up together in the Foundation, and they loved each other. However, the final test was to kill one of your comrades, and Sai got put up against Shin. Shin pretended like he wanted to kill Sai, but when they gained some distance from Danzo, he told Sai the truth. He was sick, and he wanted Sai to live for the both of them. He sacrificed himself so his brother Sai could live on for both of them. Wow. Back in the present, Sai's ready to fight his brother this time, but it doesn't happen. He sees Sai's book and the painting he finished. Seeing that puts his soul at peace, and his reanimation undoes itself. But before he goes, he tells Sai to cherish the comrades who call him by that name. As Sai watches with tears in his eyes, Kankuro also manages to get through to Sasori, saying he's become one of Kabuto's puppets instead of the puppet master himself. Sasori's reanimation also begins to undo itself, and he asks Kankuro to take care of the mother and father puppets Sasori made. Kankuro agrees, and Sasori's soul returns. Deidara is still there though, stubborn prick that he is. They realize that this reanimation isn't like the one Orochimaru used to do. The emotions of these puppets are their weakness. The episode then ends with Kabuto taking Anko prisoner and telling Madara to go out to the battlefield while he...
Also, too, because I looked up and got curious. So Kabuto's reanimation, like his jutsu, was more detailed and better than the one that Orochimaru did. That's why from my lookup, from like when I researched it and looked it up. That's what it said. It said Orochimaru used a less perfected version of the jutsu, but Kabuto's was better, and that's why like puppets have personality and emotions and stuff like that. But that can be a downside too, as we just saw. Them having emotions and having their personality back, because then they can just resolve themselves, if their soul feels at peace. So it's something to think about, in terms of, who had the better reanimation, Kabuto or Orochimaru.
Controls the reanimations. Madara agrees, but doesn't trust Kabuto, not one bit. And I don't blame him. The next episode starts with Killer Bee saying he'll teach Naruto the most powerful jutsu a Jinchuriki can use, the Tailed Beast Bomb. Unfortunately, for that, Naruto has to turn into his Tailed Beast form, something he can't do because the Ninetales hates his guts. Bee then also tells him to never make shadow clones while using the Ninetales chakra. That's because when he's using the Ninetales chakra, the Ninetales is using his chakra. And since shadow clones drain his own chakra, if his chakra ever runs out, he'll die, and the Ninetales will be free. Naruto says he needs a shadow clone to make the Rasengan, but Bee says he can just make that with that extra chakra hands he can spawn. Naruto tries it out, but instead of the Rasengan, he makes a Tailed Beast Bomb in his hand.
That's dope.
Turns out, Minato took inspiration for the Rasengan from the Tailed Beast Bomb. Their methods are the exact same, and when Naruto tries making a Rasengan in Tailed Beast mode, it turns into a Tailed Beast Bomb. Bee's impressed, and Naruto says he needs to learn how to do it properly, so they start training. Back with Madara, and he tells Kabuto to kill Anko now. She knows where their hideout is, but Kabuto says he can't do that yet. He's to drain her of her curse mark so he can bring Orochimaru back to life. Madara then says up front that he doesn't trust Kabuto, and asks him how to tell him how the reanimation jutsu works, as well as how to undo it. He shows him how it works on one of Danzo's goons before telling Madara that killing Kabuto won't stop the jutsu. The only way is to force Kabuto to undo it. With that, he takes Anko and leaves, while Madara makes White Zetsu tail him. He then tells Black Zetsu to start preparations for that other thing, and you can bet it's something sinister. Meanwhile, Anko's team managed to get the info on the underground Zetsus to the Allied Force, who share that info with every company. We then see the next team of reanimated ninjas, Lady Chiyo, Kimimaro, and Hanzo. That is a deadly trio.
Yeah.
The episode then ends with Kurosuchi and her dad, Kitsuchi, using Earth-style jutsu to send the hidden Zetsus out of the ground and into the open. The next episode opens with Haku, Zabuza, and a couple other ninjas who are all Kekkei Genkai users. Haku ambushes Sai and Omoi out of the sky, and they're about to attack them on the ground when Kakashi, Guy, and Lee jump in to block them. They're all completely stunned. Zabuza tells them they've been reanimated, and how it works. He then sees Sakura and says she's certainly become an impressive ninja since they met. He then also asks about Naruto, and Kakashi tells him their battle with him and Haku helped Naruto grow into a great ninja. He's the hero of his village now. That's when Kabuto decides to take control. He lets his reanimations have emotions on purpose to toy with the Allied Forces' minds, but he's taking back control to make sure they don't get sent away like Shin and Sasori. With that, Zabuza brings out his mist and the fight begins. But Kabuto's not done yet. The episode ends with him summoning 6 more corpses, all of which contain the bodies of the fabled swordsmen from the Hidden Mist. With Zabuza completing them, the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have entered the battle. How the heck is Kakashi gonna deal with this? The following episode starts with Suigetsu and Jugo, who break out of their prison. But before they head out, they make a stop at the armory to look for Suigetsu's sword. Meanwhile, the 7 ninja swordsmen are giving the Allied Forces a fresh serving of whoop-ass. It's getting bad. Kakashi tries to take out Zabuza to get rid of the mist so they can see better, but just like all those years ago, Haku jumps in his way. Zabuza then slices at both of them, drawing blood. Dear God. Kakashi jumps back, but Zabuza manages to cut him. However, it wasn't that deep. Kakashi then puts Haku down before jumping in with another Chidori. He remembers how much Haku and Zabuza affected Naruto, and wants to protect the way that they die. He strikes down Zabuza with the Chidori, before his teammates wrap Zabuza and Haku up. The mist clears, as we see Hinata, Neji, Shino, and Kiba fighting Zetsus elsewhere. The episode then ends with Gaara and the 4th Company facing off against the reanimated 2nd Tsuchikage. The 2nd Tsuchikage wastes no time, summoning the 3rd Raikage, Killer Bee and the current Raikage's dad, 2nd Muzukage, and the 4th Kazekage.
That's their dad. I didn't know I thought that was like just some random other villager. I didn't know that was their dad. Okay. Damn, because they never fight, I don't think, do they?
Gaara's dad. The Raikage gets informed of this and he immediately wants to get out of there. But Shikamaru's dad, Shikaku, stops him. He has other duties as the leader of the Allied Shinobi Force. Meanwhile, we see Daruis on a beach as Zetsus start coming out of the water. You've heard of D-Day, get ready for Z-Day. Z as in Zetsu. Sorry. Anyway, the Zetsus aren't the main problem. Neji's dad, Asuma, and Tsunade's former lover, Dan, are all with the Zetsus, as well as 2 guys named Kinkaku and Ginkaku who are giving off the Ninetales chakra. What? As the rest of the battle rages on, Tsunade says that Anoki is the only person who can defeat the 2nd Tsuchikage. Why? Because these 2 are a step above even Kekkei Genkai users. They're Kekkei Tota users, meaning they can control 3 different styles of chakra at the same time. Now that's impressive. Meanwhile, as the revived Kage realize they can't move on their own will, Gaara's dad sees his eye and knows it's his son. The following episode opens with Black Zetsu attempting to attack the hideout where all the feudal lords are. You see, villages just wouldn't work without the funding and help of feudal lords, and some of them are pretty nice guys, too. Anyway, Black Zetsu attacks only to find that he's been tricked. He still manages to get away, though. he's a pretty slippery fella. We then learn from the Mizukage, Mei, that there are 5 different hideouts, and the feudal lords will be swapped between all 5 to make sure the enemy has no chance of finding them. But I don't think Black Zetsu's gonna give up that easily. Meanwhile, the battle on the beach begins, with Darui unleashing a sick lightning attack on the Zetsu. The enemy then charges in as Choji's dad, comes face to face with Asuma and Dan, while Hinata's dad battles Neji's dad as their children fight together against the Zetsus. While that's happening, Inoki makes his way to where Gaara's company is to
And then I don't know if they told the story in Shippuden, but I know they tell the story in Boruto about I forgot how it comes up. I think it has to do with Boruto or something like that, but it tells the story of like Hinata's dad and Neji's dad and stuff like that, and like their family heritage and how it was kind of fucked up.
take on the second Tsuchikage. On the other side of things, Kankuro and his team are making their way with
Even in
Gaara as
Naruto,
their
I think they went
hostage,
into
and they
a
run into
bit
their
too.
next opponents, Hanzo, Granny Chio, Kimimaro, and one other guy. Chio praises Kankuro for taking down Sasori, before Hanzo says he hates everybody and everything, something I kinda relate to. Meanwhile, Shikamaru gets new orders. Take half of Gaara's company to go back up the first company. Tamari thinks it's insane, but Shikamaru says it makes sense. Fighting somebody with the Keketota isn't about numbers, but about strategy, and that's why Inoki was sent here, as he lands next to Gaara. The episode then ends on the beach, with Darui facing off against this mysterious duo of Kinkaku and Ginkanku. The following episode starts with the Raikage telling us about Kinkaku and Ginkanku, their brothers, and the most notorious criminals in the history of the Hidden Cloud. They held a coup back in the day when the Leaf and Cloud were signing a peace treaty, and damn near killed the second Hokage. They also tried to capture the Ninetales, but the Ninetales ate them. You know what those animals did? They survived in its stomach for 2 weeks, eating its insides to survive and causing enough mayhem to force the beast to spit them out. Since then, they've been covered in the Ninetales chakra, and if that wasn't enough, they also used the Sage of Six Paths weapons. In short, they're absolute menaces, and they show that as they battle with Darui, Samui, and Natsui. That's a lot of ooies. The brothers pull out their six-path weapons and begin attacking. Samui and Natsui get tagged with a pretty devastating sword after getting hit by it. If they say the word that they've said the most in their lives, their souls will get sealed. That's crazy. Natsui immediately says his word and gets sucked in. Darui manages to get Samui free from his brother initially, but she gets sucked in anyway, even though she didn't say anything. What's worse, he gets tagged by the sword too, and if he says his word, he's done for. Darui figures out that while saying your word gets you sucked in, staying quiet for a while will also get you sucked in. You gotta keep speaking and avoid your most said word while fighting Kinkaku and Ginkanku. Doesn't sound like a fun prospect to me.
You gotta talk to them while fighting them, bro. That's kind of tough because it's like, what if you're locked in trying to fight? And that also distracts the enemy too. You know what I'm saying? While possibly getting them to steal themselves, so you don't have to fight them. That's a cool strategy. Cheese. I don't think they've ever been in any of the games. So I don't think I've seen them or played as them as in any of the games. I'd like to see them in the games. That'd be cool to see. But yeah, cheese ass strategy. I'll say I didn't like that. The cheese ass strat.
Darui accidentally says his most used word and is about to get sucked in until he says his second most used word enough to replace the first and ends up avoiding the ceiling. He then takes the sword off them and uses it on Ginkanku, whose most used word is Kinkanku. Go figure. With that, one of the deadly brothers is sealed. Just one small issue. The brother that's left is really mad, and he brings out his tailed beast form. Yikes. The following episode opens with everybody Beijing stunned at Kinkanku's transformation. This includes Kakuzu, who's also been reanimated and is kicking Allied Forces' ass all over the beach. Meanwhile, Naruto is still practicing how to make a tailed beast bomb, and he's almost got it down, until he senses Kinkaku's transformation and loses his concentration. He doesn't know what that feeling was, but he knows it wasn't good. Meanwhile, Darui gets word that the Raikage is sending in the last tool of the Sage of Six Paths, and the only one the brothers don't have their hands on, the Kohaku no Johei, the pot they once sealed the Eight Tails in. It's a really simple contraption. If the target answers the person who's holding the pot, they get sealed and their ass is grass. The Raikage has it sent to Darui, who immediately makes some shadow clones in order to distract Kinkaku and get away. That's when the rest of the first company jumps in and launches a whole barrage of every kind of jutsu imaginable at Kinkaku. But even after all that, they only manage to slightly inconvenience him as he tears apart friend and foe alike in his rampage. This is when the reinforcements from Gaara's company show up, with Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino leading the line. Together, they're here to take down Big Bad Kinkaku. Choji starts off the attack by turning into a bowling ball and treating Kinkaku like he's a bowling pin. When Kinkaku throws him aside, he immediately finds himself under Shikamaru's Shadow Possession Jutsu, but he breaks free of that and attacks Shikamaru. But the attack stops inches from Shikamaru's head. Ino has successfully taken control of Kinkaku's mind. Darui calls out to Kinkaku, and Ino agrees for him, sending him flying into the pot. He's sealed, and Kinkaku is
that's the combo. Ino agrees for him. Yo!
Unfortunately, he was just the beginning of their problems, because next up, they have Kakuzu, Dan, Tsunade's old lover, and to their horror, Ino Shikacho. They're being pitted against their old teacher, Asuma Sarutobi. That is just messed up. The following episode opens with Konkuro's team getting caught by Hanzo and his salamander's poison. They're completely open, and Hanzo decides that he's going to end it until his blade clashes with Mifune. As Kimimaro attacks the other samurai, Hanzo asks Mifune why, as a samurai, he's serving the ninjas. But Mifune says that's not what's happening. According to him, he's serving peace and prosperity. Hanzo laughs that notion off. He says he once wanted to bring peace to the ninja world and unite all 5 villages as one. But Hanzo says he realized that pursuit was futile. He gave up on it. But Mifune says therein lies Hanzo's weakness, and why he ended up dying. Hanzo is confused as to what Mifune means, and he has his salamander gobble Mifune up. He doesn't care what that old man was yapping about. But Mifune cuts through the salamander's mouth completely unaffected. He's immune to this poison. We then find out how. A long time ago, Mifune and Hanzo fought, when Mifune was a young man. While all of his samurai brethren ran off at the mere mention of Hanzo's name, Mifune stuck around to protect them. Even though he lost to Hanzo and got poisoned, Hanzo appreciated his conviction. As a reward, he gave Mifune the antidote for the poison, giving him a 50-50 chance of surviving. Mifune survived, but tells Hanzo why he didn't, as he cuts him down. Because he lost his conviction to bring peace to the world. Without conviction, humans are like dull blades. And dull blades are worthless. Hanzo is incredibly moved, and realizes the error of his ways. He wants to help Mifune, and to do that he, in a never-before-seen act, commits seppuku, which is just a ninja word for suicide. Mifune's team then seals him as well. Hanzo's first death may have been cowardly, but his second death was brave and glorious. The next episode takes us right back to the beach with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji staring down Kakuzu. They're ready to take him on when Izumo and Kotetsu, the teammates of Shikamaru and Asuma when they first fought Kakuzu and Hidan, show up and restrain Kakuzu. Shikamaru then gets orders to leave Kakuzu to those two and Darui. His lightning style is a better matchup for Kakuzu anyway. As for Ino Shikacho, their task is to take on their old teacher Asuma. It's harsh, but this is war. Harsh is kinda the norm. Speaking of Asuma, he's kicking everybody's ass. Try as they can. The ninjas can't seem to get him to stay down, and he burns them all up. But when the smoke clears, he sees his 3 students standing in front of him, and the fight is on. Meanwhile, Darui is cutting up Zetsus looking for Kakuzu. When he finally gets to him, Izumo and Kotetsu ask him to use his lightning style on Kakuzu, but he needs some time to recover some chakra. Meanwhile, Asuma tells Ino Shikacho they've turned into fine shinobi, which brings them to tears. They then launch a perfect attack, which is about to end with Choji bringing the hammer down on Asuma, but he stops. Asuma and his teammates ask him why he stopped, and he says he can't bring himself to hit his teacher, even if it's the enemy. But Asuma says while Choji's kindness is admirable, it's time to turn it into strength and protect his teammates. The episode then ends with Asuma calling Choji a fatso, which sends him over the edge. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Or so we thought, because the following episode opens with Choji unable to land a hit on Asuma again. He just can't do it. Aw, poor guy. Asuma attacks back, and Ino has to take possession of Choji's mind to get him out of the line of fire. Shikamaru then has to take control of Ino's body to save her from a Zetsu. It takes Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji's dad to convince Choji to snap out of it. When he does, he transforms into the most powerful version of himself. And he does it without the food pills. Ino Shikacho attack again, and this time Choji lands his punch, putting Asuma down. Before he's sealed, Asuma says he has nothing more to teach them. With that, he's sealed for good, leaving his students in tears. Choji then uses his expansion jutsu to increase in size, and says he's ending this battle right now. Now, there's no more Mr. Nice Guy for real. The next episode starts with Naruto training with Killer Bee, but he's not focused. He knows something bad is happening outside, so he leaves the room and finds a bunch of ninjas guarding him, along with Shino's dad and Aruka-sensei. They try to spin him a tale about something dangerous being on the island, but Naruto smells some BS, so he goes sage mode and powers his way outside, his headband falling off in the process.
I wanted a trip I'd never forget. And
in sage mode, he senses all the battles that are happening, and he can't believe they kept all this chaos from him. But Aruka says the point of this war is to protect Naruto. He himself cares about Naruto like a son, but Naruto says he's not a weak kid anymore. And Aruka should know that. After all, he's the one who gave Naruto his first headband. So Aruka picks up Naruto's headband and hands it to him. But it's a trick to get Naruto to stay, and Aruka uses a barrier. But Naruto's too strong for that stuff now. He powers his way out. He then flies off, but it seems Aruka snuck a letter in his headband. In the letter, Aruka says he knew Naruto was going to head off into battle eventually, and he asks just one thing of him: come back alive. Aruka then asks Killer Bee to protect Naruto, and Killer Bee tells Aruka that he's always in Naruto's thoughts. To Naruto, Aruka and his words are very important. Bee then follows Naruto. There's a 36-layer barrier around the island to stop them from escaping, but that's nothing against 2 Jinchuriki. They blast through the barriers and are on their way to the battlefield. Finally. The next episode starts with Black Zetsu finding the feudal lords, and he attacks. only to be stopped by the Mizukage and her ninjas. As they fight, Black Zetsu senses that Bee and Naruto have escaped the island, so he sends word to White Zetsu and Madara. Madara tells Black Zetsu to keep the attack up to split the Allied forces' power, and says he's going to join the battle. We then cut to Darui's company at the beach, and they've basically beaten the reanimated soldiers. All that's left is sealing them. That is, until Madara shows up and summons the Ghetto statue. It's so big and powerful that even Choji can't push it back in his full expansion mode.
That's
it blows
right,
everybody
yep.
away with a single scream. Yeah, my fault for thinking the good guys were actually winning for once. Back at the Allied Forces HQ, Tsunade and the Raikage learn that Bee and Naruto have escaped, and personally decide to go and stop them. Meanwhile, try as they may, the good guys just can't keep the Ghetto statue at bay. It's destroying everything in its path. In the chaos, Madara manages to swipe the Kohaku no Johei, so he can feed Kenkaku and Ginkaku's power to the Ghetto statue.
Oh,
One more attack
shit.
from the Ghetto statue later, it disappears along with Madara. The ninjas then seal the rest of the reanimated army, except Dan, who's literally begging to be sealed. While that's happening, Kabuto realizes Madara's rushing his plane and decides he's going to stick with him for, a little bit. But he pulls back the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 4 Kage, and Granny Chiyo and Kimimaro just in case. After the first day of war, the casualties are in. 40,000 Allied Force members down, 50,000 Akatsuki members down. The episode that ends with Naruto and Bee heading to the battlefield. The next episode starts as Naruto and Bee are making their way to the war. Then Naruto suddenly hears the Nine Tails? It actually wants to speak to him. But this isn't a buddy-buddy conversation, it's quite the opposite. He calls Naruto a fool for thinking he can take all the hate in the world unto himself. He's literally going to a war. There's nothing that has more pain and hate than that. He then says Naruto couldn't even take Sasuke's hate away, what makes him think he can handle the whole world's hate. But Naruto is unfazed. He slams one of the ceiling barriers on the Nine Tails' neck and gets right up in his face. Naruto says he will never give up his beliefs. He's gonna save Sasuke and end the war. He then tells the Nine Tails that he's gonna come after its hate one day too. After all, it's a part of him. And with that, Bee and Naruto keep moving forward. The following episode kicks off with Neji and Kiba, who are keeping a lookout for any enemy activity. But Neji's uses Byakugan way too much, and almost passes out. Kiba tells him to get patched up by the
Because I can't remember. I was like, so, because I know Sharingan, I don't know if Rinnegan, but I know like Sharingan has like a time, you can't use it forever. I was wondering, like, does Byakugan have that too? Because it's kind of a different eye. Like, Byakugan's kind of different from like Rinnegan and Sharingan because it's like, just how it looks is different, bro. Like, their shit is like more in your eye, but the Byakugan is like, veins pop out from under your eye. So I was like, is it the same? Like, is there a cooldown? But okay, he just answered that for me. I guess, yeah, right. It does take chakra, and then if you use up too much chakra, you'll pass out. Okay.
medical
That makes
ninjas while he
sense.
keeps Jack. We then get a quick cut to a terrifying sight. A reanimated Nagato
Itachi and Nagato.
making their way through a forest.
Some
Those
badasses.
two are probably going to be a problem. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Neji gets patched up by Sakura, who tells him to take it easy with his Byakugan. While this happens, we see someone sneaking around killing medical ninjas, and it turns out it's Neji? What? We then cut to Kiba, and he's with Neji. So, the one killing all the medical ninjas is a fake. Fake Neji makes his way to Sakura's tent and asks her where Shizune is, before trying to attack her too. But she figured out that he was a fake and crushes him. Fake Neji then transforms into White Zetsu and reveals his secret. They can form clones of anybody they absorb some chakra from, making them practically undetectable. Reports start coming into HQ from every company of such ambushes happening, and with Sakura telling them about the truth behind it, Shikamaru's dad Shikaku starts cooking up a plan to battle it. The following episode starts with Raikage and the Hokage catching up to Naruto and Bee, stopping them from going further. Naruto tries to zoom by.
Look at the old heads trying to stop Naruto from doing his thing, bro. Stop it. Stop.
But the Raikage is too fast. He says no one but the 4th Hokage was faster than he is, and even he failed to stop the Nine Tails, so he's not letting Naruto go through. They're about to fight, but Bee steps in his way. When the Raikage asks why, Bee says he should already know. We then get a flashback to Bee's past. Turns out, he and the Raikage aren't brothers by blood. Rather, Bee was selected as a prodigy among other kids for somebody who could be the next Jinchuriki. After he was selected, the Raikage said they're brothers from this day on. That's exactly how he treated Bee.
So they're not actual. Okay, so they're not actually related then. And damn, is the Raikage really that much older than Bee? Like, they got this man as he looks damn near a grown ass for a little ass kid, bro. Damn.
Together, conquering all sorts of enemies. They were so good that they became known as the AB combo, which is a great nickname. Then, Bee became the
one's
8
name,
Tails
other's
Jinchuriki
B,
and eventually
one's
became
A,
friends
one's
with the
B.
beast inside of him. We then see a memory of them going up against Minato before he became the Hokage. The battle was awesome, with Minato being too fast for the Raikage even at his top speed. Minato almost gets the better of him, but Bee stops it. Minato then teleports to Bee, and the memory ends with them pointing blades at each other, ready to strike. In episode 283.
That's badass. That is badass. Like, yo, draw your sword, draw mine. Or like, let's go. Yo, that was cool. I didn't know Bee had 4th Hokage on the ropes. You know what I'm saying? He didn't do it alone, but I didn't know that. It's pretty cool.
Naruto tries
But
to
B
use
is
B as a
B.
distraction.
Like, don't sleep on B, bro. Like, I made the mistake because, like, how he looks goofy, he raps, like when you first meet him. But he can fight. He's pretty strong.
Past the Raikage. But despite their best efforts, they can't get past him. He's the Raikage for a reason. That's when Tsunade steps in front of them, saying she thinks they should join the fight. After all, they're the most powerful weapons they have. The Raikage disagrees and clashes fists with B again, saying the Akatsuki are just too dangerous. B says they can handle it, so the Raikage tells him to prove it. They clothesline each other, and B wins, putting the Raikage on his ass. B then explains that Naruto and he aren't just strong because...
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you got little bro. You got little bro. Big bro got little bro. Yeah. What you gonna do about it, eh? Fuck you talking about? Do better. Yeah, B showed you.
They're Jinchuriki, although that certainly doesn't hurt. No, they're strong, because they have something they love and want to protect. And for B, that's the Raikage himself. After all, they're brothers. Aw. The Raikage is moved by this, but he still asks Naruto how he can possibly hope to succeed. After all, even Minato failed. But Naruto says Minato didn't fail. He protected the leaf from the Nine Tails, and then entrusted Naruto with the power to take down Madara and save the ninja world. And just like Minato, Naruto is going to succeed at what he needs to do. The Raikage comes at Naruto full speed as a final test, and Naruto dodges it. The Raikage says he's only the...
Whether you've got dogs that leap, or dogs that herd, or dogs who love to track a bird,
the second man to ever dodge one of his punches. Looks like the yellow flash of the Leaf Village lives on through him. With that, he gives Naruto and B the permission to move forward. We then cut to Shikaku, who says Naruto is the only one who can tell the imposter ninjas apart from the real ones. Lucky for them, Naruto is headed to the battlefield as they speak. But the episode ends with a truly horrific sight, as Madara has chosen the reanimated Jinchuriki as his personal 6 paths of pain. What's more, he's also given each of them extra Sharingan as well. The Sharingan is overkill. Man, alright, talk about putting a hat on a hat. In this one, as Shikaku discusses the best course of action with the Raikage's assistant, Sakura and Shizune realize that not only were the white Zetsus made from the first Hokage's clones, but the Akatsuki are using Captain Yamato to supercharge them. They inform HQ of this development, who then gives Naruto a rundown on everything that's happened, including the Zetsus acting as imposters. But as I said, Naruto can sense the fakes out immediately, and he begins by taking out a whole squad of fakes. The Nine-Tails chakra really is something else. Naruto out here summoning 6 Rasengans at once, pulling people into the Rasengan instead of throwing it at them, and even using a tiny Rasen Shuriken. He then makes a bunch of shadow clones and sends them all over to make sure the
Yeah, when this mode released, bro, like when they first showed this mode, I was like, yeah, that's OP as fuck. It's nice, it's OP. I loved it. When they first showed the Tailed Beast mode or the Nine Tails mode, I was like, yeah,
monsters get taken down. We then see 2 ninjas being hunted down by a reanimated Kekkei user. But Naruto just Rasengans him into oblivion. Oh my god. Before sealing him and heading off to help more people. Meanwhile, Gaara and his company are still being chased by the 4 reanimated Kages. Eventually, Gaara decides to attack with a wave of sand, but his dad counters with his own sand. Only difference is that Pop's sand is made of gold and is therefore heavier. Father and son then come face to face.
Pop's sand is made of gold and therefore heavier.
The one-tailed beast is long gone. He's no longer the monster that his dad turned him into. The next episode starts with Gaara's dad asking him where Shukaku is. So Gaara tells him the same people that reanimated all the Kages took Shukaku out of him. Gaara then says he understands why his dad tried to have him assassinated when he was a kid, but he's not that same kid anymore. He has no lust for blood. He has friends and family that he can rely on. And he's the goddamn Kazekage, which shocks his dad. The third Raikage looks at Gaara and thinks he's a fine ninja. This guy's got real taste. The fight begins with the reanimated Kage saying they'll tell the good guys their weaknesses as long as they promise to send them packing. Sounds like a fair deal to me. Gaara and his dad clash as the other Kage make their way to the battlefield, but the Battle of the Sands doesn't last long. Gaara manages to capture his dad, who launches one last attack at him. But Gaara's Sand Shield is just too fast. That's when Gaara's dad realizes something. Gaara's Sand Shield was never Shukaku's doing. No, it was the will of Gaara's mother protecting her son. Despite what Yashimaru said all those years ago, he and Gaara's mom loved Gaara. The realization brings Gaara to tears. He then seals away his old man, and as he does, the former Kazekage tells Gaara that he surpassed him a long time ago, so he leaves the Sand Village in his hands. The following episode takes us to Itachi and Nagato, who are just lumbering along. But it's not pointless. Kabuto has their targets in mind. We then see the targets, Killer Bee and Naruto. Nagato and Itachi are surprised to see Naruto, and even more surprised that he's controlled the Nine-Tails chakra. But before they can catch up, Kabuto makes Itachi and Nagato start attacking relentlessly. Naruto takes on Pain while Bee tackles Itachi. They're both doing a pretty decent job, although Naruto's struggling a bit with the multiplying dog summon Nagato has. Bee manages to break out of Itachi's Genjutsu and comes at him with his signature 8 swords. Itachi gets away and gets ready to use his Mangekyo Sharingan. But when he does, something strange happens. Naruto coughs up a
Naruto
crow.
earlier, and then this allowed Itachi to break out of Kabuto's control.
Turns out it's the same crow Itachi stuffed
Kabuto
in
did not
Naruto
like that. I
way
remember that.
back when he was alive.
Yeah.
Inside the left eye of the crow is Shizui Uchiha's Sharingan.
Yeah.
He was
yep.
Itachi.
Yeah, but Kabuto didn't like that. He's like, what was that? Yeah. But I'm pretty sure you got to think from Itachi's perspective, he knew that eventually this was going to happen. He knew war was going to break out. He probably knew once he passed away that Obito was going to go ahead with attacking the Leaf Village. That you know, it makes sense as to why he like implanted that Naruto. He probably knew the Akatsuki's full plan.
Itachi's best friend, and his Mangekyo Sharingan possessed the single most powerful genjutsu ever. Itachi planted that crow in Naruto because he thought Sasuke was going to take his eyes to get the perfect Mangekyo Sharingan. The crow was programmed to activate with Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan and put the owner of Itachi's Mangekyo under a genjutsu with one goal: protect the leaf. But since Itachi was reanimated, he's the one under that genjutsu, so he's...
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought maybe he had programmed it to get him out of whatever... Okay, that makes sense that he broke it down.
free from Kabuto's control. Yay! Still, Kabuto has Nagato, and he reminds us how dangerous the Rinnegan is. Nagato uses Almighty Push to chuck everybody away, drains B's nine-tailed...
Life is more legal than you think, and LegalZoom is here to help. Whether it's registering a business
chakra to get his swag
$5.
back, and then the episode ends with him taking out Naruto's soul. Damn, oh wow. The next episode starts right there. Naruto playing tug of war for his soul with Nagato. He tries hitting Nagato with a Rasengan, but he just absorbs it. Instead of transmitting his powers to 6 dead dolls, Nagato has all of his powers in one place, and he looks invincible. B jumps in to help but gets caught too. They both look like they're French toast, but Itachi jumps in with his...
It's like they're
Susanoo,
French
saving
toast.
them. Kabuto then makes Nagato do his planetary devastation. You know, the move that makes a giant meteor out of everything around it? Naruto, B, and Itachi start getting sucked in until Itachi says they should all launch their most powerful attacks as the meteor's center of gravity. They do, and the explosion is massive. Itachi uses this explosion to stab Nagato with the Tatsuka blade, the same one that sealed Orochimaru away for good. Before he's sealed, Nagato says Naruto's the third part in their story. He says Jiraiya was a perfect start, but that he himself was a failure as the second volume. So Naruto needs to be a masterpiece to make sure the story is a good one. After that,
I like how they kind of did that, how Nagato made it a story, made it like a sequel, a novel, whatever you want to call it. That was kind of cool, but it's cool because you got to think this is all happening inside of a manga/anime show, you know what I'm saying? So in a sense, he's kind of breaking, to me, in a sense, he's kind of breaking the fourth wall by saying that, you know what I'm saying? By saying, hey, you got to make this a good, yeah. The show is called Naruto for you know, for a reason.
Nagato is sealed. Naruto says he'll go after Kabuto and undo the reanimation, but Itachi reminds him that he's not doing this alone. He's made it this far not just because of himself, but the friends and comrades that he's relied on. Itachi himself tried to shoulder every burden himself, and he failed. He then burned Shizui's eye. It would have taken a decade.
That's one thing I never realized kind of about Itachi, is that he basically, he tried to do it all by himself. So he tried to, you know, well, besides actually taking out the Uchiha clan, he tried to like take all these burdens by himself, handle it in the dark. You know, he didn't really go to his parents. He didn't go to Sasuke. You know, he didn't really try to reach out to anyone until he reached out to Madara to slaughter the clan. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize that about Itachi, but, you know, growing up, I realized, I was like, damn, he really tried, you know, to take all that on by himself. Interesting.
For it to power up. Besides, Naruto's character is more convincing than any genjutsu could hope to be. He leaves the responsibility of dealing with Sasuke to Naruto, and heads off to take down Kabuto and end the reanimation jutsu. I'm so glad Itachi is back. Episode 300 starts with Gaara sealing his dad. He's about to...
Yeah, I'm glad Itachi's back too, man. Yeah. Yeah, I just miss his aura and stuff. Yeah.
To seal the reanimated Mizukage and Raikage too, until they get out. They both announce their weaknesses and how their jutsus work before the Raikage heads off in the other direction. Gaara then leaves the Mizukage with the other ninjas. Now, the Mizukage's jutsu is a tricky one. He summons a giant clam that casts a genjutsu over a wide area, and everybody inside it sees mirages of the Mizukage. Try as they may, the ninjas can't figure out where the real Mizukage or where the real clam is. As low-key, one of the funniest scenes in all of Naruto, they attack his mirage, he calls them idiots, and tells them to get their weapons back. They get their weapons back and rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the reanimated Tsuchikage is hunting down Inoki, who's trying to find where he is. Gaara shows up and warns him about the Tsuchikage being right above him, but that's when Inoki sprains his back. He's an old man, after all. Inoki is completely at the Tsuchikage's mercy and would have been cooked, if not for Naruto showing up. Though his initial attack misses, he uses some help from Gaara and his Nine Tails powers to slam the Tsuchikage into the ground. Gaara seals him up, and that's 2 Kage down. Naruto then heads off to the reanimated Raikage while Gaara and Inoki head to the reanimated Mizukage. Gaara buys some time with his defense so they can find the real clam, and Inoki shatters that bad boy apart and sprains his back again in the process. He can't move, even though the Mizukage is screaming at him to, and he gets shot with the water gun jutsu. The next episode starts with Temari and company struggling with the third Raikage. He says they need a strong wind-style user to take him down, so Temari uses her jutsu to keep him down till they can seal him, but it's no use. The Raikage says they need somebody stronger. Temari says there isn't a stronger wind-style user than her in the entire allied forces, but a voice disagrees from above. It's Naruto, charging up a Rasen Shuriken. After some crazy dodges from the Raikage, Naruto manages to land the Rasen Shuriken, and they try sealing the Raikage again, but it still doesn't work. Dodai, one of the guys who used to work for the third Raikage, takes Naruto aside as the third Raikage kicks everybody's ass. This is the only guy in history who took on a tailed beast without armor or weapons. He's pretty damn tough. But when Naruto hears that the only scar in his entire body came from a tailed beast bomb, he begins charging up one of his own. Unfortunately, the tailed beast bomb fails, and Naruto zaps out of tailed beast mode. He's exhausted the Nine-Tails chakra for now. But the Raikage is still going after him and Dodai, so he needs to come up with something.
Yeah, just because your power runs out doesn't mean the Raicage's not on the ass, boy.
He uses
He's
the
on that ass.
communication core to get in touch with B and ask the Eight-Tails how he gave the third Raikage that scar. But the Eight-Tails says he doesn't know. All he remembers is that they both fell forward. This gives Naruto an idea. He goes into Sage mode, makes a Rasengan, and charges the Raikage head-on. Then, he dodges at the last minute, and hits the Rasengan so that it redirects the third Raikage's attack back at his own chest.
Oh, fucking way.
Turns out, that's how he got the scar as well. He just fell on his own hand. Damn, King. The great thing about Naruto is he's an idiot and a genius.
So the third Raikage went out sad, bro. You went out sad. I mean, I heard about that. Like, he went out sad as fuck, bro. Like, he landed on his own hand and that took him out, bro. Oh, I couldn't. But I mean, yeah, he's a tough guy. I mean, I don't see him going on the other way. So
Genius at the same time. The next episode takes us back to Inoki getting shot in the head, and the reanimated Mizukage being really mad at him for not getting out of the way. But that's not Inoki. That's a sand clone Gaara used to trick and trap the Mizukage. He's impressed with Gaara, who has the real Inoki safe by his side. Gaara then traps the Mizukage in a damn pyramid, and they think they've finally sealed him. But when the pyramid explodes, Inoki says they're in trouble, because the Mizukage just unleashed his steam imp, also known as the Infinite Explosion Ninjutsu. What the hell do you mean, infinite explosions? Well, it's a clone made of water and oil that explodes, takes some time to cool down, and then explodes again. They can do this over and over and over until you stop the caster. So the imp explodes once before cooling down and starting to kick ass while it waits for its next explosion. What's more, the Mizukage has stopped playing ball and helping them. According to him, if Gaara can't beat him on his own, he's not worthy of the Kage title. Gaara manages to corner the Mizukage and get him in the pyramid, but the imp snatches off the ceiling papers and explodes again. But out of the explosion, Gaara first uses a sand clone to lead the imp away, before covering it with sand laced with his dad's gold before the imp explodes. As a result, the imp gets coated in gold, making it 20 times heavier than normal and unable to move. The Mizukage smiles and calls Gaara the golden child of the Kage. Pun very much intended. We then see the second Tsuchikage, who isn't sealed. Turns out he split his body in two before Gaara could seal him. Unlike a clone, this actually splits his entire being into two people, meaning he's at half power now. Kabuto says this could be a problem, because it'll mean more time to summon him. Okay, we'll find out who he's talking about really soon. Meanwhile, we find out the Naruto with Gaara is a clone, and we see the real Naruto making his way across the battlefield, as the allied forces get increasingly suspicious of imposters in their midst. A bunch of fillers later, we return to the battlefield in episode 321, and it's absolute chaos. Shinobi are fighting not just the Zetsu clones, but amongst themselves. They have no idea who to trust. Among all this, HQ realizes Madara is on the move, and he has 6 of the previous Jinchuriki with him.
Hey Jalen, what's harder, picking plays or picking outfits?
Next question.
You gotta be twice as good. Can you throw...
Tsunade, worried sick, wonders where the heck Naruto is, but she doesn't need to worry too much, because as soon as B catches up with him, Naruto's clones start showing up all across the battlefield, helping the allied force pick out the imposters and deal with them. Looks like the tide of war is shifting. Meanwhile, the second Tsuchikage summons somebody and is surprised to see who it is. The man summoned is also surprised he was summoned by reanimation and not Nagato's Rin rebirth. We then find out who he is when he approaches Gaara in the 4th company. Madara.
Because the real Mamoru Uchiha planned to be, he had planned to be summoned by Nagato's like Rin rebirth. That's how he planned to come back to life for his plan.
Uchiha. And when I say Madara Uchiha, I mean the real
Madara one.
Uchiha. Since he's been reanimated, Gaara says he 100% was dead before this. And if this is Madara, then that begs the question, who's
the other guy?
Is the guy in the mask. There's an imposter among us. The next episode opens with Madara figuring out the masked guy's plan isn't going smoothly, and then Kabuto takes over the second Tsuchikage's body to introduce himself. He says he made some extra tweaks to make Madara even greater than his prime days, but Madara just scoffs at him. Kabuto
More strides,
Bro, fuck this.
rides, smiles, and miles. That is
My
what
Oh
bad,
we
I was
need.
checking on my stream to make sure
If
everything's
there are
flowing
any
good.
aliens listening, I sure could use a friend.
Be the first to watch.
Kabuto has no idea just what Madara Uchiha was like in his prime. With that,
YouTube Premium. Coming soon, baby. Just wait.
he jumps down, ready to face the fourth company. What follows is nothing short of
Just
legendary.
straight ass
If you've seen
whooping,
the
yeah.
show, you know what
Yeah.
I mean. And if you haven't, then all I can say is Madara unleashed
Because at the time, like when he did that, I'm gonna let it play
the
out.
devastating ass whooping I've ever seen
Yeah.
in my life. He takes down hundreds of shinobi without even breaking a sweat. His all-seeing Sharingan analyzing every detail.
Granted, he used a Sharingan, but he was fighting 100 people. But like when I first saw this, I was like, because you couldn't get mad because he wasn't like using jutsu. He was straight. It was straight hands. Like he was straight whipping 100 niggas asses. Like it was crazy. I was like, bro, what? And then granted, he used a Sharingan, you know. But bro, he's fighting 100 people without using jutsu. You know what I'm saying? Like he straight. Like I was like, whoa, okay, this is the nigga they've been hyping up the whole series. You know, damn.
The battle.
He's-
He's up
yeah,
about 300
he did it to him.
when Tamari finally blows him back. But he's not even bothered. Gaara and Naruto join the fight, but Madara just blocks Naruto's Rasengan with his Susanoo and starts tearing up the gym.
There we go, now he
Already
powers
having
up.
fought Sasuke's Susanoo, Gaara knows what to do and pulls Madara out from under the Susanoo, as Naruto hits him with a Rasen Shuriken. Unfortunately, Madara absorbed it because, and get ready for it, he has the Rinnegan too. Combined with his perfect Mangekyo Sharingan, he is the
Yeah, and then when he like, yeah, because when he had the Rinnegan too, I was like, shit, dude, this is crazy. I was
most
like,
powerful
damn.
ocular jutsus in history. He's about to put them to use. He jumps back up next to the
And then
second
the next-
Tsuchikage and brings forward
just
a
watch
planetary
this-
devastation.
yes,
Only
the
this one
planetary
is so much
devastation.
bigger than we've seen before. It literally covers the entire fourth company, and the soldiers just drop to their knees in disbelief. Gaara says what everybody else is thinking. Is this the power of a god?
God,
Still,
yeah.
Inoki has no quit in him.
That's where that meme comes from to the new kids of the day that didn't watch Shippuden. That's where that memes come from. Is this the power of a god? And it's like Gaara.
And with Gaara's sand to help, he manages to stop the first meteor. Notice how I said first. Because this mofo Madara brings a second one down and wipes out almost the entire fourth company. Inoki, Madara, Naruto's clone, and Tamari survive, all along with a few others, but it's looking pretty bad. Madara then tries summoning the Ninetales. He fails. But the look on the Ninetales' face says it all. Even he's scared of Madara. Oh my god. Madara then tries something new to take down the survivors of the fourth company. Hashirama's wood-style jutsu. Yeah, he has it all. So we might be cooked. With their backs to the wall, Naruto gets help from the unlikeliest of sources. The Ninetales. He gives Naruto his chakra for free, saying he'd rather be stuck with him than Madara. Which is sort of funny, honestly.
That's cool.
Naruto's
Yeah,
clone
that's
proceeds to
that's
make more
good.
clones
That's
and
a
unleashes an
compliment in a
absurd amount
sense.
of giant Rasengans, blowing back Madara's wood-style jutsu. Even Madara is impressed by this, but the clone is at its limit, saying it'll disappear any time. That's when Inoki says he'll fight Madara, and Gaara says he'll help too. Meanwhile, the Raikage and Tsunade decide they're heading to the battlefield as well. Mei is also teleported there using the Flying Raijin Jutsu, and for the first time in history, the five Kage have stepped on the battlefield.
Yeah. Together, yes, to fight Madara, it takes the 5
as
Kage.
allies. Mai and Raikage buy Tsunade some time while she heals up Inoki and Gaara, and then they're all ready to fight. Gaara underestimates them, but realizes that's a mistake when the Raikage and Inoki work together to smash through Madara's Susanoo in an epic moment. Clone Naruto wants to be healed too.
Don't sleep
but
on the
Inoki says
Kage now.
It's just not worth it. He needs to take on the fake Madara. The five Kage then all give him a message to return to the real Naruto. They're gonna win this war. Naruto gets the message and says damn straight, as he and B finally reach the masked man, who I'm just gonna call Toby, because what the hell else can I call him at this point?
Yeah,
The episode
Toby.
then ends with Naruto and Toby ramming into
Obito?
each other head first. The fight is on. The next episode starts with that headbutt, and Naruto being thrown back. That mask must be made of whatever Thor's hammer's made of, because Naruto didn't even make a dent in it. The fight against the previous Jinchuriki begins, with Naruto and B noticing that they all have a Sharingan and a
And
Rinnegan.
Rinnegan.
They know this is bad. Naruto then says they'll take down both Madaras, no matter what they throw at them. And that's when Toby
Life insurance.
Premium coming soon, bruh.
Priced for
Donate
you.
to the stream, bruh. Donate to me.
realizes
We can make it
Madara's
happen.
been revived. We get a flashback of when he was shocked by one of Kabuto's reanimations, and we see now that it was Madara. That's why Toby was so shocked. But Toby just laughs it off. He's neither Madara nor Toby. He's nobody. The only thing that matters
He's
to him is
nobody.
Project Tsukuyomi.
Unknown.
Naruto says he's gonna rip that mask off and find out who he is, but it's not gonna be easy, as the previous Jinchuriki brings out their Tail Beast powers. As episode 325 starts, Naruto and Bee find out just how miserable fighting 6 Jinchuriki with a Sharingan and a Rinnegan is. It's like the 6 paths of pain on steroids. That's when Naruto uses his brain and remembers that Nagato was controlling his bodies using chakra receivers. Spotting them in the Jinchuriki, their plan is set. Take them out to take them out. Look at that. Might be a better rapper than Bee.
That was a cool punchline.
Naruto and Bee try getting the receivers out, but it's not that easy. Realizing fighting in a forest puts them at a disadvantage, Bee decides to just blow up the whole forest.
Damn.
B1, Mother Earth, -1. B spins to win and takes out the whole forest.
Yo,
And then
yo,
we
he
get a
did the
quick glimpse
punchline.
of the other companies too. Turns out they're all winning their battles.
Hey!
HQ passes the order to assist B and Naruto when everybody is done with their battles. Meanwhile, it looks like B managed to take out the Jinchuriki too. However, when he's about to seal them, they go tailed beast mode at the last second. Naruto and B might be strong, but 6 versus 2 Jinchuriki is just a mismatch. The 8 Tails gets knocked on its ass, and Naruto is stuck.
Gets knocked
Toby
on
jumps
its
in,
ass.
saying as soon as he touches Naruto, it's over. He's about to get to him. When Guy jumps in with a kick, forcing Toby to pass through him and Naruto. He grabs Naruto and takes him to safety, but he's not alone. Kakashi is here too, and they're ready to take down this monster, whoever he is. The next episode starts with a troublesome sight. Sasuke with his fully healed eyes. His perfect Mangekyo Sharingan is complete, and he's ready to test it out. We get a quick clip of Suigetsu and Jugo still looking for Karin and Sasuke, before we get back to the battle. Guy helps Naruto get out of his sticky prison, and he fills them in on the Jinchuriki having the Rinnegan. But Kakashi realizes they're not using any of Pain's jutsus. Toby probably doesn't have enough chakra to control Jinchuriki and have them use the Rinnegan's abilities. This is confirmed when the 5 Tails tries to attack Toby, since he's not in perfect control. Still, he's in plenty of control, and he's having the other tailed beast whoop Naruto and B's ass. Naruto is about to become monkey food. B tries to help, but he's too preoccupied with his own battle. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Guy also can't help. We then cut to the 9 Tails, who's thinking about all the people who've ever had control of him. All of them called him unstable, a monster, that having him was like a curse. All except Naruto, who's the only one who's ever given him the time of day.
Look at Naruto, man. Just being so inspirational, so loving at the same... Put yourself in this position, right? Naruto's getting hate from all the village, and he still has the courage, you know, to love, I guess, the thing that's getting him hated in a sense, if that makes sense. Yeah, but like so inspirational, man. There's so many lessons to be taught there. You know what I'm saying? The lesson of love, not hate. You know, giving people time of day. You know what I'm saying? Enjoying people while you have them, type stuff. I don't know. Fake deep. Back to it.
Well, he even promised to get rid of the 9 Tails' hatred one day. With that, Naruto falls into the 4 Tails' stomach. He opens his eyes to see he's standing in the presence of the 4 Tails. Only he hates being called that. He says he has a name, Son Goku. I mean, come on. You'd really think we'd end Naruto without a nod to the series that is so...
Yeah. Dragon Ball Z, baby. You know what it is, man. Everyone knows Dragon Ball Z. I might have to react to their entire story too.
Much influence on it? Anyway, Goku tells Naruto that humans always treat the tailed beast with a lot of disrespect. So Naruto just apologizes. This throws Goku off. This kid is different. He then senses the 9 Tails in Naruto's stomach and tells Naruto his name, Kurama. He asks Naruto what he wants to do with his tailed beast, and he says,
I'm going to say this just to say it, but because I looked it up. So when I think Masashi Kishimoto, I think that's who like writes the manga, when he met Akira, he said he was like really nervous and stuff. You know, that was his huge inspiration. You know, I'm just thinking about the Dragon Ball Z connection now, kind of delayed, but yeah, I don't know. I just had to throw that in there, man. And R.I.P. Akira, man. You really inspired. You know what you did, bro. Everyone knows what you did.
After seeing B in the 8 Tails, he wants to be friends with Kurama. Goku laughs, but Naruto's dead serious. Realizing this kid is way better than Toby, Goku says he can help, but Naruto needs to get him out of these chains. The next episode opens with a change of pace. We see Naruto's life, but from the 9 Tails' perspective. The day Minato sealed him inside Naruto, Kurama was planning on taking over Naruto's body. His plan was simple.
Straight
lend
evil.
him enough chakra to weaken the seal and take over his body. He started out small, giving him chakra for shadow clones and summoning jutsus. But as time went on, he realized the best times to give Naruto chakra was when he was super weak or super emotional. Bit by bit, Kurama made Naruto rely on his chakra, and every time he used it, the seal got weaker. Whether it was against Orochimaru or Pain, Naruto would let Kurama's chakra out, and he got closer to getting Naruto each time, with Pain almost making Naruto give himself up. But then Minato showed up and saved him, and then Kushina helped him beat Kurama. Since then, Kurama has just had one question. What the hell is this kid? The following episode starts with Goku.
Yo, he got hit with 20 Gyro Senguns. Yeah, changed his attitude.
Making clear to Naruto that Tails beasts just don't trust Jinchuriki.
Bro, I go from laughing to mad.
If you misplaced your card, slide to the
YouTube
right.
Premium coming soon.
That's just how it is. Kurama agrees. No matter what Naruto does, they'll never know his true feelings. As Sakura and Shizune make their way to the battlefield, Naruto wakes up in Goku's mouth and realizes that he needs to get out. So he makes Goku throw up by making a gazillion shadow clones. He then tries to get the chakra receiver out of Goku's neck, but Toby makes chains come out of it that start draining Naruto's power. Naruto is stuck, and Kurama just watches on. Naruto is in a sticky situation, and it looks like he's done for. But Kurama thinks back at all the challenges he's seen Naruto live through, and backs Naruto up. Kurama says if Naruto really wants to do something for the tailed beasts, he needs to keep doing what he's been doing. And that's when we see Naruto left a clone inside Goku's mouth, which has entered Sage Mode. It helps Naruto push out the chakra receiver from the inside, and Kurama smiles.
That's so cool.
That's the Naruto that he knows. Wait, the Ninetales is on our side now? That's awesome. In this one, the chakra receiver comes out.
Yeah, I mean, unless he wants to go back to Madara, he doesn't. He said he'd rather have Naruto than Madara. So unless he wants to go back to Madara, he better be on our side. Fuck you talking about?
And Son Goku is no longer being
just
controlled
that
by
attitude.
Toby, but he's still not free. His existence is still tied to the ghetto statue. Naruto gets mad at himself for not being able to save Goku, and Goku realizes that this kid might actually be the first person to care about tailed beasts. So he gives Naruto a fist bump before he gets sealed by Toby. Toby then brings out the other 5 Jinchuriki in their full form, and it's looking pretty bad. Meanwhile, in a moment that has been building up for over 500 episodes, we finally get the iconic shot. Naruto and Kurama fist bumping. They finally come to an understanding. United against Toby and Madara, Naruto undoes his seal, and the two are ready to fight for their freedom. Let's freaking go.
Yeah,
As Naruto
because then he gets a more powered up state. It gets more powerful. It's crazy.
and Kurama power up.
Yeah.
All 5 tailed beasts line up a tailed beast bomb and aim it directly at the good guys. Naruto charges right at the bombs and smacks them all away.
Yeah, with his
The
hand.
explosion makes Kakashi's shield his eyes, and when he looks at Naruto, the image and aura makes him think it's Minato.
The
But
aura,
it's
the
Naruto.
aura.
He's in sync with Kurama in his new form, and they're
I
ready to
love
kick some
Jar
mass
anime, Jar
ass.
too.
Naruto is a Sage clone track all of the chakra receivers in the tailed beasts, and he locates them all. But Toby isn't giving up that easily. He has all 5 tailed beasts charge a collective tailed beast bomb. So Naruto and Kurama fire one back of equal strength, canceling them out in a huge explosion. During the chaos, Naruto manages to grab hold of all 5 chakra receivers, when he suddenly gets teleported to a room with all the Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts. They tell him Goku told them about Naruto, and how he wants to help the tailed beasts. They all introduce themselves and put their faith in him to save them all. Seeing him, Kurama and the others see the Sage of 6 Paths in Naruto, and know he's the one who will guide them down the right path, just as the Sage said. They all then give him a fist bump and place their trust in him. Nah, that's awesome. Back in the real world, Naruto pulls out all the chakra receivers but loses his tailed beast form. Since he and Kurama are doing it for the first time, 5 minutes is their limit. Toby seals the tailed beast away and says it's the same old story with Naruto, but Naruto disagrees, with a smile on his face. He just learned a bunch of hard names, and he's gonna honor every single one of them. Episode 330 kicks off with Toby asking Naruto what he means by difficult names. Realizing Toby can't see that deep into the Jinchuriki's minds, Naruto just smiles and says he's not telling him. Oh my god. Guy and Kakashi also gear up to back Naruto.
Toby was just standing there all mad and stuff, like giving Naruto the death stare. That was hilarious.
And Toby
that
grabs
was funny.
his, I want to call it a guitar without strings? Anyway, as he does, he feels some water drop from his sleeve, and he thinks he's sweating, until it starts raining. He laughs, and delivers one of my personal favorite lines in the show, "These fools could never make me sweat." Naruto is nothing but a pawn to Toby. Even if he's grown stronger, it's irrelevant. Project Suginome is the only thing that matters, and Toby's gonna make it happen. HQ realizes what's happening, and decides to let every single Allied Force member know that Naruto, Bee, Kakashi, and Guy are holding off Toby. Victory is within their grasp. Morale shoots up, as every single company makes their way to fight Toby. The episode that ends with a small glimpse of Sasuke. He's headed somewhere. There's a lot of filler and recap in episode 331 except for 2 things. First, Suigetsu and Jugo go to one of Orochimaru's old hideouts. But instead of Sasuke, they find a secret project Orochimaru was working on. Then, according to Suigetsu, it could change the tide of the war. We then see Sasuke get cornered by a bunch of Zetsus. It's important to mention he killed the original one. They come at him, but with his new eyes, they're not even hiccups. He burns all of them down before using Genjutsu on one to get info on the war. And the episode then ends with Itachi making his way to Kabuto. The next episode starts with the 5 Kage getting their asses absolutely handed to them. As if having the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan wasn't enough, Madara has wood style too, and the Kage are fighting for their lives. They eventually all get caught and collapse, making it look like it's the end.
It only gets harder from here.
Inoki gets up and decides he's not done just yet. He lets out a huge particle-style beam that frees them and does some pretty good damage to Madara too. And that damage shows us the truth. The reason Madara can use wood-style jutsu is because Kabuto fused Hashirama Senju with him, and they can see from the face on his chest. Damn, that is disturbing. Back with Sasuke, and he's on his way through the forest when he sees Itachi. As someone who hasn't been watching this video, Sasuke doesn't know about the reanimation jutsu, so he immediately starts chasing Itachi. After catching up, he demands to know why Itachi spared Sasuke, and Itachi says for 2 reasons. First, because he was a child that had no part in the Uchiha clan's evil plan. And second, because he wanted to be judged and dealt with by another Uchiha. But Itachi realizes he filled Sasuke with too.
Also, something we don't talk about, and maybe there could have been medicine. Itachi was sick. There was some sickness he had. I don't know if the show ever detailed it. He was also sick too, so I don't know if that would eventually, made him like taking his life, or he would have maybe healed it, or I don't know, got some medicine for it. I don't know. But he was sick. Itachi was sick too, so he couldn't have been like the main one.
But he can't stop and chat now. He can't do anything until he's broken the reanimation. Meanwhile, Madara says he's going to take out Tsunade first, since she's Hashirama's descendant. He calls her weak, and an embarrassment compared to Hashirama, who was the best ninja ever. Tsunade admits she's no Hashirama, but there's one thing she shares with her grandfather, other than their love for gambling.
Yeah.
The will of fire. It burns bright within Tsunade. The following episode starts with Madara telling Tsunade she can't be the first one to die. She's the only medical ninja among the 5 Kage. But Tsunade says medical ninjas don't die first, especially not the ones who've mastered the 100 healings jutsu. She jumps in, putting a crack in his Susanoo. The other Kage join in to send him flying back, and he admits Tsunade isn't weak. However, she's no Hashirama. The Kage do their best and eventually manage to seal him in Gaara's pyramid, is what they thought happened.
Silly.
In reality, that was a wood clone, and the real Madara pops out from underneath them with his Susanoo, stabbing Tsunade in the process. Oh no! Meanwhile, Itachi tries to get Sasuke off his tail, while he goes and confronts Kabuto. Itachi says he's undoing the reanimation, and Kabuto says good luck with that. Even killing Kabuto won't undo the jutsu. Sasuke then shows up, shocked to see Kabuto in this state, and asks what the hell is going on. So Kabuto gives him a rundown on the war.
You gotta think, because Sasuke hasn't seen Kabuto, I don't think, since, he took out Orochimaru, bro. It's been years. That's funny. And now, so imagine, I don't know, it's like when you see someone from high school years later, bro. That's Sasuke right now.
So far. Kabuto, next jar anime writer, confirmed? Back in the war, it turns out Tsunade isn't as dead as I thought she was. Her 100 healings technique means her body auto-heals whatever damage it takes. A lot like what Hashirama Senju had, or so Madara tells us. The Kage keep the onslaught on, the Rinnegan absorbs all their jutsu. If they want to hurt Madara, it's gonna have to be taijutsu. Tsunade says they've cornered Madara, and he says it's a 5v1. Mai says he shouldn't complain. So Madara, and I'm not exaggerating, brings out 25 wood clones, putting every Kage in a 5v1. He then asks them whether the clones should use Susanoo or not. Their choice. Ooh, that's gold. Meanwhile, Sasuke is more.
Yeah, I was scared. When I was a kid watching it, I was like, damn, I'm kind of scared. That's scary. Imagine me in that situation, bro. That was so. That was funny and disrespectful to me though too. He was like, okay, now let me turn the tides. And what do you want them to use? I don't know. That was
Kabuto. But Kabuto is done answering. He says Sasuke is still the same brat he always was. Itachi says he'll give Sasuke some answers, but they need to take down Kabuto first. With that, the 2 Uchiha brothers finally enter battle hand in hand. It only took Itachi dying and coming back to life for that to happen. Kabuto just smirks and says the reanimation jutsu has no weakness, but Itachi disagrees. As he puts it, my existence is this jutsu's weakness. Also very cold. These Uchihas, man, they're awesome.
They're awesome.
The following episode starts with Itachi and Sasuke fighting Kabuto. The brothers are immediately pushed back by Kabuto, who's doing everything he can to stave off Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He uses the snakes a lot like Orochimaru did. But Itachi and Sasuke know that it's different. Something is off. That's when Kabuto reveals the truth. As toads have Mount Miyoboku, snakes have Ryuchi Cave. Not only did he find Ryuchi Cave, he trained there and has become a perfect sage. That's something even Orochimaru didn't do. He has officially surpassed his master. And that is a big issue for the Uchiha boys. Meanwhile, the Kage haven't given Madara an answer on his Susanoo or Susanoo question. See what I did there? All right.
Yeah,
so he decides for them and gives every clone a Susanoo. Tsunade says it's a 5v1, but Inoki says it's a 25v5. The Kage are going to coordinate their attacks and cover each other's backs. Over in HQ, they really want to help out the 5 Kage, but any other shinobi would simply be liabilities. Shikaku is just bewildered at how much damage Kabuto has managed to do, all by himself. Speaking of Kabuto, he's in Sage mode now, and he's giving Itachi and Sasuke some problems.
Yeah.
Despite their Mangekyo Sharingan.
I remember Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, I want to say, or was it 4? They had the little, they had a full burst game. It was like Ninja Ultra Storm 3, full burst, and they that was a special side mission. You could fight Kabuto with Itachi and Sasuke. It was cool. It was cool. I bought it. I don't know. I'm reminiscing because I'm seeing it now.
And their Susanoo.
It was cool.
Kabuto
back in the day.
Still has them cornered, with Itachi even having to defend Sasuke with his Susanoo at one point.
Damn.
Itachi then reminds Sasuke of a childhood memory. The time they went boar hunting. They use the same plan they used on the boar to catch Kabuto, and while he missed the boar, Sasuke nails Kabuto into place. It's not much, but Itachi manages to slice one of his horns off. Looks like the Uchiha boys aren't out of this one just yet. Episode 335 opens with Kabuto being sick, and surprisingly, I don't mean that literally. He tries to convince Sasuke to switch sides. After all, Itachi lived his life to protect the village, but Sasuke wants to destroy it. Kabuto says it makes sense for Sasuke to betray Itachi and side with him. After all, Itachi's already dead. But Sasuke says they're not the same. Not even close. Kabuto says the Uchiha boys are all out of luck. He's shut down. His eyesight can recover from every move they throw at him, and he has time on his side. But Itachi says there's a jutsu the Uchiha have that doesn't require the opponent to have eyes. It's a technique that's extremely powerful, but costs you your eye. Sasuke's mind immediately jumps to Danzo and the Izanagi, but Itachi says it's the other side of that same coin, Izanami. Itachi says while Izanagi changes your fate, Izanami decides it. Well, now I can't wait to see what it does. Kabuto, however, is confident that anything Itachi throws at him will be useless. Kabuto attacks, and Itachi protects Sasuke, which was a mistake. He gets impaled. Kabuto says he'd never hurt Sasuke. He's a precious test subject for Kabuto. Sasuke builds a wall of Susanoo to give Itachi time to recover, and Itachi says he sees the old Itachi in Kabuto. That's why he's gonna lose. We then get Kabuto's backstory. He was an orphan of war, who was taken in by an incredibly kind woman from an orphanage. She was the one who gave him his name, as well as the one who realized he was blind as a bat and gave him glasses. After the war had taken everything from him, he was nobody, who had nothing. But that woman gave him a home, a name, and above all else, love. The following episode continues with Kabuto's backstory. Some years later, Kabuto was acting as a medic for the participants in the Third Great Ninja War. It was there that he first met Orochimaru, who spotted his talent and said he should become a ninja. Later, we find out that the mother of the orphanage used to be Nonu of the Foundation, and that Danzo needs her to do a mission. She's the only one that can do it. She refuses, so they say they'll cut the orphanage funding if she says no. She has to agree, but
That's bogus, bro. That's fucked up. Like, blackmailing someone to do your dirty work.
Danzo and Orochimaru aren't done yet. They take Kabuto with them. Over the years, Kabuto is trained and deployed as a spy all over the ninja world, and in every hidden village. 5 years go by, and we see Kabuto cornered on one of his missions. He thinks that he's cooked, but manages to get a fatal hit in on his attacker. When the moonlight shines, we see that the attacker was his mother from the orphanage. Somehow, their missions overlapped, and Kabuto attacked her without knowing. Kabuto tries healing her, and she asks why. She doesn't even remember him. This sends Kabuto triple negative, and as he stares at his reflection, he asks, "Who are you?" This is when Orochimaru pops out of the water. He takes Kabuto to his hideout, where he tells him the truth. Right there. Kabuto and Nonu were great spies. In fact, they were too good. They were both secretly given orders to kill the other, with Orochimaru being sent as the cleanup crew. Orochimaru then explains why she didn't recognize him. It's not that Nonu forgot him, just that the Foundation had been slowly brainwashing her with fake pictures of his growth. That she didn't even imagine she was facing Kabuto. She always remembered Kabuto, but she didn't really know what he looked like. Kabuto attacks Orochimaru, but he just makes a new body and says Kabuto has too much talent to waste. He promises to help Kabuto find himself. After all, if you gather everything in the world, the answer has to be in there somehow. So their partnership began. They did everything we saw them do in the show, and so much more we did not see. And when Orochimaru died,
build your way to more rewards with the Business Platinum card from American Express.
Looking for fresher, softer, and better laundry?
Kabuto adopted the same policy he did. If not satisfied with yourself, keep adding until you are. Yeah, that's the kind of drama that will turn anybody into a villain. Not excusing Kabuto, but damn. With Kabuto's spiel done, the next episode kicks off with Sasuke asking if the Izanami is ready yet, and Itachi says he needs a bit more time. Kabuto then shows us how deep his bag really is by using the powers of the Sound 5 like he owns them. He manages to place the Uchiha Bros in a genjutsu using Tayuya's flute. Shout out Shikamaru, and he says the only thing left to do now is absorb them using Orochimaru. According to Kabuto, the final step in his plan was making Orochimaru a part of himself. Now, he's finally his complete self. Itachi basically calls him an idiot, but Kabuto says someone like Itachi, who had everything, can never know what a nobody with nothing feels like. He attacks, and the Uchiha boys break each other out of the genjutsu they're in. Itachi then says the Izanami is ready, and that Kabuto is already lost, until Kabuto slices Itachi in half. Kabuto continues attacking Sasuke, and the fight eventually lands him in almost the exact same spot as they were 5 minutes ago. Kabuto jokes about deja vu, and goes in to finish them off, but Itachi manages to dodge and cut his horn, except that horn has already been cut. Kabuto goes in again, only for the same loop to happen no matter what he does. Itachi cuts his horn, he tries attacking in a different way, Itachi dodges and somehow cuts the same horn again. In the real world, we see Itachi and Sasuke standing in front of a motionless Kabuto, until and unless Kabuto doesn't confront his own truth, see the flaw of his ways, and fully accepts himself for who he is and not the monster he's become, he cannot break out from this genjutsu. This is Izanami. Whoa.
It's humbling as fuck. Like, bro, it's like it forces you to see the error in your ways. That's crazy. Like, you're not... Dude, that's humbling. That's cool.
The next episode
That's
takes us
Itachi.
back to the Kage, and as you can imagine, fighting 25 Maduras is a couple of steps away from the 7th circle of hell. Tsunade is exhausted. The Raikage gets caught in a genjutsu, and it's all coming apart. But one of them is keeping the band going. Anoki. He's strategizing, coordinating, and helping out where he can, making sure that they don't lose to Madara. Seeing this, Madara realizes Anoki needs to be the first one he takes down. The Kage then manage to launch a sneak attack on Madara, and they almost seal him, until he breaks out his perfect Susanoo. If you thought that the regular Susanoo was a problem, this one is on a whole other level.
Yeah.
Tsunade and the others are once again left in pure awe of their opponent. They're not even on the same level, something that becomes clear when the Susanoo splits a mountain in half.
And they're just
Madara says once again that only Hashirama could face him, and Tsunade is amazed her grandfather beat this monstrosity of a man. But despite all this, Anoki hasn't given up hope yet. While that's happening, Itachi finally has Kabuto undo the reanimation jutsu. Across the entire war, the reanimated soldiers start glowing as the jutsu begins to unravel. Even Madara stops mid-attack. It looks like his time is up. Meanwhile, Sasuke says Itachi won't convince him to not destroy the leaf. Itachi says he'll finally tell Sasuke the whole truth and use his Sharingan to do it. So Itachi shows Sasuke his memories. He shows him Shizui saying Danzo stole his right eye and entrusting him with his left eye before dying. The third Hokage saying they could find peace with the Uchiha without violence. Danzo saying this is the only way to spare Sasuke. He then shows Sasuke how he met Tobi, that he agreed to help him take down the Uchiha. And then we see Itachi standing before his parents with his sword, but they're not angry. In fact, even though their philosophies are different, his mom and dad are proud of him. As they put it, he's a kind son. Itachi weeps the entire time.
Also, I mean, yeah, so I got a couple things. I got to feel for Itachi here, bro, because when he's doing it, he's literally fucking crying. Like, he's not enjoying it. He's not doing it out of hate. He's not doing it out of anger. And then his parents, too. Like, if I was his dad, bro, I'm sorry. I'm not going. I got to fight you for my life. Like, we're going to have to square off. I don't care how strong you are, bro. Like, I'm not just going to bow down and let you take me. No, but I feel for Itachi here, bro.
Time before Sasuke comes in and he puts the facade back on. With the memories done, Itachi slowly makes his way to Sasuke. He says he messed up big time lying to Sasuke all those years.
Yeah.
And he sees now that maybe, just maybe, Sasuke could have changed the Uchiha clan. He says he's not going to stop Sasuke from doing what he wants. He's not going to beg for forgiveness. All Itachi wants Sasuke to know is no matter what he chooses, he will always love his little brother. Oh, man. This really recontextualizes a lot of this show. Oh man. Episode 340 starts with reanimated enemies across all battlefields starting to have their soul return to the afterlife. Deidara, Kakuzu, the second Tsuchikage, Granny Chiyo, and many, many more. Seeing this, Dan, Lady Tsunade's lover, says his body can move freely now. They need to let him go and see Tsunade using his ghost transformation technique. Choji's dad, Chozo, obliges, and he heads off to meet Tsunade. Meanwhile, HQ gets the news that the reanimation jutsu has been lifted and they transmit that info to everybody. Shikaku is impressed, but he has one question. Which company managed to pull it off? But we know it wasn't allied shinobi.
No.
It was just a pair of brothers who finally came to terms with each other. Back with Madara, his soul is about to return, so he launches a final attack. Tsunade gets the first one, but is about to run headfirst into certain death until she moves out of the way. Dan made it there just in time, and took control of her body. He then says he doesn't have a lot of time before thanking her for becoming Hokage and achieving his dream. He tells her they'll meet on the other side, but not come over too soon, before kissing her forehead and leaving. Aww. With that, Tsunade has her chakra and her swagger back.
Her swagger!
Madara isn't leaving. He knows the only weakness of the reanimation jutsu, the hand signs to terminate the contract with the caster, and that means there's an indestructible, immortal Madara Uchiha with infinite chakra, perfect Mangekyo Sharingan.
I was gonna ask, I was like, cause I always wondered, how did he get out of, like, not being resolved away, you know what I'm saying? But I guess he, like, okay, he did that, he fucking, okay. That's Madara.
And the Rinnegan. Hashirama Senju sells, and to top it all off, Kabuto can't even control him anymore.
Nope.
Well, that just sounds like a fun Saturday night, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Sasuke is left with even more questions. What is a clan? What is a village? What is a shinobi? I can answer that last one. It's Japanese for ninja. You're welcome. Anyway, Suigetsu and Jugo finally find him there. They've got some catching up to do. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage face off against Madara as Naruto, Guy, Bee, and Kakashi are fighting Tobi. Realizing he's running out of time, Tobi decides to summon the 10 tails without the full power of the 8 or 9 tails. Shit is about to get real. The following episode sees Sasuke planning to revive Orochimaru. Zetsu thinks it's a terrible idea, and I agree. I mean, Sasuke went through all that trouble to kill him. Why is he bringing him back? Well, Sasuke summons Orochimaru out of Anko's curse mark, and he says he doesn't need any explanations on what's happening. You see, inside every curse mark is a piece of Orochimaru's
So like a link to him, right?
He's always watching. Seeing Kabuto, Orochimaru is actually sad. He removes his chakra from Kabuto's body, but leaves him alive. Sasuke then gives Orochimaru the scrolls Suigetsu gave him and says he wants to speak to them. We'll find out who they are shortly. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others figure out that Tobi's summoning the 10 tails using the chakra he got from that one tail Sasuke and his team retrieved from B, as well as the 9 tails chakra from Kinkanku and Ginkanku. Kurama says the 10 tails won't be perfect, but Tobi says it doesn't need to be. All he needs is to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and put the entire world in a Genjutsu. For that, an incomplete 10 tails is more than enough, but Naruto and the others won't let him win that easily, and he charges in with a Rasengan. The next episode kicks off with Naruto, Guy, and Kakashi all trying to catch Tobi as the Geto statue begins transforming into the 10 tails. But it's pointless. Every time they're about to hit him, he just phases through their attacks. Even when they attack just as he's about to hit, Tobi's ability to control his phasing is perfect. They just can't touch him. In the chaos, Tobi's about to catch Naruto when Kakashi throws a kunai at him. Tobi phases through it and then kicks the kunai at Naruto. Kakashi makes it disappear with his Mangekyo Sharingan, but then something strange happens. Tobi's mask cracks. Guy thinks Naruto's the one who got a hit in, but Kakashi says that's not what happened. He has a theory. He needs help trying it out. After Kakashi explains the plan, B throws the 3 of them at Tobi. Guy goes first, and Tobi blocks his nunchucks and begins transporting them away. That's when Naruto jumps in with a Rasengan. Tobi calls him a bozo and just teleports through it. But while he's doing that, Kakashi sends it away with his Mangekyo Sharingan. There's a slight pause as Naruto slips through Tobi, and then, boom. Tobi's shoulder takes a hit, and it sends
because his eye can control space-time too.
Flying across the ground. Kakashi's theory is confirmed. His Mangekyo Sharingan and Tobi's teleportation jutsu are linked to the same dimension. Oh my god. Tobi was never phasing through attacks. He would just send the part of his body that was being attacked to the other dimension, making it look like he was phasing through. Tobi calls them fools for resisting, and says that Naruto is simply naive. He'll never see his idea of peace come to life. But Kurama takes over and tells Tobi that this is the kid that befriended the 9 tails. He's gonna kick Tobi's ass. That just leaves one question. Who the hell is Tobi? And why are his and Kakashi's abilities linked? While Naruto is still going at Tobi, Kakashi's thinking about how his abilities are linked to Tobi. He's got a theory, but Guy interrupts his thoughts. They're thinking the same thing, but this isn't the time to slow down. Naruto needs them, so they run in. As Tobi starts bringing out weapons from his pocket dimension, he manages to chain down B, so Naruto sends a shadow clone at him with a Rasengan. Tobi smacks the clone away and phases through a tailed bee spawn. But when he's in his pocket dimension, Tobi realizes he didn't get Naruto's shadow clone. Kakashi just transported him to the pocket dimension. Now, unable to phase through it, Naruto smacks the Rasengan in his face, asking him what we all want to know.
His mask.
Who are you? There is a saying that the truth hurts. And that saying has never been more true than this exact moment. Because the mask shatters away to reveal the single most gut-wrenching twist. Not just in anime, but the history of media. Tobi, the masked man.
The history of media.
The man pulling the strings behind the Akatsuki and Project Tsukunome is none other than Obito Uchiha, Kakashi's supposedly long-dead teammate. Kakashi and Guy are in a complete state of shock. How the hell is he alive? And if he is, why didn't he come back to them? Obito says it's simple, because Kakashi let Rin die. But Obito then tells Kakashi to relax. He doesn't care anymore.
Yo, Obito, like, you're gonna crash out because Kakashi, like, bro, the whole backstory behind that, and, like, they're gonna get into it is kind of crazy, because Obito, you crashed out because you were angry over a girl, bro. Like, you did all this because you were, I don't know, I get it.
After
Actually,
all,
no, I don't.
Why would he bother himself with the burden
I don't
of
get
a
it,
world
bro.
that
Hold
isn't
on.
willing to exist?
I don't get, like, crashing out this bad over, a deceased girl or dead girl or whatever, bro. Like, you did all this because you were mad over a girl. No, that's not okay. That's not okay, Obito.
That's when something crashes next to Obito, or rather, someone. Madara Uchiha has made it to the battlefield, and all hell is about to break loose.
Oh, yeah!
My reaction is the same as it was when I first saw it, simply speechless. The next episode starts with Naruto asking Madara if he's here. What happened to the 5 Kage? And Madara replies that they're not doing too well, as we see them all bloodied and bruised. Tsunade is still conscious, though, and summons her slug. She's gonna try and save her fellow Kage. We cut back to Madara, who says Obito has been doing a pretty banged-up job of executing their plan. Naruto jumps in with a tailed beast bomb, but Madara just absorbs it and sends it right back at him. It was a shadow clone, but the real Naruto is running out of ideas, too. Meanwhile, Kakashi just asks Obito one simple question. Why? We then get the flashback we've all been dying for. Obito wakes up in bandages, and we see Madara Uchiha, who looks as old as time itself. Obito's only alive because he's siphoning chakra off Madara. Madara tells Obito that his survival was a miracle, but he can't leave this place.
You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. So even if you
Neither of them can in the state that they are. Obito's right side was almost completely crushed. He can't even walk. He tries crawling out, but Madara says he needs Obito to do a lot of things for him, and he gives him the basic idea of Project Tsukinome, why this world is bad, blah 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 blah. But Obito is just a kid. He doesn't give a rat's ass about all that. He just wants to get back to his friends. Episode 345 starts with us seeing that Obito did, in fact, not get back to his friends. Well, not yet at least. First of all, he's in no shape to move, and even if he was, they were all sealed in by a massive boulder. So he's being looked after by White Zetsu and one of his clones, who Obito calls Swirly, powered by the Geto statue. The arm Obito lost has been replaced with the same white stuff they're made of. Slowly but surely, he starts gaining back his strength, thinking of his friends the entire time. Some time passes, and we see him finally getting his natural strength back. Looks like he can go home soon. That is, until White Zetsu shows up and says his friends are in big trouble. They've been cornered by ninjas from the Hidden Mist. Obito tries escaping, but he's not strong enough to break through the boulder all by himself. Swirly says Obito can use his body, and together, they power through the boulder. On his way to save his friends, Obito keeps getting weird visions in his empty left eye, but ignores them and keeps moving forward. He arrives on the battlefield to see Kakashi shoving a Chidori straight through Rin's heart. He can't believe his eyes. And Kakashi isn't jolly about what he's had to do either. They both drop to their knees, as the eyes they share begin to transform. That was the moment they both awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since Kakashi isn't an Uchiha, he couldn't handle it, and passed out. Obito, meanwhile, has his face covered by Swirly, and we see the moment Orange Masked Toby was born. What follows next is Obito going on the most violent and bloody rampage you'll ever see, annihilating every single Hidden Mist soldier there. As he stands in a pool of their blood and sees Rin's dead body, he knows where he is. He's in hell. The next episode starts with Obito holding Rin's corpse, crying over the loss of his friend and the love of his life. He finally understands what Madara meant about there being no peace in this world, and he's ready to create a world where he can be with Rin and Kakashi again. So he goes to Madara and says he's signing up for Project Tsukinome. Madara tells Obito about the Ten Tails, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Rinnegan. He also reveals something incredible.
Damn, so Madara was low-key alive after him and Hashirama had that battle or whatever. Madara was low-key alive in the background for a long time, bro, just sitting there old as fuck. Like, damn, I didn't realize that.
Recently, Madara awakened his Rinnegan. Turns out only people with both Senju and Uchiha cells can awaken it. He then had them transferred to Nagato. He's a descendant of the Senju clan and the only one with enough power to use it. Madara passes his will and the rest of the important info into White Zetsu, creating his black counterpart. With that, he removes himself from the Geto statue.
How did Madara meet Nagato? I wish that would have went into that a bit more. How did he meet Nagato?
He'll wait for Obito to bring him back to life. Obito then meets up with Konan, Yaiko, and Nagato, introducing himself as Madara Uchiha. He tells them of a world of eternal peace, but Yaiko brushes him off. There's no way he's trustworthy. Before they leave, Obito tells Nagato he'll be here at the same time every day in case they change their mind. And after Yahiko died, Nagato did change his mind, and the Akatsuki was born. As Naruto goes toe-to-toe with Madara, Kakashi is still asking why Obito would join someone like Madara. Obito, remembering the time he attacked the Leaf with the Nine Tails and took on his own teacher, says he's nothing to say to Kakashi. The only thing left to do is to fight. Kakashi keeps trying to apologize, so Obito tells him to shut up, whoops his ass, and sends him into the pocket dimension. But since they share the same eyes, Kakashi figures out how to transport himself back to the real world. There, Kakashi admits he's the scum of the ninja world, but says Obito was a hero. Why did he do this? Obito just laughs at Kakashi like he told some kind of joke. As he prepares to kill Kakashi, Obito says everyone turns into scum eventually. All you have to do is live long enough. It's a pretty hard line, man. But Naruto has had it with Madara and Obito's bullshit. He saves himself from Madara and Kakashi from Obito before saying the same thing Kakashi said all those years ago. I'm never gonna let my comrades die. His words inspire Kakashi to get back up. And the fight is on again, facing Obito now. Naruto's shadow clone tries to avoid his wood-style attacks. Just like Yamato, they can control Kurama's power. With Kakashi being out of chakra, Kurama tells Naruto to switch with him. He'll handle it. So Kurama grabs Kakashi and chucks him at Obito, who sends him back to the pocket dimension. But that was all part of Kurama's plan. Because now, when Obito phases to dodge an attack, Kakashi starts giving him the business from inside the pocket dimension.
Right,
also, Kurama gave him chakra as well. So now Kakashi can come and go from the pocket dimension as much as he likes. Meanwhile, real Naruto and Bee send a huge-tailed beast bomb at the Geto statue to kill the Ten Tails before it's revived. But it doesn't work. As the monstrosity opens its eye, Madara says they should get started. As Madara and Obito connect themselves to the Ten Tails, Kurama cooks up a plan to heal the injured guy in Kakashi, as well as how to take down the Ten Tails. So after some back and forth, Kurama sends in Kakashi and a shadow clone of Naruto. but Kakashi is just a distraction. The real attack is Killer B, who he brings out of the pocket dimension to send a tailed beast bomb at the Ten Tails' eye.
Yo, and that's another thing too. Like, it's not just straight like pointless fighting, bro. Like, there's actually strategy and action to this. Like, the ninjas step back, they plan their out. Like, this is actually like, you know, like it's realistic in a sense, bro. Like, I don't know, people like shit on anime, bro, but like it's great, it's realistic, and you have to use your mind, you have to critically think, you know, when you're actually watching it, bro. I don't know. I love anime.
Like, only for it to flick it away like it was a fly. Both Kurama and the Eight Tails need a break after this, while Kakashi and Guy seriously need help. Naruto says he can't feel the Ten Tails chakra, and Kurama says that's because it's nature energy incarnate. Naruto then goes into Sage Mode to confirm and sees that the Ten Tails chakra kinda looks like the world itself. With all four of them down, Madara and Obito make the Ten Tails send the most devastating beast bomb at them, saying they're nothing but a group of failures. But something awesome happens. They miss. Turns out Ino was able to mind control Obito just enough to make him miss, and now the entire allied shinobi force has shown up to help Naruto. Let's go! Madara scoffs at them, and Obito says they need to realize that all this is pointless. There's no such thing as peace in the world. But Naruto doesn't care, because he's going to bring peace to the world no matter what. With that, Obito swears to end it, and Naruto swears to protect it. The allied forces then begin attacking, and the plan Shikaku cooked up is pretty good. First, they all work together to blind, distract, and eventually incapacitate the Ten Tails for as long as they can. Then, since Madara can absorb all jutsu, only those efficient in taijutsu can go after him. Meanwhile, the rest target Obito, who has a 5-minute time limit on consecutively phasing through attacks. Led by Naruto, the allied shinobi force jumps in as the Ten Tails' tails start to unravel. Madara says, "It's ready." The next episode starts with Madara appreciating the allied forces' plan of going after them. Only one problem. To do this, they actually have to control the Ten Tails. As it bursts out of the ground, we see its completely changed form. Madara says it's much harder to control now, especially the new kind of tailed beast bomb it sends out now, which can level an entire city in one go. But while it may look like they're firing randomly, they're not. They were aiming for Allied Force HQ. As the bomb descends on them, Shikaku gets out one last message, a plan to take down the Ten Tails. Ino and Shikamaru's faces tell the whole story. They just lost their dads, but war stops for no one. Meanwhile, Naruto is doing his best.
I feel bad for Shikamaru because he lost his sensei and his dad, and then, yeah, you know, RIP, man, RIP their parents.
To get some damage in on the Ten Tails when Hinata, her dad, and Neji jump in front of him. With their help, Naruto is able to get some Rasen shurikens off, but this exhausts him. That's when the Ten Tails attacks Naruto and he's at its mercy. Hinata gets in front of him, but someone else jumps in front of both of them. It's Neji. Naruto screams for a medic, but it's too late. Neji's going to bite the dust. Naruto asks why he did this.
It's not showing too, but they like did their shields and shit. So like the Hyuga clan all came and did their shields, and they still could not keep up with Ten Tails, and Neji got hit. Yeah, R.I.P. Neji. I did not expect Neji to go out. Honestly, I'm not trying to be bogus. I expected Hinata to go out before Neji. I just thought Neji was too good. I thought he wouldn't. I don't know. I thought he would be
supposed to change the Hyuga clan.
Yeah.
As Neji says, it's because Naruto freed him from the shackles of destiny all those years ago
I thought he was
in
gonna be better.
exams. He thanks Naruto and finally understands how his father felt dying for his comrades. As the curse mark on his forehead disappears, Neji tells Naruto he's responsible for more than just one life, and just like that, he's gone. As Naruto sits there with Neji in his arms, Obito taunts him. He said he'd never let his comrades die.
Damn.
Yet here he is with Neji, and countless others dead in front of him. He says Naruto should just stop and join them, and Madara thinks Naruto's spirit is finally crushed. But Hinata literally slaps the sense back into Naruto. She says yes, Neji and others have sacrificed their lives for Naruto, but they haven't died yet. She says giving up and dying would mean that there's no one left to remember their comrades. That's when they would truly die. Naruto holds Hinata's hand and thanks her for talking some sense back into him. The episode then ends with Naruto going tailed beast mode, and Hinata having a tailed beast cloak around her. Okay, I kinda want what they have. The following episode starts with Orochimaru, Sasuke, Suigetsu, and Jugo going somewhere. I wonder what they're up to. Meanwhile, Naruto is giving Hinata the Nine-Tails chakra, and with 2 more shadow clones, he begins traveling all over the battlefield, giving each surviving ally some of Kurama's energy. Ino and Shikamaru take a second to grieve their fathers, as well as Lee, who grieves Neji. But after Naruto gives them Kurama's power, they're ready to avenge their loved ones. Kurama, meanwhile, just looks at Naruto and smiles. He says Naruto surpassed his parents, even the 4th Hokage. That's high praise, coming from the guy who wanted to kill him up until an hour ago. Madara starts powering up the Ten Tails too. But with the entire allied force attacking them, the heroes manage to topple the Ten Tails, getting Madara and Obito on the ground. While that's happening, Sasuke and company make it to an abandoned part of the Leaf Village, the Uzumaki part of it. There, Orochimaru gets the Death God's mask. They then go to the Uchiha's secret shrine, where Orochimaru removes the white Zetsu's Obito planted on Sasuke. Then he reverses the Reaper Death Seal that the 3rd Hokage used on him, not only giving him his arms back, but reviving the 4 souls trapped by the jutsu. and those 4 just happen to be the previous 4 Hokage. The following episode starts with the Hokage realizing that they've been summoned by Orochimaru again, who assures them he's not up to some bullshit this time. The first Hokage, Hashirama, and the second, Tobirama, are introduced to the 4th Hokage, Minato. At first glance, Hashirama is like your funny uncle who's super nice to everybody. His reaction to Tsunade being 5th Hokage says it all. Suigetsu wonders if this is really the guy they call the god of shinobi. After their pleasantries are done, Sasuke asks the 3rd Hokage about Itachi, and he confirms everything Sasuke has learned, saying he commissioned the whole thing. After learning this, Tobirama says it makes sense. The Uchiha is a clan steeped in evil after all. Sasuke asks for an explanation, so Tobirama gives him one. Basically, it's not that Uchiha don't feel love. They actually love deeper than any other clan. But when that love is lost, it's replaced by a hate that is also deeper than any other clan. That hate is what gives birth to the Sharingan, and also the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's why Tobirama sidelined and alienated the Uchiha clan. They didn't want to deal with another Madara unprepared. With that done, Sasuke moves on to his next target, Hashirama. Sasuke says that even though he murdered his own parents and was forced to live as a criminal, Itachi died a proud leaf shinobi. So Sasuke asks Hashirama what it means to be a ninja, and what could a village mean that Itachi would be willing to give up his whole life for it. Hashirama says it's going to take a while to explain it, but Orochimaru says they don't have time. They're at war. Tobirama senses Madara's chakra, while Minato senses Naruto is taking control of Kurama. Tobirama says he's done answering questions, that Orochimaru can't control him. But Orochimaru says since they're reanimated, they have to answer Sasuke's questions, or he'll make them destroy the leaf or something. Sasuke then says they'll answer his questions, and he'll decide whether or not to destroy the leaf village based on them. Tobirama gets mad, and lifts a single finger, which causes the entire room to shake. That's when Hashirama gets serious for the first time, telling his younger brother to calm down, which he does. Orochimaru realizes that while Tobirama is under his control, Hashirama could break free anytime he wanted, but he chooses to stay, so he can answer Sasuke's questions and put him at ease. But to answer these questions, Hashirama says he has to go back and tell him about the history of the Senju and Uchiha clans. The next episode kicks off with Hashirama telling us how he first met Madara. They were both kids, skipping stones on a river. Hashirama was the same joyous fella he was back then, and Madara was just as intense about skipping stones as he is about taking over the world. They got to talking. And even though their personalities differed so much, he felt a kinship with Madara. Soon, tragedy would strike Hashirama's family, as his brother, Kawurama, would fall in battle. Since he was a kid, Hashirama was against this kill-or-be-killed mindset the ninja world was based on, and he argued with his father about it constantly. Tobirama was on his side, while their 3rd brother, Itama, said that they need revenge for the comrades that they lost. Unfortunately, that mindset is what got Itama killed on the battlefield. Hashirama had now lost 2 brothers to the unforgiving hands of war. What's more, it was the Uchiha that killed him. Afterwards, Hashirama is sitting at the same river when Madara shows up. After he pokes around enough, Hashirama tells him he's sad because his brother died. Madara knows the feeling. He's lost 3 siblings to this godforsaken war. They then both talk about peace, and whether it's possible or not. And Madara says that while he doesn't know if it's possible, he prays that it can come to pass one day. With that, the 2 boys start meeting up often. They don't tell each other their last name, that's against shinobi law, but still, they train together and spend time talking about and planning a future of peace. Eventually, Hashirama tells Madara his plan to build a settlement that will be safe for not just their younger brothers, but everybody who lives there. That is the exact area where the Leaf Village would eventually be built. But when Hashirama got home that night, his dad gave him bad news. Madara is an Uchiha. Hashirama had already guessed it, and his dad says this is bad, since he could be branded as a traitor. So he gives him a mission: spy on Madara Uchiha, get intel on his clan, and should he suspect you, kill him. Nothing quite like getting the order to kill your best friend, huh? Hashirama's dad knows it's a dangerous mission, so he says he and Tobirama will tag along. The next day, Hashirama and Madara are standing on opposite sides of the river, and Madara says they should skip a stone before meeting up. So they both skip a stone to the other with the same message written on both stones: run. They both turn around and begin hot-footing it out of there, but their dads and brothers have other ideas. As they begin to fight, each father sends a weapon at the opposing one's son, and they're only saved by Hashirama and Madara. Madara then says, it's over for them as friends. So many Uchiha have killed so many Senju, and vice versa. He says the next time they meet will be on the battlefield. And that's when Madara first awoke his Sharingan. After that, Hashirama and Madara met countless times on the battlefield, eventually making it to where both of them were the heads of their clans. During a battle, Hashirama was in a stalemate with Madara, while Tobirama managed to get a fatal blow on his brother Izuna. There, Hashirama said he never gave up on their dream for peace, and offered a truce to Madara, but Izuna convinced him against it, so they escaped. However, the Uchiha were clearly on the back foot, and people started defecting to the Senju clan. Izuna would die from his wounds, and give Madara his eyes, leading to his perfect Mangekyo Sharingan.
So that's what really happened, is that he didn't, I guess he didn't sacrifice himself, he died in war, so Madara took his eyes.
He would meet Hashirama on the battlefield one more time, to avenge the death of his last sibling. With his perfect Susanoo against Hashirama's wood golem, The fight was the stuff of legends, and absolutely leveled the area they were in. But when the dust settled, Madara Uchiha's back hit the ground for the very first time that day. Now defeated, Tobirama is about to end Madara's life, but Hashirama stops him. Madara says dying by Hashirama's hands would be an honor. But Hashirama says they can end all the fighting right now. They used to be friends, and they shared the same dream. What would he have to do to make Madara trust him? Madara said that if Hashirama truly wanted his trust, he'd either kill Tobirama or kill himself. So Hashirama takes off his armor, tells his brother and his clan members to swear to never again fight Uchiha, before stabbing himself with a kunai, which Madara stops. He trusts Hashirama now. With that, the two clans agree to come together and build the village hidden in the leaves, the very first village of its kind. The next episode starts with Hashirama explaining how, slowly but surely, the Leaf Village was built, as he and Madara watched over it. We see them strolling through the village, Madara even helping a child that fell over, though he does end up scaring her. Later, as they looked over the village, Hashirama said he wanted to name Madara the Hokage of the Leaf, though he couldn't save his siblings. He could save this village in its place. That's when Tobirama shows up, and Madara's gaze says it all. He does not like Hashirama's little bro. Tobirama then says that there's no way Madara would ever become Hokage. Even the people in his clan know Hashirama was the one who made the settlement, and so Hashirama became the first Hokage. Later, Madara invited Hashirama to see the stone tablet of the Uchiha, something no outsider has ever been able to see. He then says he knows that Tobirama and the rest of the village will never accept him as a leader. After all, even his own clan members don't seem to back him. He says he's leaving the village, and is going to pursue his true dream. Despite Hashirama saying he needs his friend, his brother by his side, Madara leaves all the same. Years later, he would attack the village with the Nine Tails in his possession. He and Hashirama would have an even more legendary battle where Hashirama would end up suppressing the Nine Tails. That left him and Madara to go one-on-one one last time. In episode 370, Hashirama tells Sasuke that there is no doubt in his mind he killed Madara Uchiha that night, for the sake of the village and for the sake of peace. He then tells Sasuke his answer. A village is a place.
But he didn't. He didn't kill Madara, though, because Madara was alive in that cave later on. You know what I'm saying? So,
where two clans join to cancel out despair, to protect children, to promote peace. He then tells him what a shinobi is, someone who endures for a purpose, who suffers for their dream. Hearing all this, Sasuke says Itachi suffered longer and harder than Hashirama ever did. Sasuke then smiles and says, it's ironic. The one man who understood Hashirama more than anybody else not only never met him, but was an Uchiha. Hashirama takes the blame for how things turned out, but the third and fourth Hokage both say they had something to do with this failure. Oh, and Orochimaru is still salty at Minato being Hokage instead of him. With all that out of the way, Sasuke is ready to make his decision. Remembering what Itachi said to him as he died, Sasuke says he's going to the battlefield. He won't let the village be harmed, or Itachi's death would have been.
Hi, I'm Macy, and I'm a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A
meaningless, so they all decide to head out. Karine also catches up with him, beating the snot out of Suigetsu for some reason. After Sasuke apologizes to her once, she folds and is all over him again. And so, with her—
you think she'd be more mad, be more mad at Sasuke for literally almost ending her, bro. Like, what? And you beat up Suigetsu?
Orochimaru, Sasuke, and his team, the four Hokage fall on their statues, ready to fight another war. The next episode takes us back to the battlefield, where Naruto is protecting everybody using Kurama's chakra. But it's not a particularly easy thing to do, and Naruto's beginning to feel the after effects. The Ten Tails begins to charge up for something Madara calls the Cataclysm, which is just as bad as it sounds. Kakashi tries sending the whole thing away, but Obito jumps in front of him, so he teleports himself and Obito to the pocket dimension as the Cataclysm begins. After a series of huge explosions, Madara stands safely inside his Susanoo and thinks most of the allied force should be done for. But they're not. Naruto protected them all. As a result, he's in really bad shape. Everybody else steps in to fight, while Sakura heals him. Meanwhile, Kakashi can't bring himself to kill Obito in the pocket dimension. He tries convincing Obito to give this all up, to be the person he was again, and Obito just laughs. He then walks into Kakashi's Chidori and tells him he knows the truth about Rin's death. What truth is that, you ask? Well, the Hidden Mist Village kidnapped her and made her the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. They then let her escape with Kakashi so that when she made it back to the village, the Three Tails would attack. Knowing this, she jumped in front of Kakashi's Chidori to have herself killed, saving the village in the process. Obito says he doesn't hate Kakashi for this, but that a world without Rin—
out too, bro, on Rin's part to just end my life because something you didn't try to strategize, you didn't try to like say anything, you didn't try to like seal it away. I don't know, you didn't give it a chance. You just said, I'm gonna end my life here just because I got the tail beast in me. I'm not even gonna try to do anything else. I'm just end my life. That's kind of a crash on Rin too.
Is a fake.
That's
he
crazy.
Says Kakashi has been punishing himself for too long, that he can be free in the Genjutsu world. Kakashi says that world is fake. He says Naruto keeps his comrades in his heart, and Obito shouldn't erase the memories of the real Rin pursuing some fake world. But Obito shows Kakashi the hole where his Chidori went through. Obito doesn't have a heart anymore. All that's left is a hole created by this fake world, and he's going to get rid of it. The episode then ends with the Ten Tails transforming yet again. This is all looking really bad. The next episode starts with the Ten Tails charging up the biggest tailed beast bomb yet. B and the Eight Tails realize with Naruto being healed, they have to stop it. Shikamaru comes up with a plan to use everybody's strength to stop the bomb, communicating it to the others through Ino, just like their fathers did. Meanwhile, Obito tells Kakashi the only way to achieve true peace and happiness is to give up this cruel world and forget his comrades. But Kakashi hits him with his own words and a little extra sauce. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. And those who don't care about their friends' feelings are even worse scum. Back on the battlefield, B jumps in front of the bomb, trying to stop it, when it suddenly vanishes. Everybody's confused, until a flying Raijin kunai drops in front of them. Minato asks Naruto if he's late, and Naruto says he's just on time. Minato teleports the bomb away to the sea, but the explosion is so massive that they still feel the aftershock. After the explosion clears, Sakura is surprised to hear Minato is Naruto's dad. Sounds like something you tell a friend, you know? Anyway, the other Hokage show up as well, and Minato goes tailed beast mode too. He's made peace with the Kurama inside him as well. Madara jumps in and says he's been waiting for Hashirama, who tells him to wait because he has to deal with the Ten Tails first. What's more, Madara actually agrees. Anyway, together, the Hokage sealed the Ten Tails in a super impressive barrier. Hashirama adds some sauce as well with his wood-style gates to keep the Ten Tails down.
He adds some
sauce. When
sauce.
Sasuke shows up. Everybody treats him like an enemy, but Sasuke says things have changed. He's decided to protect the Leaf Village, and after the war is over, he plans to become Hokage? Excuse me? Everybody gives the same reaction, pure disbelief, but Naruto just walks up to him and says, "No, I'm gonna be Hokage." Damn straight, dude. Hashirama says he appreciates the enthusiasm, but they have an eldritch horror to stop right now. Naruto tells Sakura to rest up, but she jumps up with Naruto and Sasuke. She's a student of the legendary Sannin too, and she's not going to be left behind.
Right,
with
Team
that,
7!
Team 7 is officially back. I hope they can handle the pressure. The next episode opens with the Ten Tails launching another bomb, but the barrier holds. Told you it was super impressive. Hashirama then makes clones to guide the force on every side of the barrier as they charge in. He sends a clone to Madara too, but Madara says, no, he's going to wait for the real one. As they charge in, the Ten Tails sends many soldiers after them, and the fight is on. That's when Sakura finally releases her full power and gets a diamond on her head, just like Tsunade. She then throws a punch so hard it breaks the ground. Even Hashirama is impressed. He says that strength just might be more than Tsunade's. Together, Team 7 begins taking out the Ten Tails goons left and right. They've all surpassed their teachers. Inspired by Team 7, all their classmates start showing off their own new jutsu, cooking up the enemies along the way. But even though they're giving it all they have, it's not enough. Sai tries attacking the main body, but gets pelted out of the sky. Naruto saves him, and Sai says the only way to beat the Ten Tails is if Naruto gives everybody his chakra again. There's no way to get past the enemies and close the distance. But Team 7 does have a way to close the distance, and all three of them bring out their summons. Talk about deja vu. The following episode opens with Team 7 and their summons getting into action.
The new
Naruto uses Gamakichi.
I like
that same Gamakichi to jump all over the enemies, while Sasuke slithers his way through on the ground, taking out barriers on his way. Meanwhile, Sakura uses Lady Katsuha, the same slug Tsunade summons to heal all the injured ninjas. Sasuke and Naruto both make it to the Ten Tails and unleash their ultimate moves, a giant Rasen Shuriken and an Amaterasu Susanoo Fire Arrow. What's more, since fire and wind styles are compatible, the attacks merge and turn into something legendary. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Suigetsu, and Kirin are making their way somewhere else, towards the Five Kage. There, Orochimaru has Suigetsu and Kirin help him put Tsunade back together. Literally, so she can heal up the rest of the Kage as well. Looks like Orochimaru might have some good in him after all. Episode 375 opens with the Five Kage healed enough to fight again, getting an update on the war from Katsuya before heading back to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Naruto tells Sasuke that they should pull the other tailed beasts out of the Ten Tails, but Sasuke disagrees. They all burn, so he can end this failing system. Naruto and Sakura may be convinced that he's a good guy, but Sai, Shikamaru, and the others certainly are not convinced at all. While that's happening, we cut to the pocket dimension where Kakashi and Obito are still trying to use genjutsu on each other. But Kakashi finally says that he's had enough of the tricks. No more genjutsu. Realizing he can't convince Obito to change, he says he'll do the only thing he can. He'll fight. And that leads to the single best fight in Naruto Shippuden.
It was hands,
The other fights are flashier, for sure, but the sheer excellence of hand-to-hand combat,
the hand-to-hand, I was
combined with the
saying,
flashbacks of the past,
and the memories, flashing it, that was dope.
So cool. Obito pushing his older self back as he goes in to stab Kakashi lives in my head rent-free, and it does the same for everyone who's seen it. With Kakashi's Chidori and Obito's Chakra Rod, the fight ends with both of them stabbing each other. As they push each other back, we see Obito clearly got the worst of that exchange. Also, the hole in his heart he showed earlier was clearly genjutsu, because the hole he is now is bleeding pretty bad. But Obito smiles. He says he'll let Kakashi win this battle, but the war is his. He then teleports to the top of the Ten Tails. Madara says it's time to make him come back, with the Rinnegan's Rin Rebirth Jutsu, so he begins forcing Obito to do it. Realizing what's happening, the first and second Hokage try getting to Obito to stop him, but it's actually the fourth Hokage who cuts him down with a shadow clone and realizes it's Obito. As you can imagine, he's heartbroken
cut
too.
his student down!
Sasuke says, that was anticlimactic, but Obito says it's not over yet. He then pulls the Ten Tails into himself and the process is complete. Obito has become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. In the following episode, Naruto explains that Obito has become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and that it's bad news for everybody. Hashirama tries holding him down with the same gates he used on the Ten Tails, but Obito just breaks through. He then rips apart the barrier, holding him like it's nothing. He approaches Naruto and Minato, but Hashirama and Tobirama step in. Through some deception, Tobirama manages to land his devastating multi-explosion attack. Well, it would have been devastating if Obito wasn't basically invincible. How did he survive? Well, Obito now has this black chakra roaming with him at all times. The third Hokage sees it and says it's like Inoki's particle style, but different. Where Inoki's particle style uses 3 different chakra styles, this one uses all 5. The third Hokage tries attacking, but just gets walloped. Hashirama tries joining the fight, but Madara jumps in his way. He's done holding off their battle. Obito then tries attacking Naruto, Sasuke, and Minato, but falls down. His body begins growing, and Minato realizes he isn't in sync with the Ten Tails yet. This is his chance to kill him. But when Minato goes in, Obito grabs Sasuke and Naruto from underground. If not for Naruto's quick thinking to grab onto Minato, both he and Sasuke would be gone. Meanwhile, Obito is really struggling to control the Ten Tails, and he's losing himself piece by piece inside it. But when the Ten Tails tries to take away the memory of Rin, he takes back control. He is the perfect Jinchuriki now. Minato attacks, but Obito slices his arm off and attaches one of his black chakra balls to it. And the episode then ends with it exploding.
And this isn't even the best part yet, bro. Like, it gets crazier.
Madara and Hashirama going at it for probably the gazillionth time. But Madara doesn't just want to fight Hashirama. He has an ulterior motive. And what's that? He needs another chunk of Hashirama. Side note, how disgusting is it to use someone's cells to gain power after they're dead?
Yeah.
As the Allied force sees their power, everybody thinks that they can do absolutely nothing to help out. But through Ino's power, Shikamaru tells them all to stay alert. They never know when their power could change the tide of war. Meanwhile, Tobirama teleports the black ball to Obito before exploding both of them away from the good guys. But when Obito survives that too, they realize that those balls are the main problem. Ninjutsu is not going to work on this guy. They wonder if Taijutsu might do the trick, as Kamagichi spits acid on Obito as his last act before he goes back. But seeing how the acid reacted with the chakra balls, Naruto and the second Hokage both get the same idea. Naruto charges up a Rasengan. Tobirama teleports him to Obito, and it works. Sure, ninjutsu might not work on him, but seeing Kamagichi's acid affect the balls, Naruto and Tobirama realize Sage Jutsu will work.
Well,
that's exactly what Naruto is using. Episode 380 starts with Naruto seeing that the Sage Jutsu-powered Rasengan did indeed damage Obito.
Okay.
Obito, meanwhile, can't believe the Ten Tails is such a weakness. Still, the damage wasn't too much, and now he's guarding himself. He then says he needs to start making preparations for the infinite Tsukiyomi, so he pulls out a stem that starts growing 4-tailed beast bombs and seals them all inside a barrier for good measure. With that, he hides himself inside a chakra ball, waiting for everyone else to get annihilated. But that's when Naruto asks Minato to bump fists with him. There, the Kurama inside Naruto borrows some chakra from one inside Minato, and they both enter tailed beast mode. Naruto then covers everybody with his chakra again, and they all assume he's going to use it to shield them from the blast. Obito says that's futile. And then the bombs go off, but everybody is fine. But it's not because Naruto's chakra shielded them. It's because Minato teleported them all outside the barrier. See, Minato can teleport anything his chakra.
Maybe it was just a phase. Valspar Ultra, starting at $29.98 a gallon.
Same old phone?
Ready to come soon, bro.
Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Is linked to. So by bumping fists with him, Naruto connected his chakra with Minato, and since his own chakra was connected to everybody else, boom. One big teleportation jutsu. Tobirama is impressed by Naruto and Minato, but immediately gets mad when Naruto doesn't know that he's the one who created the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto's go-to move. The following episode starts with Minato all fired up, and he charges in to attack Obito, only for Tobirama to remind him that only Sage Jutsu is going to work on the Ten Tails, something Naruto totally forgot. Kurama tells Naruto he surpassed all the Hokage in stupidity. But he then gives Naruto the best idea ever, using Sage Mode while in Tailed Beast mode. So Naruto tries it out, and Minato joins in. Together, they charge up a massive Rasengan. They try getting Obito with it, but he manages to crack it open. So, Naruto's next idea is infusing Sage Energy into a Tailed Beast bomb, and he asks Minato to help too. Tobirama is beyond impressed, and thinks Naruto might even surpass Hashirama. That's some big talk. Sasuke, meanwhile, is once again jealous of how far Naruto is ahead of him. Obito then brings out the Ten Tails to begin the infinite Tsukiyomi. He's not taking any chances. The Ten Tails then starts transforming again into a tree. This is not an ordinary tree. This one sucks chakra out of anything and anybody it touches. Everyone begins running away from the branches and roots as Madara explains to Hashirama what's going on. This is the divine tree, the origin of all chakra. Long ago, people worshipped this tree. but were forbidden from ever taking its fruit, until a princess named Kaguya Otsutsuki finally did. She gave birth to a child named Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the first ever child born with chakra.
6 paths.
He would go on to become the Sage of Six Paths, and the divine tree would turn into the Ten Tails, looking to take back its stolen chakra. That's some crazy lore dumping right there. Meanwhile, Naruto gets swept in by the divine tree, and it starts sucking his chakra. He'd be a goner if the third Hokage didn't cut him loose. Tobirama teleports them away, and Madara finishes his explanation about the divine tree. When the flower at the top blooms, the moon will reflect the eye in the flower, and the infinite Tsukuyomi will take place. Oh no. The next episode starts with the 5 Kage making their way to the battlefield, while Shikamaru is in really bad shape. Looks like the tree got to him. Meanwhile, Obito tells everybody to just give up, as Naruto is shedding tears in anger at the situation. Orochimaru then makes it there, and Karin is just happy to see Sasuke. Meanwhile, Hashirama uses Ino's powers to let everybody know that it's going to take 15 minutes for the infinite Tsukuyomi to take place. They all need to lock in and either destroy the tree or beat Obito, but his speech has the opposite effect. Everybody just starts giving up. Everyone except Sasuke, who jumps in, cutting the tree and asking Naruto whether he's done. And Naruto's subsequent Tailed Beast plus Sage Mode transformation shows that he's far from done. As Naruto goes Sage-Tailed Beast Mode, Sasuke uses Jugo's power to Sage Charge his Susanoo as well. Orochimaru says he has no doubt Sasuke will surpass Madara, and Tobirama thinks Naruto is just like Hashirama. Speaking of Hashirama, he shows everybody one of his memories from the very first 5 Kage summit. There, the other Kage were bickering among themselves, and it looked like peace wasn't an option. But Hashirama bowed his head and begged them to come together. Not for their own sakes, but for the sakes of their children, and for peace and prosperity. He then begs the Allied force, the same way he did back then, to come together and make his dream of peace a reality. Hashirama's just the best. Hashirama's second speech works wonders, as everybody's ready to fight. The 5 Kage also arrive and take charge of different parts of the Allied forces. As Naruto and Sasuke fight Obito, Naruto subconsciously heals Shikamaru. Shikamaru says he has to survive. After all, Naruto doesn't have a smart brother to be his advisor when he's Hokage, so he's gonna do that job. Damn. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage declare their plan. Bring the damn Armageddon tree down. The 5 Kage lead the charge towards the tree. Tobirama sets up a system with Minato that'll allow them to teleport anybody in danger away from the battle, while Tsunade and Sakura set up an automatic healing area for the injured to recover.
Yeah.
Talk about some resourceful ninjas.
They got medics,
Naruto
use them, you gotta strategize.
To Obito's speed, but that's when he grabs both of them and slams them into the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi is recovering in the pocket dimension, and he knows that deep down, Obito isn't convinced of what he's doing. That's why he keeps targeting Naruto's beliefs. Speaking of which, Obito asks Naruto why he keeps getting up, and Naruto gives him the same answer it's always been. Because Naruto never goes back on his word. That's his ninja way. The episode then ends with Naruto and Sasuke combining the tailed beast form with Susanoo, and it's awesome.
It's cool.
The episode after that starts with Susanoo completely covering the 9 tails, as Naruto and Sasuke get ready to attack. But Obito isn't bothered. He pulls out a massive shield, as well as a sword that looks like DNA strands. It's called the Ninoboko. The Sage of Six Paths used it to create the world, and Obito's going to use it to destroy it. That's when Naruto's classmates hop into Naruto's tails. He gives them each some of his chakra and a giant Rasengan, and asks them to burst through Obito's shield. They all jump forward while Naruto and Sasuke attack behind them. It works. It not only breaks the shield, but gets past the sword and slices Obito open. That's when Obito begins to see visions of an alternate life, one where he returned to the village and became Hokage.
So hard he started seeing alternate lives, yo!
But he doesn't understand why he's seeing all this. Through Obito's cut, the chakra of all the tailed beasts starts spilling out. Naruto grabs most of them while B controls his own, and Gaara pulls on Shukaku's chakra. It's a tug of war. Since their chakras are connected, Naruto begins to see Obito's memories, and they bring a tear to his eyes. Obito is still trying his best to pull, but that's when everybody jumps in to lend a hand. Obito then sees a vision of Naruto and everybody else. Naruto says Obito has regrets, because despite saying he was nobody, he is somebody. He's Obito Uchiha, Kakashi's friend, Minato's student, and a dumb kid who wanted to be Hokage just like Naruto, no matter what he tries. He can't hide that behind a mask. Episode 385 kicks off with Naruto and Obito having a philosophical discussion about their differences. Obito says he saw his younger self in Naruto, so he decided to put Naruto to the test. He thought if Naruto had to suffer the same pain and loss that he did, he'd give up on his dream for normal peace just like Obito did. But Naruto hasn't given up. Not even close. Still, Obito says he thinks his way is better. As he puts it, why should he go for a chance at peace when this is a surefire way to get it? Why walk over the corpses of your comrades when you can save them all? But Naruto says a Hokage never walks over the corpses of their friends. They lead the way by example, guiding people on the correct path. Yes, there's pain, and there's loss along the way, but that's what makes life worth living. There's no short.
It's like 2 ads on top, so I can't skip it, bro.
Popeye's wings are now spicy and mild.
Oh,
if Popeyes
yeah,
can make better
Popeyes,
wings,
Baker
they can
Mayfield,
do better
NFL.
Mayfield.
Yeah, Popeyes, okay. I've tried Popeyes.
Cut to peace. just like there's no shortcut to becoming Hokage. We then see Obito's life as a child, and minus the discrimination for being a Jinchuriki, it's almost exactly the same as Naruto's. Clumsy, not particularly talented, always being late and getting in trouble, and jealous of a much cooler kid who's better than him at everything. Just like Naruto, Obito dreamed of being Hokage, and working harder than anybody else to make that dream come true. He eventually became a Genin, and became part of Minato's team with Kakashi and Rin. The next episode gives us more Obito flashbacks. We see Minato recommended his students for the Chunin exam. Kakashi flies through each phase of the test while Rin does fairly well. Obito, despite all his training, only passes the first test because of a vacancy, and gets his ass handed to him by Guy in those two tests. With Kakashi passing, Obito is depressed as hell. But Rin...
I'm not even trying to be bogus. Why did Guy kick him in the face hard as fuck, bro? Like, I'm not even trying to be bogus. Damn.
Cheers him up.
It was quick, but it was hard.
After all.
I want to go
Obito
back, but it's going to be too much.
Eventually passes the Chunin exam, but never gets to tell Rin how he feels. The flashback then ends with Rin patching up Obito's wounds and saying she's always watching over him. Naruto says he knows Obito was only able to control the Ten Tails because Obito refused to let go of the memories of his friends. He clearly hasn't given up on who he was. He says he's taking back Obito as a shinobi of the leaf, and he'll pay for his crimes. Naruto then holds out his hand, asking Obito to come home. The following episode starts with Obito grabbing Naruto's throat instead of his hand. He says he has no regrets about his path until now. But Naruto just punches his face, saying if that's the case, he should stop thinking about being Hokage. Obito then sees his younger self in Naruto, who says that Rin wouldn't even look at who he's become right now. Young Obito grabs his hand, and we then see it's Naruto. Outside, everybody finally manages to pull the tailed beast out of Obito. Obito then loses his Jinchuriki form and just falls to the ground. The tailed beasts all thank Naruto for keeping his promise to save them. But the trouble isn't over, because Sasuke darts in with his sword to finish Obito off for good. Naruto chases him, but he won't make it there in time. Just then, Kakashi comes back from the pocket dimension and tells Sasuke to stop. He was the one who failed to protect Rin. It's his responsibility to end Obito's life. But just as he's about to do it, Minato stops him. He says Kakashi's responsibility isn't to end his life, it's to do what Naruto's been doing this whole time, talk to him. Wow. He then tells Naruto and Sasuke to go help Hashirama beat Madara. So the two head off in that direction. Meanwhile, Obito asks Kakashi how he can be sure that Naruto won't fail, that he won't stumble or fall in his pursuit of peace. And Kakashi says he doesn't know that. But what he knows is that he'll be there to pick Naruto up if he falls. Naruto would never give up on his dream. That's what draws everybody to him.
So inspirational, man.
People that are
100%.
with you, Kakashi says, the less likely you are to fail. Obito asks him if he really believes that, and Kakashi says he could have seen it too if he tried. After all, they have the same eyes. You tell him, Kakashi. The episode ends with Naruto charging up a giant Rasen Shuriken, ready to take on Madara. The next episode sees Hashirama slamming the gates on top of Madara. He can't move anymore. I want everybody to understand that even after he used Hashirama's own cells against him, Hashirama still beat him. This guy is built different.
Yeah, that's
All that's
crazy.
left is to seal him. But Madara smiles. He has something else up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Obito says he finally understands why Nagato betrayed him and says he'll do the same thing he did. Give up his life to bring back everybody he killed using the Rinnegan's Rin Rebirth technique. Kakashi says he doesn't have to do this. He could just atone for his sins. But Obito says that's the easy way out. Meanwhile, Sai is about to seal Madara away for good, and it looks like everything is going the good guy's way. Until Black Zetsu takes over Obito's body and uses the Rin Rebirth to revive Madara instead. Oh no! Now back to Madara is buzzing. One small problem though. Since he took out his real eyes before dying, the fake reanimation ones crumble away now that he's back to being himself. Sasuke tries burning him away with Amaterasu, but he just takes his armor off. He then makes a beeline for Hashirama and absorbs his sage energy. Sasuke goes one-on-one with him, and Madara can tell, even without his eyes, that Sasuke has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara says those eyes are pretty powerful. He might just steal them until he gets his Rinnegan back. Yikes. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu takes over Obito's body, explaining that he's the living embodiment of Madara's will. He tells them that since Obito just did the Rin Rebirth, he's gonna die soon, and this will extend Obito's life for the time being. Black Zetsu then says he's gonna use Obito's body to fight Kakashi and Minato. Meanwhile, Madara offers Sasuke the chance to join forces with him. They're both Uchiha after all. Sasuke tells him to go to hell, so Madara moves on to his next target, the tailed beasts. The next episode starts with Madara trying to capture the tailed beasts.
No. Madara cut Sasuke down. He didn't put that in there. Madara cut Sasuke down, sword through his chest, everything. Yes, Sasuke got it done to him.
But as tough as he is, it's kind of hard to capture 7 different tailed beasts when you have no eyes. Madara is still tough as hell, but with Naruto and Gaara helping out, he gets his ass handed to him. He's bleeding all over, has lost an arm, and is all around in a pretty bad spot. That's when a white Zetsu pops out of the ground next to him. Madara tears off his arm and plants it on his own, before shoving what the white Zetsu had in his eye socket. And that happens to be the right-sided Rinnegan, with which he summoned the Geto statue. Naruto then realizes that if Madara is alive, That means Obito used Rin Rebirth, which means he's gonna die.
He's gonna,
While that's happening, Black Zetsu is trying to get the left Rinnegan out of Obito, but he's struggling against them. Minato and Kakashi are on standby, waiting for a chance to take the evil Goo Man down.
The Goo Man.
Using Obito's body, they don't have a choice.
The Shadow Man.
Madara heals himself using the Sage Energy he grabbed from Hashirama, and then hops on top of the Geto statue. It then uses one of the Rinnegan's abilities called Limbo. It sends out invisible attacks that hit every single tailed beast, giving Madara enough of an opening to use the Geto statue's chains to try and seal them. He goes for Naruto and B first, saying he'll take away the 8 and 9 tails, but White Zetsu says he needs to seal them in numerical order, so Madara goes after Shukaku first. Gaara does his best to protect him, and they have a wholesome moment too, but Madara is too crafty and too powerful. The following episode starts with a tragic sight. Despite Gaara's best efforts, he can't save Shukaku from being sealed up, and the rest of the tailed beasts follow, including B and Kurama. Naruto gets thrown out of the tailed beast form, and Gaara catches him with his sand. But before Kurama left, he told Gaara something. We don't know what that is yet. Tobirama tries getting the jump on Madara, but it's useless. He's basically unstoppable with the Rinnegan.
Put Tobirama down,
Sasuke is flying his way to Madara with a jutsu given to him by Hashirama. According to the first Hokage, this jutsu will use the Sage Energy in Madara to seal and bind him. Madara is throwing chakra rods in Tobirama like it's a game of darts, and says he's always wanted to do this ever since Tobirama killed Izuna. That's when Sasuke launches a sneak attack from behind and gets stopped in midair. Completely unable to move, Madara just takes Sasuke's own sword
he cuts him down,
and mercilessly shoves it through his chest. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage and the allied force are busy fighting off a wood statue summoning that can use all 5 chakra styles, and is being controlled by Swirly and a White Zetsu clone. This is when Gaara shows up with Naruto and tells Sakura he needs help. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and his former experiments are all watching the battle unfold when Karin starts panicking. She feels Sasuke's chakra dying down. The episode then ends with both Sasuke and Naruto at the brink of death. Now what? After a whole bunch of fillers, we land back at episode 414 with Naruto and Sasuke both on the brink of death. Sakura's trying to heal Naruto, but it's just not working. He's going to die. But Gaara says Kurama told him about how to save Naruto. Take the Nine-Tails chakra in Minato and transfer it to Naruto. So Sakura cuts Naruto open and manually pumps his heart, making sure her friend doesn't die. Sasuke, meanwhile, only has Tobirama for company, and Tobirama has problems of his own. The poor guy is full of chakra rods. He can't move, let alone save Sasuke from the wounds Madara gave him. Karin runs in to save him and unlocks her Uzumaki powers. The red hair was a dead giveaway. She still gets stabbed, but manages to get a great hit on Swirly. Orochimaru then puts a curse mark on him, and they gotta get out of there. But Karin is panicking. She can't sense Sasuke's chakra at all. With Sasuke down, Madara just casually summons the 10 Tails and becomes a Jinchuriki. He's just a chill guy.
Who's gonna stop him? Everyone else?
When he flies off, somebody approaches Tobirama and Sasuke, and as Karin and the others are making their way to him, all she knows is that person's chakra is ominous as hell. Meanwhile, Madara spits out the Sage of the 6-path sealing tools, which land right on Guy, Tenten, and Lee. Guy figures out that Kakashi is in trouble, and they decide to go back and help out. Meanwhile, Minato and Kakashi are about to attack Obito to destroy the left Rinnegan, when Gaara flies in with Naruto. Minato realizes what's happening and begins the process of transferring
so much shit is happening, dude,
only for Black Zetsu to slide under Minato's hand, stealing it for himself. That's when Madara drops down next to them. He's here to collect his eye. Episode 415 starts with Madara telling Obito he's here for his eye now. Black Zetsu tries taking the Rinnegan and the Nine-Tails chakra to Madara, but Obito forces him to stop. Obito then asks Madara a surprising question: who am I to you? And Madara replies, Madara Uchiha. According to him, all those who reject the world and pursue the infinite Tsukuyomi are Madara Uchiha. He says Obito lived his life as Madara Uchiha and that he's still the savior of the world. Obito then starts walking towards Madara. Minato, Kakashi, and Gaara attack, but Madara cuts off Minato's other arm and sends his Rasengan at Kakashi while checking Minato at Gaara. He then holds out his hand for Obito to grab, and Obito shoves his hand in Madara's chest. Obito says taking someone's name is not the same as becoming them. He's Obito Uchiha, the guy who wanted to be Hokage. He steals the Nine-Tails chakra from inside Madara and tells Kakashi to teleport Naruto to the pocket dimension. He tries going there himself, but Madara smacks him down. He's gonna have to find a better opening for that. That's when Kakashi stands next to Obito, and the two friends are finally standing side by side after decades of pain and suffering. The next episode starts with Orochimaru and the gang making it to Sasuke to find the person Karin was sensing was Kabuto? He's attached a part of himself to Sasuke, and Karin thinks he's trying to take him over. But Kabuto assures her it's not the case. He's actually saving Sasuke. Tobirama confirms that, and Kabuto explains how being inside Izanami helped him realize who he truly was. He's come to accept it. So even though half the BS that's happened in the war until now is his fault, he wants to do as much as he can to...
Shiha, that's you! Yeah, that's true, bro. Like, I mean, I guess the Izanami did his job, right? That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to humble you. But, bro, you crashed out and you brought back the most villainous, strongest villainess ever in the history of Naruto. And now you want to atone for it? No. You should get a
Make up
and
for
the thing that blows my mind is like he's chilling. In Boruto, he just chills. Like he runs a school or something like that. Like, no, bro, you should be in prison. Like, yeah, you came back and helped at the end, but bro, look at what you did. Look at everyone you killed. Nah, bro. Kabuto, you should be in jail if you ask me. He should be in jail in Boruto if you ask me.
Pretty convenient timing. Meanwhile, back with Kakashi and the others, Guy shows up. Now that Minato has no hands and Kakashi can't use Sage Jutsu, the only hope they have is someone to beat Madara using Taijutsu. And they happen to have the Taijutsu master with them. Guy immediately opens the 7th inner gate and charges at Madara, before attacking him with an explosion. Guy says he's not done yet. He's gonna open the 8th and final.
This was a cool ass battle too. You guys are gonna see. Just wait.
Everybody says this is a bad idea. He's going to die if he does this. But Guy isn't faltering in the slightest. He remembers all the lessons he gave to Lee. And then we take a trip to flashback town. Guy's dad was a man named Dai, and he was exactly like Guy is right now. The poor man never made it past Genin, and was just a laughingstock of the village as someone who couldn't perform ninjutsu or genjutsu. But Dai smiled through all of it. He tried to maximize his son's potential through training and a positive mindset, even when Guy didn't get into the academy on his first go. Guy then puts a banner on his back saying if he can do 500 laps of the school, he'll get into the academy. Something the 3rd Hokage sees. He fails though, and the kids
There was more of a backstory to Guy's dad too. I think Guy's dad, Dai Sensei, I think Dai took out like half the 7 swordsmen or something like that. If I remember correctly. They said it in Naruto, they said it sometime, but I think like Guy's dad took out half the 7, so he did something crazy. Like he wasn't just a pushover that, I don't like how they're disrespecting Dai right here, so I'm gonna stick up for my mans.
Make fun of him. Later that evening, 2 Leaf ninjas also make fun of Dai, so Guy goes after them to teach them a lesson, and he ends up getting smacked in the face. That's when a young Kakashi jumps in and knocks the ninjas out cold. Oh, it's cool as hell. The next episode starts with Guy in the hospital, and Dai asks him why you do something that stupid. And if Dai is calling something stupid, you know that shit is stupid. Guy then says he doesn't understand what his dad means by protecting one's youth, and Dai can't really explain it properly. He just hugs his son and they both cry. Later, the 3rd Hokage sees the banner Guy had on his back and decides the kid deserves it. So he gives Guy admission into the academy. However, it's hard for Guy as a kid who can't use ninjutsu to be stuck in a class with a genius like Kakashi, so he does the only thing he knows how to. He trains his taijutsu. He starts with 500s. 500 laps, 500 push-ups, that kind of thing. He fails at first, but slowly, he gets better. To the point where the same kids that made fun of him can see he's turning into a beast. Hell, even Kakashi notices him. But one day, Guy sees Kakashi climbing a mountain with just one hand. Realizing that if the genius works that hard, he's gonna have to work even harder to catch up to him. So he does. And decides that if he can do 5,000 laps of the school, he'll challenge Kakashi to be his rival. The son of a gun does it too, and that's how his rivalry with Kakashi starts. But as he becomes a Chunin, surpassing his dad, Guy realizes that his dad is not well respected at all. Everybody thinks he's a joke ninja who's best suited to catching runaway cats. Guy tells this to Kakashi, but Kakashi doesn't have that view at all. As far as Kakashi is concerned, Dai is the coolest ninja out there. Then, one night, Dai takes Guy to the firestorm and teaches him how to unlock his inner 8 gates, with a caveat. He can only do it to protect something he loves. Guy's dad went out the same way, protecting Guy and killing 4 of the 7 swordsmen.
That's what I was gonna say. Okay, yeah, I'm glad he said that because, bro, they're kind of disrespecting Dai in the beginning. No, he took out 4 of the 7 swordsmen, okay? Put some respect on his name, okay?
Remembering his dad's words, teachings, and sacrifice, Guy realizes he is something he needs to protect, and so he unlocks the 8th inner gate to take on Madara. Episode number 420 opens with Guy using the power of his 8 gates to kick some Uchiha butt.
They gotta do it right at the best parts, bro. They know they're trying to bait me to get mad, bro.
Never-ending fun. Cascade Platinum Plus has the grease-fighting power of Dawn.
Premium coming soon, bro. I'm getting tired of this crap.
Cascade Platinum Plus.
He pummels Madara into a crater with a single punch, and Madara says if he takes enough of those, his ass is grass. Meanwhile, Minato, Kakashi, Gaara, and Lee cook up a plan to help Guy deal with the chakra balls. Guy begins cooking Madara again, so Madara sends the chakra balls at him, while the other 4 manage to teleport away using teamwork and Kakashi's Kamui. Guy unloads an absurd combo of hits on Madara, breaking his horn and even making him bleed. But Madara is smiling. He says no one has given him a battle like this since Hashirama, and he wants more. What is wrong with this guy? We then cut to Naruto. He's inside his own mind and wonders if he died, until another voice tells him he hasn't bitten the dust quite yet. He gets up to see the Hagoromo, also known as the Sage of Six Paths, staring at him. After overcoming a hilarious communication gap, Naruto asks the sage to send him back to the real world, but he says he can't do this. He then tells Naruto the truth about him and Sasuke. The sage had 2 Indra and Ashura. Indra, the older one, inherited his visual prowess and was considered a genius. Ashura, on the other hand, didn't get any of the cool genes from his dad. While Indra would always battle on his own, relying on his own strength, Ashura found his strength in his comrades and the people that he loved. When the sage was dying, he named Ashura his successor in the hopes that Indra would go along with it. Yeah, it turns out Indra didn't like that and decided to wage war on his brother. Even after they died, their spirits kept being reincarnated, and they always found and fought each other. The examples we know are Hashirama and Madara, and also, you probably guessed it by now, Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, and Sasuke is of Indra. Talk about more lore dumping, good god! The next episode starts with Naruto not being super surprised by what the sage told him. He sensed Ashura's presence before. We also see the sage giving the exact same speech to Sasuke and telling him he's Indra's reincarnation. He then tells them about his mother, Kaguya. She once took the power from the divine tree and sought out peace. But soon, the power corrupted her, and she casted the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hagoromo and his brother Hamura then had to take her down. The sage then says that Madara is going down the same path as Kaguya, and Naruto and Sasuke have to stop him. With that, he says he's giving both of them the means to stop Madara. We also see that Obito took some chakra from not just Kurama, but all the tailed beasts and give it to Naruto. With that, Naruto and Sasuke are ready to save the world. Outside, Sasuke is being healed by Karin, while Obito and Sakura look over Naruto in the pocket dimension. That's when the two of them suddenly stand up. Naruto has a sun on his hand, and Sasuke has a moon. With that, they both say it's time to go. Meanwhile, Guy is feeling the after effects of using the 8 gates, and only has enough power left for one more attack. So he gives everything he has and sends a damn dragon kick at Madara, sending him flying into the divine tree. When the dust settles, Guy is burned like charcoal, and Madara is still alive. He's lost his left side, but he...
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, he's obviously alive because he has, he's the 10-tailed Jinchuriki, but yeah, Guy put everything into that, bro, and I wish it would have showed the full, like, it was crazy how big and how much power he put into it, bro. Man.
Kills instantly. He says Guy is the strongest opponent he's ever fought, and that he almost died. As a reward, he says he'll finish Guy off himself and sends a chakra ball at him, which Naruto kicks away like he's Ronaldo. He then saves Guy's life by giving him some chakra. Madara sees him and says something's changed about him. And Naruto agrees. He's gonna change everything. The next episode starts with Naruto attacking Madara, and he's totally unaffected by the chakra balls or the chakra rods. Using the power of Son Goku, he charges up a lava-style Rasen Shuriken and chucks it at Madara, cutting the divine tree in half and sending it falling on Madara.
When I saw this new Naruto, I was like, yeah, nothing stronger than him. I mean, but then again, I had to kind of be quiet because Madara only had that one eye, so I had to see like what his power was gonna be. But I was like, I don't know, that Naruto looks pretty.
That's when Madara hears a voice telling him to take the divine tree inside him. Pause, and he does. Naruto takes Guy to safety.
We said it at the same time,
saying he won't die, which brings Lee to tears. Meanwhile, Sasuke takes the chakra rods out of Tobirama and has to be teleported to the battlefield. Madara tells Naruto he's basically immortal now, and he can't stop him. But as Naruto goes into tailed beast sage mode with chakra balls of his own, he says he's not gonna stop Madara. They are. That's when Sasuke shows up. And guess what? He has the Rinnegan now. This is the final battle. Let's go! Naruto and Sasuke start attacking Madara, who counters with his invisible attack Limbo, where he sends an invisible version of himself to attack. Only, it's not so invisible anymore, because Naruto can sense it, and Sasuke can straight up see it. Madara says Sasuke's Rinnegan is impressive, and tries stealing it, but Sasuke uses his new abilities to stop and stab him. He then uses his new teleportation ability and takes himself and Naruto to Madara, where they hit him with a double whammy of Rasengan and Chidori. But Madara substitutes himself with his Limbo version and makes a beeline for Kakashi. He snatches Kakashi's Sharingan straight out of his eye. Sasuke cuts him in half with his lightning blade, but Madara just teleports his upper half to the pocket dimension. Obito is trying to get Sakura to destroy the left Rinnegan, but she's taking too much time. Madara then appears there and throws a chakra rod at her. The next episode starts with Sakura being teleported back to the battlefield. Obito managed to get her out just in time to avoid the chakra rod. Unfortunately, that means he's at Madara's mercy right now. Inside the pocket dimension, Madara finally tells Obito the truth. He was the one behind Rin's death. He was the one who manipulated the hidden mist to put the 3 tails inside Rin. Kakashi killing her was just a bonus. He was gonna have her killed regardless of what happened that day. All of this was to throw Obito's life into darkness, so he could manipulate him according to his will.
I didn't know I got it. Damn, Master Manipulator Madara right here. Sheesh.
Dude, that is just beyond evil.
Yeah.
Outside, Naruto heals Kakashi's left eye and is normal again. Kakashi then sees his students together again and realizes they've come a long way. They're Team 7, and they're gonna take down Madara with teamwork. That's when Madara shows up and says that dying together should also be considered teamwork. Cold. Madara now has both Rinnegan, and Black Setsu is in complete control of Obito's body. Sakura decides she's not going to be left behind by Sasuke and Naruto anymore, and charges in, only to get stabbed by a chakra rod. Yeesh. Naruto and Sasuke get her back, and they see he has 4 Limbo Maduras now. Madara isn't done though. He brings out a bunch of planetary devastations and brings them down on everybody. Naruto sends his shadow clones to deal with the Limbo Maduras, while he and Sasuke take down the meteors. Meanwhile, Madara flies up to the moon and brings out his third eye, revealing a Sharingan. With that, he casts the infinite Tsukuyomi. Oh no. The next episode kicks off with Inoki and the other shinobi still fighting Swirly. That's when the wood golem Swirly is standing on falls down, and the other shinobi realize the moon is a damn Sharingan right now. Naruto and Sasuke get rid of the meteors, but it's too late. The infinite Tsukuyomi is started. Sasuke shields Team 7 with Susanoo from the infinite Tsukuyomi, but other
I'm gonna get into that to the ad, bro.
Our Wi-Fi is going to make that
premium coming soon.
other than the
It was
animated Hokage, everybody in the world gets caught in the infinite.
I was gonna say it was kind of crazy for for Sasuke to be able to counter this. I was like, damn, if this was Zano, I mean, I guess he has his eye now too. But I was like, damn, if this was Zano, he'd be able to counter all that. So
Madara seals them up in the divine tree, and that's when we see who was inside Swirly the entire time. A hypnotized Yamato. So that's where he was. Yamato suddenly gains consciousness, and he realizes everything he's been through in an instant. But he doesn't have any time to think about it. He immediately gets caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi. And then we see how it works. By showing someone what they want the most. For Yamato, he sees a reality where Kakashi gets kidnapped by Kabuto, but he works with Team 7 to take him down. Then Kakashi says he should be the new captain of Team 7, and everybody agrees. And Yamato finally finds what he's wanted, ever since he popped out of Orochimaru's test tubes. A place where he's accepted, and can stay. Beautiful, but terrifying. We then see everybody else also tied up to the tree, and Minato wakes up to see the hellscape in front of him. This is bad. After a whole lot of fillers, we return in episode 458, where Team 7 emerges from the Susanoo to see everybody.
And those fillers were just everyone's dreams and stuff, what they wanted to happen. I mean, I was kind of, I was looking interested if they're showing that or not, because I kind of skipped that. I mean, I wish I would have, because there's probably like life lessons and stuff in those dreams and stuff, and worthwhile messages. But I was interested to see if they're going to show that in this, but they didn't. But yeah, it was just kind of filler. Just going through what everyone was seeing in the jutsu.
He fixed up in cocoons. Madara says he's finally achieved real peace with the infinite Tsukuyomi, and that Hashirama's system of villages was a failure. He says once he takes them down, he'll become the savior of the world. And that's when Black Zetsu shoves his hand through Madara's chest. It's a double cross. Black Zetsu says not only is Madara not the savior of the world, this was never Madara's will to begin with. Everything he's done up to this point hasn't been to save the world. It's been to revive Kaguya. We then see the chakra getting sucked out of everybody trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, and Black Zetsu reveals that they'll all turn into white Zetsus. That's what happened the first time infinite Tsukuyomi took place. Madara says this can't be happening. He read the stone tablet the Sage of the Six Paths wrote, but Black Zetsu says he's been around for eons longer than Madara, and he's had plenty of time to change the tablet. Infinite Tsukuyomi was never about peace. It was about control. And the episode then ends with Madara being consumed by all the chakra, and from his demise, Kaguya Otsutsuki emerges. That can't be good.
No.
The next episode starts with Kaguya tossing Naruto and Sasuke before slowly
And this was a twist too. I was like, damn, because I thought Madara was the big bad guy they're gonna be fighting. No, it's her. It's Kaguya. Nope.
Towards
someone more powerful.
I just want to take a moment here to appreciate her hair, because goddamn. She sees Naruto and Sasuke and instantly realizes they're the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. Kakashi asks what Kaguya's intentions are, and she just says that this land is her nursery, and she can't fight here anymore. So she teleports them to a different dimension, which happens to look like the inside of a volcano. Sasuke saves Naruto from falling into the lava with his Hawk Summon, while Kakashi manages to save both Sakura by grabbing her and Obito by throwing a kunai through his hand, sticking him to the wall.
That's messed
Sasuke
up.
tells Naruto that the sage knew Kaguya would come back. The sun and the moon on their hands are to seal her, which means that if either one of them dies, the world is officially cooked. Kakashi's scroll
The world
rips
is
and he's falling
officially
into the
cooked.
lava. Naruto grabs him, but Kaguya uses that window to attack Sasuke and his hawk, and they're all falling into the lava below. As all four Kage try to figure out what to do in the real world, Naruto manages to save everybody by flying. Guess he can do that now. He and Sasuke combine for an attack using Susanoo and Sasuke's teleportation, but Kaguya isn't even bothered. She just swats him away, before disappearing. As Naruto and Sasuke try coming up with a plan, she appears behind them from another dimension. As she grabs their faces, they turn around to see she's crying.
Crying?
Yeah, she sees her children and grandchildren in the two of them, and she's pretty sad about this. That's when Black Zetsu starts taking control of Naruto and Sasuke. He then tells us what truly happened all those years ago. The Sage of Six Paths didn't seal the 10 Tails away. He sealed his own mother, in a planetary devastation so big it would become the moon. But just before Kaguya was sealed, she gave birth to Black Zetsu, her third son that would do anything and everything necessary to bring her back. The episode then ends with him saying he'll explain the whole story. Alright, little bro. Episode 460 opens up with us going way back in the day, before human beings were introduced to chakra. A meteor landed on Earth, bringing the divine tree there. Sometime later, Kaguya Atsutsuki would descend from the heavens in pursuit of that same tree. She was found by soldiers of the land of Su, who brought her to their emperor Tenji. Now, Tenji was fascinated by the hot space babe that had superpowers, so he decided to keep her around. During that time, the land of Su was stuck over a border dispute with the land of Ka. Only problem was that Ka's army was 3 times bigger than Su's, and they were bullying them into compliance. During this time, Tenji became extremely close with Kaguya, as both of them had the same dream, to end war and bring peace to the world. Unfortunately, the land of Ka had different ideas. One night, the land of Ka launched a surprise attack on the land of Su. Hearing this, Tenji has Kaguya sent to a safe house and heads out to the front line. Unfortunately, one of his men is a spy that gives up Kaguya's location, and the land of Ka's men make their way there. They try to kidnap her. But maybe they should have stayed away from the magic space lady who can make them go kaboom in an instant. Because, yeah, she does exactly that. She then makes a run for it with her assistant, Aoni. The next day, Tenji is still trying to negotiate peaceful terms with the land of Ka, and they say they only want one thing, Kaguya's head for killing their men. And even though he loves her, Tenji chooses peace and sends his men after Kaguya. Meanwhile, she's making her way to the divine tree, when Tenji's soldiers start hunting her and Aoni down. Aoni tries stopping them but dies in the process. Kaguya then manages to eat the divine tree's fruit and begins the infinite Tsukiyomi, saying she's going to rule the world with her children. Oh yeah, she was pregnant. The next episode continues Kaguya's story as told by Black Zetsu. Many years later, when Kaguya's children, Hagoromo and Hamura, were grown up, there was peace in the lands. Kaguya was the ruler, and there were giant mountains around the divine tree where everybody was forbidden from going. No one even thought about going to the divine tree. That is, until Hagoromo and Hamura met a powerful talking toad named Gamamaru. Gamamaru said that the divine tree wasn't this brilliant source of energy that everybody thought it was. It actually stole energy. Gamamaru then told them to go to the tree if they want to find the truth. You all know Gamamaru just by a different name, the Great Lord Elder. After talking to Gamamaru, Hagoromo and Hamura start getting suspicious of their mother. A man traveling from another land tells Hagoromo about the rumors of
So I think that's the one that like Naruto goes to see about prophecies and stuff like that. Okay.
Killing anybody who rebels against her rule. And the last straw is when Hiyori, the girl Hagoromo likes, gets chosen to serve the divine tree. Hagoromo and Hamura ask Kaguya to end the divine tree ritual, but Kaguya refuses. When they ask why the ritual happens, what it is, and why no one ever comes back, Kaguya says it's necessary for them to do this until the others arrive. She then leaves on some business, leaving them in charge. Frustrated, Hagoromo says he's going to the tree and Hamura tags along. But when they get to the tree, they see the truth, and it breaks their heart. As Hagoromo holds Hiyori's dead body, his Byakugan transforms into the world's very first Sharingan. With that, he and Hamura go to Gamamaru, who takes them to Mount Miyaboku. There, Hagoromo perfects the sage arts to fight his mother. Gamamaru says he saw a dream where Hagoromo fought Kaguya, but he didn't see who won. Yeah, this frog has been given prophecies for eons. While Hagoromo trains, Hamura handles things back home, and everything is going smoothly, until Kaguya returns earlier than expected and demands to know where Hagoromo is. Uh-oh. The next episode starts with Hagoromo completing his training. He's mastered these sage arts. Just then, another toad tells them that Kaguya is back and they can't contact Hamura, so Hagoromo heads back. But just before he meets his mother, Gamamaru gives him a sage tag that can give you free sage energy without focusing, though it is a one-time use. Hagoromo then faces Kaguya, who explains some of what she's doing. She comes from a place far, far away, and the people there do not understand peace. All they know is power. Kaguya knows they'll come after her someday, so she's using the divine tree to gather power and make white Zetsus to fight.
And then if you watch Boruto, yeah, they kind of tell you, but she was making an army to fight her clan when they come back or whatever, because she landed there. It didn't say in this one, but in Boruto they explained that she betrayed one of her clan members or something like that. And eventually they do come back looking for her, but that's why she was trying to build an army so she could fight the clan members and stuff.
That is her army when that happens. She then says her own sons betrayed her, so she's taking back the chakra that she gave them. With that, a hypnotized Hamura begins attacking Hagoromo. Hagoromo stays on the back foot, trying his best to not hurt his brother, but seeing no other option, he uses a move that looks a lot like the Chidori and cuts through his brother. The pain in that moment makes him awaken both his Mangekyo Sharingan and his Rinnegan, but it gets better. He uses the sage tag Hagoromo gave him to save his brother's life. That's when the divine tree turns into the Ten Tails. It was a part of Kaguya, and it was going to stop our brats from taking her over. This is when the real battle begins. According to Black Zetsu, they fought for months, completely changing the landscape of the world as they know it. But in the decisive moment, Indra and
Dude, fighting for months, bro? Like,
Ashura managed to come together to defeat Kaguya, sealing her away in a catastrophic planetary devastation.
Is it months, like, continuously, like, every day, every night, you're just fighting for months straight? Or is it like, okay, we fight like a couple days here, we take a rest, then we come back, you know what I'm saying? Or is it just straight fighting? That's crazy for months.
That would become the moon. After the battle ended, Hamura says that when Kaguya
Bruh. Premium comes soon, man.
was hypnotizing him, he felt her emotions. She was alone and scared. Even after everything their mom did, Hamura still loved her, so he decided to stay on the moon, keeping their mom in check while Hagoromo took care of the Earth. But just before Kaguya was sealed, she gave birth to Black Zetsu. However, he was too weak, so he had to bide his time. He needed two things to bring Kaguya back: the Rinnegan and the Divine Tree. One problem with this: to get the Rinnegan, he needed both Indra and Ashura's chakras, as well as all 9-tailed beasts. So he started working on the Indra reincarnates, who eventually became the Uchiha. He tweaked the stone tablet Hagoromo wrote as well, and it took some 1,000 years, but eventually a man came along who could fulfill every part of his plan: Madara Uchiha. Madara bit off a piece of Hashirama when they fought, and used a delayed Izanagi to escape death. He then grafted the part of Hashirama he chewed off onto himself and awoke the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu then played both Obito and Madara like fools, making them think the tailed beast's pursuit was for peace, when the whole thing was always about bringing Kaguya back to life. So basically, Black Zetsu acted like a one-man Illuminati, controlling everything from the shadows. The next episode starts with Naruto breaking himself and Sasuke out of Kaguya and Black Zetsu's grab. They're not done.
Bro, Black Zetsu played a long-ass game, because you spent, like me, I spent the story thinking that he was just recon. I thought he was, like, weak as fucking couldn't fight. And then Sasuke took down White Zetsu. You know, he was taking down White Zetsu's like nothing. But yeah, I just thought, like, the Black... I don't know, I didn't think much of Zetsu at all. And then, like, they actually made use of him. That was cool. Never mind, I guess I didn't understand how long the story, like, how long of a game he played. I guess I liked what they did with him. I did.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And yeah, before you ask, Sakura, Obito, and Kakashi are safe and being guarded by one of Naruto's shadow clones, who heals Obito. Naruto says he knows what to do. He's gonna use that jutsu. He says he's worked on it even more than the Rasengan. So Sasuke creates an opening with Amaterasu, and Naruto brings out his shadow clones. He then shows us that fearsome jutsu is a reverse sexy jutsu, where he turns into a bunch of hot guys instead of gals. Sakura absolutely loses her mind. How can Naruto expect that to work on a god? But she gets her answer when it does actually work on the god, and Naruto gets a clean punch. Naruto and Sasuke jump towards each other, and Sasuke teleports Kaguya in between them. They're about to seal her away. That is, until Kaguya teleports them into a big block of ice. While Sakura, Kakashi, and Obito are on the side, Kaguya teleports out of the block of ice. Sasuke frees himself, and Naruto using Amaterasu, so Kaguya decides it's time to separate them, and throws Sasuke into a desert dimension, after which Naruto gets hit by a whole-ass avalanche. Meanwhile, Sakura, Kakashi, and Obito tell Naruto's clone to take them to the battle. They never know when they might be useful, so they head there to find Naruto fighting against ice. Well, Kaguya has become one with nature and is giving Naruto the business. She traps him before coming out of her little dimension hole again. Obito sees it and says it's a space-time warp, just like his Mangekyo Sharingan. He thinks he can copy the ability and go get Sasuke back if he gets close enough, but for that, he needs chakra from Naruto's clone and Sakura. Naruto thanks Obito for saving him and Sasuke, but Obito says he shouldn't be thanked. He just wants to lead Naruto into battle one time before he dies. The episode then ends with the 4 Hokage standing around Madara's lifeless body, when the Sage of Six Paths suddenly comes out of it. Looks like kind of a genie coming out of a bottle, am I right? With Naruto pinned down, Kaguya goes in to steal his chakra, but with some help from the tailed beast chakra inside of him, he manages to get free. He then summons a gazillion shadow clones, classic, and goes at Kaguya. She blocks the first few, before getting overwhelmed by the others, so she escapes to the root dimension, which is connected to all the dimensions she travels to. But she sees Naruto there and is shocked. Did he force his way in? Black Zetsu says they need to kill him ASAP, so Kaguya takes him out with a rod that makes you crumble away like dust, and that is genuinely terrifying. They think they've got the real Naruto, so they head on to finish off Sasuke. And that's when Sakura and Obito come out of hiding. Naruto's clone may have bitten the dust, but they're safe because of it. Kaguya gets back to the ice dimension to see Naruto's alive and well. She's been tricked. Back in the root dimension, Sakura and Obito begin looking through different dimensions, and it takes a lot out of them. Sakura even gets burned by an acid sea dimension, but they keep trying. They eventually find Sasuke, but can't keep the portal long enough for him to run through it. Sakura, exhausted and devastated, falls backwards, and Sasuke catches her. He uses his teleportation to swap places with her jacket, and he's back now. The next episode starts with the Sage of Six Paths telling the previous Hokage about some jutsu he needs them to do. We'll find out what that is shortly. In the meantime, we cut back to Obito, Sasuke, and Sakura. After passing out for a bit, Obito wakes up, and they all go back to the ice dimension. There, Naruto has successfully bamboozled Kaguya with his clones, while Kakashi can only stand and watch. When Sasuke and the others show up, Black Zetsu says they need to end it, and Kaguya agrees. So she takes them all to a dimension with super high gravity. She sends 2 of those rods at Naruto and Sasuke, and they dodge them. But now that she's adjusted to the gravity, she just won't miss. Kakashi and Obito begin running to shield Sasuke and Naruto from the rods, and they make it in time. But only Obito gets stabbed. He made the rod that was going to hit Kakashi disappear with his Mangekyo Sharingan. He says Kakashi can't follow him just yet. He wants some alone time with Rin. Damn. The next episode starts with Obito crumbling away as Kaguya's rod takes effect. He says Kakashi still has to stay alive and lead the next generation.
And Kakashi takes his eyes
just
too, right?
laughs at Obito, and he says he's failed on both sides, being a villain and being a hero. And Obito agrees. He says it's a fitting end for a criminal like him. With everybody exhausted, Kaguya takes them back to the root dimension so she can recover some chakra. Naruto tries to heal Obito, but it's pointless. He's just delaying the inevitable. Sasuke starts fighting without Naruto, who's heartbroken that he can't save Obito. But Obito thanks Naruto. Seeing him reminded Obito of who he once was, and woke him up from his delusion. He says even now, after all that's happened, just the thought of being Hokage is enough to fill the void in his heart. He tells Naruto to make sure he becomes the Hokage, before he crumbles away. A hero in his last breath. Black Zetsu makes fun of Obito.
Well, Obito, had you not crashed out, bro, your path could have been different. It could have been, you could have been Hokage. That's on you for crashing out.
And Naruto doesn't take kindly to this, so he chops off Kaguya's arm and Black Zetsu along with it. The episode then ends in a scene that is as heartwarming as it is heartbreaking. Obito meeting Rin in the afterlife, both of them as kids. Just when I thought I was all out of tears, here we go again. The next episode opens with Naruto pinning down Black Zetsu with his own chakra rods. Kakashi, meanwhile, is just standing there. He can't do anything to help his students. That's when we watch Obito with Rin, and he tells her to wait just a little longer. There's something he has to do. And that something is to tell Kakashi that he meant Naruto should be the 7th Hokage. Kakashi should be the 6th. And as a gift, even if it's for a short time, he's given Kakashi 2 fully working Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, after Naruto throws about 18 different kinds of Rasen Shurikens at Kaguya, the tailed beasts start bursting out of her. Then hands start spawning out of her, sucking up the chakra of everything they grab. Naruto and Sasuke manage to dodge, but Sakura is about to be caught, until a Susanoo picks her up and flies her to safety. But it isn't Sasuke's Susanoo. This one is light blue, and it belongs to Kakashi. Kakashi finally joins the fight as they try to keep the big blob of chakra away. But that's when Kaguya regains control, and brings out the biggest chakra orb you've ever seen, charged with every chakra style known to man. With it, she plans to obliterate them all and begin her reign over the world. So Naruto and Sasuke charge in. Using shadow clones and Kakashi's Mangekyo ability, Naruto gets past the rods and is in the position to seal her. Sasuke teleports over in an instant too, and Kaguya is running out of options. She decides to fly upwards, only to run into a diving punch from Sakura that shoves her right in between Sasuke and Naruto's hands. As Kakashi sees his students combine to literally take down a god, he remembers how far they've come, and he smiles. He loves these kids. The episode opens with Kaguya finally being sealed, and wondering how this could happen to her again. Just like last time, a huge planetary devastation begins crushing her up. The Sage of Six Paths realizes that they've succeeded, and begins preparing to bring them back. As Kaguya is being crushed, the tailed beasts all escape from her, as Sasuke runs back to Kakashi and Sakura. Madara's body is also spit out as Black Zetsu looks at his failure. He says he'll just have to start preparing for Kaguya's next return when Naruto shows up. He hasn't forgotten about the little rascal. Black Zetsu says Naruto is just a piece of shinobi history that he created, but Naruto says shinobi history is full of the lives and deaths of many people. People who taught Naruto everything that made him who he is today, and Black Zetsu has no control over this. He then chucks him into the planetary devastation with his mother, sealing them both away forever. The Sage of Six Paths takes help from all the previous Kage to summon them back to the real world, and Kakashi gets to say goodbye to Obito as friends. With Obito's power disappearing from his eyes, he is no longer Kakashi of the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Sasuke sees Madara and goes to kill him, but is stopped by the Sage. Hashirama then walks over to his old friend, and they talk about how they both failed at their dreams. What they should have done was focus on the youth, and make sure to give them the tools to make sure their dreams come true. But even after everything,
Hi, I'm Macy, and I'm a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A
Hashirama
crazy to see it all come.
says that they can go out as war buddies, and Madara says that that's fine by him, as he dies for a second time. With that done, it's time for the Sage to undo the reanimation and send the previous Hokage back. So Naruto goes over to his dad, and his dad wishes him a happy birthday. As the reanimation starts being undone, Minato says he'll make sure to tell Kushina everything, and that's when Naruto gives us the most tearjerker moment in all of fiction. He stands there and tells Minato to tell her not to worry at all. He's not picky about food. He eats all kinds of ramen. He showers regularly and is always super respectful to his seniors. He's made a lot of friends, and he always did his best at school. He's 17, so he doesn't know much about alcohol or girls himself. But Jiraiya taught him plenty about those things, and Naruto respects him the most. Bursting into tears, Naruto says not everything in his life.
I was surprised we didn't see Jiraiya. That's one person that I feel like that was missing from the war, was Jiraiya. But I understand you got to think Kabuto couldn't get his body because he was what, all the way, in the in the village of Hidden Rain or whatever, and then he was like in water, like he was in the ocean or something. He was in like a pond. Wherever he went, he was like underwater. So it must have been hard to get his body. But yeah, that was one person that I felt was missing was Jiraiya.
Has gone very well.
I mean, and then you had Tsunade and Orochimaru in the war. Why not Jiraiya? You know what I'm saying? Like why?
As
I don't know.
Minato's soul leaves, Naruto swears that he'll be an even greater Hokage than him, and tells him to tell his mom to not worry about him at all. Minato just sheds a tear as his soul returns to the afterlife. Really, there's no way that I could ever do full justice to that scene, so just go find it. Episode 475 sees all the Hokage souls returning, and they're all more
just the emotion, the passion going through it. Yeah, the ending.
Yeah. Future to Naruto. The tailed beasts are all also finally free, and they all make their plans on living free, except the Eight Tails, who wants to go back to B. Kurama wants to return to Naruto, but doesn't want to say it. So the sage gives him an excuse to stay in Naruto and oversee communications between the tailed beasts. Now that everything is over, all that's left is for Sasuke and Naruto to weave a single sign at the same time and undo the infinite Tsukiyomi. Sasuke has the Rinnegan for it, and Naruto has the chakra of every tailed beast inside of him. But Sasuke says he'll do that after he kills the current 5 Kage and gets rid of the tailed beasts. He proceeds to put every tailed beast in a genjutsu and shoves them all inside planetary devastation meteors. He says he has only one obstacle left: Naruto. Naruto tells Sasuke to let the tailed beasts go. They all come in peace. But Sasuke says not only is he getting rid of them, since Naruto has all their chakras in him, he's gonna get rid of Naruto too. Sasuke wants to bring on a full revolution. Sakura tries her best to convince Sasuke to stop, but it's as useless as always. He knocks her out with a genjutsu. Kakashi says Sasuke didn't have to do this. Sakura loves him, but Sasuke says he's no reason to love her and vice versa. He's left all his love in his past. With that, he and Naruto head off to have their battle at the exact same place they had their first one, the Final Valley, where Madara and Hashirama had their final battle once upon a time. Naruto says he's stopping Sasuke. He doesn't know the first thing about being a Hokage, and Sasuke says his idea of Hokage is completely different from Naruto's. He's going down just like he did last time.
I would say they were putting in work. They were on demon time with the ending, like with the war, and then with the ending, and then like you thinking like everything was good, and then there was always a twist, a turn, like no,
the episode opens with Sasuke saying that he thinks Itachi was the real Hokage of the Leaf, because he took all the hatred upon himself, which allowed the village to live in peace.
Yeah.
He says he's gonna do the same, but for all 5 villages. Killing off the 5 Kage and the tailed beasts will mark the dawn of a new era, one that Sasuke will lead to peace himself. Naruto calls bullshit. His past is what made Naruto who he is, and it's the same for Sasuke, but Sasuke says he's abandoning his past here and now. Naruto's the last person who will be cut down by his hand in honor of Itachi's sacrifice. Meanwhile, as the sage's past disappears, Kakashi asks him what he should do, and the sage says Kakashi should have faith in his students, just like he once did in his sons. That's all they can do, and with that, we finally get to the fight that has been building up ever since Sasuke left Naruto alive all those years and episodes ago in the OG Naruto. Sasuke versus Naruto. They start exchanging blows, with Sasuke using Naruto's hands to cast the signs for his fireball jutsu. Naruto dodges and keeps trying to summon shadow clones, but Sasuke won't let him breathe. When he eventually does get free, 3 shadow clones help Naruto get in a clean hit. He charges in with Rasengans, but Sasuke uses his new Rinnegan ability to pull Naruto into a modified Amaterasu attack. The real Naruto survives with his tailed beast energy, and he smacks Sasuke back. Sasuke sends a huge fireball, which Naruto blocks, only for Sasuke to teleport right behind him and Chidori his butt into the water. He then starts firing arrows with his Susanoo, which Naruto gets rid of with his chakra balls. Sasuke charges in with his Susanoo, so Naruto brings out Kurama mode. They start going at it, with flashbacks of the past going through their minds. Naruto doesn't blast Sasuke with a tailed beast bomb when he has the chance, and Sasuke responds by having a Kureen, his lightning dragon attack, come down on Naruto. Naruto doesn't want to kill Sasuke, but if he tries anything less than that, he's gonna die himself. They clash super attacks and see each other's thoughts again. Sasuke says he's gonna turn into the singular threat for the world to unite against, and with that, the Rinnegan. He has plenty of options to make sure he stays alive as long as he wants. Back in the real world, Sasuke is done dilly-dallying, so he summons the tailed beast toward himself and declares himself the strongest in the world. Hard to argue with that right now, as much as I hate saying it. The next episode sees Sasuke sucking the chakra out of the tailed beast and using it to supercharge his Susanoo. It's awesome. Naruto brings out his super shadow clones, but Sasuke says that jutsu shows Naruto's biggest weakness. He's lonely. Oof. He then begins cooking Naruto and his shadow clones. The fight goes into the sky, and Naruto is being grilled. Sasuke says Naruto only has a bit of the tailed beast chakras. He has a lot of it, so Naruto can't win. But Naruto has one more thing up his sleeve. A shadow clone of his is done amassing nature energy and returns to Naruto.
He always had Baryon mode too. He always had Baryon mode, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know if look, he had Baryon mode, he could have put Sasuke down if he really, really needed to here too.
He's in Kurama Sage mode now. With that,
but then he couldn't have used it against what's his name? The other Atsutsuki that came. Then he wouldn't have used it then, but he could have put Sasuke down if he really, really needed to.
Sasuke pulls out Indra's arrow, which he says is his most devastating attack, and Naruto pulls out 2 Rasen Shuriken, one of which is a tailed beast bomb. They throw attacks at each other, and the resulting explosion tears apart the final valley. Kakashi watches on in frustration as the students create a goddamn tornado in the sky from all their power. That big-ass explosion takes a lot out of them too. As they fall down, Sasuke tries burning Naruto with Amaterasu, but Naruto uses the last of Kurama's chakra to shake it off. Sasuke tries going for it again, but he's overused his left eye, which gives Naruto and his shadow clones a chance to jump his butt. But after some back and forth, the two of them are so exhausted that they can't even use jutsus anymore. It's time for straight hands. Sasuke starts by sitting on Naruto and punching his face, but Naruto headbutts him off, and they go at it. Blow after blow, blood spilling, teeth flying, bruises everywhere. Sakura wakes up the next morning, and Naruto and Sasuke are still beating the living daylights out of each other. It gets to the point where their punches can't even hurt the other one anymore. They just rest their fists on each other and drop to their knees. Kurama charges up some chakra for Naruto to use, but Sasuke steals it. He lines up a Chidori, ready to send his one and only friend straight to hell, but Naruto sees his Sharingan given halfway through the attack, and he uppercuts Sasuke into the wall. Sasuke gets out of the hole and is beyond frustrated. He asks why Naruto keeps getting back up, and why he won't just let Sasuke cut him down, and Naruto says it's because he's Sasuke's only friend. He can't give up on him. Sasuke charges up one last Amaterasu Chidori, and Naruto brings out a Rasengan, fueled by Kurama and every single one of his comrades. The episode then ends with the two friends clashing their attacks, the same way they did all those years ago. The following episode sees Sasuke and Naruto going through their memories, and they both assume they ended up killing each other, just like Naruto said they would. They then reminisce about how lonely they were as children, and how Naruto turned into a prankster for attention while Sasuke focused on getting revenge. Naruto then realizes if they're dead, there's no one to stop the infinite Tsukuyomi. But Sasuke says Kakashi and Sakura will figure it out. This is when Naruto vanishes, and Sasuke takes his own trip down memory lane, and sees how all the love he had for Itachi turned to hate, and then back to love again. He says he's going to join him soon, but he isn't, because he wakes up to find Naruto next to him, and they're both -1 in the arms category. Sasuke then asks Naruto to explain what he means when he says Sasuke is his friend. But Naruto says it's hard to explain. Whenever he sees Sasuke go through something tough, it hurts him on the inside. That's the best damn explanation for friendship I've ever heard. That's when we see Sasuke's inner monologue. He used to be glad that he wasn't the only one who was alone when he saw Naruto, but considered his need for attention a weakness. But as they became Team 7, went on missions together, Sasuke began caring for him, to the point where it hurt Sasuke to see Naruto struggling. That's when he acknowledged Naruto as a comrade. He then sees Naruto's memories and sees everything he's been through in his life. And despite all that, everybody he's ever met, friends and foes alike, ended up standing by him. Sasuke sees himself standing by Naruto too, and finally gives in. Naruto wakes up and Sasuke says that he admits defeat. He says he'll kill himself, and Naruto can use the Rinnegan in his own or Kakashi's eye to undo the infinite Tsukuyomi. But Naruto says if he feels guilty enough to die, he should stay alive and help Naruto reform the 5 villages. Sasuke is brought to tears by Naruto's kindness and belief in him, and the episode then ends with the two best friends looking at the sky with a total of 2 hands between them. The next episode sees Sakura and Kakashi make their way to the final valley to find Naruto and Sasuke in pretty bad shape. Sakura starts healing both of them, and Sasuke says to just focus on Naruto. But when Sakura continues healing him, he apologizes. Like properly, sincerely apologizes. Sakura says he should be sorry, and Naruto just smiles. Kakashi watches his students after going through their individual struggles, training their hardest, fighting God and beating her, just sitting there and talking to each other, and it brings a smile to his face. Naruto and Sasuke then bring their hands together to make the sign to release the infinite Tsukuyomi, and everybody comes out of it okay. But not everyone survived the war, and we see the funerals of Ino and Shikamaru's dad, as well as Neji, a reminder of what they've all lost. Damn. We then cut to a few days later. There's a whole crowd of fans outside the Leaf Village waiting to meet Naruto. That's when we see Kakashi officially getting handed the reins as the 6th Hokage. He's already terrified of all the paperwork. Shizune arrives to tell them the Raikage and Gaara are here to see Naruto, and Shikamaru also asked to be Kakashi's personal assistant like Shizune was to Tsunade. We then cut to Naruto hanging out with the Raikage B and B students. That's when Gaara shows up, and he and Naruto share the warmest handshake of all time. Gaara asks Naruto about his arm, and he says Tsunade has a plan to get it back. They then ask about Sasuke, and he says he can't say what he knows about that. We then catch a glimpse of Sasuke with his eyes sealed in a cell behind Ibiki. The scene then shifts to Guy, who's told he can never be a ninja again. He's lucky to even be alive. But Guy still can't be put down, and he's in a positive mood already. This brings Lee to tears, while Tenten just thinks they're idiots. Meanwhile, Shikamaru tells Naruto he's the Hokage's
just their
personal
animation,
assistant,
bro.
as he walks them to their old classroom. There, he meets Kakashi and Iruka, and finds out Kakashi is the new Hokage. After the shock wears off, Kakashi has good news and bad news. The good news is Naruto is as surefire a Jonin as the Hidden Leaf has ever seen. The bad news, he needs to study for 2 years to be properly qualified. As you can imagine, Naruto hates that. But Konohamaru reminds him that there are no shortcuts to becoming a Hokage, and Naruto decides to study. And he gets burned out after 1 day, but Haruko thinks that he's done great, so he decides to take him for some ramen. Before they leave, Naruto looks at the swing he used to sit on alone all the time, and says that everything he is today is because of Haruka. If Haruka hadn't acknowledged him when he did, Naruto might have ended up losing control, and he thanks Haruka-sensei for it. Haruka, as per usual, gets really emotional, starts crying, saying Naruto can have all the toppings that he wants. We then see Kakashi freeing Sasuke from prison, even though he should be there. He's about to head out, saying he's going to atone for his
Shikabuto
sins.
and
Sakura asks
Orochimaru,
if she can come
but they're
with
just
him,
chilling
and he
too.
pokes her head like Itachi did his, saying, maybe next time, leaving Sakura blushing like an idiot. Good God, make him work a little at least, come on. Before Sasuke leaves though, he finds Naruto waiting to see him off in the woods, and Naruto gives him back something precious, Sasuke's headband from when he left the Leaf all those years ago. Sasuke takes it, saying he's going to hang on to it until their next rematch. After some unnecessary arcs and a time skip, we land at episode 494, where the Leaf Village is getting ready for Naruto's marriage with Hinata. Not a shock that they'll still end up together. Konohamaru is going around recording messages from all of Naruto.
And then, this kind of started the transition into, like, Boruto kind of,
teachers trying to put together a montage for the wedding. One of them is Haruka-sensei, and we follow him throughout the entire episode. He catches some students pulling a prank, and punishes them by putting them on cleanup duty. His colleague thinks that he's incredible, but Haruka says compared to the stuff Naruto did, this is nothing. One problem with that. The kids find it hard to believe that the legendary Naruto Uzumaki was taught by a normal guy like Haruka and clown him for lying about it. But Haruka isn't bothered. He's proud of how far Naruto has come. That's when Haruka gets offered vice president of the Ninja Academy, and he says he'll think about taking the test. Meanwhile, Kakashi is trying to figure out a way all of Naruto's friends can attend his wedding, but it's impossible. They're all Jonin, and they can't just be there. So Shizune shows him the rules Tsunade had for this, and it basically says the ones with the coolest gifts can attend the party. Kakashi says they'll call him the worst Hokage in history. He goes to Ichiraku to think about it, only to find Haruka, Konohamaru, and Ibisu there. When Haruka mentions taking the VP exam, Kakashi says that's going to be difficult, which Haruka takes as him meaning he's not good enough for the position. Still, Haruka goes about his days, being an awesome teacher and an awesome colleague. Well, mostly. You see, the kid that he caught pulling a prank earlier, Sukume, keeps trying new shenanigans, but every time Haruka stops him, he compares him to Naruto, which is something the kid does not like. So he ends up stealing the same scroll Naruto did way back when, and plans to use it to vandalize the Hokage's faces. That's when Haruka shows up and apologizes. He says he kept comparing Tsukuyomi to Naruto, when he should have been appreciating Tsukuyomi for being a lovely student himself. And we see just why Haruka is the best teacher. His student accepts his apology, and promises he's going to try harder in class. Now, Haruka finds out the scroll is a fake, and also that Kakashi meant him taking the VP exam would be hard because it's on the same day as Naruto's wedding. Kakashi wants him to take the exam and is even willing to add an extra day just for him. But Haruka refuses. He still wants to teach kids one-on-one. According to him, he has to appreciate what's right in front of him. Inspired by Haruka's decisiveness, Kakashi calls all the ninja in the village and gives them a top-secret mission. Get a gift for Naruto and Hinata and bring it here 1 week before the wedding. Winners get to attend, losers do guard duty. What's more, Haruka is going to be helping Kakashi judge the gifts, which Haruka is so not ready for, but you just can't say no to the Hokage, can ya? Episode 495 starts with Naruto's friends all super excited to get him a gift, and they're getting really competitive. But no one is more fired up than Lee, who goes on an absolute teat through town. Eats Naruto's favorite ramen, asks Haruka-sensei, and does just about everything he can do to get in Naruto's mindset. It's no use, the best idea he can come up with is dumbbells. Meanwhile, Tenten is facing the same problem. All she can think of getting them is cute custom kunai. They try going shopping together but fail miserably and decide to give it a go the next day. Later, Haruka records his message, and Konohamaru thinks that it's perfect. Haruka's about to leave when he sees Lee. He couldn't sleep all night from the stress, but from his conversation with Haruka-sensei, he realizes there's one man who can solve his problems. Might Guy. He and Tenten go to Guy looking for advice. Unfortunately, Guy and Lee only have one brain cell between them.
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
My skin, sensitive and irritated, so I choose Venus Extra Smooth Sensitive with Skin Soft Blade.
And it just gives up when the two of them are together. They cosplay a couple to understand what a couple might need or want, and end up getting carried away as hell. Then they realize what they need to get Naruto and Hinata: dumbbells. Oh my god. Tenten settles on custom kunai too. All that work for nothing, huh? The episode that ends with Haruka asking Konohamaru if he can record his message again. He's got more stuff to say to Naruto. The next episode starts and it's Ino Shikacho's turn to get gifts. One problem, Choji and Ino have already picked out their gifts, leaving Shikamaru all alone. But he comes up with a brilliant idea. Buying them a honeymoon. That just leaves the question, where? Shikamaru has no idea where to book it, since he's clueless as to what a girl would want. That's when Tamari walks right in front of him. During the time skip, these two really got the hots for each other. And Shikamaru doesn't want to ask her because A, she's a warrior and might make fun of him, and B, he really likes her and doesn't want to weird her out. But Choji says all of it out loud and then leaves him with Tamari, who says she'll go with him. It's awkward at first, but it turns into a date that both of them are enjoying. Only Tamari thinks that the whole honeymoon thing is for her and Shikamaru. She has no idea that he's trying to get it for Hinata and Naruto. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna bite Shikamaru in the butt real soon. Meanwhile, Ino makes it to the shop to buy the gift that she set her eyes on, only to see Sakura reaching for the same gift. They start fighting over it and get kicked out of the store. They continue fighting, and the argument somehow ends up at who's more feminine? That's when Choji shows up and says that real femininity is cooking. Well, that's pretty problematic, I think. Anyway, Sakura and Ino have a cook-off to see who can make the most delicious food pills. They're so good, Choji passes out after eating them, so they try each other's food pills, and what do you know? Both of them made the other's favorite flavor. So they decide to get another wedding gift, together. Meanwhile, after a day of fun, Shikamaru and Tamari make it to the honeymoon spot. When Shikamaru says they should go inside, Tamari is flustered as hell, and they finally realize that they've been thinking two different things. Tamari, as you can imagine, whoops Shikamaru's butt, and he's back to square one. With some bruises this time. The following episode takes place a few days after the last one, with Tamari, Kankuro, and Gaara all coming to the Hidden Leaf for the 5 Kage Summit. The other Kage are there as well and say they'll be sending their gifts for Naruto's wedding. Hearing this, Gaara realizes he doesn't have a gift yet. Lee and Tenten show up to show them around the village, while Mei, the Mizukage, gets there. Tamari decides to stay back. She's still too embarrassed about that whole thing with Shikamaru from last time. Gaara wonders what he should get Naruto, and Kankuro says it should be something extravagant. Naruto loves over-the-top stuff. Lee takes them to Ichiraku to get Naruto's shoes, and they all have Naruto's order. Afterwards, Gaara says he doesn't want to get him something extravagant. Doesn't feel right. Kankuro agrees, until B shows up and tells them about the crazy stuff the Hidden Cloud is giving them. When Kankuro says the sand will outdo that, B says the Raikage will dance at the wedding, which stuns everybody. So the plan is set. Gaara has to dance at Naruto's wedding, which Gaara says is ridiculous because he can't dance. Meanwhile, we see that the whole Raikage will dance thing was a bunch of nonsense. B came up with it on the spot, and the Raikage is about to pommel him for it. But when she hears the word wedding, Mai gets to him first. While that's happening, Tamari is walking in the village when she runs into Shikamaru. Oh god. She tries to hot-foot it out of there, but Shikamaru apologizes for the other day, before asking her out. She says yes, too. They have a jolly good time. I ship them so hard. Later that night, the 5 Kage conference runs late, so Gaara goes to Ichiraku for his dinner. He runs into Iruka-sensei, and Gaara says he's not going to honor Naruto as the Kazekage. He's going to honor him as a friend. As they leave the village, Tamari is in a great mood because of Shikamaru, while Kankuro is sad that they won't get to see Gaara dance. Me too, bro, me too. The next episode starts with Kiba and Shino discussing what to get Hinata. The way they see it, it's their last mission as Team 8. So they go and ask Kurenai-sensei what to get. Notice Azuma's daughter is pretty grown up. She's adorable. Kurenai tells them about a honey wine the Senju clan used to make, but they need to go to a specific beekeeper for it. So they go to the place where the ninja cats are, where Kiba quarrels with a ninja cat before immediately getting a huge crush on her owner. She leads them to the forest they're looking for, but warns them about getting lost. Inside the forest, the beekeeper stops what they're doing. Intruders are in the area. But when they get inside the forest, Shino starts having doubts about his purpose in life after his team is disbanded, and loses Kiba. Shino chases after him, but ends up face to face with the beekeeper. The beekeeper attacks, but Shino is way too good to be caught out just like that. The beekeeper accepts his defeat, but Shino doesn't want to kill him. He just wants the honey wine. The beekeeper gives it to him free of cost. The catch: people with doubts can never leave this forest, and Shino has them. We can see the opposite of this in Kiba, who just walks out of the forest like it was a casual stroll. So Shino faces all of his fears and doubts in that moment, and decides he's moving on no matter what. With that, he finds his way out of the forest. The gift has been secured. The episode then ends with Shino playing with Sukume and his buddies. Realizing how good Shino is with the troublesome kids, Iruka suggests that he become a teacher, but Shino says it's not that hard for him. He's been around the bad kids his whole life, while thinking about Naruto and Kiba. The penultimate episode of Naruto starts with Kakashi hating his job. That's real. He doesn't want to review every single gift, but he has to. While he thinks most people did a great job, Guy and Lee's dumbbells are a huge bust. And Konohamaru hasn't given his video yet. Speaking of Konohamaru, the reason he hasn't given his video yet is because Iruka-sensei can't figure out what to say in his message. Ever since Gaara said he'd honor Naruto as a friend, Iruka has been wondering how to honor Naruto. Ideally, it'd be as a teacher. but he says Naruto feels more special than that. He says he's thought about friends, but they're not friends as Kakashi describes it. Meanwhile, Hinata meets up with the girls one last time as a single woman, and Sakura almost spills the beans on Kakashi's secret mission. But when Kiba does the same a little while later, Hinata becomes suspicious. Meanwhile, Lady Tsunade comes back on Shizune's request and is talking to her about the gift ranking system. One problem, Konohamaru overhears the whole thing, and now he knows. Later, Hinata is walking by when she hears Konohamaru tell Sakura and the others about the true purpose behind the mission to get gifts. They all decide that they'll happily give guard duties if it means the others can attend the wedding. Hearing this makes Hinata cry, and she goes straight to Kakashi and tells him she knows everything. She apologizes for her wedding causing such a hassle, but Kakashi says it's his duty to make this reception happen. He's gonna do it. When he gets back to his office, Kakashi sees all of Naruto's friends there. They've decided they'll take turns on guard duty to make sure
Temptations Kitten Dry Food. 100% complete and balanced for kittens. High quality protein kittens can't resist.
Still taking yours?
Every day.
Nature Made. Clinically studied probiotics.
the leaf is safe, while everybody gets to attend the wedding. But Kakashi refuses that too, even though he doesn't have an alternative. That is, until Iruka mentions Naruto being a hero for all the villages. So Kakashi starts with Gaara to ask all the Kage to help with security arrangements on the day. Gaara happily agrees to Kakashi's first request, but the second one flusters him, recording a video message for Naruto. Kankuro tries forcing him, but Gaara just blasts them all away with his sand. A shy king to the very end. We have made it, Jar Anime family. The final episode of Naruto Shippuden is here. I can't believe I've been yapping for like 7 damn hours. So the episode kicks off with Iruka telling Konohamaru to just use the first clip he recorded of him. He can't think of what else to say to Naruto. After he goes about his day, Iruka starts making dinner at home, but ends up cutting himself and making an absolute mess. That's when there's a knock on the door. It's Naruto. He walks in and teases Iruka-sensei about being single, before saying they should go out and have a good time. He wants to talk to Iruka about something. Iruka says he should be helping Hinata, but Naruto says these are his last days as a single man. He's trying to have as much fun as possible. This infuriates Iruka. He immediately grabs Naruto's hand and starts taking him over to Hinata. Why? Iruka wants to apologize to her for not teaching Naruto proper manners, but Naruto stops him, saying he can't say what he wants to in front of Hinata. Iruka is about to walk off totally mad at him, but that's when Naruto says what he wants. It's a request. He wants Iruka to attend his wedding ceremony as his father. Iruka is stunned, and immediately he has tears in his eyes. Of course it's a yes. Naruto thanks him, and Iruka thanks him right back. So Naruto heads off, and Iruka just cries. Man, I am so dehydrated. I've been crying for so long. The next day, Iruka sees Hinata at the academy, staring at the swing Naruto used to sit on way back when. He goes and greets her, meaning to tell her about what Naruto said to him, but she already knows. Naruto had been thinking about it for a long time. Turns out, he didn't want to be just Iruka's student either. After that, Iruka finally records his message for Hinata and Naruto. It's perfect. Exactly what a dad would say to his son. We see everybody else's messages too. A whole bunch of people whose lives Naruto changed over the course of his life. When the day of the wedding arrives, it's a huge success. All the Kage and their entourages show up, as well as all of Naruto's friends, and everybody's being themselves. B is still being clobbered by the Raikage for being an idiot, and Lee and Guy still share the same brain cell. Shikamaru is making things serious with Temari, and Sai and Ino are an item now. Nice. Sakura sees them and feels down, until a hawk lands on her arm. She opens the message on its leg, and it has just one word: congratulations. Sakura just smiles, as we see Sasuke still roaming the world, trying to atone for his sins. Iruka and Kakashi catch up, and Iruka says he didn't prepare his speech. Kakashi just laughs. We then see the people of the hour, Naruto and Hinata, staring at the Hokage statues. With a final look of approval from her father, Hinata grabs Naruto's hand, and they walk out the door, ready to get married. That was our recap of Naruto Shippuden. Wow. Even though there are some low points here and there, my god, the fillers are so annoying, there's no doubt that it's one of the greatest stories ever told. I'm never going to forget this for as long as I live. And honestly,
I think that's the end of this. Let me see, does he have... Let me search something up.